Dear Naruto Lemon fans, I'm thrilled to invite all of you to my Boosty channel, where you can enjoy exclusive Naruto Lemon scenes in a comfortable and supportive community. Choose from various subscription tiers, from Mini Lemon to God Lemon, and gain access to unique content tailored just for our fans. Plus, subscribers to over Naruto Lemon and God Lemon will receive special mentions in my videos. Support my channel and dive deeper into the world of Naruto today. Dare! It was a normal day in the town of Amity Park, and in front of a house with a for sale sign in front of it was a moving truck, where several movers were moving everything into the house, while a car parked in the garage and the driver got out. Said driver was a 6 feet tall teenager who had 3 whisker-like markings on his face, blue ocean eyes, blonde spiky hair. Some would say he would look American, but the individual is actually of Asian descent. He wore a mixture of traditional street clothing, mixed together, wearing a short black and orange kimono with a red swirl being held by a 9-tailed fox on the back, and orange lightning bolts on the front. He was wearing a black t-shirt under it, with the number 9 on it, and around his neck was a thin necklace with 2 silver balls and a jade emerald on it. Around his hands and wrist are wrapping, but having Japanese kanji on them translates to something, but also having prayer beads on his wrist, showing that his religion was Buddhism. He wore black jeans with a chain sticking out and combat boots with orange on the bottom heel. This was Naruto Uzumaki, age 17. "Okay, we're here," Naruto said, as he looked into the back of the car. A young girl of about 14 years old got out of the car and walked out of the garage to take a look at the neighborhood. She had red hair that reached the back of her neck. She wore a typical schoolgirl outfit, consisting of a white blouse with a yellow sweater vest, a green striped tie, a red plaid skirt, and black boots with white buckles. She was also wearing white gloves and a trench coat with a cloak-like end. This was Himawari Uzumaki, Naruto's little sister. "So this is where we were shipped off by the hag and the pervert?" Himawari said with an annoyed tone, as she looked around at the neighborhood, obviously not impressed with what she saw. She paused, as she looked at a building across the street, which was a normal 2-story building, with a neon sign saying, Fenton Works - on it, along with what looked like a large high-tech building on the roof. "Well, at least we don't stand out. Right, sis?" Naruto asked with a sheepish chuckle at seeing the odd building across the street. "Give it time. Pretty soon, everyone will know that I'm from a family of .s," Himawari said with a scoff, as she walked away from Naruto and made her way into the house, while the movers came out after putting everything inside. Naruto frowned at this, as he decided not to say anything, as he knew his little sister didn't mean what she said. At least, he hoped that was the case. You see, Naruto and his sister come from a family that for generations, going all the way back to the feudal era, they have been involved in the world of the spiritual and dealing with spirits and apparitions, whether that meant exorcising them or helping them move on to the afterlife. And while Naruto was taking up the family business, his sister, well, she wasn't exactly a fan of what her family did. Not that she didn't believe in ghosts or apparitions, she just had a bit of a chip on her shoulder, regarding what had happened 4 years ago. Naruto sighed as he thought about the past, as he entered the house, and as he entered the house, his phone started to go off. Naruto picked it up, and after looking at it, he saw the caller ID said the words, Bachan - on the screen. "Obachan," Naruto said, as he put the phone to his ear. "I thought I told you not to BH on me, you brat," an older woman's voice yelled out. This was Tsunade, Naruto, and Himawari's grandmother. "Hey, it's better than what Hima calls you," Naruto said, as he slightly winced and pulled the phone away from his ear from the volume. "Brat," Tsunade said after a few moments of silence, before she sighed. "Yeah, she wasn't exactly happy when I told her about the move, right after we got done with that talk show," Naruto said with a sigh, as he sat down on a couch. Was this before or after she asked that woman on that show to contact Minato and Kushina on the other side? Tsunade asked curiously. After. And while she wasn't happy that it ended in a dead end, she at least waited until we left to cuss me out, Naruto said with a sigh. That girl has her mom's tongue, Tsunade said with a sigh at this. Yeah. Hopefully she can have a fresh start here, Naruto said, as he nodded in agreement. Don't forget to do what we sent you there to do, Tsunade said with a firm tone. Right. Find out why the spiritual activity has gotten so high here, Naruto said with a frown. Right. From what some of our mediums are saying, the afterlife is going crazy, because of something going on in that town, Tsunade said, reminding Naruto of why they moved there. What does Jiraiya think is going on? Naruto asked curiously. Most likely a high-level apparition or spirit is causing it. So feel free to go all out, if you have to, Tsunade said with a firm tone. Naruto sighed at this as he nodded at this, when he heard some thudding coming from upstairs, before what sounded like shouts and laughs. Well, at least Hima seems to be getting used to her new room, he said, as he looked up at the ceiling. Yeah, well, keep me posted on what's going on over there, Tsunade said with a firm tone. Sure thing, BH-on, Naruto said with a teasing grin. Oi, I said not to BH-on me, you mother dash, Tsunade was yelling, before Naruto hung up on her. Naruto chuckled at this, as he went upstairs and walked towards Himawari's room, which was labeled as such with a sign that said, knock under penalty of death dash, in the middle of the door. Gah! Enough with the puns. I'm getting a headache. Himawari was heard yelling from inside her room. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this, before he knocked on the door twice. After a few seconds of silence, the door opened ajar, with Himawari looking up at Naruto. What? She asked with an annoyed tone. I figured that we should get you registered at the high school for your freshman year now, seeing as it's still light out. We can also take a look at the town, if you want, Naruto said with a smile, hoping to encourage his little sister. Himawari rolled her eyes at this, as she looked back into her room for a few moments, before she sighed and looked back at Naruto. Fine. Give me 5 minutes and I'll meet you outside, she said, before she slammed her door shut. Naruto sighed at this, as he went back downstairs to go wait for his sister. Gahaha. You would think that kid would not hate you by now, a voice said from the back of Naruto's kimono, more specifically, the image of the kitsune on the back. She hates you, not me, Naruto said, as his eyes narrowed at this. Tomato, tomato. Keep telling yourself that brat, the voice said. Later. A little later, Naruto and Himawari were approaching the high school to get them both registered for their junior and freshman years. Casper High, Himawari asked, reading the name of the school on the sign nearby. According to rumors that I heard, it's named after the dead son of the man who donated the funds for this school a long time ago. I think that's his house up on a hill outside town, Naruto said, as he pointed at what looked like a large manor that seemed to be Victorian-made, with 3 towers. Is that another hole you're gonna go purge of morons who won't move on? Himawari asked with a raised eyebrow, as the mansion definitely gave off a haunted vibe. That's not on my agenda. Now, let's go and get us registered sis, Naruto said, as he led the way into the school. Himawari shrugged at this, as she entered the school. But as she entered the school, she took note of some students nearby. One was a teen with brown skin, turquoise eyes, black hair and wore black glasses. He wore a long-sleeve yellow shirt, green cargo pants with a black belt, and brown boots along with a red baseball cap backwards and had a large blue backpack. This was Tucker Foley. The other was a fair-skinned teenage Caucasian girl with light violet eyes, thick brows and chin length, with straight black hair that had a small ponytail at the top back of her head, held by a green hair tie, along with M-shaped bangs. She also sported deep violet lipstick on her lips, and was wearing a black choker around her neck, a black cropped tank top with a light violet oval printed on the center, thick black bracelets on both her wrists, purple tights under a black skirt with a green crosshatch design. and large black biker boots with metal-like soles. This was Sam Manson. The final was another teen boy who had fair skin, black hair and blue eyes. He wore a white t-shirt with a thin red collar, red cuffs, and a red oval in the middle, light blue jeans and red and white sneakers. This was Danny Fenton. The three teens seemed to be being confronted by a teen boy with blonde hair and blue eyes, who looked like he played football. This was Dash Baxter. From what Himawari could see, the older teen wearing a varsity jacket was obviously a typical jock, who was attempting to bully the other three students. Himawari watched as Dash picked up Danny by the front of his shirt, causing her eyes to narrow, before she held out her hand and made a clenching motion and pulled her hand up. As she did this, Dash's pants suddenly jerked hard up, as if something invisible was giving the jock an atomic wedgie. "Hey! Is this?" Dash yelled out, as he yelled in pain while dropping Danny, before he fell to his knees in pain from his pants suddenly jerking up, before he wobbled off in a panic. Himawari smirked at this, as she entered the school to follow her brother. "I thought you gave up using your powers on Dash," Sam said to Danny, as Tucker helped him up. "I did." "That wasn't me," Danny said, as he dusted himself off, before looking around for any sign of what had pranked Dash. Later, Naruto and Himawari were in the vice principal's office, sitting in front of the desk of a man, who was looking at their records from Japan. The man wore a blue shirt and a black tie. He was bald with green eyes and a black goatee. This was Mr. Lancer. "Well, Mr. and Miss Uzumaki, from what I'm reading of your academic records, you both seem to be more than qualified to join us at our school. Though I am curious why you two are transferring here in the middle of the school year," Mr. Lancer said, as he looked at Naruto and Himawari with a calculating look. "Our legal guardians decided that us transferring here would be better for us, more specifically, for my sister," Naruto said calmly. "Ah, yes. I had read that your parents died in an accident and in the past few years, your sister has had trouble adjusting," Mr. Lancer said, as he looked at Himawari's file again, before he looked at Himawari with what looked like some sympathy in his eyes. "Yes, and I'm sure she will do her best, while going to school here. Right, sis?" Naruto said, as he looked at his little sister. "Faye," Himawari said as she scoffed at this, before she nodded at this. Lancer said nothing to this, but after a few moments, he sighed. "Very well. Mr. Uzumaki, I'm willing to give you, and more specifically your sister, a chance. So, welcome to Casper High," he said, as he looked at Naruto. "Thank you, sir." "Hima?" Naruto said with a nod, before he looked at Himawari. Yeah. "Thanks," Himawari said with a roll of her eyes, before she made her way to the door. "Heh, teen girls today," Naruto said with a nervous chuckle, before he quickly ran after his little sister, leaving Mr. Lancer alone in his office. Mr. Lancer shook his head at this, before he pushed an intercom on his desk, which was connected to his secretary. "Have Miss Fenton come into my office, please," Lancer said, as he looked at Naruto's file, taking note that some of his grades were low. Later on, after leaving the school, along with the rest of the school, as it was the end of the school day, the two siblings were now in Naruto's car in the parking lot of what looked like a fast food burger joint. "Nasty burger? Do they actually call that a sales pitch?" Himawari asked, as she and Naruto got out of the car. "Well, I figured you would enjoy having burgers, maybe meet some of the local teens," Naruto said with a smile at his sister, before he led her towards the restaurant. Himawari sighed at this, as she knew her brother was just trying to be nice, so against her better judgment, she followed him into the restaurant. "Okay, I'll order for us, while you get us a table," Naruto said, as he looked at his sister before he approached the register, where an older male was working. "Oh, sir. Would you like to try our plant-grown burgers today?" the man asked with an uninterested tone. As if he had been asking this all day. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this, but before he could respond, the hair on the back of his neck stood up, as if warning him of danger. "Oh goody, the welcoming committee," the voice on Naruto's back said, before cackling loudly while Naruto scowled. A bit earlier with Himawari. Meanwhile with Himawari, she had chosen a booth nearby for her and her brother, and as she sat down, she took a book out of her backpack. She then took note that the 3 teens she had seen being bullied at the school today were sitting in the booth next to hers. Wait, they have plant-based burgers now? This was you, wasn't it, Sam? Tucker asked, as he looked at the burger Sam was eating with disgust. Lots of places are adding meat substitutes these days, Tucker, Sam said with a shrug. Yeah, after getting a barrage of complaints from your fellow loons, Tucker said, as he took a bite of his own burger. Hey, at least it's an addition and not a subtraction, unlike last time, Danny said, as he thought back to the incident with the lunch lady ghost. Exactly. No reason to lodge a complaint this time, Sam said, as she had hoped that having more options was at least a better compromise than just taking away the meat. Before Tucker could respond to this, he spotted Himawari, who was looking at them, causing him to smile. Oh, new fish, he said with a smile. Never gonna happen, Himawari said with a scoff at this, as she rolled her eyes. Oh, come on. At least give me a chance, Tucker said with a smile at the new girl, as he stood up to approach her table. Before Himawari could respond to this, however, what looked like black and white striped tentacles came out from the shadows under the table Tucker and his friends were using and quickly tied Tucker's shoelaces together, causing the teen to fall flat on his face. Nice fall, techno geek. Dash yelled from his table with the other popular kids. Oh, Danny said, as white smoke came out of his mouth, as teens suddenly started yelling in a panic as a green female ghost wearing a lunch lady uniform appeared. This was the ghost called Lunch Lady. Fake meat? Burgers are sacred, the lunch lady yelled, as what looked like all kinds of meat flew at her and covered her up, causing her to turn into a meat monster. Who's the pissed off lady? Himawari asked, as she looked at the ghost as it roared, causing all the teens to head for the door in a panic. It's a ghost, that's obviously mad about the fake meat option, Tucker said, as he got to his feet. Oh, come on. I didn't even take away anything this time. Sam yelled at the lunch lady. This just caused the lunch lady to roar at them, obviously not happy with this response. I think that's our cue to leave, Danny said with a pointed look at his friends. That works for me. Come on, new girl, Tucker said to Himawari, as he led the way to the door. Himawari got up to follow, but she looked for any sign of Naruto and paused, as she saw him taking cover nearby, before he saw her and nodded at her. Himawari signed at this, before she nodded back and followed her fellow teens out of the restaurant. Naruto then stood up and made a few hand signs, before his prayer bead started to glow with a blue aura, and after a few moments, the entire area around the outside of the restaurant started to glow with the same aura. Hey, what is this? The lunch lady yelled, as she looked around at the new aura. It's a spiritual barrier to keep people with no spiritual talent out of the area and from seeing what happens in here, so I can exorcise you in peace, Naruto said with a calm tone. And who are you, boy? The lunch lady asked, as she towered over Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, at your service, Naruto said with a slight bow of his head, as his hands turned into what looked like animal claws complete with reddish-orange fur. Uzumaki, the lunch lady roared out, as she threw her fist down at Naruto, before the blonde vanished in a yellow blur, zipping past the lunch lady, running around in all directions, causing mass confusion. Lunch lady thrust her hands out, sending meat patties, steak, chicken and fish towards Naruto, who smirked at this, before he ducked, as several knives and forks pierced the meat, nailing it to the ground, as several trash cans lifted off the ground, smashing into the lunch lady, scattering pieces of her meat armor. Naruto then jumped up, flipping through the air, as his claws extended from his fingertips, slashing towards the ghost, as he sliced away the meat covering the bipolar ghost. Naruto jumped off the side walls, launching himself at the lunch lady, striking her with a spiral spin slash, causing her to scream in pain, as she looked down at her skin to see green ectoplasm leaking from her arm. The lunch lady then roared, as she waved her arm backhanding Naruto, sending him flying out the front doors of the restaurant, causing him to flip in mid-air, before his feet changed into what looked like animal legs, complete with orange fur, before he landed against a wall outside in the parking lot and causing the wall he landed against to crack slightly from the pressure, as the lunch lady ghost came out of the restaurant to continue the fight. Himawari, who was across the street nearby, then held up her hand, lifting up several boxes and the large dumpster from the ground. Naruto jumped into the air, launching a powerful spin kick, shooting it straight into the lunch lady, crashing her into the wall nearby. "That's what happens when you make random things float," Naruto said to the lunch lady with a smirk, not realizing who had actually made the objects float. Himawari sighed at this, but said nothing, as she stayed back. Naruto then coated his right clawed hand in a reddish aura, before digging into the pavement, as he raced towards the lunch lady, rearing back his arm and smashing it into the lunch lady, causing her to scream out in pain, as markings began appearing all over her body. Naruto forced more pressure into his attack, creating a shockwave that formed the face of a skull. "Now go back to the afterlife," Naruto yelled, as he slammed his fist into the lunch lady's body, causing her to yell, as the marking on her started to glow, before what looked like a rip in the air appeared behind her and she started to be into it. "You Uzumakis. Curse your family and your interference with us," the lunch lady yelled, as she was dragged through the tear, which soon closed behind her. "May you cross over to the great beyond, instead of coming back here," Naruto said, as his hands and feet turned back to normal as he did a prayer, while the barrier faded away. "Are you done sending Karen back to the afterlife?" Himawari asked, as she approached Naruto. "Yes, and hopefully, she stays there and finds peace," Naruto said as he nodded, ignoring his sister's sparky attitude. "Come on, let's get out of here, before you get asked questions. The last thing you need is to be labeled as a, even if our whole family technically are," Himawari said, as she turned around and walked towards Naruto's car. Naruto frowned at this, before he sighed and followed his sister, as he saw that some people were coming back to see why everything had gone quiet. As the two Uzumakis left, Danny, whose hair was now snow white and his eyes were green, as he wore a black uniform complete with white gloves and boots, flew over, while Sam and Tucker were close behind. "What happened, Danny?" Sam asked as she looked at Danny, who had been flying around the barrier, before he made his way back to them. "I have no idea. I was about to fly into the nasty burger, but suddenly, some kind of barrier went up and kept me out of the area, and when it went down, the lunch lady was gone," Danny said, as he hovered above Sam and Tucker. "Well, whatever it was, it screwed with the tech nearby too," Tucker said, as he held up his phone, showing that the security camera footage, which was all scrambled and corrupted, during the time that the barrier was up. "So I went ghost for nothing?" Danny asked, as he looked around in annoyance. "Whatever happened, I'm sure that we can figure it out. For now, let's get out of here," Sam said, as she pointed out some people, who were coming back now that the fight was over. Danny nodded at this, before he flew off. While Sam and Tucker made themselves scarce with Naruto. After parking the car in front of the house, Himawari quickly got out of the car and headed for the house. "I'm gonna go play in my room, so don't bug me unless it's important," Himawari said with a flat tone, as she approached the door. "Don't play too late, you have school tomorrow." "Oh, and I'm ordering pizza. Any toppings you want?" Naruto asked, hoping to get some kind of interaction with his sister. "Meat lovers," Himawari said, as she went inside. Naruto sighed at this, as he shook his head a bit. "Naruto Uzumaki," a female voice asked, getting his attention. "Yeah, that's me." "Who's asking?" Naruto asked, as he turned to look behind him and saw a teen girl with blue eyes and long orange hair with a blue headband. She wore a black long-sleeved V-neck shirt, aqua pants and black flats. "Oh, I'm Jazz Fenton, fellow junior at Casper High. I'm also your neighbor from across the street." Mr. Lancer told me that you're starting school tomorrow and he said some of your grades could use improvement, so he asked me to tutor you, Jazz said, as she held out her hand to Naruto to greet him. Naruto blinked in surprise at this, before he smiled at Jazz and took her hand. It's nice to meet you, Jazz. I'm Naruto Uzumaki he was saying, before being cut off. Hands off my daughter, you little punk, a male voice yelled, getting the two teens' attention. Naruto looked behind Jazz and saw what looked like a large fat man wearing an orange and black jumpsuit, with a woman next to him wearing a blue and black jumpsuit with red-tinted goggles. These were Jack and Maddie Fenton, who were Danny and Jazz's parents. Dad, he's just being polite, for crying out loud. Jazz said, as she looked at her father with a scowl. He's just wanting you to think that, as he could be a ghost in disguise, Jack said, as he took out a scanner and started to scan Naruto with it. Ghosts? Naruto asked curiously, as he looked at Jazz. They're ghost hunters. They are harmless, though mostly, Jazz said, as she looked at her father with a look of annoyance. Sorry about my husband, he's quite suspicious of anyone new, considering our job, Maddie said. It's fine and I'm not exactly bothered by you guys being interested in ghosts. My family actually has history with spirits and apparitions, going back to the feudal era, Naruto said with a smile, as he waved his hand dismissively. This got looks of surprise from the three Fentons. Are you here to take our job, you little punk? Jack asked, as he looked at Naruto with suspicion. Jack, back off, or no fudge, Maddie said with a firm tone. Upon hearing this, Jack quickly backed away from Naruto. Anyway, he's a new student, along with his little sister at the high school, and Mr. Lancer asked me to tutor him a bit, to get his grades up, Jazz said, as she looked at her parents. Yeah, my little sister Himawari will be starting her freshman year and I'll be a junior with Jazz, Mr. and Miss Fenton, Naruto said with a nod at Jazz. Ah, and where are your parents? Jack asked, as he looked around the area a bit. This made Naruto pause for a moment, before he frowned. It's just me and my sister, sir. Our parents sadly passed away a few years ago, so our grandparents paid for us to move here, for a fresh start for us, Naruto said with a calm tone. This caused Maddie and Jazz's eyes to slightly widen in surprise, while Jack looked surprised at this. Sorry to cut this short, but I need to order dinner. I'll be in touch to set up tutoring, Jazz, Naruto said to Jazz, as he walked towards the house and quickly entered it. Nice job, Dad, Jazz said, as she gave her father a look that said she was not happy with him. What? I didn't know. Jack said as he frowned at this, as while he didn't like a teen boy around his daughter, he wasn't one to insult his parents being dead. We know, dear. Maybe Danny can make friends with his little sister, I'm sure she could use some friends, Maddie said, as she pushed Jack back towards their house. Well, better Danny and his friends over the popular kids, Jazz said with a scoff, as she knew that the popular crowd wouldn't be as understanding of the new student situation as much as her little brother and his friends. With Himawari. Himawari walked into her room and locked the door. She then made her way towards the windows, closing the curtains till her room was covered in darkness. She then approached her desk and placed her book on it, revealing the title of the book, which said, Handbook for the Recently Deceased on it. Though I know I should be weary, still I venture someplace scary. Ghostly haunting I turn loose, Beetlejuice, 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 Himawari said, as she looked up from her desk. Suddenly the floor of Himawari's room began lightly shaking, with lightning crashing through the windows, as strong winds blew them wide open. Loud laughter began filling the room, as a fissure formed within the floor of the room and a ghost-white figure emerged jumping from the ground, kicking his feet up and thrusting up his fist, laughing with mad glee. He had green hair and wore a black and white striped suit. Hey Beetlejuice. Are you up for a few rounds? Himawari asked with a grin, as she jerked a thumb at the TV, where a PlayStation 5 was connected. It's show time. Beetlejuice smirked, before landing in front of Himawari, who handed him a controller. Ending theme by Neo Stardustdragon 101. Play My Pace from Bleach. Hitatsu. Kazoite Susamiba 2. We zip around a full-scale model of the town of Winter River, flying through every nook and cranny. We come to a stop at the graveyard, a hand slowly emerging from the ground as Beetlejuice emerges with a manic grin on his face. Futatsu. Kazoite Yasamiba 2. Beetlejuice slowly walked by a spin black and white bar, his hands in his pocket, walking by with a smirk on his face, a pep in his step. Mitsu. Kazoite Kangiria 2. He recalls his time during the Black Plague, raiding the various valuables of the dead. Looking up at Dolores as her hair blows in the wind, an axe and vial of poison lay on the ground with 2 discarded wedding rings. Maipisu de Susumariba 2. He then recalls meeting the Matlins emerging from the graveyard for the first time, turning into a wild snake chasing after some bullies picking on Lydia. Toki ga nagar torai no kosar. Slowly he comes to a stop, looking up at the sky. He remembers holding out his hand to Lydia, who smiled happily taking them, they two riding Doomy through the netherworld, laughing. Beetlejuice holding his head, sticking out his tongue like a mad dog. Lydia hands him a gift, which in turn gives her, revealing to plush voodoo dolls of the best friend pair. Asaru Kimochi wa Wajareru Nakari. Slowly Beetlejuice's smile fades away as time passes. He watches on as Lydia grew from a shy girl to a strong young woman, meeting Richard and getting married. Beetlejuice standing as the maid of honor, happily blowing his nose. Myobu na chosen shosen mudatu. Iwarit akaramaru koto nakari. Beetlejuice watches with a smile of joy and sadness as Lydia gives birth to Astrid, slowly turning away to the shadows. Offensu. Kurushiai toki ni. Kaso ko wada i aiku. He proudly watches a grown Lydia on her show when suddenly he feels a pulse calling him up. Offensu. Jibun ga. Meza.eru hoi muki. Beetlejuice springs from the ground with a mad laugh, only to see Himawari, who looks surprised at the sudden appearance of the poltergeist. Sobi tada uki na keiben I. Osoraru koto wa nai. Beetlejuice smiled, holding out his hand to the Uzumaki girl. She gave a look of hesitation but accepted it before Beetlejuice yanked her up and dived into the netherworld. Kodi no nai kono jinsei wa. Meio koto naku. Beetlejuice and Himawari jumped into Doomy and took off, zipping through the netherworld, the Uzumaki girl looking upon the ghoulish world in amazement. Keep my pace. Suddenly Himawari saw that they were high up in the sky before zipping down several railings like a roller coaster. They pair laughing, throwing up their hands through every twist and turn. Beetlejuice's eyes bugged out as a sandworm came at them, but Himawari used her psychic aura and punched him hard with an uppercut to the jaw, sending him flying. Hitatsu. Kazoite Susamiba 2. Futatsu. Kazoite Yasamiba 2. Beetlejuice and Himawari continued to ride before bursting out of the Winter River model, now changed into one of Amity Park. The two new friends smiled at one another as they bumped fist, looking up towards the sky as the stars were shining through a large hole in the roof. Mitsu. Kazoite Kangiria 2. Maipisu de Susumariba 2. Poem and Kfanim 87 were both relaxing in their office, when. So, is this fanfic going to be a harem, a single pairing, or no pairing at all? Deadpool asked, as he walked into the office, wearing an orange GI. Kamehameha. Deadpool yelled out, as he thrust his hands out. What is your problem, you loon? Poem asked, as he shook his head. Yeah, you're more a Krillin or a Kaiotsu, not a Goku, Kfanim 87 said with a snicker at the mad merc. You suck. Deadpool yelled, as he flipped off Kfanim 87. So what's with the look? Poem asked curiously. Well, the new DBZ Tenkaichi game is out, which is worth celebrating, Deadpool said with a smile. I have it downloaded, you loon. So go nuts, Kfanim 87 said, as he jerked a thumb at the nearby TV. Yay! And you got the Ultimate Edition? Oh. Yes. Deadpool yelled out happily, as he ran over and turned on the TV. You have that? Oi, I call Goku from Dragon Ball Super, Poem yelled out, as he too ran over. I call Broly from Super. Kakarot. Deadpool yelled. That's the Z version, you idiot, Kfbanime87 said with a flat tone of voice. Oh, quit nitpicking and join us. Deadpool said, as he sat down on the couch. I get to fight the winner and I call Beerus. It. Kfbanime87 said, as he looked at his friends. That's fine. Anyway, next from us is my avatar Korra fanfic, Poem said. Oh, speaking of which, author's note to reviews for Airbender. No, we aren't doing a sequel for that, because we already have the Korra spin-off and that will get really confusing, Kfbanime87 said. That and your no OCs rule, ow. Deadpool was saying, before has hit on the head with a Dragon Ball, that Kfbanime87 threw at him. Later folks, Kfbanime87 said, as he waved at the reader, while POM and Deadpool played Dragon Ball, Sparking Zero. Flashback, about a month ago. Himawari sighed in annoyance, as she sat in the front row of the studio audience, who was watching a taping of a paranormal activity show. More specifically, Himawari was watching her brother, who was talking to the host of the show, doing an interview about his family's history as spiritual mediums. Said host was an older woman who had medium-length black hair with pointed bangs with her hair in a half ponytail. She was perpetually dressed in black. This was Lydia Dietz. Well, I must say, it was fascinating to find out that your family has such a history of dealing with ghosts and apparitions, Lydia said with an exaggerated spooky tone, as she looked at the audience. This got some applause from the audience, but Himawari merely rolled her eyes at this, as it was obvious to her that Lydia was simply putting on an act for the audience. So tell me, Mr. Uzumaki, do you and your family still dabble in the world of the dead? Lydia asked, as she looked at Naruto. Well, occasionally, we get called to take a look at places that people think are haunted, Naruto said, as he slightly chuckled. And have you personally seen any spirits? Lydia asked curiously, as the audience looked at Naruto, waiting for his answer. But before he could answer, a loud screaming noise was heard, making everyone jump in surprise. Ah, I'm afraid that we are out of time. But I want to thank you for being a guest on my show, Mr. Uzumaki, Lydia said, as she stood up from her seat and looked at Naruto, while the audience groaned at the show's ending. You're welcome, Miss Dietz, Naruto said, as he too stood up and held out his hand for her to shake, which she took to shake as the show ended. As the audience got up from their seats, Himawari walked towards Naruto, who was still talking to Lydia. Ah, so this is your little sister that you mentioned? Lydia asked, as her gaze turned to the younger Uzumaki, as she grabbed her bag, which was hanging nearby. Yeah, that's her. Hey sis, did you enjoy the show? Naruto asked with a nod at Lydia, before he smiled at his little sister. It was fine, though you putting on that act for the plebeian masses, kinda makes you come off as a bit of a hack, Himawari said, as she took note that Lydia's tone had completely changed, now that the show was over. Hima, Naruto said, as he sighed at his sister's bluntness. Lydia however slightly chuckled, as she wasn't offended by Himawari's words. If anything, it reminded her a bit of herself, when she was a teen. Did you ask her yet? Himawari asked, as she looked at her brother with a firm tone. Ask me what exactly? Lydia asked curiously, as she looked at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. Well, she wanted me to ask if you were capable of getting into contact with our parents, seeing as all attempts by our family's mediums to contact them have failed. So when Hima found out I was going to be a guest on this show, she decided to come with me, so that she could ask you, seeing as she is actually a fan of yours, Naruto said, as he lowered his voice a bit, so that they wouldn't be overheard, as a typical rule in their family was that if they encountered a fellow medium or someone who was spiritually aware, they would not out them to other people. Lydia nodded at this, as she looked at Himawari. I'm afraid that I'm only capable of talking to spirits who are looking to make their way from the afterlife to the realm of the living, she said. After hearing this, Himawari clenched her fists and scowled, before she turned around and walked away, making her way towards the empty audience seats. Naruto frowned at this and moved to follow after her, but stopped as Lydia played her hand on his shoulder. "Let me talk to her. I have a teenage daughter, so I may have a bit more insight than you," Lydia said, as she walked past Naruto towards the younger Uzumaki. Naruto said nothing to this, but he nodded, as he figured this was a good idea. Lydia approached Himawari, who was sitting down on the front seat of the audience seats. "What?" Himawari asked, as she looked up from the floor at Lydia. "I am sorry that I can't help you how you want. But my powers don't exactly come with instructions," Lydia said, as she sat down next to Himawari. "So instead of trying to learn, you decide to host some show?" Himawari asked, as she slightly scoffed at this. "Well, I like to think I give some comfort to others, as I do actually have guests, who have actually encountered spirits or apparitions," Lydia said, as she shrugged a bit. "What do you guys get out of this stupid crap?" Himawari asked, as she looked at her open palm and slowly clenched it and opened it again. "Well, I would like to think that people like me and your family do what we do to give comfort to both the dead and the living, while in your family's case try to keep the more dangerous ghosts and apparitions from causing problems. Plus, would you believe that when I first discovered this gift of mine, one of my best friends was a ghost?" Lydia said as she lightly chuckled, as she reminisced a bit about the past. "A friend, huh? That must be nice," Himawari said with a sigh, as she shook her head a bit, as while she put on a tough front, she did wish she could make friends. But most of her fellow teens back in Japan usually just ignored her, or made fun of her because of her family. Lydia frowned at this, as she recalled how as a young teen, she too felt alone at some point. She then smiled as an idea formed in her head. "It looks like my brother is ready to go," Himawari said with a sigh, as she saw Naruto was approaching them. Seeing this, Lydia quickly reached into her bag and pulled out a book with a brown hardcover, which had the title, "Handbook for the Recently Deceased" on it. She quickly opened up the front cover as she took out a pen and quickly wrote something down on the first page of the book, before closing the book. "Anyway, I'm sure you will be okay, and seeing as according to your brother, you used to be a fan, here," Lydia said, as she held out the book to the youngest Uzumaki. Himawari blinked at this, as she looked at the book for a few moments, before she took it. Thanks, I guess," Himawari said, as she put the book in her own backpack, before she went to follow her brother out of the studio. Lydia watched the siblings leave and smiled a bit, as she thought to herself. "Hopefully she reads my old chant out loud. I think Beetlejuice will be good for her, even if he's a bit much," Lydia thought with a smile to herself, as she reminisced a bit about the past, before she walked off. Flashback end, the next morning. It was the next morning and currently, the Uzumaki siblings were in Naruto's car, arriving at the high school for their first day of school. "Naruto!" Jazz called out, as she spotted Naruto. "Oh, hey Jazz," Naruto said, as he greeted the redhead. "Is this the one whose dad gave you the business?" Himawari asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto fought the urge to face plant at this, as Jazz turned to look at Himawari. "Ah, you must be Himawari. Are you ready for your first day?" Jazz asked, as she smiled at Himawari, hoping to encourage her. "Why, yes. I am ready to start 4 years of living," Himawari said with a fake smile, as she approached the school. Naruto groaned at this, before he chuckled sheepishly, as Jazz frowned at this. "I'm sorry about her, she's got the Uzumaki wit, as my bachan says," Naruto said, as he rubbed the back of his head. "Don't worry, it's fine. I just hope that she at least tries to make some friends," Jazz said, as she led Naruto into the school. With Himawari. Meanwhile with Himawari, she was at her assigned locker, as she opened it and began putting away her stuff for later. But as she opened it, she noticed what looked like a vanity mirror hanging in the back of the locker. More specifically, Beetlejuice was looking back at her with a grin. "Hey Ahima. Figured I would throw in something for your locker, so that we can chat while you're in the joint." Beetlejuice said with a grin, as he changed his clothes, so that he was wearing a prison uniform for emphasis. Himawari chuckled at this, as she put her bag into the locker. "Thanks BJ," she said, using her nickname for her friend. "Oh great, the new kid talks to herself. It looks like Fenton and his group of losers have competition for biggest," Dash said with a laugh, as he and several other popular kids walked past her. One was a very well-built Asian teen with short black hair and seafoam green eyes, as he wore the standard uniform of the jocks, which was a red and white Letterman jacket, with a black t-shirt underneath and light blue jeans and white shoes. This was Quan. The second was a female teen who had long black hair and blue eyes while wearing a simple pink crop top with thin white stripes around each of the short sleeves, dusty blue capri jeggings and white flats. This was Paulina. The final person was another teen girl, who had long blonde hair as she wore a white t-shirt with a thin orange neckline, orange trims with a red number, 9, in the middle, which appeared like a backwards P, red capri leggings, and white flats. This was Star. Himawari scowled lightly at this, as her eyes narrowed as she watched them walk away. "Just 3 words and I'll make their hair turn white," Beetlejuice said, as his outfit turned to normal. "We will see. It's only my first day after all," Himawari said with a smirk, as she knew if she let Beetlejuice have his way, he would put the popular kids in therapy. She then closed her locker and walked towards where her first class was, which happened to be English, and was being taught by Mr. Lancer. "Ah, Miss Uzumaki, just in time," Mr. Lancer said as the bell rang, just as the last of the students entered the classroom. "I may as well put in the effort, right?" Himawari asked, as she shrugged at this. "Indeed. Now, take your seat. I do believe there is room next to Miss Manson," Lancer said, as he pointed towards the back of the classroom where Danny, Sam and Tucker were sitting. More specifically, there was a free seat next to Sam. Himawari nodded at this, as she approached the trio and took her seat next to Sam. "Hey, you were at Nasty Burger when the lunch lady ghost attacked, right?" Sam asked. "Yeah. Your desperate friend tried hitting on me," Himawari said with a flat tone of voice. This caused Tucker to chuckle sheepishly at this, as he rubbed the back of his head. "Yeah, sorry about Tucker. He's harmless FYI," Danny said. "It's fine," Himawari said, as she shrugged a bit. "So there's hope?" Tucker asked with a slight grin. Himawari gave a flat look at this, while Danny and Sam both groaned at this. Paulina, who was sitting nearby, took note of Himawari, before scoffing as she talked with Sam a bit. Himawari raised an eyebrow at this, before she looked at Sam curiously. "The queen bee of the school. She probably sees you talking to me as a strike against you," Sam said with a scoff. "Faye, like I give a what she thinks," Himawari said with a scoff at this, as she rolled her eyes at this, as class started. Later with Naruto. It was later in the day and Naruto walked out of his class a few moments after the bell rang for lunch period. Not too bad for a first day in a new school, Naruto thought, as he approached his locker to grab his lunch, as he had figured that whether it was Japan or the States, school lunches were most likely not fit for human consumption at all. "Hey, new kid!" Dash yelled out, as he and Quan approached Naruto. "Can I help you?" Naruto asked, as he pulled his bagged lunch out of his locker and closed it, before he looked at Dash and his friend Quan. "Yeah, you can hand over your lunch money, seeing as I'm short," Dash said, as he looked at Naruto confidently. "Sorry, but I brought my own lunch today," Naruto said, as he slightly scoffed at this. "Then I'll take that instead," Dash was saying, as he reached out to take Naruto's bagged lunch, before Naruto grabbed his wrist, stopping him. "That's not happening," Naruto said as he narrowed his eyes at this, showing that he wasn't going to be intimidated by Dash. "Hey, you look familiar. Didn't I see you on that Ghost House show?" Quan asked, as he looked at Naruto. "Indeed you did. The name's Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto said, as he introduced himself, while letting go of Dash's wrist. "Wait, he was on that show?" You actually believe in that ghost crap, like Fenton's parents? Dash asked, as he looked at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. Look, as fun as it would be to lower my IQ by talking to you, I have a lunch to eat. So if you excuse me, Naruto said, as he walked past Dash and Quan. Hey, I'm not done talking to you, Dash was saying, as he grabbed Naruto's shoulder, but stopped, as Naruto turned and glared at him, his eyes going from blue to orange and slitted, as if warning him. Whatever, Dash said, as he let go of Naruto's shoulder. Naruto nodded at this, as his eyes went back to normal, as he walked away from Dash. Heck was that? Quan asked his friend, as he too had seen Naruto's glare, and needless to say, it had intimidated him too. It was probably just some trick. I'm not gonna let some get one over on me, Dash said, as he narrowed his eyes at Naruto's retreating back. Hey, I think the new kid has a little sister, who's a freshman along with Fenton and his friends. Maybe we can get even with him, by messing with her, Quan said, as he looked at Dash. Good idea. Freshmen are always easy to mess with, Dash said with a grin and a nod, as they both made their way towards the cafeteria. Meanwhile with Himawari. Himawari made her way into the cafeteria with her bagged lunch and looked around for a place to sit down to eat. Hey Hima, over here. Tucker yelled from his seat with Danny and Sam. I'm still not planning on going out with you, Himawari said, as she walked over. Well, at least the new kid has some standards, even if her fashion choices stink, Paulina said with a laugh at this, as Himawari walked past her table, where she was sitting with some other popular girls. Do you have something to say to me, Barbie? Himawari asked, as she turned to look at the popular girl. Yeah, the rumors say that your brother and you are from some family of .s, who deal with ghosts. So I'm not surprised you're sitting with Fenton and his group of losers, Paulina said with a grin, getting some laughs from her fellow popular girls. Okay. I think I have a theory about why you're such a bitch, after watching you and hearing you talk a bit, Himawari said, as she nodded at this. What did you say, you? Paulina asked, as her eyes narrowed a bit at Himawari calling her a bitch. Well, you see, Paulina, you're popular because you developed early and started putting out when you were 12. But now, you can't stand to look at yourself in the mirror. Because all you see is a whore. So you pick on Sam and other less popular girls to avoid the inevitable realization that once your body is used up by age 19, you're gonna be a worn-out skin, burlap sack, that even your stepdad won't want. How's that? Am I in the ballpark? Himawari asked, as she raised an eyebrow inquisitively, while lightly smirking at Paulina. This got stunned silence from everyone in the cafeteria, including the popular kids, more specifically Paulina, whose mouth was hanging open in shock. You know, if you continue to leave your mouth open like that, flies are gonna fly in, Himawari said, as she walked away towards Danny, Sam and Tucker's table. Paulina's face went red from her rage at this, as she started to growl and curse in Spanish under her breath. Hey, anyone see a new girl, whoa, who pissed you off, Paulina? Dash asked, as he and Quan entered the cafeteria, as they walked over to the popular girl's table. She did, Paulina growled out, as she glared at Himawari. Yeah, the new kid just tore her apart verbally, a slightly plump-figured, African-American teenage girl with hunter green eyes, who wore an orange choker necklace with an oval-shaped pendant, a set of orange outlined yellow triangle-shaped dangle earrings, a yellow camisole top and an orange skirt, yellow socks and white tennis shoes said. This was Valerie Gray, another popular girl. Oh really? Dash asked, as he made a beeline for Himawari. As this was happening, Danny and Tucker looked at Himawari with looks of awe, as she approached them. We're not worthy. We're not worthy. Tucker yelled out, as he held his arms up and bowed to Himawari a bit. Himawari snorted at this, but smirked a bit, as she actually found this kind of funny. But before she could respond, Dash grabbed her shoulder. Hey new kid, there's a tax on, whoa. Dash was saying, before Himawari grabbed his wrist and twisted it, before she judo flipped him and slammed him hard onto the table in front of her, causing it to break, sending the drinks on the table to spill onto the ground. Pro tip meathead, don't sneak up on me, Himawari said with a glare, as she let go of Dash's wrist. You! Paulina yelled, as everyone looked at this in shock. What? I'm a black belt. What about it? Himawari asked, as she raised an eyebrow at this, as Kwon helped Dash to his feet. This isn't over, Uzumaki. You just made my list, along with your brother. Dash yelled, as he and Kwon walked over to the popular table. Himawari's eyes narrowed at this, but before she could respond, she saw in the puddle of soda on the floor was an image of Beetlejuice looking up at her, holding a sign that said, "Do it. Do it, do it, do it, Dash." She then smirked, as she looked at Dash and Kwon and nodded slightly at this, before she muttered under her breath, "Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Do you want some juice, Hima?" Danny asked curiously, as he only caught the end of what Himawari was saying. Dash Baxter and Kwon Fan, report to the guidance counselor in room 666, Beetlejuice's voice said over the PA system. Oh, come on. Dash yelled, as he stood up in annoyance at this, as he put down his burger and left the cafeteria along with Kwon. When did we get a new school shrink? Tucker asked curiously, as they all went to a free table nearby. I'm more surprised that we have a room 666. Do we even have that many rooms in this school? Sam asked, as they all sat down. Himawari lightly smirked at this, as she knew she had pretty much sent the two jocks into the lion's den. With Dash and Kwon. Okay, room 666. Ah, here we go, Dash said, as he and his friend walked down the hall, and after a few moments, they found a door which was labeled 666 in the top center. The two teens entered the office and saw that it was a very nicely furnished office, with a sofa along one wall and a desk, with what looked like a man sitting in a chair, with its back to them, and on the front of the desk, was a nameplate with the name Mr. Juice, Psychiatrist on it. Mr. Juice? Kwon asked, as he and Dash sat down on the couch. The chair spun around, and sitting in the chair was Beetlejuice, who was wearing a sweater and jeans, along with some glasses. Dash yelled, as he and Kwon were surprised to see the pale man with mold growing on his skin. Eek! Beetlejuice yelled out, which caused both teens' mouths to be instantly sewn shut. This caused the two teens to grab at their mouths in a panic. Now, first of all, I want you two to know that this is a safe space. So feel free to express yourselves, okay? I sense that there's an enabler here, but we will get to that, Beetlejuice said, as he got up out of his seat and walked around the desk to the front of it, so that he was in front of the two teens, before he looked at Kwon with a knowing look. Dash and Kwon looked at each other in a panic, as they both tried to get their mouths free of the string that was keeping it shut, so they could call for help. Okay, I want you both to dig deep and spill your guts. Who wants to go first? Beetlejuice asked, as he held out his hands and looked at the two teens, who both looked bewildered at this. No? Okay, then I will, Beetlejuice said, before he opened his shirt, causing his guts to literally spill out of his stomach and onto the coffee table between him and the two teens. Dash and Kwon both gave muffled screams at this, as they continued to try and free their mouths. See? I'm willing to do the work, Beetlejuice said with a grin, as he closed his shirt. As this happened, Dash and Kwon finally got their mouths freed, by grabbing the ends of the string and pulling them, freeing their mouths. This can't be real. Dash yelled, as he and Kwon jumped back behind the couch. Yeah, it's just a figment of our imagination. Kwon yelled out in a panic, as he nodded his head rapidly. Really? Then, is this a figment of your imagination? Beetlejuice asked, before he made a scary face, complete with him roaring and bat wings protruding out of his face. Outside the office. As this was happening, Lancer was making his way back to class, as lunch was going to end soon, and as he walked past a certain door, he heard yelling coming from the other side, before the door burst open, as Dash and Quan slammed into him, sending them both to the floor. "What in the name of mice and men is going on?" Lancer yelled, as he stood up and dusted himself off, before looking at the two teens, while the hallway was filling with students leaving the cafeteria, including Danny, Sam, Tucker and Himawari. It was a ghost. Dash and Quan yelled, as they both pointed into the office, which was just a janitor's closet. "I gotta say, I expected jocks in the States to be tougher than this," Himawari said with a knowing smirk, as she crossed her arms, while the rest of the students laughed at this. "Okay, you two, we're gonna have a talk in my office now," Lancer said with a firm tone, as he grabbed Dash and Quan and dragged them towards his office. "Sir, I swear it was a ghost," Dash said, as he and Quan were dragged off. "Yeah, he was a pale man with mold growing on his skin," Quan said with a nod. "I don't want to hear it. Now march. And all of you get to class," Lancer yelled, as he led the two teens to his office. As everyone went to class, Sam looked at Danny with a slightly raised eyebrow, silently asking him. "My ghost sense didn't go off. So I'm gonna guess it was just them pulling something and it went wrong," Danny whispered, as they moved to catch up with Himawari and Tucker. Himawari meanwhile raised an eyebrow at this, as she had overheard this. "Ghost sense? Heh, like that's gonna work on Beetlejuice. He's way too good at concealing his presence for that. Though I'm surprised there is someone with talent on tracking spiritual activity here. I should probably tell Big Bro about it," she thought to herself. "Hey sis, are you okay? What's this I heard about you cussing out someone and judo flipping someone in the cafeteria?" Naruto asked, as he approached them, along with Jazz. Himawari groaned at this. "Never mind, let him figure it out on his own," she thought with a scowl. "Oh, that was classic." She sent Dash through a table. Danny said with a grin at this, along with Tucker. "That's not a good thing, bro," Jazz said with a frown at this. "Dash, okay, you get a free pass," Naruto said after a few moments of thought. This caused Jazz to face plant into the floor in surprise, while Danny, Sam and Tucker burst out laughing at this. "I'm guessing you'd already met that meathead?" Himawari asked with a smirk at this. "Never you mind. Now, you and your friends get to class, okay?" Naruto said, as he chuckled a little at his little sister. "We're not at friend level yet," Himawari said, as she and the others walked towards their next class. "The keyword is yet," Sam said with a smile, as while Himawari put on a tough front, she could tell they were getting to her. "Are you okay with her attacking Dash?" Jazz asked Naruto, as they both went to their own class. "Moreover, I'm okay with her defending herself. I mean, after meeting that guy, I can already tell he started it and is lucky he only got judo flipped," Naruto said. "You're not a fan of bullies, huh?" Jazz asked, as they entered their class. "Well, my bachan says that Uzumakis don't take from anyone, living or dead," Naruto said with a smile at this. Jazz shook her head at this, but lightly chuckled as their class started. Later after school. It was after school and Himawari and the others were leaving, along with the other students. "Ah, sweet freedom from prison," Himawari said with a sigh of relief. "Preach," Tucker said with a nod, as he held up a fist at this. "So Hima, I had a question," Sam said, as they all sat at a table nearby. "What's up?" Himawari asked curiously, as she raised an eyebrow at Sam. "I recall seeing your brother on this show a few weeks back in Dash," Sam was saying, before she was cut off. "Yes, my family are from a long line of spiritual experts. So is this where you mock me? 'Cause if so, just say it now, so that I can shove you through a wall," Himawari said, as her eyes slightly narrowed at this. "Whoa, whoa. No need for that, killer," Tucker said, as he held up his hands in a peaceful manner. "Yeah. I mean, my parents are ghost hunters and I'm seen as a weirdo for it, so I can relate," Danny said, as he shrugged. Yeah, and as you saw, I'm not exactly popular, because of the whole goth/vegan thing, Sam said, as she too shrugged. So relax girl, you're a loser, just like us, Tucker said with a grin. Himawari blinked in surprise at this, before she lightly chuckled as she relaxed. Hey, did you guys ever see any hot chicks as ghosts? Tucker asked with a grin, while Danny and Sam groaned at this. No idea, my brother is the expert, and really? You're moving on from me already? I'm so hurt, Himawari said with heavy sarcasm lacing her words. This got laughs from Danny and Sam, while Tucker looked surprised at this, before he too joined in laughing. Okay, maybe they are not so bad, Himawari thought, as she lightly smiled a bit at her new friends, as they got up to go get something to eat. As they did this, a whisper of smoke came out of Danny's mouth, making him pause. Guys, I need to go. I'll meet you all later at the Nasty Burger, Danny said, before he quickly ran off. What's his deal? Himawari asked Sam and Tucker curiously. Homework/diarrhea, Sam and Tucker said, both saying "why" thought of first, before they looked at each other, with Sam looking at Tucker like he's an idiot. Himawari raised an eyebrow at this, before they heard what sounded like yelling nearby, as what looked like teachers and students were running from what looked like a robotic ghost appeared. It was all black with green circuitry, a red circle on the chest and a green face with red eyes and mouth. Finally. Technus, the master of all technology, will finally, hey. Technus was yelling, before a green blast hit him in the back of the head, making him grab the back of his head, before he turned around, seeing Danny floating in his ghost form. You really have to do this when I am having fun with my friends, Technus? Danny asked, as he held up a glowing hand. Foolish, ghost child. I am the master of technology. I do what I feel like and you will stay out of my way. I. Technus was yelling, before his face started flickering and his words started to stutter. Danny asked curiously. As unseen to him, a barrier formed around the area to keep humans out. Well, this should be easy, considering my barrier not only traps spirits, but it also makes technology shut down, Naruto said, as he walked towards the two ghosts, while cracking his fingers. Who are you? Technus asked, as his body twitched. Naruto Uzumaki, spiritual expert. I'll be sending you back to the afterlife now, Naruto said, as he looked at Technus. Uzumaki? Stay out of this. Technus yelled, as he charged at Naruto and raised his fists up, ready to crush him. Get back. Danny yelled at Naruto, as he knew he wouldn't get to Naruto in time. Naruto sighed at this, before his hands and feet turned into claws, as he grew several fox tails while a pair of fox ears appeared on top of his head. Before in a flash of light, Naruto had run past Technus and his claws were held out, as if he had swung them. A second later, Technus' robot body started to spark, before he fell to pieces, obviously sliced by Naruto's claws. Whoa, Danny said, his eyes widening at this display of speed from Naruto. Naruto then turned to look at Technus' destroyed body and saw what looked like an old man with white hair, green skin, and wearing a lab coat floating out of the destroyed body. Do you have any idea how long it took to gather that tech, you little, ga? Technus was yelling, before Naruto slammed his claws into him, causing what looked like red ruins to appear on Technus. Go back to the afterlife in peace, Naruto said with a firm tone, as a tear in space appeared behind Technus. Technus yelled, as he was back into the afterlife. Danny watched this with a look of shock on his face. Now, as for you, Naruto said, as he turned to look at Danny and held up his claws. Whoa. I was trying to stop him. Danny yelled in a panic, as he waved his hands. Really? Naruto asked, as he raised an eyebrow at this. Yeah, it's kinda my job. I have been dealing with the ghosts causing chaos here for a few months now, Danny said, as he floated down to look at Naruto. Huh. Well, you suck at your job, considering I was sent here to find out what's causing all the high spiritual activity in this town, Naruto said, as he turned back to normal. Wait, someone sent you here? Who? Danny asked curiously. My family, of course. We keep track of spiritual activity and make sure spirits and apparitions who cause the worst kind of chaos get sent back to the afterlife. We tend to leave benevolent spirits alone though, so if you're just trying to help, then I can see letting you go, as long as you stay out of trouble, Naruto said, as he made a hand sign, which lowered the barrier. I wonder if the ghost portal is what got their attention, Danny said, as he mused to himself a bit. Ghost portal? Naruto asked, as he looked at Danny with a firm look. And that's my cue to leave. Later. Danny yelled, before he took off into the sky in a hurry, but not before hitting a tree branch, making him yell in pain, before he turned intangible and kept going. Naruto sighed at this and went to go to his car, but paused, as he spotted a wallet on the ground. Spirits have wallets, he asked, as he picked up said wallet, and after thinking about it, he opened it and took a look at the ID inside for a few moments, before his eyes widened in surprise. Later that night, Dash and Quan pulled up to the locked gate, as the blonde jock pulled out a pair of wire cutters, chopping off the lock. Okay, are you ready? Dash asked his fellow jock. Are you sure about this, dude? Quan asked with a nervous tone, as this mansion gave him the creeps. Are you gonna be a chicken and run away, or do you want to prove to the school we aren't wusses after what happened today? Dash asked Quan, who gave a deep gulp, but nodded as the duo quickly made their way to the abandoned mansion. Dash kicked open the door, carrying a lamp, lighting the room, as they both looked around. Man, what a dump, Dash said, looking around at the dust and cobwebs covering the house. Okay, remember, we look around, we take a few selfies, we leave, Quan said, as he took out his phone. Man, do you actually buy that junk about this place being haunted? Dash asked, when suddenly, they heard a creak and quickly turned in that direction. Oh, a young male voice said, which echoed in the massive room. Who's there? Dash yelled as he looked around for who had spoken. I'm afraid that I can't answer that, the young voice said. Why not? Quan asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Well, it's kinda hard to explain, the young male voice said, as he trailed off nervously. Are you a caretaker or something? Quan asked curiously, as he figured a mansion this size might have one of those. No, the young voice said. Are you a homeless person? Dash asked, deciding to ask questions too. No, not exactly, the young voice said. Are you a burglar? If you are, I'm armed. Quan said, pulling out a baseball bat. Yeah, so come out, or we'll call the cops and have you arrested for trespassing. Dash shouted, only to receive a soft chuckle. Okay. Geez, calm down. So here I come, a voice said, as the two teens looked up to see a white wisp sliding down the grand staircase's railing, before he flew off it and stopped just a few inches in front of them, revealing a small young ghost. Hi, I'm Casper, Casper said, as he waved and smiled, greeting the two bullies. Dash and Quan stood still for a few minutes before they broke out in a loud scream of panic. No, don't scream, otherwise you'll. Casper was saying, with a nervous look and tone. But it was too late, as Casper watched as a mass of darkness, wind and lightning gathered in the center of the staircase, with 9 pairs of eyes opened within it, as it morphed into a giant mass of wispy images roaring in rage, causing both Dash and Quan to scream even louder, before bolting out of the house. And as they ran out, 3 voices were heard crackling in delight, before the door closed behind them. With Naruto. It was the next day and Naruto and Himawari were in Naruto's car, on their way to school. So are you officially friends with Danny and his friends? Naruto asked, as he parked the car in the parking lot. Depends. Are you friends with Jazz, or is her father still giving you the business? Himawari asked with a raised eyebrow. Hey, that blaster wasn't even loaded, at least I hope it wasn't. Anyway, the reason I ask is because I found this, Naruto said, as he held up Danny's wallet. And you want me to return it? Sure, no problem, Himawari said with a shrug, as she took the wallet. I found it after that ghost kid dropped it, before he flew off, after I'd lowered the barrier, after that fight with that tech ghost, Naruto said with a firm tone. Ah. That explains him whispering about a ghost sense, Himawari said with a groan at this, as now that she thought about it, Danny was a dead ringer for that ghost kid. Wait, you didn't mention this before? Naruto asked, as Himawari got out of the car. This is your job, not mine, Himawari said with a shrug, as she slammed the car door shut, before walking away. Well, I could hire you as my assistant, Naruto said, as he got out and followed after her, after locking his car. Oh, please. Like I need the headache. I want some kind of life outside of this crap, unlike you, Himawari said with a scoff. Hey, I have a life outside of this, Naruto said with a frown. Sure you do. Join an after-school activity and make a friend first, Himawari said with a scoff, as she walked towards the school. Hey, Jazz counts as a friend, Naruto said with an annoyed tone, as he watched his sister enter the school. After my dad threatened you with that blaster? You're either stubborn or have a thick head, Jazz said, as she announced her presence behind Naruto. A bit of both. Are we still on to study after school? Naruto said with a sheepish chuckle at this, getting a chuckle from Jazz. Ah, Mr. Uzumaki, there you are. I was looking for you, Mr. Lancer said to Naruto, getting his attention, as he approached the two teens. Please tell me this isn't about my sister, Naruto said with a groan, as he knew that while here, he was her legal guardian. Not right now, Mr. Uzumaki, though we will be talking about the table she broke during her encounter with Mr. Baxter later, Mr. Lancer said with a firm tone. Naruto groaned at this, as he should have known this would get back to Lancer. Anyway, I wanted to tell you that at the recent parent-teacher meeting, it was decided that all students are required to have at least one extracurricular activity. So you and your sister will be needing to sign up for one within a week, or I'll have to pick for you. I do believe the book club has openings, Lancer said, as he walked away from Naruto. Naruto groaned at this, as while he wasn't against reading, he knew asking Himawari to join a club like that was asking for trouble. Any ideas what Himawari would like in an activity? Jazz asked curiously, as she and Naruto approached the school to go to their first class. I have no idea, she mostly keeps to herself when not reading or playing her games, Naruto said, as he shook his head at this. With Himawari. Meanwhile with Himawari, she was approaching her locker, but before she got to it, she noticed Tucker nearby who was being harassed by Dash and Quan, the blonde of the duo having the tech teen against his locker. Seeing as I'm still a laughing stock after yesterday, we're gonna take it out of your hide, Foley, Dash said, as he held Tucker by the front of his shirt. Hey, I didn't tell you and Quan to go snooping around Whipstaff Manor, Tucker said with a nervous look on his face. So it was you who told everyone about that, you loser, gah. Dash was growling, before the back of his head was grabbed and then slammed against the locker, causing him to drop Tucker. I'm really getting tired of correcting you, meathead, Himawari said, as she grabbed Dash's wrist and put him in a hold, while keeping his head against the locker. Hey, let him go you. Dash, Quan was saying, as he approached Himawari from behind, before Himawari spun around, throwing Dash into Quan and sending them both to the floor. There, I let him go. Now leave us alone, or I'm gonna send you to the nurse or worse, Himawari said, as she crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes at the two bullies. If you think I'm not above hurting a chick, then you're in for a surprise, Uzumaki, Dash growled out, as he stood up and glared at Himawari. The only thing that surprises me is that you can complete a full sentence. Now, if you excuse me, we have a class, Himawari said, as she shoved past Dash and Quan, while dragging Tucker behind her into a classroom, before she slammed the door shut behind her. Oi, don't walk away from me, you little Dash, Dash was saying as he went to follow the younger Uzumaki, before he froze, as he saw in a reflection on the window an image of Beetlejuice, looking back at him and Quan. "Hey, how are ya?" Beetlejuice asked with a mad grin, which showed off his green teeth that had some bugs in them. "Gah!" the two bullies yelled, before they ran away from the door like bats out of. "We're chasing them." In class with Himawari. Seeing as they were early for class, Himawari and Tucker sat down in their seats. Thanks for the save Hima," Tucker said, as he sat down. "No problem, but you should probably grow a spine," Himawari said, as she looked at Tucker. "I would, but they are popular and if I retaliate Tucker was saying, before being cut off. "So what? You still have more self-worth than them, so man up," Himawari said, as she opened up her backpack and started to go through it, and after a few moments, Himawari spotted Danny and Sam approaching them to sit next to them. "Here, you dropped this, fly boy," Himawari said, as she tossed him his wallet. I have no idea what you're talking about," Danny stuttered out, as he caught his wallet. "Oh, don't bother. My brother found your wallet, after you dropped it as your alter ego," Himawari said with a scoff. "Oh geez, he knows too," Tucker said, as he winced a bit at this. "He's not gonna send him back to the ghost zone, is he?" Sam asked, as she sat down. "Pfft, ghost zone? That's what you call it?" Himawari asked with a scoff. "Well, what do your family call it?" Tucker asked, as he figured that Himawari's family would have a term for the ghost zone. "The afterlife, of course. Though depending on what part of the afterlife you're talking about. It can go by different terms," Himawari said, as she shrugged slightly. "Such as?" Sam asked with a raised eyebrow. "Later, as I'm more curious how you ended up with your little gift. I'm gonna guess you weren't born with them, like most people in my family business is," Himawari said, as she looked at Danny. "Explain later, class is starting," Sam said, as the bell rang, as the class started to fill with other students and the teacher. "Fine with me. But FYI, you're not on my brother's hit list, seeing as you're human and not evil. So take a breath, for crying out loud," Himawari said, as she took out her school book, referring to how Danny looked really nervous, now that he knew she and her brother knew about his secret. Danny sighed in relief at this, as he, Sam and Tucker took out their own books for class. At lunch. Later at lunch, Himawari and her friends sat at their table, eating their lunch while talking. "Okay, so let me get this straight. You were messing around with something in your parents' lab and ended up getting ghost powers?" Himawari asked, raising an eyebrow at this. "Yeah, pretty much," Sam said, as she nodded at this along with Tucker. "Is this normal in your edge of the woods?" Danny asked curiously, as he was curious if Himawari's family had encountered this kind of thing before in their history with the paranormal. Oddly enough, no. Most people our family have encountered, who have powers, were born with them, not falling ass backwards into them, Himawari said, as she shook her head at this. "Oh, what about witches? Have you seen any of them?" Tucker asked with a grin. "No idea. I only know a bit of our family's history, as I don't really give a," Himawari said with a shrug. "Ah, so you're not looking to join the family business?" Tucker asked curiously. "Nope, not really. It's more my brother's job," Himawari said, as she jerked a thumb at a nearby table, where Naruto and Jazz were sitting. "So, you're not a fan of ghosts?" Sam asked curiously. "Nah, I don't really care either way. I just don't go looking for trouble," Himawari said, as she shrugged again. "So what exactly is your brother's job?" Danny whispered quietly, as he figured that he should keep this on the down low. "Oh, my ears are burning," Naruto said, as he announced his presence behind the teens. "Gah!" Danny yelled in surprise at this. "Really? Ghost powers and you get scared easily?" Himawari asked with a raised eyebrow at Danny. "So you had questions?" Naruto asked, as he sat down at their table. "Yeah. What exactly is your job? Tucker asked, as he looked at Naruto curiously. Yeah. Danny said something about you sending ghosts back to the ghost zone, but that can't be all you do, Sam said, as she looked at Naruto. Well, basically our family has been dealing with spirits and apparitions, and our job has two parts, Naruto said, as he held up two fingers. 1. Sending the chaotic ones back to the afterlife, Danny said, as he remembered what happened with the lunch lady and Technus. Right. And the second part of our job is to comfort the spirits of the dead, until they pass on to the great beyond, Naruto said, as he held up two fingers again. Wait, the great beyond? Danny asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Okay, lesson time, Naruto said, as he took out a pad of paper and started drawing on it, making what looked like a makeshift map of what looked like purple doors and stairs with green windows and rocky caverns. Whoa, what's that? Tucker asked, as he looked at the map Naruto had drawn. It's the afterlife, or what some of the spirits and apparitions have described it as to the mediums back home, seeing as none of us have ever actually been there, Naruto said. Get to the point already, bro, Himawari said with a bored tone of voice. Right. Okay, so the afterlife is made up of two sections. One is for the spirits of the dead, who are either waiting for their assigned haunting ground or working in the afterlife. And the other section is for the natives of the afterlife, Naruto said, as he pointed out a certain section of the map. Whoa, time out. The natives? Tucker asked. Yeah, we call them apparitions. They are supernatural beings that can be created from emotions in high psychic activity. And they can also be your beings from folklore, like Naruto was saying, before he was cut off. Okay, we get it, bro. You deal with power-hungry morons and play therapist, and in the worst-case scenario both, Himawari said with a tone of complete boredom. Hey, this is actually interesting, Hima. We actually don't know a lot about this stuff, Tucker said, as he frowned a bit at this. Look, I really don't want to talk about this crap, so can we please change the subject? Himawari asked with an annoyed tone of voice. Okay then, have you found an after-school activity? Naruto asked, as he looked at his sister. This got a look of surprise from Himawari, as she hadn't been expecting this. Oh yeah, I had heard that Lancer was making it mandatory for all students to have an after-school activity now, Sam said with a sigh. And if you don't choose one yourself, he'll choose one for you, Danny said with a nod. Pro tip, don't let him pick one, he's a big fan of the book club, which he is in charge of, Tucker said, as he took a bite of his burger. Great, just what I need, Himawari said with a groan. Well, you could either join the cheer squad Naruto was saying, before he was cut off. Nope, hard pass, Himawari said, as her eyes narrowed at this suggestion. Yeah, we don't need to bury some bodies, as fun as that would be, Sam said as she pointed at Paulina's table, where said teen was wearing a cheerleader uniform, along with Star. Oh, please tell me that we can start our own club or something, Himawari said, as she really didn't want to join any regular after-school club. Are you looking to start your own club? Jazz asked, as she approached them. Yeah, sis wants to avoid Lancer's book club and any of the popular kids, Naruto said with a sigh at his sister. Well, you will need two things to do that. First, you need at least 4 members to be an official club, Jazz said, as she looked at them. We've already got that, Danny said as he, Sam and Tucker nodded in agreement, as they too didn't want to deal with the popular kids in the other clubs. And what's the second thing? Naruto asked curiously. You need either a teacher or a senior student to oversee the club, Jazz said, as she remembered the rules. This caused Himawari to look at Naruto with a smirk. What? Naruto asked his sister, as he saw her looking at him. Himawari said nothing, as she nodded her head at Danny, Sam and Tucker, who also smirked, as they realized what she was thinking. Naruto looked from Himawari to the other 3 a few times, before his eyes widened in realization. Oh geez, he said, as he knew that he was cornered. Well, you need an after-school activity, Jazz said with a chuckle at this. Okay, fine. But I'm not doing this, if you guys don't actually have an idea for what this club actually is, Naruto said, as he looked at the freshman with firm looks, showing that he wouldn't budge on this. Well, this school doesn't have an esports team, Himawari said with a slight smile. You just got so much hotter, Tucker said with a grin at this. Really, dude? Her brother is right there, Danny said with a flat tone, as he jerked a thumb at Naruto, while looking at his best friend. Oh, he's fine. I find this hilarious, though I would suggest pulling back. Uzumaki women tend to scar the desperate, both mentally and literally, Naruto said with a chuckle, as his sister made a killing gesture at him. Tucker balked at this reveal, while Danny and Sam laughed at this reaction from him. Anyways, nice try sis, but an esports team isn't happening. Though if you're looking for an after-school activity, I do have a suggestion, Naruto said as he shook his head at his sister, as she lightly scowled in defeat. What are you thinking? Jazz asked curiously. Naruto hesitated at this for a moment, as he knew he had to choose his next words wisely, seeing as he had a feeling that Jazz didn't know about Danny's powers and fighting ghosts. Well, let's hear it bro, or is that old take about Uzumaki males and redheads true? Himawari asked with a slight smirk. Naruto sputtered at this before he glared at Himawari. Wait, what is she talking about? Sam asked curiously. Ignore her. Anyway, I'm thinking that seeing as this town has some history with spirits and possibly apparitions, I'm thinking we could start a club that could document any reports of supernatural activity, Naruto said, as he gave Danny a look who after a few moments nodded, as he figured he was hinting at helping him with his powers. What, you mean like your family's job? Tucker asked with a grin. Hey, I'm not playing therapist for ghosts, Himawari said with a scoff at this. You guys don't actually think that stuff exists, do you? Jazz asked, as she raised an eyebrow at this. Where have you been, Red? From what I heard, that lunch lady ghost has attacked the school before we moved here, same with that moron with all the tech, Himawari asked, as she looked at Jazz with a cocked eyebrow. Yeah, but there has to be reasonable explanations for Jazz was saying, before she was cut off. Okay, like what exactly? Naruto asked her curiously. Yeah, plus Dash and Quan were yelling to the other popular kids about them getting harassed by a ghost too, Sam said, as she and Danny nodded in agreement. Jazz said nothing to this, but frowned, as she thought to herself. What, are you afraid that your parents are right? Himawari asked, as she raised an eyebrow at this, as she had heard that almost everyone in town thought the Fentons were nuts. You don't know anything. Jazz yelled out, as she slammed her hands on the table, before she got up and left the table. I think that you touched a nerve, Sam said, as they all watched Jazz leave. It's a gift, Himawari said, as she shrugged a bit. Naruto rolled his eyes at his sister's words, before he got up and went after Jazz, and after he left the cafeteria, he spotted Jazz at her locker. Do you want to talk about it? Naruto asked, as he approached Jazz. Why? Jazz asked, as she looked at Naruto, raising an eyebrow at the blonde. Well, I'm a good listener and have been known to give good advice back home, Naruto said with a smile, as he thought about how he had helped several spirits and apparitions back home. Jazz sighed at this, before she thought about this for a bit. I'm just worried that if my parents are right that ghosts are real and if I accept it, then I'll end up becoming obsessed with ghosts and being a weirdo like them, she said. Well, while I can understand you being embarrassed by your parents, sometimes they don't seem that bad. I mean, they obviously care about you and your brother, so you being like them just seems like a good thing to me, Naruto said. And how is that a good thing? Jazz asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, they are obviously smart enough to make their own tech, and if your grades are anything to go by, you obviously have their brains, Naruto said with a shrug. Jazz said nothing to this, as she knew that was a good point. Plus, even if they are right, that doesn't take away the fact that you are your own person. If you want to not be involved with ghosts, then that's fine, if you do, then that's fine too. You're still Jazz Fenton either way, Naruto said. Jazz's eyes widened at this. People are always gonna be afraid of why don't understand, and they are always gonna say things about you either way. So in my eyes, you may as well just live how you want and ignore anyone who says something about you, Naruto said, as he smiled a bit at Jazz, seeing that he was getting through to her. You know, you'd be a good psychologist, Jazz said with a grin. Well, I'm no expert. I'm just capable of listening and spending a lot of time thinking to myself, Naruto said, as he rubbed the back of his head. You know, I was hoping to become a psychologist. I should probably take tips from you, if you're this good with listening, Jazz said, as her smile got bigger. I'm glad that I could help. Now, let's get back to the others, before sis ends up getting into it with someone, Naruto said, as he led the way back to the cafeteria. Naruto. Hima just slugged a guy from the local news who was asking her questions about you. Tucker yelled as he ran out of the cafeteria to come get him. Too late, Jazz said with a sigh at this. As Naruto quickly ran into the cafeteria to break up the fight. Whipstaff Manor. It was a regular night at the haunted manor on the outskirts of Amity Park, and inside one of the rooms, sitting in front of the TV, was the same ghost who had greeted Dash and Quan, before they had been scared off. This was Casper. Currently, the ghost was boredly flipping through channels, after the bad day he had had, as the new owner of the mansion had been sending people inside the mansion to try and make him and his uncles leave, and Casper was just depressed over the fact that all his attempts to make friends with anyone that had been sent had failed. As he changed the channel, he stopped, as he saw what looked like a local news story. And in local news, a special interest story. It would seem that we have a new arrival in town, who is also a supposed expert on the supernatural / the anchorwoman said with a chuckle, as she read her notes. Well, from what I'm reading, his family is at least more legitimate than the Fenton / the anchorman said. Indeed. Now, according to several anonymous tips, one Naruto Uzumaki has moved to town along with his little sister, and they both come from a long line of experts in the supernatural, dealing with spirits and apparitions / the anchorwoman said, as a picture of Naruto appeared on the screen. Wait, there's a difference, / the anchorman asked curiously. Anyway, we have an interview, as one of our men on the street was able to get with Mr. Uzumaki's little sister, Himawari / the anchorwoman said, as the footage switched to an image of Himawari, Danny, Sam and Tucker leaving the cafeteria to go outside to get some fresh air. Casper smiled upon seeing this, as he liked watching teens at the school, as he had died when he was a teen sadly, and part of him still wished to have that experience. Excuse me, Miss Uzumaki, is it true that you're from a family of ghost hunters, / a man's voice asked, as the camera got close to Himawari. Oh, for crying out loud. Who the got the word out to you parasites? I have only been here a few days, / Himawari yelled out. Ha, payback is a bitch Uzumaki, / Paulina was heard yelling off screen, before laughter was heard. And so are you, beep, / Himawari yelled, as she looked to the side, getting looks of shock from her friends and the other students. Look, Miss Uzumaki, can't you just talk to us, / the man's voice asked. I'm not interested in talking to you. And tell your little lackey to get that camera out of my face / Himawari said, as she looked at the camera with an annoyed look. What about the rumors that your parents were killed, because of this so-called job that your family / the man was saying, before being cut off. That's it, / Himawari yelled, before she slugged the camera, cracking the lenses and sending it flying, while yelling was heard, before the footage switched back to the anchorman and the anchorwoman. Well, despite the youngest one being a bit of a hothead, it would seem we at least have more legitimate experts in town now, if what reports from Japan we have gotten are true / the anchorman said with a sheepish chuckle at the footage. Seeing this, Casper smiled, as if there were now actual experts in town, they most likely weren't likely to be afraid of him. Kara-jin, he said, referring to the new owner of Whipstaff, before he turned invisible and flew off out of the window. In town. Meanwhile, in town inside a local motel room, an older woman with short blonde hair in a bathrobe was sitting on her bed, while on the phone. This was Catherine Kerrigan, the new owner of Whipstaff Manor. Those guys in New York want how much to come all the way out here? I thought you were supposed to be a negotiator, Dibs. Kerrigan yelled into her phone. Hey, I'm a lawyer, not a miracle worker, and these guys are the best of the best. That's expensive, / a man's voice could be heard saying. This was Paul Dibs Plutzker. As this conversation was happening, an invisible Casper flew into the room and flew into the nearby TV, which turned itself on, showing the news report about Naruto. Hearing this, Kerrigan turned to look at the report, and after watching it for a bit, she smiled. Kerrigan? Are you still there? / Dibs asked, as he expected his client to respond to him by now. Yes, I'm still here. You can tell Spengler to forget it. Now look into this Uzumaki kid who moved into town recently, Kerrigan said with a confident grin at the news report she had just seen. With Naruto. It was the next day and Naruto was browsing on his phone, as he prepared breakfast for him and his sister, who would be downstairs soon to go to school. He then winced slightly, as he looked over the message he had gotten from Tsunade, as apparently the cameraman and reporter Himawari had gotten in contact with their family back in Japan, and obviously, Tsunade wasn't happy. As he looked over the message, Himawari made her way downstairs with her backpack and was making her way towards the door. Freeze, Naruto said, as he put away his phone and looked at his sister. Ah crap, Himawari said with a scowl, at her attempt to leave without being noticed having failed. What do you have to say about what happened? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow, as she crossed his arms. Same as when it happened. That asshole had it coming, Himawari said with a cold tone of voice. Sis, this isn't a game. They didn't even insult mom and Naruto was saying, before he was cut off, as Himawari slammed her fist on the counter. You want to talk to me about them? After what happened? Himawari said with a scowl as her eyes narrowed. Naruto hesitated at this, as he knew this was a sore subject. If you want to talk about them, then find a way to get in contact with them. Otherwise, I don't want to hear it, Himawari said with a cold tone, as she turned to the door to leave. Sis, wait. We still need to Naruto was saying, as he followed his sister outside but stopped, as he saw a man with curly black hair in a suit at the door. This was Paul Plutzker, or as some people called him, Dibs. Naruto Uzumaki, the man asked as he approached him, while Himawari walked past him, uninterested. Who's asking? Naruto asked the man. My name is Paul Plutzker and I'm a lawyer representing Paul was saying, before being cut off. That jackal sent a lawyer? I only took one swing at him, before Danny and Sam grabbed me, Himawari said with a scoff, as she waited near the car. Sis, why don't you walk with Danny and the others today? Naruto asked, as he gave his sister a look, while pointing at Danny, who was leaving his home along with Sam and Tucker. Himawari shrugged at this, as she walked across the street to follow after her friends. Look, if you're representing that guy from the media, then take it to my family in Japan. Now, if you excuse me, I have school, Naruto said, as he turned to look at Dibs, while Jazz walked over, so that Naruto could give her a ride to school. Oh no, I'm not his lawyer. No, my client is interested in hiring you to help her with some spirits that are inhabiting a manor she has recently come into possession of, Dibs said, as he shook his head. Wait, you mean Whipstaff Manor? Jazz asked, as that was the only manor of note in or near the town. Indeed, Dibs said, as he nodded at this. Hey, why are you asking him for help? Why not ask us, as we're ghost experts too, Jack said with a frown, as he walked over with Maddie running after him, to stop him from threatening Naruto again. My client, Miss Kerrigan, has been looking into ghost experts and was happy to find out that Mr. Uzumaki's family has history in dealing with this kind of thing, Dibs said with a professional tone. What kind of spirits are we talking about here? Naruto asked curiously, as he knew if he was going to be asked to do a job, then he should at least look into it. Well, from what we have been dealing with so far, they are very malevolent and have been scaring people we have sent into the manor, including a priest and a construction crew. We were about to call in some experts from New York, before my client found out about you being in town, Dibs explained. You were gonna hire those show-offs? Jack yelled angrily, before Maddie grabbed his arm. Jack! Stand down now, Maddie said with a scowl. Jack crossed his arms at this, while grumbling under his breath. Anyway, my client is willing to pay you, if you can remove the ghosts from her house, Mr. Uzumaki, Dibs said, as he looked at Naruto. Naruto said, as he rubbed his chin in thought for a few moments. Well, Mr. Uzumaki? Dibs asked, hoping that he would have good news for his boss. If I'm gonna do this, I'm going to have to take a look at the mansion in question and actually meet these spirits first, Naruto said calmly. Wait, meet them? Dibs asked in shock. Why would you want to meet them? Jack asked in confusion along with Maddie, who also looked confused. My family don't just exorcise all ghosts, we deal with spirits who have ill intent. If they just want to be left alone, then we mostly just leave them alone. So I will have to take a look and see what we are dealing with first, Naruto said with a firm tone. Very well. Then feel free to take a look at the manor at your leisure and get back to me. My client is looking to sell the manor right away, so she is very interested in having you remove the spirits, Mr. Uzumaki, Dibs said, as he reached into his pocket and took out a business card, which he held out to Naruto. Naruto nodded at this, as he took the card, before he walked towards his car, where Jazz was waiting. So what's the plan? Jazz asked, as she got into the passenger seat. No idea. I didn't expect to get hired to help with some exorcism job, Naruto said, as he started the car. Well, if you're actually gonna go take a look at Whipstaff Manor, then it would probably be a good idea to make this part of the new paranormal investigation club that you're now in charge of, Jazz said, as she took out some paperwork. Wait, Lancer approved that? Naruto asked, as he drove the car. Oh, it took some convincing, but after I told him it would keep your little sister away from the jocks after Paulina outed your family to the local news, he jumped at the chance to avoid another fight, Jazz said, as she put the paperwork away. Great, just what I need. Now I need to convince her to come help with this, Naruto said, as he sighed at this. Well, what does she hate more? Your family business or the popular crowd? Jazz asked curiously. Naruto groaned at this, as he slammed his head on the wheel, as they stopped at a stoplight. Well, I'll be there to help you with the club, at least, Jazz said with a small grin, as she patted Naruto on the shoulder to comfort him. Sometime later with Himawari. Later after school, Himawari was sitting in an empty storage room, along with Danny, Sam and Tucker. So your sister said to meet us here for the first meeting of the new school club? Himawari asked Danny. Yeah. She said her and Naruto already have an activity already set up for our first meeting, Sam said with a shrug. Did we even decide on what this club even is? I mean, we still have a week left to decide, Himawari said, as she raised an eyebrow inquisitively. Well, from what Jazz was saying, it involves that old manor on the hill, Danny said, as he pointed out the window at said mansion on the hill. Himawari thought about this for a moment, before she remembered what Naruto said about that mansion being rumored to be haunted, which caused her eyes to narrow and her to crush her pencil in her hand. Okay you guys, welcome to the first meeting of the paranormal investigation Jazz was saying, before she was cut off. Duck! Naruto yelled, as he grabbed Jazz and pulled her out of the way by tackling her to the ground, as a book was thrown at her by Himawari. I didn't sign up for this crap. I'm so out of here. Himawari yelled, as she stood up to leave. You're not going anywhere, sis," Naruto said, as he looked up at his sister. "Oh, go back to your girl," Himawari yelled, as she made a beeline for the door. "My what?" Naruto was saying, as he looked down at Jazz, who he was effectively on top of, before he blushed along with her, and they both quickly separated and stood up, with both of their faces blushing bright red. "Shame, shame," Danny said with a snicker at this, along with Tucker. "Sis, it's either doing this or being with the popular kids," Naruto said, as he ignored the other teens. "Well, there is also Lancer's book club," Sam said, getting shudders from Danny and Tucker. "Point made," Himawari said, before she sat down, as she had classes with Lancer and she could barely put up with him during class. "Good. Now, for our first club outing, we're going to head out to Whipstaff Manor and take a look," Naruto said with a grin, as he clapped his hands together before rubbing them. "Does this have anything to do with that suit showing up this morning?" Himawari asked, as she held up her hand. "Yes, it does. We are going to take a look and see what kind of spirits are haunting the manor," Naruto said, as he nodded at his sister. "Okay, so let's pack up and head off to Whipstaff. I already called your parents and told them about this, so they don't worry," Jazz said to everyone. "I'm hoping that it'll be hot girl ghosts," Tucker said with a grin, as they all headed out the door. "Don't make me get the hose," Himawari said with a groan at this. "Are you coming too, sis?" Danny asked Jazz curiously, as they all walked out to the parking lot and approached Naruto's car. "Indeed I am. Mr. Lancer asked me to help Naruto run this club. Plus, after talking to Naruto about his family's job, I find it fascinating that they are pretty much therapists for spirits," Jazz said with a smile, as she sat in the passenger seat of Naruto's car. "Oh great, now you have a sidekick who can help you give psyche exams," Himawari said with a groan, as she and the other teens got into the back of Naruto's car. "Well, a therapist for spirits can help with this job a lot," Naruto said, as he smiled at Jazz in gratitude, as he started the car. Jazz smiled back at Naruto upon hearing this, as Naruto drove the car out of the school area. A little later, the sun was starting to set, as the group got out of Naruto's car, after he parked in front of Whipstaff Manor. "Wow, this place looks way cooler up close," Tucker said, as he looked at the outside of the manor and took some pictures with his phone. "It's not bad," Sam said with a nod of agreement. "How old is this place anyway?" Danny asked, as he looked at the outside of the manor curiously. "I'd say at least 100 years, give or take," Naruto said, as he had seen a lot of haunted areas while doing his family's job and he was pretty good at being able to tell how old a place was. "Come on, let's just get this over with," Himawari said with a bored tone of voice, as she walked up the front stairs towards the mansion. Naruto sighed at this, as the other younger teens ran after Himawari to catch up with her, while Jazz stayed with him. Inside Whipstaff. Inside the mansion, everyone walked into the main hall of the mansion, where there was a spiraling staircase leading upstairs. "So, where do we start first?" Danny asked Naruto curiously. "Well, first we need to find the basement and turn on the power, so that we're not going in blind," Naruto said, as he saw that this place obviously had lights. He just had to turn on the power first. "You go on ahead. I'm gonna take a look around, so I can get back home and get some gaming done," Himawari said, as she took out her phone and started using it as a flashlight, as she started to walk upstairs. "Hey, we shouldn't split up. That's basic haunted house rule number 1", Tucker called out. "Oh? And what's rule 2? Sam asked with a smirk. "The black guy doesn't go alone, especially when they're a genius." "Speaking of which, I'm sticking with you, Danny," Tucker said, as he looked at his friend. "I'll stay with you, Naruto," Jazz said, as she followed Naruto, who was heading for a door that led down to the basement. Naruto nodded at this, as he led the way downstairs. As everyone split up, unknown to them, they were all being watched. A room upstairs. In a room upstairs, Casper was sticking his head through the floor to spy on the new visitors, before he suddenly pulled his head out of the floor. Oh my gosh, it actually worked. Kerrigan actually hired a real expert and he brought some other teens. What if they like me? What if they don't and try to send me to that limbo place? Casper said, as his mind started going a mile a minute. Before he could think anymore, the lights in the room turned on, surprising him, but before he could react to this, the window opened up and he heard some cackling outside. Oh no, they're back early, Casper said in worry, as he quickly flew outside to the porch right as what looked like a tornado was approaching, but as it entered the patio it soon stopped, revealing 3 more ghosts. The 3 ghosts were all dark blue, with one quite thin and tall, the other was quite fat while the third was a little fat and had a large nose. These were Stretch, Fatso and Stinky, Casper's uncles. Man, those ponies really love it, when we go down to see the races, Stretch said with a grin at his fellow ghosts. Here Flicka. Graga. Fatso said, as he pretended to be talking to a horse, before he shouted a scare, before he and his fellow ghosts laughed loudly at this. Hey guys. Did you have fun? Casper asked, as he flew over to greet his uncles. Hey, it's Casper. Now, on a scale of 10 being fun and 1 being you, yeah we had fun, Stinky said to his nephew, as he blew out some rancid breath at him, before he laughed along with his brothers. Hey, why aren't you inside doing your chores? Stretch asked, as he flew over to Casper with a look of annoyance. Yeah, I'm starving. Just look at me, I'm wasting away. Fatso said, as he shook his belly for emphasis, before he and his brothers laughed. Okay, how about you wait out here and tonight we dine al fresco, Casper said with a nod and a smile. Oh, sounds great. What's that? Fatso said with a smile before he looked at his brothers, slightly confused at the words his nephew used. Hey, you wouldn't be trying to keep us out of the house, would ya? Stretch asked, as he approached Casper, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. No. No, Casper said quickly, as he shook his head at this. I can see right through that bulbous little head of yours, Stretch said, as he put his arm through Casper's head, before running the top of his head and pulling his arm away. I just thought it was such a lovely night, that we could dine under the harvest moon, Casper said with a smile at his uncles. Stretch, Fatso and Stinky all smirked at this, before Stretch grabbed a hold of Casper's head with one hand, before he grabbed his tail with the other and played him like an accordion. Starlight. Under the harvest moon. Under the sky, the trio sang badly for a bit, before Stretch pulled Casper's tail back and aimed him at the sky, before letting him go, sending him flying into the night sky. Bye-bye, the ghostly trio laughed, before they all flew into the house, before Stretch held out his arms, stopping his brothers. Hey Fatso, do you smell something? Stretch asked, as he sniffed the air for a moment. Fatso also gave a few sniffs at this, before he narrowed his eyes. Yeah, I do, he said with a nod, as he looked at Stinky, who smiled sheepishly at this. No, I mean other than him, Stretch said, as he shook his head. I said that we shouldn't split up. Tucker was heard yelling from inside the mansion. This caused the ghostly trio to smile evilly, before they flew off. Earlier with Naruto. A little earlier with Naruto and Jazz, they were making their way out of the basement, which was a little difficult, as it was covered in cobwebs. I hate spiders, Jazz said with a shudder, as she brushed the cobwebs off herself and made sure that no spiders were crawling on her. If spiders scare you, then how are you gonna react when the ghosts here try scaring you? Naruto asked, as he helped clear the way of some webs with a broomstick that was lying nearby, while giving Jazz a teasing grin. Oh stop. Come on, we should get back to the others, before they encounter something dangerous, Jazz said, as she rolled her eyes at her fellow teen. They should be fine. From what I'm seeing so far, the ghosts here are a rank E or D, so Danny can handle whatever they throw at him easily, Naruto said, as he put down the broom now that the way was clear of webs. Huh? And how is Danny qualified to handle this? He isn't even into this stuff, like my parents are, Jazz said, as she raised her eyebrow at Naruto. Naruto paused at this, before he mentally cursed himself, as he had thought that Danny had at least told Jazz about his powers. Gahahahaha. Way to go, brat, a voice in Naruto's mind said, before it started to cackle madly. Before Naruto could answer, the two teens heard yelling coming from upstairs, so they both quickly ran upstairs, with Naruto leading the way. With Tucker. Meanwhile with Tucker, he was on his own with his phone, which he was using as a flashlight, as he looked through a room on his own, while some of the others took some other rooms nearby. I told you that we will be nearby, so calm the down and man up. Himawari yelled from down the hall, as she climbed up a set of stairs to go up into the attic, while Danny and Sam took other rooms. I swear, if you weren't a 10, I would. Tucker grumbled under his breath, as he entered the room. What was that? Himawari yelled down the stairs. Tucker called you a 10. That's pretty impressive, considering the last girl he called that was Paulina, Sam said with a chuckle, as she chose a room and went inside. Flattery is the tool of the desperate. Nice try though, Himawari said after some silence, before she entered the attic properly. Tucker made a mocking face at this, while he went into a room, as Danny lightly chuckled at his friend, as he went into his own room. As Tucker looked around the room he chose, he saw that it was a big bedroom that had 3 beds. More specifically, they had the names of the ghostly trio carved into the wood above the beds. Stretch, Fatso, and Stinky. Wow, they had cruel parents, Tucker said, as he lightly chuckled at this. As he did this, a gust of wind blew past him a bit, making him jump in surprise a bit and point his phone/flashlight at the other end of the room, before he saw there was nothing there. Okay Tuck, calm down. You can handle this, you have seen worse, Tucker said, as he calmed himself down. Oh, can you? The ghostly trio all said behind him. This caused Tucker to quickly turn around, just as the ghostly trio flew at him and stopped in his face and roared, while making demonic faces, complete with glowing red eyes and fangs. This caused Tucker to yell in surprise, before he fainted and fell to the ground. Ahahahahahahaha, the trio of ghosts cackled, as they turned back to normal and laughed at Tucker while pointing at him. With Himawari. Meanwhile with Himawari, she was looking through the attic and stopped, as she found what looked like some boxes of old toys. These must belong to the kid whose dad funded the high school and had it named after him, Himawari said, as she pulled out a hand mold and saw a name carved into it. Casper, That's a unique name, Hima. Beetlejuice asked, as he appeared in the reflection of the blades of a hanging sled on the wall. You still have the most unique name, Himawari said, as she put down the hand mold. Before Beetlejuice could respond, they heard some yelling downstairs, along with some cackling. It sounds like that Urkel-looking kid drew the short straw, Beetlejuice said, as he changed his appearance to look like Steve Urkel for emphasis. Oh please, he's not that annoying, Himawari said with a roll of her eyes, as she went to go downstairs. Oh really? Beetlejuice asked with a raised eyebrow, as he changed his clothes back to normal and raised an eyebrow at this, before he vanished from the reflection of the sled's blades. With Danny. Danny and Sam ran out of the room they were searching after hearing Tucker yell out. As they looked around for their friend, they saw him come out of a bathroom, yelling in a panic. Whoa Tucker, calm, hey. Sam was saying as she approached her friend, before Fatso flew at her and slammed into her from the side, as he sent her into a closet and closed it behind her. Hey boys, we have a closet case here. Fatso said with a grin, as he locked the closet door. Hey! Let her out of there. Danny yelled, as he glared at the ghost. Oh, the fleshy has an attitude. What are you gonna do? Fatso asked, as he turned to look at Danny and looked at him with a sneer and a mocking tone before laughing at him. Danny glared at this, before he transformed into his ghost form. I'm gonna do this, he yelled, as he charged an ectoplasmic blast in his palms and fired it at Fatso. Fatso yelled out in shock, as he was blasted and sent flying down the hall, before Danny flew after him. With Naruto. Meanwhile with Naruto, he and Jazz were in the main hall of the mansion, and were making their way up the stairs to try and help the others. As they made it to the top of the stairs, they saw Fatso being sent flying into the main hall, with Danny flying after him, his hands glowing green. Danny? Jazz asked, surprised at seeing her little brother as he attacked a ghost. I'm sorry, do I know you? Danny asked with a nervous tone, as he tried to play it off that he didn't know Jazz. Save it, Danny. I may have accidentally outed you. But in my defense, you didn't exactly tell me you kept this a secret, Naruto said with a sheepish grin, as he rubbed the back of his head. Before Danny could respond to this, he spotted Tucker, who was backing up backwards towards the top of the stairs where Naruto and Jazz were. The reason being, that the carpet in front of Tucker had a big bump in front of him, which was coming at him at a fast pace. And when it came close, Stinky flew out from under the carpet. Smellogram. Stinky yelled with a smile and a salute, before he blew out some green breath from his mouth at Tucker, which caused him to yell, as he was sent flying into Naruto and Jazz, causing him to fall to the floor and grab the carpet on the stairs, before he started to fall down the stairs, while rolling himself up in the carpet. Thankfully, Naruto and Jazz had been able to avoid this, thanks to the blonde quickly scooping Jazz into his arms and jumping onto the stair railing, before jumping down to the floor below. Are you okay? Naruto asked Jazz, after he landed on the ground and looked at her. Why yeah, Jazz said as she blushed, before she quickly nodded and composed herself, as Naruto put her down. Sushi anyone? Stinky yelled with a laugh, as Tucker rolled down the stairs, yelling in a panic. Bros! Get this fleshy off me. He has one foot in the grave or something. Fatso yelled out, as Danny blasted him in the ass, as he flew to his brother. Hey, has anyone seen Himawari or Sam recently? Naruto asked, as he looked around. Earlier with Casper, he was flying back into the mansion and stopped, as he saw that the closest door was shaking. Let me out. Sam yelled from the other side of the door. Hearing this, the ghost flew over and grabbed the door handle and unlocked it, before opening it, just as Sam kicked the door open with her boot, sending the ghost flying down the hall a bit, before he landed at the stairs leading up into the attic. More specifically, he landed at Himawari's feet. So this place is haunted, Himawari said, as she raised an eyebrow upon seeing the ghost. Hi, Casper said, as he waved up at Himawari. Hi. You didn't lock my friend in that closet, did you? Himawari asked, as she looked at Sam, who walked out of the closet and approached them. Nah, it wasn't him. It was some fat 1-inch, Sam said, as she shook her head at Himawari. Oh, that would be my Uncle Fatso, Casper said, as he hopped up to their eye level. Wait, that's his name? I mean, it's fitting, but wow, Sam said with a chuckle at this. Yeah, sorry. My uncles like to scare and prank people who come into the house and in town on occasion. Oh, I'm Casper by the way, the ghost said, as he waved at the two teen girls. You're pretty friendly for a ghost, that's new, Sam said, as she waved back. It's not as weird as you think, Himawari said, as she thought about Beetlejuice. Casper smiled at this response, but before he could respond. Out of the way, bulb head. Stretch yelled, as he flew past him and shoved him out of the way, sending him through a wall, before he yelled in Sam and Himawari's faces, stretching his mouth wide as he did. Really? That's all you got? Himawari asked with a raised eyebrow, as she had seen Beetlejuice do worse, just when they were hanging out in her room. I give it a 1 out of 10, Sam said with a scoff, as she was a fan of horror films, so this wouldn't scare her. Stretch gained a shocked look on his face, before he turned to look at Casper, who flew back through a wall. Did you do? Tell them we were here to scare them, he yelled, as he flew towards his nephew. But he was stopped, as a green spectral hand appeared, blocking his way to Casper. A bully, huh? I know what to do with those, Himawari said with a glare, as she clenched her hand, which she was holding out, which caused the spectral hand to grab Stretch, causing him to wheeze out in surprise. Back with Naruto. Before anyone could respond to Naruto's question, a shout was heard, as Stretch was thrown out of the hall and into the parlor, which caused him to slam into his brothers, sending the trio into a wall nearby. Gah! Heck happened? Stinky yelled, as Stretch landed on top of him. Some redhead skin bag with an attitude used some kind of hocus pocus to throw me. Stretch said with a scowl. A witch is here. We're doomed. Fatso yelled out in a panic. Nah, my sister has psychokinesis. She can grab anything with her spectral hands, which she can manifest, and that includes you, seeing as ghosts still have auras, Naruto explained, seeing as Jazz was giving him a confused look, while Danny helped Tucker out of the rolled-up carpet he was in. You have powers? Danny asked Himawari, who was walking downstairs with Sam and Casper right behind her. Everyone in my family has some kind of talent. It's not that big a deal, Himawari said with a shrug. This one gonna mess with me too? I'm already at my limit here, Tucker said with a groan upon seeing Casper. Nah, he's friendly, Sam said, as she gave said ghost a thumbs up. Danny Fenton, when were you going to tell me that you have ghost powers? Do Mum and Dad know? How did you get them? When did you get them? Jazz asked, as she approached Danny. We can deal with this later. Now, as for you 3-inch, Naruto said, as he made his fox claws appear, causing the trio to freeze in surprise at this. Whoa! Hold on, they are harmless. I mean, mostly, Casper said, as he flew over and blocked Naruto's way to his uncle's. Like. They are. They possessed me. Tucker yelled, as he scowled in annoyance. Oh, come on. It's not like we did any worse than what you get at school, Stinky said, as he looked at Tucker. Well, he's got us there, Sam said as she crossed her arms, as from what she could see, these three at least didn't discriminate with who they were creeps towards. Yeah, screw that. They bully you, so I say boot them to limbo with the other losers, Himawari said with a scowl. Hey, shut up, skin bag. Stretch yelled at Himawari, obviously annoyed. Piss off, Himawari said, as she glared back at the ghost. Take a hike. Stretch said, as he got in her face. Get a grave. Himawari yelled back, as she got in the ghost's face, making him growl in annoyance at the insult. Okay, enough. Jazz yelled loudly, causing an echo to go off in the room and making everyone go quiet. Thank you, Jazz. Okay, kid, tell me something, Naruto said, as he looked at Casper curiously. Oh, the name's Casper, sir, the ghost said, introducing himself. Nice to meet you. Anyway, why try to protect them, if they bully you? Naruto asked the ghost curiously. Well, they are my family, sir, and while they do bully me a bit, they at least look out for me from worse spirits that are out there, Casper said, as he looked at Naruto, while his uncles looked surprised at this. Fine, Naruto said, as he nodded at this. Thanks, short sheet, Stretch said with a smile at Casper. But you three are on probation with me, Naruto said with a firm tone. Gah, the three ghosts yelled, as they face planted upon hearing this. Oh, relax. All I'm asking is that you don't hurt anyone in town with your pranks, you go to therapy with Jazz a few times a week, and when the new owner sells this place, you at least play nice with the new people that move in. Do that and I won't send you away, Naruto said with a firm tone. The ghostly trio all huddled together at this and started to talk among themselves a bit. And after a few moments, they all looked at Naruto. You have a deal, Whiskers, Stretch said, as he held out his hand to Naruto to shake. Naruto nodded at this, as he grabbed the ghost's hand and shook it. Great, so can we go now? I'm starving, Himawari said, as she looked at her brother. Me too, Tucker said, as he held his stomach. So am I. I feel like Oprah on hiatus, Fatso said, as he shook his gut for emphasis. You look like Oprah on hiatus, Stretch said with a laugh along with Stinky. How can you eat so much, with how fat you already are? Jazz asked curiously. I'm not fat, just big-boned, Fatso said, as he lifted up his blue skin, showing the bones underneath it. Okay you lot, let's get you all home. We will be in touch for your therapy with Jazz, Naruto said to the teens, before he looked at the ghostly trio. Feel free to come say hi to us if you want, Sam said with a friendly smile at Casper, as she followed her friends. Yeah, as we don't discriminate, Himawari said, as she waved her hand dismissively. This caused Casper to smile at this, before he waved goodbye at the humans as they left the manor. Yeah, you better keep walking fleshy, Stretch grumbled, as he watched Himawari walk away. Drop dead. Himawari yelled out, as she looked behind her. Too late, the ghostly trio yelled back, before they started to cackle. Oh, keep walking, Naruto said, as he pushed his sister out the door. Himawari glanced over her shoulder at Stretch, Fatso and Stinky as she pointed her fingers at her eyes, before pointing them at the trio with a scowl as she left. Later. After dropping everyone off at their homes and picking up some dinner, Naruto was now on the phone with Dibs giving his report, while Himawari was upstairs. I'm afraid that the best I could do was make it so that the ghosts inside will not hurt anyone your client sells the house to. So it's up to you to find a buyer, willing to take the risk, Naruto said, as he talked on the phone. Well, it's not what my client wants, but I'll be sure to tell her she can at least sell the house now, as long as we can tell the new owners that they can come to you, if the ghosts inside do anything, Dibs said with a firm tone. Of course. This is part of the deal I made with the ghosts, so that is fine with me, Naruto said as he nodded, before he hung up and sighed, as he sat down on the couch nearby. Whoever buys that house will have the patience of a saint, he thought, as he rubbed his forehead, as while he had fought worse on this job, the ghostly trio was pretty annoying to those not used to this stuff. Freehold, New Jersey. In a nice house that had a mailbox that was marked Spellman in the town of Freehold, New Jersey, a young teen girl of 14 was making her way into the kitchen of her house. This teen girl had blonde hair that was cut short and reached the back of her neck. The teen girl entered her home and saw that the living room was filled with cardboard boxes that were packing themselves. I'm gonna guess Aunt Hilda and Zelda found a new place for us to live, the teen girl asked a black cat that was sitting on the sofa. You got it, Dollface, the cat said, as he looked at the teen girl. So, where is it that we're going, Salem, the teen girl asked, as she sat on the couch and stroked the cat. Last I heard it's some old manor in a town called Amity Park. Oh, that's the spot, the cat was saying, before he groaned in approval at being scratched behind the ear. This caused the teen girl to chuckle a bit at this. Sabrina. Can you help us get packed? An older woman's voice could be heard yelling from upstairs. The now named Sabrina nodded at this, as she got up and went upstairs to go help pack. Oh, and just as it was getting good, Salem said with a pout, before he sat up and scratched his ear himself. With Himawari. It had been a few days since the group had visited Whipstaff Manor, where they had met Casper and his uncles and given the uncles an ultimatum: play nice with people in town and go to therapy with Jazz, or Naruto sends them to limbo, with the uncles choosing the former. Currently, Himawari was in her room getting ready to go. Before Beetlejuice appeared in her mirror. Finally, the weekend is here. So what's the plan? Movie marathon, or are we gonna play video games all weekend? Either way, let's rot our minds. Beetlejuice yelled happily. Sorry BJ, but I'm hanging out with Danny, Sam and Tucker today, Himawari said, as she looked at her mirror apologetically. Oh, come on. We always hang out during the weekend, Beetlejuice said with a look of annoyance. Yeah, well, Big Bro is having Jazz play therapist to the trio of morons here today and he wants me out of the house, so I don't start a fight, Himawari said with a scowl at this. Hey, you put up with me, don't you? Those three should be easy for time to tolerate, Beetlejuice said, as he had heard of the ghostly trio's antics and while amusing, he had a way longer track record. Yeah, but you aim your pranks at who has it coming, not to bully someone, Himawari said matter-of-factly. Well duh, that's just boring, Beetlejuice said, as he crossed his arms and pouted over the fact that he couldn't hang out with Himawari today. Oh, don't pout, it's not a good look on you, Himawari said, as she headed for the door. You know you could fix this, by letting me hang out with you and your friends. Beetlejuice yelled after her. And risk Big Bro finding out about you? I don't need him thinking I'm trying to do the same crap as him, Himawari said with a scoff at this, as she opened her door. What? You think you can't trust your friends to keep me a secret? Beetlejuice asked, as his image appeared on a necklace Himawari was wearing, as she walked downstairs. Sam probably, Danny is 50-50. Tucker, most likely will cost me a date with him, Himawari said with a flat tone of voice, as she walked downstairs, where Naruto was going through some boxes in the main living room. Who are you talking to, sis? Naruto asked, as he looked up from the box he was looking through. The voices. They tell me to kill, Himawari said with a flat tone of voice, as she looked at her brother. Naruto rolled his eyes at his sister's dark joke, as he went back to the box he was looking through, before he took out an old framed picture of a man with blonde hair and blue eyes and a woman with long red hair and purple eyes. Himawari's eyes widened seeing the photo, before she scowled and walked towards the front door and opened it, revealing Jazz, who was about to knock, but was stopped by Himawari suddenly opening the door. Oh, hey Hima. Are you having a good dash? Jazz was asking, before she was cut off as the younger Uzumaki shoved past her. Get out of my way. Oh, and have fun playing therapist. It's not my idea of a couple activity, but you do, Himawari said with an annoyed tone, before she yelled so that Naruto would hear her. Naruto rolled his eyes at this along with Jazz, as they both had been hearing comments like this from Danny and Tucker for the last few days. Is she okay? She seems more testy than usual, Jazz asked, as she entered the house. Yeah. She most likely isn't happy seeing, well. Naruto was saying, as he pointed at the box on the table, where he had placed the picture of the older man and woman. Oh, is that? Jazz asked, as she approached the picture and took a look at it. Yeah, those are our parents, Minato and Kushina. Our grandparents sent over a box of their stuff and I was looking through it a bit, before our first session with the trio, Naruto said, as he frowned and picked up the picture. Their deaths really got to her, huh? Jazz asked, as she also frowned a bit at hearing this. Yeah. She used to smile a lot more, before. Naruto was saying, before he trailed off, lost in his thoughts. Jazz frowned at this, but before she could try to offer some sympathy. Wow! What a dish, Whiskers! Stretch yelled, as he appeared behind Naruto and looked at the picture in Naruto's hands. I'm assuming an older sister perhaps? Stinky asked with a smile, as he appeared next to Naruto. Hubba hubba. Awoo. Fatso said, as he appeared behind Naruto, before he howled like a wolf, complete with making his mouth turn into a wolf's snout. Before Stretch slapped him hard, turning him back to normal. Fatso, you animal. Hey, is she available, Whiskers? Stretch yelled at his brother, before he looked at the picture again and smiled a bit. That's my mother Kushina, she's deceased, Naruto said, as his eyebrow twitched slightly in annoyance. Even better. Fatso said with a smile upon hearing this. Okay you three, let's get started on therapy, follow me, Jazz said with a firm tone, seeing that Naruto was getting annoyed with the three ghosts already. You're right. Now don't you two feel awful? Stretch said, as he looked at Jazz, before he looked at his brothers, while Naruto took the pictures of his parents and put it back in the box on the table. I was just goofing around, Fatso said, as he frowned along with Stinky. Well don't be goofing on Kushina, she's treated us decently. Right, Stinky? Stretch said to Fatso, before he looked at the other brother. I have no complaints, Stinky said, as he shrugged a bit. Wait a minute, what are you saying? Naruto said as he looked up from the box, while Jazz looked at the trio curiously. I'm saying that she's a peach, none better. Why? Stretch said, as he looked at the blonde. You mean that you have actually seen her? Jazz asked curiously, her eyes widening at this. What, do you think I'm blind? Of course I have, Stretch said, as he looked at the two teens. What, you're not looking for her, are you, Whiskers? Stinky asked, as he looked at Naruto. Well, that's not why we are here, but since you bring it up, you guys wouldn't have a way to make contact with other spirits, would you? Naruto said with a calm tone, as he looked at the trio. The ghostly trio said, as they shrugged and looked to the side. Yeah, I didn't think so, Naruto said, as he shook his head and turned away from the trio. Before the trio quickly flew in front of him, blocking his path. Now that's not generally allowed there, Whiskers, Stretch said calmly, while Stinky shook his head and Fatso nodded. What do you mean? Jazz asked, raising an eyebrow at this. I mean, you gotta go through proper channels, Doc, Stretch said to Jazz. Paperwork, Stinky said, as he held up stacks of paperwork in his hands. Red tape, Fatso said, as he grabbed Stinky's tongue and pulled it out for emphasis. A holy mess. You know what I'm saying? Stretch said as he slapped his brother's hands, making the paperwork go flying and causing Fatso to let go of Stinky's tongue, making it shoot back into his mouth. Naruto nodded at this, before he sighed, as he figured this was asking a lot. But for you? I don't know, maybe we can work something out, Stretch said, as he flew over to Naruto's side and put his arm around his shoulder, while Stinky and Fatso flew over to Naruto's other side. Jazz's eyes narrowed slightly at this, as she took note of Stretch, Stinky and Fatso's quick change of attitude, and quite frankly, she wasn't buying this for a second. Tell you what, you put us on your no exorcise list permanently and I'll say we have a deal. Right, boys? Stretch said, as he smiled at Naruto and then looked at his brothers. Stinky and Fatso both nodded at this, showing they agreed with their brother. Deal? Stretch asked, as he smiled at Naruto while holding his hand out to him. Deal, Naruto said, after thinking of his sister and how much this would mean to her, as he grabbed Stretch's hand and shook it. Hey Fatso, you know where Kushina floats, so go get her, Stretch said, as he looked at his brother. Okay, Fatso said with a nod, before he flew towards the door nearby, where he squeezed through the gap. So, it's that easy, huh? Naruto asked with a slight smile. Yeah, we got a ghost-to-ghost network, Stinky said with a wide grin, as he patted Naruto on the chest. We share haunting stories and we throw parties, Stretch said, as he patted Naruto on the head. The parties are always pretty dead, though, Stinky added, as he leaned against Naruto's shoulder. Naruto looked at Stinky with a raised eyebrow at this, before they heard a knocking at the door, causing them to look at it, where they saw some light was shining through the gaps, along with some smoke coming into the room. Naruto had a look of shock on his face, as he looked at Stretch and Stinky. Whoa, that was fast, Stretch said, as he looked surprised that this had happened so quickly. Naruto looked at the door leading to the den that Fatso had used. I think that it's for you, Whiskers, Stretch said, as he and Stinky looked at Naruto. Naruto slowly began walking towards the door at this, while the two ghosts stayed back and floated next to each other, before Naruto looked back at them. Go, they both said with a nod at him. Naruto turned back to the door and began walking towards it, and once he reached the door, he paused for a moment, before he grabbed hold on the door handle and turned it while opening the door, where he saw a bunch of smoke blocking his view. Ka-san? Is that you? Naruto asked, as he tried to see through the smoke. Once the smoke cleared, he saw Fatso, only he was in a dress and had red hair. Oh, my baby boy. How I've missed you. Come and give Mama a hug and a kiss, Fatso said, as he grabbed Naruto and hugged him tightly, before kissing him hard, which sent him back through the doorway. Gahahahahahaha. Stretch and Stinky cackled at this, with Fatso joining them, after he turned back to normal. Subjects showed no survival instinct and would win the Darwin Award twice, Jazz said, as she took out a notepad and started to write in it. What's that mean? Fatso asked, as he tilted his head in confusion. She's calling you stupid and quite frankly, I agree with her, Naruto said with a cold tone, as he stood up, as his hand turned into claws and his shoes burst, revealing fox feet. But what really stood out was that Naruto's whisker marks were becoming way more defined and he was growing several foxtails out his back. And now whiskers, we were just kidding, Stretch said nervously, as he and his brothers slightly paled upon seeing this. Why yeah, we'll see if we can actually find your ma, Stinky said with a nervous nod. Yeah, so put the claws away. Fatso yelled out in terror. Oh don't worry, I'm not gonna send you to limbo. But you will be surprised by how much pain you can feel as a ghost, Naruto growled out, as his teeth became way more defined and he barked at the three ghosts and pounced at them. Call the police. Fatso yelled in a panic. Forget the police, call the pound. He might have rabies. Stretch yelled, as they all scattered to avoid Naruto. No biting. Stinky yelled, as he barely avoided a swipe of Naruto's claws. Jazz sighed at this, as she took more notes, as she figured she would let Naruto scare them a bit, before they actually got to work on the first day of therapy. Earlier with Himawari, she was making her way towards Fenton Works, so she and Danny could go meet up with the others at Sam's place, like they'd planned. As Himawari knocked on the door, it quickly opened revealing Jack, who was holding a handheld device. Oh, it's you. The dang thing still isn't working correctly, Jack said, as he shook the device, which was blinking as it pointed at Himawari. What's that thing? Himawari asked, as she raised an eyebrow. It's a ghost detector. It can track if a ghost is nearby, and it can tell you if the ghost is strong, and according to this thing, a really strong one is nearby. Jack said, as he held up the device, which had a gauge, which was in the red area. Himawari raised an eyebrow at this. So BJ is strong and that wasn't him just blowing smoke, she thought, as Beetlejuice had bragged about being one of the most powerful ghosts in the netherworld. Hey Hima. Sorry about Dad, Danny said, as he came outside. It's fine, as long as he doesn't point that blaster at me like he does my brother, Himawari said, as she pointed at said blaster on the man's hip. And now the device is saying that two ghosts are nearby, Jack said, ignoring Himawari, as the device began pointing in two different directions. Come on, let's go while the getting is good, Danny said, as he walked out the door. I'm right behind you, Himawari said, as she followed Danny down the sidewalk. So how is it going with your brother renting out your place? So that Jazz can play therapist? Danny asked, as he had heard from his sister. Plan was with the therapy sessions with the ghostly trio. Before Himawari could answer, they heard a loud roar, followed by some crashing and yelling from the ghostly trio, coming from her house nearby. Apparently they pissed off Big Bro and I now owe a friend $20, Himawari said with a sigh, as she saw Beetlejuice laughing in a reflection of a car window nearby. Whoa. And I'm guessing that he went full werewolf or something? Danny asked, as he had seen Naruto's claws and figured his powers were related too. More Kitsune, it's a long story. So your parents actually have gadgets that can detect you? Himawari asked curiously. Yeah, but they pass it off as the tech being glitchy. Though it may be glitchy, if it's reacting to you, Danny said with a sigh of relief, before he looked at Himawari. Probably because it's not equipped to deal with people with psychokinesis, Himawari said, quickly thinking of a good excuse. Ah true, Danny said, as he nodded at this, as they walked down the street. So are we near Sam's place yet? I'm surprised she's okay with hosting a movie day for us, Himawari asked, as she looked around. We should be there soon. Her place is the best choice for movie night, trust me, Danny said with a smile. Uh-huh. So you too? Himawari said, as she trailed off, while raising an eyebrow at Danny. What? Danny asked, as he looked at his friend. Well, you and Sam seem pretty close, Himawari said, as she had taken notice of how Danny had attacked Fatso instantly, when he locked Sam up in a closet. Yeah, because we're good friends, Danny said, as he shrugged. And yet, you didn't get that mad when the trio of dead morons gave Tucker the business, when Sam is more than capable of handling herself, Himawari said with a teasing grin. What are you saying? Danny asked, as he raised an eyebrow at this. Oh wow, and I thought my brother was as dense as a brick wall, Himawari said with a groan. Before Danny could respond to this, a wisp of smoke came out of his mouth, making him pause, before he looked into an alleyway nearby. Seeing this, Himawari sighed. Okay, whoever is in there, you have around 5 seconds to show yourself, before I squish you flat, Himawari said, as she held up her hand and summoned her spectral hand. Whoa, whoa. It's me. Casper yelled, as he poked his head out from behind a trash can and waved his hands in a panic. Oh, sorry about that, Himawari said, as she lowered her hand. What brings you out of the mansion? Danny asked as he relaxed, seeing the friendly ghost. Well, seeing as my uncles are busy, I figured that I would see if you guys were busy, seeing as Sam said I could come see you guys when I was free, Casper said, as he floated over to them. Huh. Well, if you're free, you can come with us. We're doing a movie marathon at Sam's, right Danny? Himawari said as she shrugged at this, as she had no problem with the ghost, as he wasn't annoying, unlike his uncles. Huh. Ow. Oh sure, no problem at all, Danny said, surprised at this, before Himawari's spectral hand slapped him on the back of the head, making him realize he was being rude. Though you may want to go stealth mode, until the coast is clear of Sam's parents, if they are there, Himawari said, as she looked at Casper. No problem, Casper said with a smile, as he turned invisible, before the two teens and Ghost continued to walk down the sidewalk. Soon they spotted Tucker, who was waiting for them in front of a big house. Hey guys, what kept you? Tucker asked, as he waved at his friends. We got held up by a tag-along, Danny said, as he gestured to the nearby invisible Casper, who picked up a nearby trash can and dropped it, so Tucker could see. Please tell me it's the friendly one, Tucker said with a wince at seeing this. Yeah. Casper was free and we figured he could hang out with us at Sam's, Himawari said, as she gave Tucker a firm look, as if daring him to say anything. Hey, he's cool with me, as long as his uncles don't possess me again. I still get twitchy after that, Tucker said, as he held up his hands in surrender. Walk it off, most possessions don't end that good, so consider yourself lucky, Himawari said with a firm tone, as she rolled her eyes at this. So this is Sam's place? Casper's voice asked, as they all walked up to the big house. Yup, you and Sam have ritzy homes in common, Danny said with a grin, as he knocked on the door. After a few moments, the doors opened showing a woman with orange hair, wearing a pearl necklace around her neck, diamond earrings on her ears and a pink dress. This was Pamela Manson, Sam's mother. Himawari took one look at Pamela and winced just from her smile. Please Cammy, don't be one of those preppy rich people. Let me have this at least Cammy, she thought to herself, as she prayed that her way of reading people was wrong this time. Samantha dear, your friends are here. Pamela said with a happy tone, that was really exaggerated. Himawari thought with a mental groan, as Pamela let them through the front door into the house. Follow me. I just baked some cookies that you can try while we wait for Samantha, Pamela said, as she led the teens into the kitchen. I have $20 that says her dad is a whiny wuss, that watches birds as a hobby, Himawari whispered to Danny, Tucker and the invisible Casper, as they followed Pamela. This got snorts of laughter from Danny, Tucker and Casper, as they entered the very spacious kitchen, where they saw a man with blonde well-kept hair, who wore a smart tweed shirt and brown pants, was in the kitchen. This was Jeremy Manson, Sam's father. "Ah. So you're Danny and Tucker, right?" Jeremy asked, as he looked at the teens. Yeah, that's us, sir," Tucker said with a nod. "Samantha didn't mention that she made another friend," Jeremy said, as he looked at Himawari curiously. "Not that that's bad, of course. I think it's wonderful that Samantha has another girl as a friend." "What's your name, dearie?" Pamela asked with a smile. "My name is Lucy Fur," Himawari said after a few moments of thought, before she decided these two were so preppy and sunny, that she just had to take the bait and attempt to mess with them, especially if they made it easy. This got a snort from Tucker, while Danny slapped his forehead and dragged his hand down his face. "Okay, I'm here. Please tell me you haven't embarrassed me yet," Sam said, as she entered the kitchen and looked at her parents, while an elderly woman in an electric wheelchair came into the kitchen. She wore glasses, a pink jersey over a yellow shirt and a purple skirt. This was Ida Manson, Sam's grandmother. "Of course not, dear. We were just talking to your new friend Lucy," Jeremy said with a smile. "Or do you prefer we call you Miss Fur or Fur-chan, seeing as you're Japanese?" Pamela asked Himawari. Himawari shook her head at this, as she was surprised at how clueless the two parents were. "Okay, change of plans, we're gonna head for the movie theater instead." "Come on guys, let's go, you too Lucy," Sam said, as she quickly pushed Danny and Tucker out of the kitchen, before she looked at Himawari with a roll of her eyes. Himawari smirked at this, as she followed after her friends. "She seems like a nice girl. Should probably smile more though," Pamela said with a smile at this. "Oh, she was smiling all right," Ida said with a chuckle, as she had instantly gotten the joke with the name Himawari had given her son and daughter-in-law. With Himawari. Later, the teens were walking towards the movie theater, after quickly making a getaway from Sam's house. "I can't believe that I missed you messing with my parents," Sam said with a grin at Himawari. "And I can't believe they actually thought that was my name, and I thought my grandfather was an idiot," Himawari said with a smile. "Give them time. Once they figure out what you did, they will most likely try to tell Sam you're a bad influence or something," Danny said with a shake of his head at the girls. "Like that's gonna stop me," Sam said with a scoff at this, as she didn't really care what her parents thought, as they didn't really understand her outlook on life in general. "They drive you nuts, huh?" Himawari asked curiously. "Oh, you have no idea," Sam said, as she shuddered a bit. "Yeah, well, the best parents do," Himawari said with a firm tone, as she continued to walk. This made the teens pause, as they saw that Himawari looked a little sad, as she said this. "What's wrong?" Casper's voice said, getting their attention as he was still invisible. "Gah! When did you get here?" Sam yelled in surprise, as she recognized the ghost's voice. "Oh, he was with us the entire time, while we were at your house," Tucker said as he jerked a thumb at where Casper was floating. "Yeah. Hima invited him to hang out with us," Danny said, as he shrugged at this. "Well, let me know next time. Anyway, Himawari's parents are, well," Sam was saying, before she paused, not knowing how to put this. "Let's just say that they have something in common with you," Tucker said, deciding to get straight to the point. "Oh," Casper said, as his voice took on a sad tone, as he could sympathize with this. "Hey, are we gonna see this movie or what?" Himawari asked, as she had gotten ahead of her friends and was now in front of the movie theater. "So, what are we watching? Action? Comedy? Sci-fi?" Casper's voice asked, as they walked over to the cinema. "Horror," Sam said with a smile, as she pointed at a movie poster which showed an image of what looked like a monster movie. "A ghost who's afraid of scary movies, there's a joke in there somewhere," Tucker said, as he heard Casper's groan at hearing this, before they all entered the theater, after paying for their tickets. In the theater, after getting their snacks, the teens and Ghost were making their way to their seats. But as they were sitting down, Danny's ghost sense went off. "It never fails," Danny said with a sigh, as he stood up to go look for the ghost that had set his ghost sense off. "Hey, don't take too long, otherwise I'm eating your snacks," Himawari said, as she ate some of her popcorn, while Danny made his way to the back way out. "Wait, you're not going to help him?" Casper whispered, as he hovered above them, still invisible. "Yeah. I mean, you can grab ghosts with your .y psychic arms thing, tight?" Tucker asked Himawari. "Yeah, but I'm not my brother. So unless a ghost is attacking or annoying me, I'm not gonna go looking for trouble," Himawari said, as she rolled her eyes at this. "Wait, so if someone else is in trouble, then you're not gonna help?" Sam asked, as she raised an eyebrow at this. "Sounds a little selfish to me," Casper's voice said, before he paused, as Himawari glared right at him, as she could see him, thanks to her being able to see aura. "You don't know a thing about me," Himawari growled, as she glared at Casper a bit for emphasis, who quickly hid behind Sam. "What's your problem with helping people?" Sam asked curiously. "Yeah, I mean, isn't that what your family has done for years?" Tucker asked, as he was genuinely curious about this. "Yeah, they have, and it's gotten a lot of them killed. All because they had to help," Himawari said, as she clenched her fists a bit and scowled. This caused Sam, Tucker and Casper to frown, as they had a feeling this had something to do with her parents. "Yeah, well, I'm gonna go check on Danny," Casper's voice said, before he took off after Danny. "And what are you gonna do? Nice whatever he's fighting into submission?" Himawari asked with a scoff, as while she didn't mind Casper, she saw him as spineless. "Well, it's better than ignoring what's happening to who's supposed to be my friend," Casper called out, as he flew through the wall. "Hey, wait for us," Sam said as she got up and followed after Casper, with Tucker quickly following after her. Himawari paused at this, before she scowled and went back to looking at the movie. But after a few moments, she looked at the wall that Danny and Casper had left through and used her aura vision and saw what looked like a bigger, more threatening aura fighting what looked like another aura, while 3 more auras had just arrived. Himawari deactivated her aura vision and said nothing to this, as she tried to think on what she should do. "What would you do, Ka-san?" "Otosan?" Himawari thought to herself, as she thought back to better times. "Remember, sweetie, when you finally make friends, cherish and protect them," a male voice said in her memories. "That's right, Uzumakis are always loyal to their friends," a female voice said in her memories. Himawari thought about her parents' words to her when she was young, before she stood up and clenched her fists. Outside. Outside in the alleyway of the movie theater, Danny was pinned against the wall by the boot of what looked like a robotic suit, which had electric green eyes, electric green flaming hair and goatee, and jagged teeth. He wore a black tank top and pants, a dark gray shoulder guard on his left shoulder, and a dark gray belt that slings across his chest, along with a variety of weapons on himself. This was Skulker, the self-proclaimed ultimate hunter. While Skulker had Danny pinned against the wall, Sam, Tucker and the now visible Casper were all wrapped up in what looked like a net trap, which kept them from trying to interfere. "I had hoped you would have gotten stronger, Ghost Boy," Skulker said, as he made a blaster appear out of his wrist, before he aimed it at Danny. Danny groaned as he tried to phase through the wall behind him, but Skulker's boot zapped him, making him shout in pain. "Nice try. Now hold still, I don't want to ruin your pelt," Skulker said with a grin, as he readied his blaster. "Okay, ew," Casper said, as he slightly turned green upon hearing this. "Yeah, you said it," Tucker said, as he also found this gross. "Danny!" Sam yelled in a panic, as she tried to get out of the net. But before Skulker could fire his blaster at Danny, his arm was suddenly crushed. "Gah! What trick is this?" Skulker yelled out, as he backed away from Danny and grabbed his sparking stub, where his arm had been. Not noticing Himawari behind him, her eyes flashing with psychokinesis power along with the rest of her body, before she spun, kicked and slammed her leg into Skulker's side. Which seemed to do nothing for a moment, before Skulker's armor suddenly cracked and he was sent flying into the wall of the alleyway, causing him to ricochet repeatedly down the alley with such force, his armor was smashed apart with each smash against the wall. This got wide eyes from Danny, Sam, Tucker and Casper, before they looked at Himawari, who was glaring at Skulker, as he landed at the end of the alleyway. "Stay the away from my friends, or I'll make you wish for a second death," Himawari yelled out, as she held up a fist. "Since when can you hit that hard?" Danny asked, as he looked at the impact points of where Skulker had hit the alleyway and saw that the wall was slightly cracked. "No idea. Besides grabbing and sensing aura, this is the first time I actually attacked a ghost." "Are you okay?" Himawari asked, as she held out a hand to Danny to help him up. "Yeah, I'm fine now," Danny said, as he grabbed Himawari's hand and allowed himself to be pulled to his feet. "Hey, can we get some help here?" Tucker asked, as he gestured to him, Sam and Casper, who were still trapped in Skulker's net. "Yeah, this feels weird," Casper said, as he wasn't used to being confined like this. "Hold on you guys, I'm on it," Danny said as he walked over to them and started to use his ectore to start to burn away at the net. As Danny did this, Himawari noticed what looked like a green glob coming out of the remains of Skulker's armor. "I'll be back, Ghost Boy. And next time, I'll have an even stronger mecha suit." "Hey," the green glob started to yell, before Himawari's astral hand grabbed him and pulled him towards her and hanged him in front of her. "This is one of your enemies? A low-rank apparition using cheap armor. Wow, talk about compensating for something," Himawari said, as she scoffed at how pathetic Skulker's real form was. "Hey! I am the ultimate hunter. Who are you to mock me, human girl?" the green glob yelled at her with a scowl. "The name is Himawari Uzumaki and you're not that impressive, as you lost to me when this was my first fight," Himawari said with a condescending smirk. "Uzumaki? I'll hunt you along with the Ghost Boy. I'll add your pelt to my collection," the green glob yelled, as he swung his fists at her. "Charming little fellow. Hey Danny, did you bring that thermos?" Himawari said with a scoff, as she looked at Danny, who had just freed the others and turned back to his human form. "Yeah, just hold on," Danny said, as he took out the Fenton thermos and aimed it at Skulker, before he turned it on, sucking the ghost into it. "I'm glad that you know how to treat friends," Casper said with a sigh of relief, that Himawari had shown up just in time. "Yeah, way to go with the kung fu moves, Hima," Tucker said with a grin, as he threw his fists and kicked about. Yeah, I have your backs. Just don't tell my brother or my family, okay? The last thing I need is them making a big deal of me joining the family business," Himawari said, as she waved her hand dismissively, as they all walked out of the alleyway, with Casper turning invisible again. Sam chuckled at this, as she could relate to this. "Sorry that our movie day was ruined, Casper," she said, as she looked at where the invisible ghost was hovering. It's cool. This was still a good day for me," Casper's voice said. "Okay, let's get Skulker back home and I'll use Mom and Dad's ghost portal to send him back," Danny said, as he held up the Fenton thermos. This caused Himawari to freeze at this, before she looked at Danny. "Ghost portal?" she asked, wanting to confirm that she heard him right. "Yeah, that's what gave me my powers," Danny said with a nod. "Obviously. But I mean, this ghost portal actually leads to the afterlife, right?" Himawari asked, as she looked at Danny intently. "I'm assuming so. That's where all the ghosts have been coming from ever since it was activated," Danny said, as he put away the thermos in his backpack. Himawari slightly smirked upon hearing this, as they continued to walk off, as an idea started to form in her mind. Later back home. After getting some burgers and then splitting up to go home, Himawari was heading back home for the day. And as she approached her home, she saw the ghostly trio were flying out of the back window, covered in bruises and scratches. "Hey, what happened to you guys?" Himawari yelled after the trio. "Your brother mauled us after we pranked MPH. Fatso was saying, before Stretch covered his mouth with his hand, silencing him. "Mind your business, skin bag," Stinky yelled, before he and his brothers flew off. "Huh, so Big Bro does have a line. Good to know," Himawari said with a chuckle, as she entered her home and walked upstairs, heading to her room. After she entered her room, she quickly locked her door. "Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice," Himawari said, causing said ghost to appear. "Ah, finally. Now, tell me all about your day with your new friends, including that ghost kid," Beetlejuice said, as he sat on the air itself. "Which one?" Himawari asked, as she took off her coat. "Oh yeah, you're also hanging out with that friendly ghost. You know he gets bullied by other ghosts too?" Beetlejuice said with a scoff, as he didn't see the point in messing with other ghosts, if they didn't want to prank humans, since that just meant more for him to prank himself. Nice to know ghosts are morons too. "But that's not the highlight of the day," Himawari said, as she sat on her bed. "Oh? Was it you actually attacking that ghost hunter, 'cause I saw that part. Nice job by the way. I give it a 9.5-inch," Beetlejuice said, as he made a scorecard appear in his hands. "Why not a 10? Himawari asked with a raised eyebrow. Uzumakis always have room to improve, right?" Beetlejuice said, as he made the scorecard disappear. "True. Anyway, nope, that's not the highlight of the day," Himawari said, as she picked up her handbag for the recently deceased to read. "Oh? What could be better than you making a name in the ghost world?" Beetlejuice asked curiously. "Well, it turns out that Danny's parents have a ghost portal to the afterlife, so I don't need to risk you getting in trouble by getting me into the afterlife to go find my parents," Himawari said with a grin, as she started to read. Beetlejuice's eyes widened at this, as he hadn't expected this, as while he knew Amity Park had been full of ghost activity lately. That had been the case on and off for centuries. At Whipstaff. Meanwhile, back at Whipstaff Manor, a car was seen parked in front of the mansion and Sabrina got out of the back seat of the car, along with her cat Salem. Getting out of the front seats of the car were two older women. One was a tall curvy blonde, who had her hair up in a swirl, who was wearing a brightly colored outfit with a faux fur, with some animal prints on it. This was Hilda Spellman, one of Sabrina's aunts. The other was tall and slim with naturally blonde hair, which was cut short that reached her neck, who was wearing a very fashionable outfit. This was Zelda Spellman, Sabrina's other aunt. "So, what do you guys think?" Zelda asked, as she looked at the mansion, before she looked at the others. "I think that we got ripped off," Salem said, as he looked at the mansion, unimpressed at what he saw. "Yeah, it looks older than you guys." "No offense," Sabrina said, as she looked at the mansion. "Hey, some of the best things are old, Missy." "We're proof of that," Hilda said with a lightly annoyed tone. "Oh yeah? Name 5 cool old things then," Sabrina said with a raised eyebrow. "And bread doesn't count," Salem said with a smug tone, while Sabrina giggled at this. Hilda raised her hand to make a pointing motion at this, but Zelda grabbed her hand, stopping her. "Okay, you two, let's go inside and take a look at our new home," Zelda said, as she led the way inside the mansion. After the 3 humans and cat entered the mansion, they looked around for a moment, before Zelda waved her hand, causing the lights to turn on. Wow, no wonder the housing agent was reluctant to show this place, it's practically begging to be bought. Wait, no, my mistake, not bought but put down. Seriously, out of all the houses you two could have chosen, you had to choose the one most likely to have a history of murders attached to it? Salem asked, as he looked around at the parlor. "Hey, it's not that bad. I'm sure that we can get this place presentable with some time," Zelda said, as she waved her hand once more, causing boxes to fill the parlor. "Why don't you go claim a room for yourself and unpack?" Hilda said to Sabrina, who nodded at this. "Well, have fun unpacking, everyone. I'm going to see if this dump actually has any decent scratching posts that don't look like they'll tear this place down," Salem said, as he stretched a bit, before he started his way up the stairs. Salem, aren't you going to help unpack? Hilda asked, as she yelled up after the cat. Oh sure, what was I thinking? Hey, why don't you pass me the box that's absolutely not 3 times my size and 4 times as heavy? I'll be sure to carry it in my strong, well now, that's odd, as I could have sworn I had arms just a few decades ago. I wonder what happened to them. Oh well, guess you'll just have to do everything till I get those darn arms back. Shouldn't be more than a couple centuries. I'm sure you can wait. No? Well then, I guess there's nothing I can do about it. See ya, Salem said, stopping for a moment to talk to the 2 witches, before he continued on his way up the stairs. Is it wrong I'm hoping that the haunted rumor is true and he meets whatever is haunting this place first? Hilda asked her sister, as she started to unpack the boxes with her magic. Wait a minute, haunted? Sabrina asked, pausing and following after Salem to look at her aunts. Zelda sighed at this, before she looked at her sister with an annoyed look, who just chuckled sheepishly at this. With Salem. Meanwhile with Salem, he was upstairs looking around at the mansion, before he found one room with a door open. Oh, what's this? One room, decent lighting, and not 1, but 3 beds to choose from. Fatso, Stinky and Stretch. Well, either someone was trying to make the weirdest boast about their dating game, or these guys had the laziest and worst nicknames imaginable. Assuming these are nicknames, 'cause if not, then that's just bad parenting and that's coming from me, Salem said, as he entered the room, before he jumped onto Stinky's bed and stretched a bit to get comfortable. As the cat started to rest, the ghostly trio flew into the room via the window. I can't believe that Whiskers kid. Stinky yelled as he scowled. Yeah, one prank and he trip piles our therapy for the day, Fatso said, with a nod. You would think he could take a joke. Hey, when did we get a cat? Stretch asked, as he noticed Salem on Stinky's bed. This caused Stinky and Fatso to look down at Salem, who had heard them talking and looked up at them, who all smiled evilly at seeing the cat, who looked surprised at seeing them. Outside. As Casper flew back home after saying goodbye to his friends, he paused, as he saw a car parked in front of the mansion. Oh, that must be the new owners Naruto mentioned. Here's hoping the guys don't give them the usual greeting, Casper said with a hopeful smile, as he flew over. But he paused, as he heard a cat yowling, before Salem was seen jumping out of the second-story window and landing in a tree nearby. This is why I hate moving. Something always happens to the pets. We either get run over, forgotten or have to deal with jerk spirits. Salem yelled out in fear, as he held onto the tree for dear life, while the ghostly trio was heard laughing madly inside the mansion. Oh wow, they have talking cats? Sorry about them. My uncles are harmless, well mostly, Casper said, as he flew up to the branch Salem was on to help him. Another one? Sabrina. Help me. Salem yelled in a panic, as he hugged the tree branch. Hold on, I'm not Dash, Casper was saying, before a blast of magic struck him in the back of the head, sending him into the tree and sending him into the ground below. Okay, who the heck are you and why are you scaring my friend? Sabrina asked, as she came outside, her finger ready to fire another spell. Casper groaned as he shook his head, before he looked up at Sabrina and paused upon seeing her going silent, before his white face turned slightly red. Seeing this, Salem chuckled, but said nothing, as he heard yelling coming from the room he had been ejected from. Witches, the ghostly trio was heard screaming in terror, as flashes of light were seen flying from the bedroom window, along with the sounds of the trio of ghosts yelling in pain, as obviously Zelda and Hilda had heard Salem scream and had run upstairs to investigate. With Naruto. It was morning and Naruto was waiting at the door for Himawari to come out, so that they could head off to school. Hima, hurry up already. We are going to be late for school. Naruto yelled, so that his sister could hear him. I heard you. Himawari yelled, as she came downstairs, while carrying her backpack and shoving her handbook for the recently deceased inside it. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this, as Himawari then grabbed an apple off the fruit ball on the counter nearby, before she made her way past Naruto and outside to the car. Naruto quickly followed after his sister and got into the driver's seat, before he started the car and drove off. You know, you've been reading that book Miss Dietz gave you a lot lately. Is it interesting? Naruto asked, as he focused on the road, while taking note that his sister had taken her book out to read. Not really. It reads like bad stereo instructions, Himawari said, as she continued to read. What's it about? Naruto asked curiously, as he found the title interesting, as a lot of people wrote about afterlife theory and most of them were either fake or had wild theories that were pretty much ignored. It's not anything the hag and pervert probably don't already know, Himawari said with a firm tone. Naruto nodded at this, as he parked the car in the school parking lot, as their grandparents were experts and had seen a lot, when it came to the afterlife and what came from it. Hey, have you guys heard the news? Tucker asked, as he greeted the two Uzumaki siblings as they approached the front of the school, after getting out of the car, with Sam standing next to him. A girl lowered her standards enough to say yes, I owe Sam a 20, Himawari said, as she put away her book in her bag. Ha, 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 Tucker said with a roll of his eyes at Himawari's joke, while Sam laughed. Hey, where is Danny and Jazz? Naruto asked curiously, as he took note that the two siblings were not here. They haven't shown up yet, Sam said, as she shrugged a bit at this. Your partner in helping ghosts get over themselves just arrived, so calm down, Himawari said, as she rolled her eyes at her brother, as she pointed out Jazz's car, which had just arrived with Danny and Jazz getting out. Hey guys, sorry that we're late, Jazz said, as she and Danny approached them. Yeah, we had some problems this morning, Danny said, as he frowned a bit. Was it another invention mishap? Sam asked curiously. No. Dad forgot his anniversary and Mom left for the weekend, Jazz said, as she shook her head at her dad. Geez, again? Tucker asked curiously. What's that, the 10th time now? Sam asked curiously. And he's still alive? Wow, your mom has the patience of a saint, Himawari said as she snorted at this. Hima, sorry about her, Naruto said as he gave his sister a look of disapproval, before he looked at Jazz. It's fine, she's not lying, Jazz said, as she shrugged at this. Jazz, this isn't good. Plus, Dad's anniversary present was sent through the ghost portal, before Dad took off after Mom, Danny said as the teens all walked towards the school. Okay, that's twice you mentioned a ghost portal, Naruto said, as he looked at Danny. Himawari scowled at this, as she knew that Naruto knowing about the ghost portal was going to be a problem. Yeah. Mom and Dad made a portal to the afterlife, at least, that's where I'm assuming they come from, Jazz said, as she looked at Naruto. It's the afterlife. I just had to send Technus back yesterday, Danny said with a sigh. Heh. It looks like you're out of a job, if they can still come back, Himawari said with a chuckle at her brother. What made them make it, in the first place? Naruto asked Jazz and Danny, ignoring his sister. No idea. I think they said they were working on it since collage, Jazz said, as they approached their lockers. Well anyway, did you hear the news? Tucker said to the others as he opened his locker. No, what's up? Naruto asked, as he opened his own locker, which was next to Jazz's. Someone actually moved into Whipstaff Manor, at least, according to Casper, Sam said with a chuckle at how excited the ghost had been, when he had told them before he flew off. Oh yeah, Stretch and his fellow morons mentioned that, though they wouldn't get into details when pressed. Something about it being hazardous to their afterlife, Jazz said, as she nodded at this. Since when do you insult people? Danny asked, raising an eyebrow at his sister. After .y pulled with Naruto during our first session, they are morons, Jazz said with a scoff, as she crossed her locker. Don't ask, Naruto said to the others with a sigh. Did Casper say anything about the people who moved in? Danny asked Sam, as they all went to go to their classes, with Naruto and Jazz splitting to go to their own classroom. No. He said he couldn't say, as he wanted to respect their privacy, as apparently, they really like to keep to themselves, Sam said, as she shook her head at this. Well, let's get to class, Himawari said, as she and the others entered their classroom. As they all took their seats, the bell rang and Mr. Lancer stood in front of everyone. Okay class, we have a new student with us today. Sabrina Spellman, would you like to come up and introduce yourself? Mr. Lancer said, as he looked at Sabrina, who was sitting in the back of the class, along with Danny and his group. Sabrina nodded at this, as she stood up and made her way to the front of the class. Spellman, Paulina said with a scoff and a condescending smirk. This got some laughs from some of the class, while Mr. Lancer gave the class a look of warning, as Sabrina approached the front of the class and looked at everyone. And as she looked at the class, she paused, as she looked at a picture of Mount Rushmore and saw Casper's face, which was over one of the faces on the mountain, which looked back at her and smiled. Miss Spellman? You want to introduce yourself? Mr. Lancer asked. Oh. Hi, my name's Sabrina Spellman, Sabrina said with a smile, as she waved at everyone after looking away from Casper. Oh, watch out everyone. She's gonna put a spell on us, Dash said with a laugh, causing some others to laugh at this. Sabrina? What, like that girl from that dorky game and TV series? What's it called, Pocketmen? Paulina asked with a snicker. It's called Pokemon, and it's awesome, Tucker said, as he smiled. As he said this, thanks to her aura senses, Himawari noticed an invisible Casper, who was flying around underneath the other students' desks and tying their shoelaces together. What's he doing? Himawari thought, as she didn't think Casper had it in him to prank anyone, even the popular kids. So, where do you live? The moon? Quan asked, causing many to laugh at this. No, whipstaff, Sabrina said, which caused everyone to stop laughing and look at her in shock. Aw. I get it, now, Himawari thought, as she lightly chuckled at what Casper was up to now. You've heard of it then? Sabrina asked, raising an eyebrow at the fact that everyone was surprised at this, even Mr. Lancer. You actually live there? Star asked with wide eyes. Well, yeah. I mean, my aunts decided it was time for a fresh start, and when they saw the place, they decided that while a little creepy, it was actually kind of unique and cool, once you got used to it, Sabrina said, as she shrugged and smiled a bit. Yeah, if you're like Fenton's parents or Uzumaki's family of Dadas, Paulina said, as she gestured to the back of the class. Keep talking, princess. They won't find the body, Himawari said with a cold and bored tone. Mr. Lancer, check this. We need an awesome place for the Halloween dance coming up in a few weeks, right? This girl has a seriously creepy house, with room to spare, Quan said, as he gestured at Sabrina, with many of the students nodding in agreement. Well, wait a minute. What about having the party at my place, like we do every year, Paulina said with a scowl, as she stood up at this. Okay then, we'll take a vote. Those that want the party to be at my place, raise your hand, she said with a grin, as she raised her hand in the air, only to see that the entire class wasn't raising their hands, as whipstaff was actually a great idea for a place to throw a Halloween party. Whipstaff? Mr. Lancer asked, causing the entire class's hands to shoot up at this. Wow, peaking at 14, such a shame, Himawari said with a smirk at Paulina, as she sat down along with Sabrina. Paulina growled at this, obviously not happy with Himawari's dig at her. The bell soon rang, causing everyone to stand up, before all those with their shoelaces tied together tripped. Hey, how come you guys didn't trip up? Dash asked with a scowl, as he looked up at Danny, Tucker, Sam, Himawari and Sabrina. Well, we actually pay attention to our surroundings, Tucker said thinking quickly. I'm gonna chalk it up to inbreeding, Himawari said with a shrug, as she walked past all the downed students. I'll say that ghost with the mold on his skin pranked us again, Quan said with a groan, as the student started to leave. Ghost with mold skin? Casper thought to himself, before he shrugged at this, thinking it must have been either one of his uncles, or another ghost that they'd seen. Miss Spellman, a moment if you please, Mr. Lancer said, as he approached Sabrina, just as she was about to leave the classroom. Yes, Mr. Lancer? Sabrina asked, as she paused to look at him. I would like to apologize about the students pushing the idea of a Halloween party on you. So if you want, I can come up with an excuse for you, if you want to cancel dash, Mr. Lancer was saying, before he was cut off. No, no. I'm sure that I can convince my aunts. Thankfully, we have a few weeks to plan, Sabrina said, as she shook her head. And wrangle Casper's uncles, so that they don't crash it, she thought to herself. Very well. If it helps, I'll come over to Whipstaff and ask them myself, that way the pressure is off of you a bit, seeing as you're a new student and you didn't ask for this, Mr. Lancer said, as he nodded at Sabrina, as she left the classroom, while unseen to him, an invisible Casper was following Sabrina. Later at lunch. A little later at lunch, Naruto made his way into the cafeteria with his bagged lunch, and after a few moments, he spotted Jazz sitting alone at her own table, going over some notes. Hey Jazz, got a lot of homework? Naruto asked, as he sat down at Jazz's table. I wish. I'm going over my notes from the first session with Stretch, Fatso and Stinky, Jazz said, as she looked up from her notes with a tired look on her face. You need to relax a bit, Jazz. It's only been a few days since you started with them, Naruto said, as he reached into his bag and took out his lunch. Do you have any idea how me being a therapist to the dead could change the world of psychology? I need to provide results, otherwise, I'll just end up looking crazy like my parents, Jazz said, as she went back to her notes. It's not as big a deal as you would think, Jazz. While you may be the first somewhat professional doing this, my family have been doing this for a long time. We just don't make a big deal out of it, Naruto said, as he took a bite of his sandwich. Yeah, but these days ghosts are starting to get more attention, thanks to the incidents in town. Heck, after doing some searching, I found out that there was a lot of ghost activity going on in New York too, back in the late 80s, Jazz said as she held up some pictures she got from the internet, of what looked like ghost attacks. Ah, the Gozer incident. From what I hear from my grandparents, they were surprised some wannabes actually beat him, seeing as he's the equivalent of a god, Naruto said, as he nodded at this. Yeah, this stuff is actually fascinating, when you take away the crazy factor, Jazz said, as she put down the pictures. So, what did you find out about the trio? Naruto asked her, as he took a sip from his drink bottle. They are immature idiots, Jazz said with a firm tone. That's obvious, thanks to the first encounter with them. You want to expand on that, Doc? Naruto asked, using the trio's nickname for her. Well, from what little I can tell, they just want to enjoy their afterlife, most likely because their lives were not as fulfilling, Jazz said with a shrug. Yeah, that sounds about right. The best we can do is just try to keep them in line and keep the peace, Naruto said, as most of the time, spirits like this eventually moved on to the great beyond on their own. Should be easy with you going all extra on them. Is there a story behind that? Jazz asked, as she looked up from her notes at Naruto. It's a long one and not really one I want to get into, while at school, Naruto said with a sigh, as he paused while eating his sandwich. Jazz nodded at this, as she decided not to press him, as she figured Naruto would talk to her eventually, if she just gave him time. Meanwhile, nearby at another table, Danny's group were sitting at their table and were watching as Sabrina was invited to sit at the popular table by some of the popular teens. Aw man, that's another one off the list, Tucker said, as he knew if the new girl was already popular, then his chances were pretty low. You're better off, 'cause if Casper sees you trying anything, he may ask his uncles for tips, Himawari said with a chuckle at seeing this. So that was him who tied up their shoelaces, little charmer, Sam said with a chuckle at this, as she found this a little cute. So what's your plan for going after your dad's present for your mom? Himawari asked Danny, as she decided to get to the point. Huh? Danny asked. Well, you know it's in there, right? You may as well go after it and save your dad the headache, Himawari said casually, as she shrugged slightly. Well, I had considered going in, but I haven't gone through the ghost portal itself before, Danny said. Well, if you want, I can go with you. I mean, my family's name might make the ghosts back off while we are there, Himawari said with a slight grin, as she remembered how Skulker reacted to her. Or make them riot, Tucker pointed out. Not helping, Himawari said, as she gave Tucker a flat look. Who said I was trying to help? Ow. Okay. Tucker said with a grin, before Himawari slugged him in the arm. Well, we could all go, that way we have more ground to cover, Sam said as she looked at Danny. Well, my parents do have a new invention that we could use to travel around in there. So if you guys are willing to go, Danny said with a grin at his friends. Cool, it's a plan then. We can do it this weekend, Himawari said with a smile, as she mentally cheered at the chance to get to the other side and hopefully get some answers on why nobody in her family could make contact with her parents. Shouldn't you let Naruto know? Sam asked with a raised eyebrow. Nah, he's busy playing therapist with Jazz. Plus, if I know him, he will pull some crap about how the living shouldn't be going there and blah, 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 Himawari said, as she rolled her eyes at this. Don't worry, it will be fine Danny, as you have your powers and with Hima's expertise, along with me and Sam as backup, it'll be all good, Tucker said, as he gave Danny a thumbs up. Not an expert, and it will take more than flattery to get you a date, Himawari said with a shake of her head. So there is a chance, Tucker said with a grin, as in his mind, there was some way for him to get one. Himawari's eyebrow twitched at this, before she scoffed, while Danny and Sam both laughed at this. The next day. It was the next day and Himawari was in her room, getting her bag ready for going over to Danny's. So do you have a plan or are you going to wing it? Beetlejuice asked, as he appeared behind Himawari, while floating in the air. Mostly winging it. Though while we look for the gift that Danny's dad lost in there, I'll ask some ghosts there some questions and hopefully, one will answer me, Himawari said, as she put her backpack on her back. And I'm guessing that when and if things go to crap, you will call me in? Beetlejuice asked with a knowing smile. You're the last resort, or nuclear option, Himawari said, as she knew that her friend would just make things boring with most ghosts or spirits. Works for me. Oh. Be sure to speak fast, as I kinda have a rep in the afterlife. So if they hear you saying my name, they will either flee or prioritize targeting you, Beetlejuice said, as he held up his finger. Himawari nodded at this, as she left her room, while Beetlejuice vanished in a poof of smoke. As she walked downstairs, she took notice of the ghostly trio floating in the living room, holding pads of paper in their hands, while wearing glasses. Well. The patient has finally arrived, Stretch said with an exaggerated accent, as he shook his head slightly. Late again, I see, Stinky said, as he looked up from his notepad. Could this be a form of hostility? Stretch asked, as he stretched his face forward and smiled at the younger Uzumaki. Himawari gave the trio of laughing ghosts a bored look at this. Oh. This is the part where the patient responds with sullen silence or an insult, Fatso said, as he smiled. Well, you got me there, Himawari said with a flat tone of voice, as she headed for the door. Oh, come on kid, hang out with us. From what I heard, you need a shrink more than, Herc. Stretch was saying, before Himawari's spectral hand grabbed him by his mouth, before her other hand grabbed Fatso and Stinky, before both hands started to grind them together into a ball. Okay you three, let's get started on today's, what's going on here? Naruto said, as he and Jazz came into the room seeing what was going on. Stress relief therapy. And I gotta say, it works, Himawari said with a smirk, as her spectral hands dropped the trio, who were all tied up together into a ball. Help us, Stretch squeaked out, as half his face was pressed into Fatso's belly. Who's got their pointy head in my head? Stinky's voice was heard groaning out from the tangled mess of the trio. That's not my head, Fatso said, getting groans from his two brothers. Later bro, I'm off to hang out with the others, Himawari said, as she headed for the door. I'm gonna guess that you three ran your mouths and found out that it's not just Naruto who has a limit? Jazz asked, as she took out her notebook. What limit? We didn't even get to prank her. Fatso yelled, as he and his brothers tried to get untangled. Yeah, here's a pro tip, I'm the tolerant one, Naruto said with a sigh, as he approached to try and help the trio get untangled. At Danny's. Himawari approached the front door of Fenton Works and a few moments after knocking on the door opened, showing Danny. Finally, you're the last to show up, Danny said, as he let Himawari inside. Sorry, had to deal with the moronic trio, Himawari said, as she stopped to look around a bit, while Danny closed the door. Nuff said. Okay, follow me down to the lab, just don't touch anything, Danny said, as he led the way down a flight of stairs to the basement. As he finished saying this, they entered the lab, which was pretty spacious and filled with all kinds of gadgets. But what really stood out was what looked like some kind of gateway that was in the shape of a hexagon, while swirling green energy was inside it. I'm guessing that's the ghost portal? Himawari asked Sam and Tucker, who were waiting near what looked like some kind of high-tech submarine that was floating in front of the ghost portal. That's the one, and this is the Spectre speeder, which we will be using to travel through the portal, Danny said, as he approached the vehicle and opened the door for them all to get in. Any idea how we're going to track down your dad's gift? Sam asked, as they all got into the vehicle, with the door closing behind them. Dad mentioned it has a human world item scanner that can detect things from this world, Danny said, as he approached the front of the vehicle and pointed to the dashboard, which looked very complicated. Who's driving? Himawari asked curiously as she sat down. Oh, me. Let me drive. Tucker yelled out excitedly, with his hand in the air. Before Himawari grabbed him by his ear and pulled him into the seat next to her. Hands in pockets, Himawari said with a firm tone. What? Tucker asked, as he held his hand to the ear. Himawari grabbed and shook his head in an exaggerated way, like he couldn't hear her. Sam and Danny shook their heads at this, as Danny activated the Spectre speeder, which he drove through the ghost portal. Afterlife. The group looked around at the world they had entered, which was green and seemed to be filled with purple doors and windows, along with all kinds of different kinds of ghosts and spirits flying around. Whoa, Danny said, as he looked around, surprised at how different the afterlife looked. Hey look, there is a town down there, Sam said, as she pointed down at what looked like a giant floating landmass, where what looked like several buildings were on it. Do you think we should land and ask if anyone has seen the present? Himawari asked, as she hoped that they would land there, so that she could ask someone some questions. Not needed, just give me a minute, Tucker said, as he approached the dashboard and plugged his phone into it. I thought I told you to keep your hands in your dash, Himawari was saying, before she was cut off, as a holographic radar screen appeared on the dashboard. /human world item detected / the ship's AI said, as an image of what looked like a wrapped present appeared on the radar. Good job, Tucker, Sam said with a grin, as she grabbed the steering wheel and started to drive the vehicle. Yeah. Now we can head straight for the present, as my parents should be back home by tonight, Danny said, as he sighed in relief. Himawari cursed mentally at this, but said nothing, as she knew this wouldn't be her only chance to ask a native here about her parents. With Naruto. Meanwhile with Naruto, he and Jazz had just wrapped up a therapy session with the ghostly trio and were now outside Naruto's house. I swear, if half the ghosts your family deals with are this annoying, they are saints for helping them, Jazz said with a sigh, as she rubbed her forehead. You will get better at this. Heck, I think they are starting to actually take you seriously now, Naruto said with a smile, as he and Jazz crossed the street towards Fenton Works. Yeah, only because they don't want to go home, Jazz said, as she stopped rubbing her forehead. I am still curious how bad the new tenants of Whipstaff can be, if those three are wanting to stay in therapy to get away from them, Naruto said, as he was curious, but the trio was adamant that they couldn't say. Maybe you should head over and make sure things are going well, Jazz said, as she approached the front of her home's door. I guess that's a good idea, seeing as the old owner of the house's lawyer told me that they were going to tell them about me, in case they had any problems. Are you gonna be okay alone? Naruto said, as he nodded at this. I'll be fine, Naruto, I'm a big girl after all, Jazz said, as she slightly chuckled at Naruto. Okay. See you later, Jazz, Naruto said, as he went back across the street to approach his car to leave for Whipstaff. Jazz watched Naruto leave for a few moments, before she went inside, closing the door behind her. With Himawari. Meanwhile, back with the others in the afterlife, they were making their way further into a more deserted part of the afterlife in the spectral speeder, which was full of floating rocks and the occasional flyby ghost. Man, this place is creepy, Tucker said, as he looked at a ghost that flew by, that was carrying his own head. I know, isn't it great? Sam said with a grin, as she saw what looked like a giant monster made of fur down below them, walking what looked like a smaller furry monster on a leash. Any sign of your dad's present? Himawari asked, as she looked at Danny, hoping that this would take a bit longer. I think we are getting close, at least, according to the Spectre Speeder's radar, Danny said, as he pointed at the radar, which was beeping rapidly as they got closer. Hey guys, take a look at that. Tucker said, as he pointed out a giant building that was now in sight. It looked like a large prison, with everything colored purple, as some ghosts were in watchtowers and there was barbed wire all along the top of the walls. They have a prison in the afterlife? Sam asked curiously, as they all looked at the building. Probably for the ghosts that are the most destructive and cause the most trouble, Himawari said, as she looked at the prison with interest. Well, whatever it is, the radar is going nuts looking at it, Danny said, as he looked at the speeder's radar. Then hurry up and park this thing already, so we can make a plan, Himawari said, as she stood up from her seat. Danny nodded at this, as he quickly parked the Spectre speeder behind a giant rock formation near the prison. So what are we going to do? Walk up to the prison and ask them to hand over the present? Tucker asked, as they all got out of the speeder and looked around the corner at the front gates of the jail. I'm thinking that we sneak in and look for it, Danny said, as he looked at the front gates, seeing that there were guards everywhere. The guards all looked like they were SWAT, as they wore uniforms and had riot shields and batons. If we are going to do that, it would probably work better if we had disguises, Sam said, as she knew even if they snuck in, they would get caught eventually, if they looked like themselves. Well, we could borrow some uniforms, Himawari said, as she made air quotes when she said borrow. That could work, but how are we going to lure some of them over here? Danny asked, as he looked at the guards who were patrolling. We could throw some insults at them? Tucker asked with a shrug. We need to lure them over with something that is possibly dangerous, Sam said, as she figured the guards would either just ignore them or attack them from afar if they did that. I have it. Be ready to help me subdue them, Himawari said after a few moments of thought, before she snapped her fingers and smiled as an idea hit her, before she approached the corner of the rock they were hiding behind. Danny quickly turned into his ghost form and nodded at Himawari, while Sam and Tucker took cover by the speeder. Oh my god, is that a sandworm? Himawari yelled loudly in a panic. This got the attention of the guards patrolling the front of the prison to stand at attention, before four of them quickly made their way over to the rock formation to investigate. What's a sandworm? Tucker asked curiously, before Sam covered his mouth, silencing him. As this was happening, the four guards finally arrived and quickly saw the four teens. Humans? One of the guards yelled in surprise. Quick, call the warden, Ga, one of the guards was yelling, before Himawari's spectral hands grabbed the four guards. Now, there'll be none of that, Himawari said with a shake of her head. Sorry about this, Danny said, as he charged his hands with ectopic energy, before he blasted the 4 guards. Ergeg, the 4 guards yelled in pain, before they all passed out. Well, that was easy, Sam said, as she and Tucker came out from behind the speeder. Yeah, and what's a sandworm, oof? Tucker asked Himawari, before she threw one of the guards' uniforms at him. It's from a book a friend gave me. Now get dressed, Himawari said, as she put on her own uniform over her own clothes. After a few moments, the 4 teens were all dressed up and had the front of their helmets down, so their faces were covered. Hey, this thing gives power readings. Cool. Tucker said with a smile as the display of his helmet scanned Danny and Himawari and showed him that Danny was a rank C+ and Himawari was a B. Focus, Tuck. Danny hissed at his best friend, as he put his finger to his mouth. So what's the plan? We just walk in? Sam asked, as they all walked towards the front of the prison. Exactly. We go in and we split up. Once one of us finds the present, we text the others and we meet back up, Danny whispered, as she knew they all had their phones. So don't dilly-dally, either. We don't know what could be in this prison, Sam whispered to the others. Everyone but Himawari nodded at this, who hesitated for a moment, before she too nodded. So was it a sandworm? One of the guards asked the teens as they approached. Nah, it was just some punks trying to be funny. Let's get back to work, Himawari said with a more gruff voice. The guard sighed in relief at hearing this, before he let them pass and walk through the doors into the prison. As the group walked through, they all nodded slightly, as they split up and took different routes, Danny and Sam taking one hallway, with Himawari taking one and Tucker taking the last one. With Danny and Sam, the 2 teens were making their way room to room, searching for Jack's anniversary present, and soon, they walked into a room that looked like an office. Look, there's the present, Danny said, as he spotted the present sitting on a pedestal in the back of the room. As Danny and Sam approached the pedestal, their way was suddenly blocked by a tall figure, who had a white face and wore a white-looking outfit, with a white hat on their head. This was Walker, the warden of the prison. What do we have here? Several of my guards not at their post. That's against the rules, Walker said, as he took out a book and glared at the 2 disguised teens. Sorry, sir. We were just wanting to see if you needed help disposing of the illegal item from the living world, Danny said, as he quickly composed himself, as this guy was a little intimidating. A commendable thought, but all human contraband will be sent to Saturn, which I'll be doing myself, Walker said, as he closed the rule book, after looking at the rule book. Saturn? As in the actual planet, oof. Danny asked, surprised at this, before Sam elbowed him in the gut. Focus. As you wish, sir. We will return to our posts, Sam hissed out, cursing the fact that Danny was a bit of a space fan, before she put on a professional tone, as she addressed Walker. Walker raised an eyebrow at this, as he watched the 2 disguised teens turn to leave the office. Before he pulled out what looked like a baton from behind his back and aimed it at them, before he fired twice, sending what looked like green rings at the 2 teens, which quickly hit them and bound their arms to their sides. Gah! What is this? Danny yelled, as the bindings zapped him along with Sam. My guards know to refer to me as Warden, not Sir, Walker said with a glare, as he grabbed Danny and Sam's helmets and removed them, exposing their faces. Ah, the Halfa and a human friend. Breaking into my prison is one thing, but bringing a human to the other side? Son, you just broke a major rule, Walker said, as he glared at Danny and Sam. As he summoned his guards into the room, who surrounded the 2 teens. With Himawari and Tucker. Meanwhile, with Himawari and Tucker, they were making their way down one hallway and soon, they came upon a split in the hallway. I say that we go this way, Himawari said, as she took note that the hallway she pointed down seemed to have prisoners walking out of their cells, obviously to be taken to lunch. No way. I say we should go down this hallway, Tucker said, as he pointed down the other hallway that had doors which were way more secure and locked down. How do you figure that? Himawari whispered to Tucker. Because the ones down here don't have a grudge against us, that's why, Tucker said, as he pointed down the hall Himawari picked. Himawari looked and saw Skulker, Technus and the lunch lady ghost in prison uniforms, being led to the cafeteria by the guards. Yeah, so I say we avoid any encounters with old foes, Tucker said, as he pulled Himawari to the other hallway. We don't have any idea what kind of could be locked up in that wing of the prison. It's better the enemy that we know, than something unknown, Himawari said, as she shook her head. Look, why can't you just trust me? Tucker asked, as he looked at Himawari in annoyance. You're not exactly an expert on this. I mean, you know a bit about tech and hitting on anything with a rack, which is not exactly a good set of skills for this, Himawari said. And you're an expert? You only threw your first punch against a ghost a few days ago. Tucker said, clearly annoyed at being called out. Hey, if you want to prove you're an idiot again, then go ahead dash, Himawari was saying, before she was cut off. Fine. I'll take this hallway and you can take that one and get jumped by our old enemies, when they recognize you. And don't expect me to come save you, Tucker said with a harsh tone, as he took off down the hallway he chose. You save me? Yeah, I'm sure, Himawari said with a scoff at this, as she took the other hallway. Tucker grumbled under his breath at this, as he walked down the hallway, clearly annoyed at being dismissed by his friend. Hey, who's out there? An old elderly voice said, as Tucker walked past a locked steel door, which seemed to have a nameplate on it, which was covered in dust. This caused Tucker to pause, as he looked at the door. Tucker said, as he looked through the small window into the room, where he saw only darkness. One of those guards again, the elderly voice said with a scoff. I'm not a guard, Tucker said, as he looked around inside the cell for whoever was inside the cell, but still saw nobody. Oh. Well then, how about you let me out? I'll happily reward you, if you do, the old lady's voice said with an audible grin. Sure. I mean, you're obviously an old lady. Not many of those that are dangerous, Tucker said with a nod, as he looked at the door and took out his phone and attached it to the door's electric lock. And after a few moments, the door lock turned green and the door opened. Are you coming out? Tucker asked, as he looked into the cell. Before, a very elderly woman with reddish-brown wrinkled skin, long thick white shaggy hair, wide eyes with a yellow scara and were stuck looking to the sides, as she wore what looked like a black kimono came out of the cell. Thanks for the help. I'll let you suckle my breasts for your reward, the elderly woman said, as her eyes looked all over the place, as she twitched violently. Tucker's jaw dropped in shock at hearing this, before he did the first thing he could think of. He took off down the hallway back where he came like a bat out of. The elderly woman smiled madly at this, before she took off running after Tucker, leaving a sonic boom behind her, causing the dust on the nameplate to her door to be sent flying, revealing the nameplate on her cell door. Turbo Granny. And as Turbo Granny quickly caught up with Tucker. Gah! Tucker's screams of terror echoed throughout the prison. With Sabrina. It had been a long first day for the young teenage witch, as she walked into the kitchen of the manor, where her aunts Hilda and Zelda were sitting at the table having some coffee. While Salem was sitting on the table, which Sabrina sat at with a sigh. Long day? What happened? Did your little stalker get spotted and scare off the boys? Salem asked with a grin at Sabrina, not noticing Casper appearing behind him. Boo, Casper said with a flat tone of voice. Ah! Salem screamed, as he leapt into the air and dug his claws into the ceiling. Nice one kiddo, Hilda said with a grin at Casper seeing this. Did you have a good first day of school, dear? Zelda asked her niece, as she drank some of her coffee. Well, the entire student body thinks I'm either really weird or cool for living here, Sabrina said, as she gestured to the room. Oh, and don't forget that they want to have a Halloween party here, Casper added, as he held up a hand. I was getting to that, Sabrina said as she looked at her ghost friend, who sheepishly chuckled at this. Halloween party? I don't know, dear, we just moved in here and we haven't gotten this place cleaned up yet, Zelda said with a frown. Oh, come on sis, lighten up. We have a week or so before Halloween, we can easily get this place presentable in half that time, Hilda said, as she had no problem with this. Yeah. Plus, that Lancer guy said he was going to show up to help plan the party, if you said yes. So the burden isn't all on you guys, Casper said, as he hovered next to Sabrina. Oh. Well, that was nice of him, Zelda said with a smile at this. So can we have the party? Sabrina asked with a hopeful smile. Okay, but we need to make a plan, so we keep ourselves secret from everyone, Zelda said, as she nodded at this. And wrangle, and est, Hilda said with a scowl of annoyance. Which one is which? Salem asked, as he came down from the ceiling, with Capser snickering at this. Speaking of, where are the trio of morons? Sabrina asked, as she looked around for Casper's uncles. They should be getting back from therapy soon, Zelda said, as she looked at the clock on the wall. Wait, they have that for ghosts? Sabrina asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Well, according to the lawyer who sold this place to us, the expert who inspected this place said he was putting those three through therapy and that if we had trouble, we could go to him, Hilda said with a shrug. Wait, there are experts for ghosts? Sabrina asked curiously. Oh sure. Though I don't think any of the most respectable families that do that are in this part of the world. At least, not when we last checked in with them, Hilda said, as she nodded at this. When was that? Sabrina asked curiously. Oh, around 50 or 60 years ago in Japan, give or take, Hilda said with a shrug. We met a family of spiritual experts and they were very nice, Zelda said with a smile at this. Nice my tail. That redhead brat sent me flying on her seesaw, Salem said with a shudder at this memory. Hilda burst out laughing at this, while Zelda chuckled a bit at this memory. What was this family's name? Casper asked curiously. Oh, they were the Uzumaki family. I do recall Mito made us godmothers of her little girl Kushina, while we were there, Zelda said with a smile, as she reminisced a bit. Sabrina and Casper both had looks of shock appear on their face at this, but before she could respond, the doorbell went off. I'll get it, Zelda said as she got up. I'll go with you, just in case the moronic trio need wrangling, Hilda said, as she stood up to go with her sister. So what's got you two so jumpy? Salem asked, as he jumped back onto the table and noticed that Sabrina and Casper both still looked surprised at what Zelda and Hilda had said. There's a girl at the school whose last name is Uzumaki, Sabrina said, as she recalled Himawari in her class and that several of her classmates had called her Uzumaki. Wait, that redhead brat procreated? Oh God, no. Salem yelled in a panic hearing this, as his fur went on end. There's also her older brother, Casper said, as he remembered Naruto. Wait, an older brother? Sabrina asked curiously, as she hadn't heard about this yet. She had two of them? Oh God, the world's ending. Salem yelled out, as he ran off. With Naruto. Meanwhile with Naruto. He was in front of Whipstaff Manor's front door and had just rung the doorbell. Well, it looks normal so far. Looks like they are cleaning the place up at least, Naruto said, as he noticed that the front lawns and windows were now trimmed and cleaned. After a few moments, the front door opened revealing Zelda and Hilda. Yes? Zelda asked, as she looked at Naruto curiously. Whatever it is you're selling, we don't want any and we have a religion, Hilda said, as she looked at Naruto with a slight grin. No, miss. See, I'm from a family of experts in the paranormal and I decided to come here, to see if the ghosts staying here are behaving like they said they would, Naruto said. Oh, so you're the expert the lawyer told us to call, Zelda said with a smile. Didn't expect a teen. Are you sure that you're an expert kid? Hilda asked, as she looked at Naruto. Oh, sure. My family has been at this since the feudal era. Naruto Uzumaki, at your service, Naruto said with a nod and a smile. This caused Zelda and Hilda to pause, before they blinked in surprise. Uzumaki? As in Mito Uzumaki? Zelda asked curiously. Oh sure, that's my grandmother on my mom's side of the family. Did you know her? Naruto asked curiously. Know her? Kid, we befriended her and she made us your mom's godmothers, Hilda said with a grin at Naruto. Wait, say what? You don't look that old, oh. I mean, oh geez, Naruto was saying, before he realized what he said and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. This got smiles from the two witches. Why don't you come in and we can explain, Hilda said with a kind smile. Yeah, since you're technically our god's son, so we're not gonna take no for an answer, Zelda said with a smile of her own. Well, if you're sure, Naruto said, as he let them lead him into the mansion and as he entered the parlor. Ah, it's here. An Uzumaki has come to prank me. Salem yelled out, as he spotted Naruto and instantly recognized him as an Uzumaki, thanks to his eyes, before he quickly bolted up the stairs. Okay, that's new, Naruto said, as he blinked in surprise at seeing this. Zelda and Hilda both sighed at this, as this was not how they had wanted to explain the situation to their new godson. Hey Aunt Zelda, Aunt Hilda. Salem is having a out. I think the trio of morons are Sabrina was saying, as she entered the parlor, before she stopped upon seeing Naruto. Hi, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I've come over to make sure that the ghosts who live here aren't causing any trouble, Naruto said with a smile at Sabrina. Sabrina paused at seeing Naruto, before she smiled brightly. Hey, I never cause trouble, except maybe to those that deserve it, Casper said, as he floated into the parlor behind Sabrina. You prank people? The friendly ghost? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow at this. That's your question and not how I'm talking? Salem asked, as this was a new reaction for him and he didn't know whether to be insulted or not. We're on it, Salem. Follow us Naruto, you can join us for tea, Zelda said, as she and Hilda led the way into the kitchen, leaving Salem with Casper and Sabrina. Please don't scare him off, Sabrina grumbled under her breath, as she quickly followed her aunts into the kitchen. Pfft, oh, like you have a shot freshman, Yeo. Salem said with a scoff, before he gave a cat yowl, as Sabrina fired a magic spell at him. Casper followed close behind, grumbling under his breath at hearing this. With Himawari. Himawari was in the prison's cafeteria, looking around at the ghosts in prison uniforms, who were in line for food, while guards were everywhere watching. Crap, there's guards everywhere, Himawari thought with a scowl, as she saw that indeed there were guards all over the place watching the prisoners, which made it practically impossible for her to find one to question about her parents. Before she could think up a plan to make a possible distinction, the doors to the cafeteria were kicked open, revealing Walker who led his men inside, who were also leading Danny and Sam, who were still bound. All guards, at attention. Walker yelled loudly to his men, who all quickly ran over and lined up and stood at attention. Double crap, Himawari thought, as she too lined up, as she saw Danny and Sam and had a feeling what this was about. Men, as you all can see, we have some intruders in my prison. Not only that, but from the living world too, Walker said with a cold tone, as he glared at Danny and Sam. This got looks of surprise from the guards and the ghost prisoners. What's up, ghost boy? Skulker yelled out with a grin. Hima says hi, Danny said with a smirk at Skulker. That Uzumaki brat took a cheap shot. Skulker yelled with a scowl. Uzumaki? You brought an Uzumaki into my prison? Walker asked, as he grabbed Danny by his shirt and lifted him up. Oh, looks like the warden is scared, Sam said with a grin. Scared nothing, little lady. Uzumakis are nothing but trouble and I'm all about order. Now, I brought you all here, because these two used prison uniforms to sneak in. Which means, there is a possibility that one or more of you is also an intruder. Now, if you point them out for me, we can handle this without me having to hurt you, Walker said with a cold tone to Sam, before he turned to look at Danny. Sir, if this involves humans, then maybe we should call in Captain Jackson —, one of the guards was saying, before he was cut off, as Walker turned and backhanded him with a free hand. This is my prison and nobody handles what goes on in these walls, but me, Walker said with a firm tone, before he dropped Danny and turned to his assembled guards and started to walk past each of them and look at each of them, inspecting them. Himawari started to sweat a bit at this, as Walker approached her and paused as he looked at her. You're a little short for one of my guards, Walker said, as he looked at Himawari with narrowed eyes. My size doesn't matter, if I can get the job done, sir, Himawari said with a gruff voice, trying to disguise it. Danny and Sam gave the guard a panicked look at this, while Walker's eyes narrowed at this. That's Warden, Walker said, as he lowered his head, so that his eyes met Himawari's. Triple crap, Himawari said, as she raised her hands to summon her psychic hands. But she yelled, as she was blasted from behind by one of the guard's batons, who had bound her hands together and shocked her, causing her to fall to her knees. This is an Uzumaki? Faye, your family's reputation is obviously exaggerated. That, or your family's talents have fallen off these days, Walker said with a scoff, as he looked down at the bound teen girl. Why, gah. Himawari growled as she grit her teeth in pain from being shocked, before she yelled in pain, as Walker kicked her to the ground and slammed his foot on her chest, which sent her phone sliding out of her pocket. Obviously you need to learn some manners, before you're sent back to the living world, Walker said with a cruel grin, as he applied more pressure to Himawari's chest. Hey, let her go. Danny yelled out as he struggled against the guard who had his arms behind his back. Yeah, we will leave, just let us go. Sam yelled out, as she too tried to get loose from her guard's grip. Well, that's up to Miss Uzumaki here. Is there anyone else in my prison I should know about? Walker asked with a formed tone. Himawari looked up at the ghost warden and glared at him. Be Beetlejuice, beat, gah, she was saying, before Walker grabbed her by her throat and lifted her up into the air. You would summon a criminal into my prison, instead of cooperating with the law? You've just thrown away your last chance, Missy, Walker said with a cold tone, as he cracked the knuckles in his free hand, as he held up the teen Uzumaki, ready to hurt her. Before Walker could do anything though, the cafeteria heard what sounded like a ringtone going off from the phone that Himawari had dropped after Walker had attacked her. I'm surprised this works here, one of the guards said, as he floated over towards the phone. Just as he picked it up, he was punched right in the face, sending him splatting into a wall nearby. This surprised everyone in the cafeteria, as the phone dropped to the floor, this time face up. From the cracked screen, a wrinkly red-skinned hand emerged, much to the shock of both the ghosts and humans. As a mane of white hair exploded out of the phone, followed by several limbs and a then large red skull-like head, with bright yellow eyes. The body then contorted and cracked, as it fixed itself, then it zipped around the cafeteria, biting down on the crotch of one of the guards, before throwing it into the nearby wall. Is that? Danny yelled in shock, as all the guards stood at attention, seeing this. Some fool let her out? All men, take cover. Teknus, who was nearby, yelled, as he hid behind a flipped-over table, with some other prisoners doing the same thing. I'm sorry guys, it was a ghost, she caught me and put a curse on me. Tucker exclaimed, his face exposed through the cracks of Turbo Granny's face, his feet wildly kicking around the ground. Tucker. Danny and Sam cried out, horrified at what I saw. Looks like your friend let out an S-class prisoner, Walker said with a glare, as he dropped Himawari to the ground, as his men all stood at attention. Help me guys, I can't control myself, Tucker said, his voice fading away, as the elderly ghost took full control of him, turning his head to the ghosts. I'm gonna gobble all your dongs. Turbo Granny yelled with a cackle at the guards. Get them, Turbo Granny, some of the female prisoners yelled hearing this. Fire at will, boys. Walker ordered, as he held out his hands. The guards fired off their ectoblasts, as Turbo Granny took off, running along the walls zipping around, till she appeared in front of one of the ghost guards, biting another guard in his crotch, tearing off the bottom portion of his body. As this was happening, seeing an opportunity, Skulker slugged a guard and took his baton, before he fired it at the guard, incapacitating him. Everyone fight. This is our chance. Skulker yelled to his fellow ghosts, before he fired his baton at another guard. Upon hearing this, the prisoners all stood up and smirked, before they started to attack the guards, as they tried to attack Turbo Granny. As this was happening, Danny and Sam had gotten free from the guards holding them back and had run over to Himawari, who was getting up. What's happening right now? Himawari asked, as she looked around. Apparently, Tucker let out a very powerful ghost, who's using his body as a timeshare to lead a prison riot, Sam said as she pointed at Turbo Granny, who ran at another guard and bit off his crotch, before throwing him against a wall. Okay, I didn't expect to see this, Himawari said with a sigh, before she narrowed her eyes, as Skulker, the lunch lady and Tekna started to approach them. This we did expect though, Danny said as he raised his hands, which glowed with energy, ready to go. Time for a rematch, brat, Skulker growled out, as he glared at Himawari. Yeah, I'm gonna say nothing but 3 words, Beetlejuice, Himawari said with a firm tone and a glare of her own. This caused the prisoners to stop their approach. You're bluffing, Skulker said, as he glared at Himawari. Yeah, there's no way you know him, Tekna said with a nod. Beetlejuice, Himawari said again, this time with a smirk, as the prisoners started to back up. She's not bluffing, a genie-looking ghost with long black hair, who was wearing her prison uniform so her midriff was showing, yelled. This was Desiree. Am I missing something? Danny asked in confusion, as he didn't expect this kind of reaction from some of his enemies. Beetlejuice, Himawari said with a firm tone, as she smiled widely. Everyone looked up, as storm clouds formed up in the sky, lightning crashing and floors shook, before a bolt of lightning shot down, revealing Beetlejuice smirking with his hands in his pocket. It's showtime. Beetlejuice cackled as he looked down at the prisoners with a mad grin. We quit, some of the prisoners yelled, as they took off towards the door, leaving just Skulker, Tekna, Desiree and the lunch lady. I'm out of here. Tekna yelled, as he ran for the door. I think they need me in the kitchen, to make dinner, the lunch lady said, before she too ran off. Yeah, I'm not dealing with that idiot, Desiree said with a scowl upon seeing Beetlejuice. Oh, don't say that, baby. I can change. Beetlejuice yelled after the genie ghost, as she flew off and left with the other escaping prisoners. Wow, Sam said, as she had seen desperate guys go after beautiful girls before, but this was something else entirely. Skulker scowled at this and raised his fist to attack, but was blasted by Danny, who flew at him and started to fight him. Beetlejuice laughed as he watched the prisoners run off, but then noticed the riot going on. Whoa, Hima. Heck have you got me into, he exclaimed, as he looked at his friend with a tilt of his head. It's sorta gotta do with that, Himawari said, pointing upwards. She's got my, a guard screamed, caught between Turbo Granny's teeth. Way-a-ot. Beetlejuice screamed, his eyes popping out of his head, with his jaw hitting the ground. Who let that crazy old hag out? Where's my chastity belt? The bio-exorcist yelled out, as he summoned what looked like an iron pair of pants. Hima, who is this guy? Sam asked, as she raised an eyebrow at her friend, who obviously knew this ghost, seeing as she had summoned him. The name's Beetlejuice Kid, self-proclaimed ghost with the most, Beetlejuice said, as he adjusted his collar. The most what, exactly? Sam asked with a tilt of her head. One of the most powerful, seeing as you had those punks running, Himawari said with a chuckle at this. Aw, thanks Hima. You saying that just fills my heart, Beetlejuice said with a grin, as he pulled his shirt open, literally showing them his beating heart. This got a look of surprise from Sam, who looked at Himawari at this with a look of bewilderment. Yeah, he's pretty much the Bugs Bunny of this place, Himawari said with a shrug. Oi. I don't have a thing for carrots. I prefer bugs, thanks, Beetlejuice said as he closed his shirt and took a beetle out of his hair and ate it. Anyway, you think you can cover us while we get out of here? Himawari asked, ignoring this, while Sam's face turned green upon seeing this. Sure thing Hima, the ghost with the most has got. Beetlejuice was saying, before he was cut off. Beetlejuice. You are wanted for the violation of 600,982 rules and ethical codes. Walker shouted, as he spotted the ghost. Wow, I thought there'd be more, Beetlejuice smirked, as he rubbed his chin, before in a burst of smoke, he turned his arms into giant hammers. Guess I'll have to add rioting to the list. He yelled with a cackle, as he took a swing at some of the guards, who were sent flying at Walker, who took cover to avoid getting hit. Okay, now that Beetlejuice has that asshole distracted and Danny is busy with the wannabe hunter, let's try and calm Tucker down, so that we can get out of here, Himawari said, as she turned to Sam. How the? Are we going to do that? Sam asked, as she jerked a thumb at Turbo Granny, who was running around the cafeteria and attacking more of the guards. More specifically, she was making a beeline for Walker and his men, who were trying to subdue Beetlejuice. Seeing this, Walker's eyes narrowed, before he grabbed one of his own men and used him as a shield, as Turbo Granny chomped down on him, before he spun around them and jammed his own stun baton into Turbo Granny's side, before blasting her, sending her flying into the wall, making a small crater in it. Ing scum, using one of his own men to save his own ass, Himawari said with a scowl seeing this. You're making a case to send you after your parents, Missy, Walker said as he glared at Himawari. This made Himawari's eyes widen at this, as images of her parents filled her mind, before she grabbed her head and scowled. Oh? Touched a nerve, did I? Walker asked with a smirk, as he raised his baton, ready to attack. Leave her alone. Tucker's voice yelled, getting everyone's attention, as they saw that he had most of his body back after Walker's attack, but he was bleeding and Turbo Granny was slowly trying to take back control. Oh? Are you actually trying to fight back against that hag? Quite impressive, but if she won't leave your body, then we're going to have to put you down, Walker said. As his men all stood at attention, ready to attack Tucker if he attacked again. Do what you want, but leave my friends alone. Tucker yelled, as he struggled to keep control of his body, as it started to shake from Turbo Granny trying to take back control. This caused Danny, Sam and Himawari's eyes to widen in surprise hearing this from their friend, who up until now, while loyal, had just been a tech nerd and a jokester. Oh? You would die for them? Walker asked, raising an eyebrow at this. I would turn into a monster for my friends. Tucker yelled, as his face turned back into Turbo Granny's face and with a yell, he charged at Walker. Yeah, kick his ass Tucker. Himawari yelled out, pumping her fists at hearing this. Before Walker and his men all fired at Turbo Granny, sending him flying back into the crater. Gah! Sorry, I'm done, Tucker groaned out in pain, as his face was again revealed. You barely did anything yourself. Himawari yelled out in frustration, seeing how quick Tucker went down after being attacked. Tucker groaned, as he slid down the wall, as Walker approached him. But before the warden could do anything, Beetlejuice appeared in between the warden and the possessed teen. Sorry Chief, but that's my buddy's friend and I'm gonna have to ask you to back off. Beetlejuice yelled, before in a burst of smoke, he transformed into a giant snake and wrapped himself around Walker and his men, before he swung himself and threw them all at the opposite wall, sending them through it. Tucker! Sam yelled, as she ran to her friend to check on him. But as she approached him, Tucker shot at Sam, as Turbo Granny had possessed him again. Hey! Back off! Himawari yelled, as she used her spectral hands to grab Turbo Granny's hands and hold her back from attacking Sam. Danny, a little help here. Sam yelled at her friend, who was still fighting Skulker. I'm working on it. Danny yelled back, as he slugged Skulker in the face, sending him flying back. Pathetic. Your friends will die here, while you hold back, Skulker said with a sneer, as he rubbed his face. Danny's eyes narrowed at this, before he grit his teeth, causing his eyes and hands to glow green before with a shout, he flew at Skulker and after dodging a punch from the ghost hunter, he slugged him hard in the gut, jamming his fist into his stomach. Gah! Skulker grunted out, as he felt this punch actually penetrate his armor. Danny wasn't done however, as he then shouted again, before he fired an ecto-blast from his hand, firing it through the ghost and sending him flying, and this time, he didn't get up, as his armor was very badly damaged. Let me go, you tacky-looking bitch. Turbo Granny yelled, as she looked back at Himawari. Who are you calling a bitch, you dried-up old? Himawari shouted back at the ghost. You call me? Turbo Granny screeched out in a rage. You heard me, you old prune. Himawari yelled, as she kept her grip on her possessed friend. Turbo Granny screeched at this, before she shot at Himawari and tackled her to the ground and tried to bite her, but Himawari grabbed her face to try and keep her back. Hey! A little help here? Himawari yelled to Danny and Sam, who quickly ran over and grabbed Turbo Granny's head and attempted to pull her away from Himawari. Come on, Tuck! Danny yelled, as he tried to pull Turbo Granny away. Yeah, this isn't funny. Sam yelled in desperation, as she tried to help Danny. Himawari scowled as Turbo Granny slowly started to push her back, before she dug deep and her body was covered with a green aura. Snap out of it! Himawari yelled out, as she slammed her head against Turbo Granny's, which caused the green aura around her to go into the ghost. Gaha! Turbo Granny screeched in pain, before she burst into red flames, sending Danny, Sam and Himawari back, and after a moment, the flames flew off of Tucker and formed into what looked like a massive demonic eye, which looked down at them. You little bitch! Who knew this little? Had a friend that had spiritual powers? Turbo Granny yelled out in anger. Tucker, what's wrong? Danny yelled, as he saw that Tucker was spasming violently on the ground. Like he was having a seizure. What did you do to him? Sam yelled at the eye, looking down at them. I have cursed him. So if you want to undo it, then seek me out. Turbo Granny's voice cackled out, before the eye faded away. What curse was she talking about? And how can she curse him anyway, since I thought only witches could do that sort of thing? Sam asked in shock and worry. We can figure it out later, as we need to get out of here, Danny yelled, as he and Sam lifted Tucker and carried him on their shoulders. I'm on it. BJ. We need an exit. Himawari said to her friends, before she yelled to Beetlejuice, who was still in his snake form, attacking some of Walker's guards. A conventional one or a non-conventional one? Beetlejuice asked, as he smacked some guards away with his tail. Keep it simple. Our ride is outside. Himawari yelled, as she slugged a guard that tried to grab her with her spectral hand, before she pointed at a wall nearby. On it! Beetlejuice yelled, as he made his arms appear on his snake body, before he punched at the wall Himawari pointed at, smashing through it and making a massive hole in the wall. So you and him? Danny asked, as the teens quickly made their way towards the hole. Don't be a moron, he's my friend, Himawari said with a scoff at this. Yeah, I'm not into jailbait. I have some standards after all, for crying out loud. Beetlejuice yelled, as he appeared in a puff of smoke and got in Danny's face. Good to know, Sam said with a sigh of relief, as they walked through the hole in the wall and made their way towards the Spectre speeder. As they were making their way out though, Walker and some of his men were coming back inside the cafeteria, after recovering from Beetlejuice's attack. Don't let them escape. Walker yelled at his men, as he pointed after the teens. "Oh, take the loss, you hick!" Himawari yelled out, as she turned to look at the warden, while Danny and Sam loaded Tucker into the speeder. "Are you sure that you want to leave so soon, without knowing what happens when people like your family do?" Walker asked with a grin, as he knew this Uzumaki would most likely take the bait. Himawari paused at this, but before she could respond to this, Beetlejuice in the form of a rhino slammed into the warden. "Hima, get out of here," the poltergeist yelled, as he charged into the opposite wall, sending him and the warden through the wall. "Hima, come on. Tucker needs help." Sam yelled out to Himawari, as Danny fired some ecto-blasts at some guards. Himawari clenched her fists at this, before she quickly ran into the Spectre speeder, which quickly took off, after she closed the door behind her. Later on, the group had quickly gotten back through the ghost portal and had returned to the Fenton's lab, and Danny, Sam and Himawari were all panting for breath, as they calmed down after the adventure they had just gone through, while Tucker was laying on the lab floor. "So, are you going to explain how you know that Beetlegeese guy?" Danny asked, as he looked at Himawari. "Juice, and me and him became friends, before I moved here," Himawari said, shrugging, while deciding to keep it simple. "Well, it explains why your tolerance for Tucker is so high." "I mean, wow," Sam said, as she shook her head at how Beetlejuice had hit on Desiree in a way that made her fellow teen look subtle. He grows on you, if you can believe it," Himawari said with a chuckle. "Yeah, I bet. He's the one who has been messing with Dash and Quan, isn't he?" Sam asked with a knowing look at her fellow girl. "Hey, I warned them to back off," Himawari said with a smirk, not denying this, as it was obvious now that they had met her friend. "Oh man, he must be good. Those two have been going nuts lately," Danny said with a smile at this. "Ugh. Man, what hit me?" Tucker asked with a groan, as he woke up and held his head, as he felt it throb slightly. "Do you want the complete list or the highlights?" Danny asked his best friend. "Just the highlights, please," Tucker said, as he stood up, so he was on his feet. "Let's see, you got possessed by a powerful spirit, who used your body to go on a rampage and attack Walker and his guards. Before Himawari made her leave your body, and we got the out of there," Sam said, as she listed the highlights of what happened. "Nice job, by the way, letting that hag out," Himawari said with a flat tone of voice. "Yeah, I'll own this one. Who knew that a granny ghost could be that scary?" Tucker said with a shudder. "Okay, you all should head home. It's getting late and I don't want to get questioned by my parents about this," Danny said, as he led the way to the stairs. "Works for me, 'cause I'm starving. Just let me use your bathroom first, as I have been holding it forever," Tucker said as they went upstairs. Everyone stopped to wait for Tucker, as he used the bathroom, but after a few moments of waiting, Tucker bellowed from the bathroom in terror. "Heck is going on down there?" Jazz asked, as she came downstairs from her room after hearing Tucker yell. Danny said, as he tried to quickly think of an excuse. "That hag made me a Ken doll," Tucker bellowed from the bathroom. "And we're busted," Sam said with a groan, as Jazz gave them a look of suspicion. "Well, guess that explains." "Curses," Himawari said. "That, and we didn't even get Dad's present back," Danny said with a groan, as he slammed his head against the wall. As he said this, in a puff of smoke, said present appeared on the table nearby with a note on it. Himawari raised an eyebrow at this and grabbed the note and read it, before chuckling at what it said. "I'll need to lay low for a bit after this. You owe me one Hima, BJ," she read out to everyone. "Okay, he's not that bad," Danny said with a smile of gratitude at this. "I'm guessing him causing a ruckus in that ghost prison got some attention," Sam said, as she looked at the note. "Ghost prison? Explanation, now?" Jazz asked in surprise, before she yelled at the three teens. Guys, a little help please," Danny said, as he looked at the others. "Oh, look at the time. I need to get home, before my parents ground me," Sam said, before she quickly left. "And I need to calm Tucker down. Hey, speed boy. Get the lead out," Himawari said, as she approached the bathroom door and smacked it for emphasis, leaving Danny to explain everything to Jazz. Ghost Zone. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the Ghost Zone, there was a lot of different-looking ghosts chatting with each other, while sitting in what looked like a big waiting room. "I can't believe that Walker's prison had a big breakout," a ghost woman said, as she sat next to her own cut-off legs, which crossed its legs, as she talked to a fellow ghost about what had happened. "I know. And from what I hear, the Halfa and some of his human friends broke in and caused a riot, after they'd freed Turbo Granny," a male ghost that looked like a black skeleton that was smoking a cigarette said with a chuckle. "And they actually got away? How did they pull that one off? Walker isn't one to let prisoners or intruders go without a fight, and it's not like that hag would actually help them," the ghost woman said, as she raised an eyebrow at this. "Apparently, Beetlejuice is friends with one of the humans and helped them escape," the male skeleton ghost said with a shrug. "Watch it. We don't need that guy showing up." "And what human would be nuts enough to befriend that idiot?" the female ghost said with a scowl of annoyance. Sorry. "Anyway, from what I hear, the human who is friends with him is apparently an Uzumaki Dash," the male ghost was saying, before what looked like a mane of red hair grabbed him and pulled him over to a corner of the waiting room, where two ghosts were sitting in some chairs. One was a splitting image of Naruto, but was older and had hair hanging down either side of his face. And the second one was female and was the one whose long red hair had grabbed the male skeleton ghost. But what really stood out about these two was that their skin was slightly pale and that they both had what looked like massive holes in their chests. "Tell me more about this Beetlejuice. Is he a danger to my kids?" the woman ghost asked, as she glared at the skeleton ghost, who started to shake a bit in fear, while the blonde ghost with her sighed at his wife's antics. With Naruto. It had been a few hours or so later and Naruto was still in the kitchen of Whipstaff Manor sitting at the counter, as Hilda and Zelda just finished explaining to him who they were, while Sabrina, Salem and Casper were sitting at the table nearby. "Wait, so Grandma Mito wasn't lying about being friends with witches?" "Huh, who knew?" Naruto said, as he slightly chuckled, as he always figured Grandma was just messing with him. "What made you think she was lying about it, dear?" Zelda asked curiously. "Well, it's more I thought that she was exaggerating about someone with a unique spiritual ability, and calling them a witch, so I would understand as a kid," Naruto said with a shrug. "Wait, so he's allowed to know about us?" Sabrina asked, raising an eyebrow at this. "Thankfully yes, seeing as according to the Witches' Council, he and his family are categorized as magical creatures," Salem said, as he scratched his neck a bit. "Though it would be best if you kept our secret, so the Witches' Council leaves you and your family alone, dear," Zelda said with a calm but firm tone to Naruto, getting a nod from the teen. "So, what are you exactly? Are you a cat they used a spell on to give human speech or something?" Naruto asked, as he looked at Salem curiously. "No, Salem is a warlock under our care, while he serves out his sentence," Hilda said, as she shook her head. "Ah, what did he do? Get a stray in trouble?" Naruto asked with a teasing grin, getting a laugh from Hilda and smiles from Sabrina and Casper. "Oh goody, he has his mom's wit," Salem said with a scowl. "Hey, I'm a saint, compared to my little sister," Naruto said to the cat. "Oh, speaking of which, you should introduce her to us, seeing as she's also our goddaughter," Hilda said to Naruto, as she smiled at the idea of meeting Himawari. "Indeed, as I can't wait to meet Kushina's little girl. Speaking of which, is Kushina here in town with you?" Zelda asked as she nodded at this, before she looked at Naruto curiously. Naruto paused at this before frowning, but before he could answer her, there was a knock at the door. "Oh my, we are getting all kinds of guests today," Zelda said, as she stood up to go answer the door. "We're on moron duty, Sabrina," Hilda said, as she looked at her niece, referring to Ghostly Trio. "Ah, I'm guessing that you guys are why they have been avoiding going back home for as long as possible, Naruto said with a grin. Casper, quick, hide, Sabrina whispered to him, as she saw that it was best to have him hide just in case. Casper nodded at this, as he went invisible. And you, act like a normal cat, Naruto said, as he looked at Salem. You mean act all lazy and get fat? Well, that shouldn't be a problem for him, since he does it all the time, Hilda said with a smirk. I also silently judge you, Salem said with a smug tone. Yup, that sounds like a cat to me, Naruto said with a chuckle at Salem's remark, as he followed after Zelda, just in case she needed help. But as he went out to the parlor of the mansion, he saw that Zelda had let in Jazz, who had Himawari with her. More specifically, she had Himawari by her arm, as she led her into the mansion. Jazz? Himawari? What are you doing here? Naruto asked, as he approached his friend and sister. It's nothing. She's just being a busybody, Himawari said with a scowl at the older Fenton sibling, as she pulled herself from Jazz's grip. It's not nothing. You and the others used the ghost portal to visit the afterlife. Jazz said with a scowl at Himawari. Technically, it's more of a purgatory or limbo, Himawari said with a bored tone, as she shrugged her shoulders. Whatever. Jazz yelled out, as she threw her hands in the air. Wait, they did what now? Naruto asked, surprised at this. It's not a big deal. We went after Mr. Fenton's present and got it back, so he's out of the doghouse, Himawari said, as she crossed her arms. You also caused a riot at a ghost prison and got Tucker cursed. Jazz yelled out, feeling her limit being reached. Naruto's eyes widened at this, before he looked at Himawari with a hard look, before he looked at Jazz. Okay Jazz, I have this. So you can go home now, he said with a calm but firm tone. That sounds good to me. I need to make sure Tucker gets back home, seeing as he's still a bit panicked, Jazz said with a nod at Naruto, before she left the mansion. What kind of curse was used on him? And who cast it? Zelda asked, as she knew it was now okay to offer her help. And who are you? Himawari asked, raising her eyebrow at Zelda, while Hilda and Sabrina came into the parlor with Salem close behind. Oh, I'm your godmother Zelda Spellman and this is your godmother Hilda and you met Sabrina at school, Zelda said, as she introduced herself, her sister and their niece to Himawari. To make a long story short, your grandma Mito made us godmothers to your mother long ago and by extension you, Hilda said, deciding to get straight to the point. Wait, say what? You knew Grandma Mito? She is older than that hag and pervert, Himawari said in shock. Well, us witches and warlocks have good genes, Salem said as he walked over and jumped onto a small table, so that he could be seen. Witches? So you mean Grandma Mito's dementia wasn't kicking in, when she was telling us that story? Himawari asked, as she looked at Naruto, who was giving her a hard look. Oh yeah, she's definitely Kushina's kid, Hilda said with a grin at Zelda, who shook her head at her sister. That's not important right now. What is this about Tucker getting cursed? Naruto asked with a firm tone of voice. It was some hag that possessed him and went on the rampage at the ghost prison, not us, Himawari said, as she crossed her arms at this. Details, kid. If we know what she looks like, then we can look her up and probably help, Hilda said, as she snapped her fingers for emphasis. Oh, and a name would be a great help too, Zelda said, as in a flash of light, she summoned what looked like a giant grimoire, which she opened up, so that she could look up information. That I can give you. Everyone in that prison called her Turbo Granny, Himawari said with a nod. Naruto's eyes widened at this, as he started to slightly sweat at the name revealed. Gahahaha. Wow, your sister aims big at pissing off the big-time yokai. Hey, do you think she will end up like your parents? A voice in Naruto's head asked, as it cackled madly. Hearing this, Zelda and Hilda both looked at each other and frowned. Salem meanwhile, yowled loudly as his fur went on end. Why is everyone acting like it's the end of the world or something? Sabrina asked with a cocked eyebrow, with Casper nodding in agreement. Because my sister and her friends decided to let loose an S-class yokai, Naruto said with a firm tone. In my defense, Tucker is the one who did it. So what's that hag's deal? Himawari said, as she looked at Zelda and Hilda, who used a spell to turn the pages of their book, which soon stopped on a page. Turbo Granny is a spirit that can curse people who lose in a race against her, Zelda said, as she read from her book. What's with the obsession with biting off guys' junk? Himawari asked. Wait, say what now? Sabrina asked, surprised at this. Well, from what Bachan has told me, Turbo Granny used to be kinda like us. She used to comfort the spirits of girls who have been exploited, Naruto said, as he recalled some of the history lessons from Tsunade. Well, that explains the obsession with attacking assholes guys, Himawari said with a scowl at this. Obviously Tucker is not like her usual victims though, right? Casper asked, as while he only knew Tucker a short time, he knew that Tucker was a good guy, a bit desperate for female attention sure, but not at that level. No, so do we reverse the curse that she placed on Tucker? Himawari asked, as she looked at Zelda and Hilda. Well, according to what I'm reading here, you need to track down Turbo Granny Ann. Hilda was saying as she turned the page in her book, before she paused. Yeah, and what? Himawari asked. You need to beat her at a race, Zelda said, as she read the page. Oh, you are so dead, Salem said, as he shook his head. What kind of race are we talking about here? Is it running, biking, what? Naruto asked the two elder witches. You need to challenge her to a race. Her pride as the fastest will make her accept, Hilda said, as she continued to read from the page in the book. And what happens if someone loses? Casper asked with a hint of fear. You lose to Turbo Granny and you're dead, Salem said, as he made a killing gesture under his neck. Is there a spell that you guys can use to help Tucker? Naruto quickly asked, not wanting to take this kind of risk. Possibly, but seeing as he's immortal, we will have to erase his memories of how we helped him. If we do it, Zelda said, as she closed the spellbook, which quickly disappeared in a puff of smoke. Well, a probably is better than nothing. I'll bring Tucker over tomorrow, Naruto said, as he nodded at this. Hey, he's my friend. So if I can help, shouldn't I get a say in this? Himawari asked, as she looked at her brother and godmothers. You have done enough and obviously can't handle something like this. Now come on, let's dash, Naruto was saying with a firm tone of voice, before he was cut off. Don't tell me to stay out of it. It's my fault that Tucker got cursed, so I'm going to help him, Himawari said, as she glared at her brother. Wait, how is it your fault? Sabrina asked curiously. Yeah, I thought you said it was his own fault for letting her free, Salem said, as he raised an eyebrow at this. Yeah, but it was my idea to go there in the first place to try and get that present back, Himawari said with a scowl, as she hated how this was her fault. There? Sabrina asked Naruto. Apparently, Danny's parents have a portal to what call the Ghost Zone or Purgatory, Naruto said, deciding to keep it simple. Wait, mortals can pull that off with tech now? Geez, the Magic Council will be surprised, Salem asked, before he chuckled a bit. And why did you want to go there, dear? Zelda asked with a raised eyebrow. Himawari said nothing to this, but after a few moments, she clenched her fists and looked at the ground. Upon seeing this, Naruto's eyes widened before he frowned. You wanted to try and find them, didn't you? He asked with a somber tone. Himawari looked to the side at this, as she wiped her eyes a bit, before nodding slightly. Them? Hilda asked Naruto, wanting to know. Siblings were talking about. Our parents. See, about 5 years ago, there was an incident with a yokai and they. Naruto said, as he frowned and trailed off. This caused the Spellmans and Salem to frown at this. Look, before you try to put me through the same crap as the moron trio, can we deal with the curse of Tucker? Himawari asked, as she was hoping to change the subject. We will deal with this later, Hima. You just try and keep Tucker calm, until after school tomorrow, Naruto said, as he patted his sister on the shoulder. Fine, Himawari said after a few moments of silence. Okay, let's head home. Sorry that our first visit was such a mess, aunties, Naruto said, as he looked at Zelda and Hilda. Not at all, Zelda said, as she smiled at the two siblings to put them at ease. Yeah, don't worry about it, kid, Hilda said, as she waved her hand dismissively. Naruto nodded at this, as he led Himawari out of Whipstaff to lead them home for the night. The next day, the Uzumaki siblings were just arriving at Casper High in Naruto's car. Hey Hima, did Naruto read you the riot act too? Danny asked her, as he and Sam greeted their friend. Not really, as we were too busy meeting our godmothers, though he did find the time to lecture me after we got home, Himawari said with a sigh. Naruto's eyebrow slightly twitched at this, but he said nothing. Lucky you, as I'm just getting my hearing back from Jazz's rant, Danny said, as he slightly winced in annoyance, not noticing Jazz approaching him from behind. You're the one who decided to go into the afterlife, just to hunt down a present that can be easily replaced, Jazz said with a firm tone, showing that she wasn't going to let Danny off. Yeah, don't forget that, it turns out your mom wasn't even mad enough to divorce your dad, so going after that thing was just a waste of time, Naruto said with a frown as Jazz had texted him what had happened. Hey. I wouldn't say that, as that place was kinda cool, ghost prison excluded, Sam said with a smile. Hang on, did you say that you were talking to your godmothers? Danny asked Naruto and Himawari in shock. Oh yeah, get this. So apparently, that new girl's aunts are our godmothers on our mom's side, Naruto said, deciding to be vague about this information, so they didn't out the Spellmans as witches. Yeah, and they might be able to help Tucker. Speaking of which, where is he? Himawari asked, as she looked around for said teen, but saw that he wasn't there. Danny and Sam both winced slightly at this. I'm going to guess Tucker isn't taking the curse well. Naruto whispered to Jazz, so that they wouldn't be overheard by anyone passing by. But unseen to them, Tucker had arrived and approached them and had overheard them. Yeah, he can understand words now, Tucker said with heavy sarcasm, as he gave them an annoyed look. Tuck, we have a plan to help you, so relax, Himawari said, as she turned to look at Tucker, while they entered the school. Oh goody, you have a plan to fix you, leading me into becoming a Ken doll. Tucker growled under his breath, as he shoved past Himawari and walked towards the lockers. Whoa, Sam said, surprised at how Tucker was acting. Yeah, he's not happy, Danny said with a sigh, as he had been texting Tucker for hours last night, trying to keep him calm after what had happened. It's no excuse to snap at us though, Jazz said, as she frowned a bit at this. Jazz, this isn't exactly something a guy can be happy about, Naruto said, as he slightly winced a bit along with Danny, as they could both sympathize with Tucker, as they both would be upset if this happened to them. Himawari, Sam and Jazz both looked at each other at this, but said nothing, as they knew that Naruto had them there. With Tucker. Meanwhile, nearby with Tucker, he approached his locker and opened it roughly. Before rummaging through it. Ing Himawari, acting like it's not a big deal. Let's see you get cursed and try to stay calm, Tucker grumbled under his breath, as he took out his books for his first class, while unseen to him, Dash was approaching him. Hey loser, what happened? Did you get a bad update to your phone? Dash asked with a smug grin. I'm not in the mood, Dash, Tucker said, as he slammed his locker shut. Well, too bad, because Dash was saying, before he was cut off, as Tucker grabbed him by the front of his jacket and pulled him off his feet a bit and glared at him, surprising Dash and Quan, who was nearby. But what stood out to the jock was that Tucker's eyes were slightly glowing with a dark aura. I said, back the off. Tucker growled out, as he slightly ripped the front of Dash's jacket. But just as quickly as this happened, unseen to the two jocks, Himawari's spectral hand had grabbed Tucker, making the dark aura around him disappear. What? Tucker stuttered out in surprise, as he felt his anger suddenly go away. But he was cut off, as Dash shoved him into his locker with a clang, causing him to fall to the floor. You ruined my varsity jacket. Dash yelled, as he cracked his knuckles, as he approached Tucker. Before his shoulder was grabbed by Naruto, stopping him. You don't want to be doing that, Naruto said with a firm tone of voice. Oh, but I think I do. Now back off Uzuma Dash was saying with a sneer, before. Crack. Naruto slightly applied pressure to Dash's shoulder. Yow. Dash yelled in pain, as he grabbed his shoulder and pulled away from Naruto and Tucker. What's going on here? Lancer asked as he approached, while Danny and the others approached Tucker and helped him to his feet. Nothing sir, just showing Dash how talented I am, Naruto said, as he glared at Dash, while slightly cracking his knuckles one-handed for emphasis. Dash scowled at this, before he walked away from Naruto, with Quan running after him. You lot need to get to the auditorium, we are having a school meeting, Lancer said as he looked at the group, before walking away. Dude, what were you doing? Danny asked, as he looked at Tucker. It looks like that hag's curse was having an effect on him. When he got really mad. If I hadn't suppressed it, he probably would have hurt that idiot, Himawari said, as she made a grabbing motion with her hand for emphasis. Was she taking over again? Sam whispered to Tucker, a panicked look on her face at the idea of Tucker going nuts again. No, this felt different somehow, Tucker said, as he shook his head, while looking at his hands. Naruto looked at Tucker at this, before frowning a bit, as he heard dark laughter in his mind. I can't believe it. You and this kid have the same talent. Gahahahaha. Shut the up, you. Fox, Naruto thought with a mental scowl, before he turned to Tucker. Should we take Tucker to see someone? Danny asked in concern, as he patted Tucker on the shoulder. Like who, exactly? And what would we even say, anyway? Sam asked, as they headed for the auditorium, where the other students were all sitting in their seats, while Lancer was sitting at the podium. Okay students, seeing as it's Spirit Week, me and the faculty have noticed a low amount of school spirit. So we have decided to bring on a new school therapist, to help you all get into the spirit and also help you with your problems. So please give a Casper high welcome to Dr. Spectra, Lancer said to the class, before he looked to the side, as a tall, beautiful, slender and fair-skinned woman who had green almond-shaped eyes and red hair that had bright orange highlights, kept in a hairstyle which resembled devil horns, walked towards the podium. She had on some makeup, which consists of eyeshadow and lipstick, being 2 shades of purple. Oh students. I'm happy to be here to help you all, Spectra said with a smile at the class. Congrats Red, you just got more street cred, Himawari said to Jazz with a flat tone of voice seeing this. And I will be looking forward to working with all of you, as this is mandatory, Spectra said with a smile at all the students, who all groaned at this. I say that we fake being sick all week, Tucker said with a scowl at this. That's the best idea I have heard all day, Danny said, as he nodded at his best friend. Come on you guys. Hey, maybe this can help some of you guys work through some of your problems, Jazz said, as she looked at the younger teens who were sitting in front of her and Naruto. You better be looking at someone else, Red, Himawari said with an annoyed tone at this. I meant Tucker, but you obviously could use someone to talk to too, Jazz said, as she frowned at this. Oh, and I suppose I could talk to you, when you're not playing therapist to the 3 asses? Himawari asked, as she turned her head and glared at Jazz. Hima, you're going to do this and not cause problems, Naruto said with a firm tone, as he gave his little sister a look that said he wasn't going to budge on this. Himawari scowled at this, but said nothing, as she knew there was no real way out of this. As the students were let out of the auditorium, Himawari placed her hand on Tucker's shoulder, stopping him for a moment. Hey, don't worry, Tucker. I'm not going to let this curse stay on you, we will figure this out, Himawari said to her friend with a firm tone. Tucker paused at this, before he nodded at this in gratitude. Thanks Hima, he said with gratitude, as they both continued to leave. Later after school. It was later after school and Naruto and Jazz were making their way out of the school. Is it just me, or do some of the freshmen look more miserable than normal? Jazz asked Naruto, as she took note of some of the freshmen, who looked depressed as they left school, which usually wasn't the case when they were leaving school. Yeah, I have been noticing that the freshman students have been more miserable lately, Naruto said, as he looked around a bit. Soon, they spotted Danny, Sam and Tucker, who were all waiting at a picnic table. But Sam and Tucker looked miserable, just like the other students. Hey, are you guys okay? Naruto asked, as he and Jazz approached the three teens. I'm cursed to be a Ken doll, do I look okay? Tucker asked, as he gave Naruto an annoyed look. Maybe talking to Miss Spectra can help dash, Jazz was saying, before she was cut off. That woman didn't help me at all. She took one look at me, before she started to panic and shoved me out of her office. Tucker yelled out in frustration. What about you guys? Naruto asked, as he looked at Sam and Danny. I didn't get called to her yet, but Sam did, Danny said as he looked at Sam, who looked depressed. Life is a joke. My endeavors are useless, Sam said with a depressed tone of voice, as she lowered her head. Okay, something isn't right. This Spectra lady is supposed to be working with the freshmen today and she's just making them more depressed, Jazz said with a frown. Yeah, I'm thinking that something is going on, Naruto said, as he too frowned at this. Any idea what? Danny asked Naruto, as he figured he would know. Well, there are several types of spirits that can affect people's emotions. But unless I can get a closer look at Miss Spectra, I can't confirm it, Naruto explained to the group. If Himawari was here, she could use her aura sense to tell us if Miss Spectra is the problem. Speaking of which, where is she? Jazz said, before she looked at Danny and Tucker. Last I heard, she got called into that hag's office, after she threw me out, Tucker said with a scowl. This got looks of surprise from the others, before they heard some screaming from inside the school. It looks like they are playing our song, so let's go, Naruto said to Danny, who nodded at him. But as they all approached the front doors of the school, what looked like a green blob man blocked their way. Sorry gentlemen and ladies, but Miss Spectra wishes to feed uninterrupted, the blob spirit said with a grin. Who the heck are you, her butler? Jazz asked with a raised eyebrow. The name is Bertrand and you won't be interrupting Miss Spectra's feeding on students' pain and insecurities, Bertrand said, as he slightly smirked as he looked at Sam. So that's what happened to Sam? Danny asked, as his eyes slightly glowed green from his anger. Indeed, though she will recover soon and dash, Bertrand was saying, before Danny slugged him hard with an ecto-fueled punch, which sent him through the doors into the school, before he flew after him. Whoa, wait for me killer! Naruto yelled, as he ran after Danny to back him up. I wonder if he did that because he's worried for Sam or because he likes her? Jazz asked herself, as she tilted her head to the side. We are just friends. Sam yelled out, snapping out of her funk to yell at the older Fenton sibling, while blushing. Glad that you're back to normal. Now let's go find Hima, before she gets killed, Tucker said, as he ran into the school. Wait, what did she do? Sam asked, as she and Jazz followed Tucker. Explain later, split up and find her and get out of the school. Jazz yelled, as they all split up, running past fleeing students. Earlier with Himawari. Himawari was sitting in a chair in Spectra's office, while said psychiatrist was standing behind her desk, looking at a file with her name on it. Well, Miss Uzumaki, verbally abusing fellow students, physically assaulting a member of the media, not to mention being interested in the occult, which I must say is concerning, Spectra said, as she lowered the file and smiled at Himawari. Okay, 3 things lady. 1. whatever I say to those popular jackasses, is no worse than what I do to other students. 2. That asshole had it coming, for getting personal with me, and 3. My family isn't into the occult, so watch it, Himawari said with a cold tone, as she glared at Spectra. Spectra's smile got wider at this, as she could feel Himawari's pain and insecurities just from a casual mention of her family. Oh? Then let's expand on that. Tell me, my dear, how did your parents die? Your file was vague and me knowing may help me help you, she said with a fake kind tone. Himawari's eyes widened at this, as flashes of memories filled her mind, of her parents leaving their family compound in Japan to go deal with a dangerous yokai spirit. A fox with 9 tails. Himawari grabbed her head at this, as the paintings on the wall started to shake from her powers going off a bit, before she stood up. We're done here, Himawari growled out, as she quickly composed herself. Miss Uzumaki, we're not done, Spectra was saying, before she was cut off. No, we most certainly are, Himawari said, as she opened the door and walked through it, before slamming it hard, cracking the door frame from the force. Fei, Uzumaki brat. And I was just starting to feed off her pain too, Spectra said with an annoyed tone, but before she could pursue Himawari, the office door burst open as a disguised Beetlejuice came into the office. He was dressed up as a female teenager, complete with a dress and blonde hair. Doc. I need help. I have a lot of inner turmoil that only a doctor of your status can cure. Beetlejuice said with a depreciate tone of voice. Oh? I don't think I have your file, but I suppose I can see you now, seeing as my last patient left early. Please sit down, Mrs. Spectra said, as she gestured to the nearby couch, before asking the disguised ghost for his name. Betty Juice, Beetlejuice said, as he sat down, trying to hide his smirk as this was too easy. Yes, sit down, now BJ, may I call you BJ? Spectra said, as she sat in a chair across from Beetlejuice. Yep, but call me Juicy and ya die, Beetlejuice joked with a smile. Okay. I'm going to show you some pictures and you'll tell me what I look like, Spectra said, showing him an ink blot. Now, what do you say to this? I'd say you're not a very good artist, Beetlejuice said, shaking his head. I didn't draw it, Spectra said with a flat tone of voice. Well, whoever did, needs to go back to school, Beetlejuice said, as he pointed at the picture. No, it's an ink blot, Spectra replied with a shake of her head. You got that right, Beetlejuice said with a nod. It's not supposed to look like anything, Spectra explained. Oh, well then you did a very good job, Beetlejuice said, clapping his hands. I didn't draw it. Doesn't it look like a butterfly or something? Spectra nearly shouted, clenching her fist, but quickly calmed herself. Nope, Beetlejuice jumped out of his seat, taking the board, literally tearing the ink blot before folding it in hands, forming it into a literal butterfly. Now this is a butterfly, he said, pulling out a net, before running around the office trying to catch it, smacking Spectra on the head, causing her eye to twitch as a small wrinkle appeared under her eyes. Okay, why don't we try to get more personal, Spectra said with a strained smile, as she ignored. Knock yourself out, Doc, Beetlejuice said with a nod. Now, what's on your mind? Spectra asked. My skin, the blonde ghost said, pulling on his cheek. No, that's on your head. What's on your mind? Spectra repeated, as she taped her head. My brain? Beetlejuice said. No, that's in your head. What's on your mind? Spectra said, pointing at her head from emphasis. Oh, I got it, my hair. Beetlejuice laughed, causing Spectra to grit her teeth. Your hair is on your head. This is hair, this is hair. Spectra shouted, tearing a chunk of her own hair, showing it to Beetlejuice. It is not on my mind, it's on my head. Not anymore, it ain't, Beetlejuice said, pointing at her hand, making Spectra's eyes bulge, dropping the strands from her hand. Let's try something different. Why don't you try telling me what you're feeling? Spectra asked, as she tried to calm down. My dress, Beetlejuice said, as he rubbed his dress. That's what you're touching. What are you feeling? Spectra growled out, as more wrinkles appeared on her face. My nose, Beetlejuice said, as he tapped his nose. That's what you're touching. What are you feeling? Spectra shouted, as her skin began to break into cracks of wrinkles, her beautiful hair thinning while gaining gray lines. She steadied her rage, keeping herself from strangling the disguised ghost in front of her. Just tell me how you feel, Spectra emphasized. The ghost with the most smiled. I feel fine. Good, now we're getting somewhere. Would you care to expand on that? Spectra asked with a sigh of relief. Sure, Beetlejuice took in a deep breath, causing his body to swell up like a balloon, covering most of the room and pushing Spectra against the wall. No. Not that kind of expansion, would you stop it? Spectra shouted. Beetlejuice pulled out a toothpick, before sticking himself in the chest, shooting off around the air, as the gas was released from his body, with the stench forcing Spectra to cover her face. Excuse me, he chuckled, grabbing Spectra's cheeks before kissing her right on the mouth. The shadowy ghost felt her rage bubble, as her skin turned once more, as her teeth started turning yellow while glaring at Beetlejuice sitting in his seat with a smug smile. She was going to make this one suffer so much, she would never feel happiness again, she vowed, while giving a strained smile. How about a little word association? I'll say a word and you'll say any word that you can think of. Any word that comes to mind, Spectra explained. Brain, Beetlejuice said with a slight smirk. No, we haven't started, Spectra said, as she shook her head. Begun. No, wait. Yield. Stop. Cease. Silence. Quiet. Enough, she screamed. Plenty, Beetlejuice smiled. Would you please listen? Here, he finished. No, you stupid kid. You don't understand. Spectra shouted, as she stood up. Comprehend, Beetlejuice replied with a smile. She screamed, flipping over her desk before grabbing Beetlejuice by his dress. Get out, she yelled, as she approached the door and opened it. Leave, Beetlejuice said, as Spectra literally threw him out. That brat is driving me crazy, she growled out in a rage. Insane, deranged, demented, mental, psycho, frantic, loony, El Loco, Beetlejuice listed, as he came back inside, this time without his disguise. Wait a minute. You're that moronic Beetlejuice. Spectra yelled in a rage, recognizing the ghost with the most, by his black and white striped suit. Well, yeah. You didn't figure me out by using my powers to mess with you? Let me guess, you're so busy feeding on teens' emotions, that you didn't think about the obvious? Beetlejuice asked with a smirk. As he floated in the air. What are you even doing here? Spectra screeched out in a rage, as she felt she was reaching her limit. My buddy Hema asked me to mess with you for her and I'm always willing to help out my buddy, Beetlejuice said with a shrug. Spectra's entire body began to shake at this, as the last of her youthful face faded away. She let out a loud ear-piercing scream, so loud that it shook the windows of the school. Her hands clawed at her hair, tearing it off piece by piece, as she took on her true ghost form. Oops. Okay babes, you want to throw down, I'll gladly dash, Beetlejuice was saying, before he suddenly was gone in a puff of smoke, as he had been summoned away, leaving Spectra free to leave her office to go on her rampage. With Naruto and Danny. Meanwhile in the boys' locker room, Naruto and Danny had caught up with Bertrand, who was now using his transformation powers to turn into all kinds of creatures. Currently, he was fighting them as a giant tiger. What's the matter? Can't keep up with my transformations? Bertrand asked with a confident smirk, as he swiped at Danny with his claws, sending him into a wall. Ugh, this guy's annoying, Y groaned, as he rubbed his head. Yeah. If we are going to stop his master, then we should take care of this quickly. Are you up for a team-up? Naruto asked, as he offered Danny his hand to help him up. Danny nodded at this, as he took Naruto's hand, letting him pull him up, before they both glared at Bertrand, ready to fight. Naruto's body surged with red energy, as his nails extended forming into claws, while fur spread out of his knuckles. His hair flared up, turning reddish-orange, as he let out a loud roar, before kicking off from the ground. He ran along the lockers, before grabbing Bertrand by his face and throwing him onto the ground. Naruto then leapt into the air, before throwing down a hard axe kick, smashing into the shape-shifter ghost, making his eyes widen in pain. Danny flew after them, firing off ecto-blasts in their direction. Bertrand gasped before focusing, as he transformed into an octopus. He then wrapped his tentacle around Naruto's midsection and threw him into the younger boy, knocking them to the ground. Naruto groaned, rubbing the back of his head. You okay, Danny? He asked, helping the Halfa up. Yeah, I'm good, Danny said, before looking over at Bertrand, who was launching several torn lockers in their direction. Danny quickly turned intangible, while Naruto swiped his claws forward, carving the lockers to pieces. He then rushed forward with Danny flying after him, as Bertrand transformed into a large wasp, taking flight with the two youths trailing after him. He flew down the staircase, his eyes blowing up, when he saw Naruto lunching up after him, landing on his back. Naruto then grabbed hold of his wings, before he viciously tore them from his body, making him scream in pain, reverting back to normal, only to be blasted hard by Danny's energy blast. Bertrand growled, as he shifted into a large tiger as he roared, before pouncing on them. Naruto kicked him in the chin upwards, with Danny shoving the thermos into his head, making the ghost cry out, as he was into the thermos. Nice assist, Naruto said with a grin at Danny, as he switched back to his human form. Thanks, Danny said with a smile at this. Okay, now let's go deal with Spectra. I don't think Hima can deal with someone like her, Naruto said, as he turned to leave the locker room. If she's in real big trouble, she could call that beetle guy, Danny said, as he followed Naruto. Who? Naruto asked, as he turned to look at Danny, while raising an eyebrow at this. Oops, Danny said, as he didn't know that Naruto didn't know about this tidbit. With Himawari. As the students were fleeing the hallways, Himawari was trying to make her way to the back exit, but suddenly, her way was blocked by Jazz and Sam. Hima. There you are. Jazz yelled, as she and Sam approached the younger Uzumaki. Are you okay? Sam asked her friend, as the hallway emptied, as the other students fled. Yeah, I'm fine. But is going on? Himawari asked, raising an eyebrow at her friends. But before either of her friends could answer, Uzumaki-yayu, a loud screech echoed through the school, causing the girls to look up, as a swirling circle of green flames erupted in the center of the hallway, and emerging from the flames was Spectra, her face etched with rage and twitching eyes. Look what you've done to me, she screamed, glaring at the Uzumaki girl. Ms. Spectra. Jazz exclaimed, fearful of the ghost's appearance. You and that miserable ghost did this to me. And I will make you pay. Spectra shouted, as her skin burned away, transforming into her full ghost form, which was towering over the girls. I'll kill you. I swear. I'll kill you, she screeched out, before thrusting her hand downward at them. The trio quickly jumped out of the way of the strike, as the claw pierced the ground. She glared over to them, throwing her hands at them again and again, trying to spear them with her nails. Wow, are you slipping in your extreme old age? Himawari smirked, further enraging Spectra. Spectra roared, firing off a purple energy blast, cutting into the lockers. Tucker, who was running through the halls, trying to find his friends, froze when he saw Spectra on her rampage. Hang in there, girls. Tucker shouted, before running forward. Spectra glared at the tech geek and fired off another blast, when suddenly, she felt something, as if she was caught in someone's grip. She glared over to see Himawari holding out her hands, her face strained, as she focused her powers on holding Spectra back. Spectra and Himawari entered a clash of wills, with the young Uzumaki trying to keep her grip on the vengeful ghost, as she fought against it. Himawari felt her grip slipping away, falling to her knee before dropping her hold on Spectra. "Now you die!" Spectra screamed, thrusting her hand at Himawari. Tucker's eyes widened seeing this, before he closed his eyes, clenching his fist, focusing only on saving his friends. Suddenly, he felt a sudden surge rushing through his body. Suddenly, Spectra was sent flying, as if she was hit by a freight train, and crashed through a wall, before a figure appeared in front of Himawari. "T. Tucker?" Himawari asked, looking into the eyes of the figure that was in front of her. Tucker had almost completely transformed. His hair, which had flared up and turned white, gained 2 thick vertical stripes across his eyes, and had a noticeable dark jaw mask with a row of multiple teeth. "Yeah, I'm surging with power now bro," Tucker stated, before slumping his shoulders. "Feeling pretty gloomy though." "And changed your personality apparently," Himawari said, raising an eyebrow at this. "My mind's clear as, but yo, I'm bummed AF, Tucker said, as he slumped his shoulders. "Why are you talking like that?" Danny said, cringing. "Yeah, sorry, I'm an awkward guy yo," Tucker said while adjusting his glasses, creeping his friends out even more, as Sam grabbed him by the front of his shirt. "Don't ever say that again," Sam shouted, shaking him. "I don't even know why I'm alive, I'd be better off dead yo," Tucker sighed, as he barely reacted to Sam shaking him. "Stop talking like that. You're .ing out and pissing me off," Himawari yelled, as she found this edgelord attitude really annoying. "You little..." Spectra screeched out, as she made her way back through the wall she was sent through and glared at Tucker and Himawari. "Oh great, the hag is back for another round," Himawari said with a scowl at seeing the emotional leech. "I'm going to kill you," Spectra screeched out, as she threw herself at Himawari and Tucker with her claws out. "Hold on a sec, I'm gonna take this old hag on. Not sure I'll survive but yo, what eves," Tucker said slumping over towards the feral Spectra, as she gave out a loud screech, thrusting her hand forward, before in a flash, she saw that not only had Tucker vanished, but her left arm was gone. "Yo, I dodged without even thinking," Tucker said, holding Spectra's arm in his grasp. "Turbo granny powers rock. But I'm still bummed." "What the?" Sam uttered out in shocked surprise. "I don't know whether this is cool or pathetic," Himawari said with a sigh at this. "I think that it's both," Jazz said, as she gave Tucker a bewildered look. "You think I'm afraid of some human, using that hag's power for his own?" Spectra screeched, as she held her wound, which was bleeding green blood. "Ugh, such a drag," Tucker said, as he looked up at Spectra with a bored look, but obviously ready to continue to fight. Before he keeled over and puked up some blood, quickly turning back to normal. "Tucker!" Sam and Jazz yelled, as they ran over to their friend's side. "It looks like his body isn't strong enough to handle even a small amount of that hag's power for very long," Himawari said as she scowled, while Spectra towered over them. "Heh, now it's game over, you little bitch. Now I'll send you to meet your parents, gaha," Spectra was saying with a cruel smile, before she yelled in pain, before she fell forward, knocked out, revealing Sabrina with her hands out, after firing a spell to hurt the spirit that was attacking her fellow students. Sabrina?" Jazz asked, surprised at the new student doing this. Sabrina looked at Jazz and Sam, slightly panicked, as she had attacked Spectra without thinking about what would happen if she was seen. "Get going, before you get busted," Himawari said, as she used her spectral hand to wave away the fire blocking the way to the exit out of the building. Sabrina nodded at this, before quickly running out the doors. "Was that?" Sam asked, as she and Jazz looked at Himawari. Not my business to say, Himawari said with a sigh, as she knew that if she outed Sabrina as a witch, it would just cause a lot more problems. Before Sam or Jazz could respond to this, Naruto and Danny had finally arrived through the side door. Get away from, whoa, who kicked her ass? Danny was yelling, before he saw that Spectra was already on the ground, knocked out. I'm gonna guess that this was you, sis? Naruto asked, as he took note of Spectra's missing arm, while Danny quickly zapped her with the Fenton thermos, sucking her into it. Nope, that would be Turbo Jr. here, Himawari said, as she jerked a thumb at Tucker, who Sam and Jazz were helping up. By letting him lean on their shoulders. Don't call me that, Tucker groaned out, as he wiped his lip. What about Shadow, Mr. Edgelord? Sam asked with a grin. Tucker groaned at this, as he shook his head, while Himawari laughed at this. Okay, what happened? Danny asked, as he transformed back to normal. Tucker transformed somehow. I think he used the curse that's on him somehow, Jazz said, as she looked at Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened at this, before he looked at Tucker. Do you think that he can still be cured? Himawari asked her brother. For now, let's get him to whip staff, so that we can get him looked at, Naruto said, as he led the way out of the school. Why are we going to the spooky haunted mansion? Jazz asked, as the others followed him. It's a long story, Himawari said with a sigh. Any idea what set Spectra off like that? Danny asked Naruto, as they approached Naruto's car and all got in. Well, from what I saw, she was pushed too far by a prank from a certain ghost with the most, Naruto said, as he sat in his driver's seat and adjusted his car mirror, so that he could see Himawari, who was sitting behind him, as he started up the car. Himawari paused at this, before she looked beside her at Danny. Heh, my bad. I thought that he knew about him, Danny said with a chuckle. Any idea why your so-called friend vanished, once things went bad? Naruto asked with a firm tone, as he started to back the car out of the parking lot. Hey! He is my friend, so watch it. Himawari yelled, as she hit the back of Naruto's seat. And when were you planning on telling me about him? Naruto asked. It's none of your business, who my friends are. And I have no idea why he would vanish, as usually when things go bad, he sticks around to help, Himawari said, as she crossed her arms and scowled in annoyance. Well, that's true, as it was thanks to him we even escaped that ghost prison, Sam said, as she nodded at this. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this before he looked at Jazz, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, as they both found this odd. 'Cause if Beetlejuice always backed Himawari up, then why did he leave this time? With Beetlejuice. Meanwhile in the afterlife waiting room, in a puff of smoke Beetlejuice appeared, just as he was about to attack Spectra. Hey! I was in the middle of something here. Which one of you morons called me? Beetlejuice yelled at the ghost sitting in the waiting room, obviously upset at being called away, when his best friend was about to be attacked. Several of the ghosts said nothing to him, but some of them pointed behind Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice said before he turned around, just as a mane of red hair slammed into him, pinning him against the wall nearby. Gah! Let me go. I'm not into that kinky. Beetlejuice yelled, as the red hair held him down tightly, before some of the hair wrapped tightly around his mouth, gagging him. Now normally, this wouldn't be a problem for the ghost with the most. But before he could easily escape this, he saw who was approaching him. You're Beetlejuice? Minato asked, as he looked at the trapped ghost in his wife's hair. Of course it's him. He showed up after I said his name 3 times, Kushina said with a scowl, as she looked at the ghost trapped in her hair. Beetlejuice instantly recognized these two, thanks to the picture he had seen of them Himawari kept under her bed. So he obviously didn't want to hurt them. Unholy crap, it's Hima's parents. Wait until she hears about this, he thought happily. So this is the little. Who's been hanging out with my little girl, putting her in danger? Kushina asked, as she approached Beetlejuice, glaring daggers at the ghost she had trapped. "Now, you're gonna tell us why you're hanging out with her," Minato said as he too glared at Beetlejuice, as he took out a tri-pronged kunai. "And if you don't answer correctly, well, let's just say that a sandworm will look tame in comparison," Kushina said, as she was covered by a dark aura. "Oh crap," Beetlejuice thought, as the parents of his best friend approached him. With Beetlejuice. After a quick explanation on why he was hanging around Himawari to Minato and Kushina, Beetlejuice was slammed hard against the wall by Kushina's hair. "Gah! I think that I'm seeing double now, ow. Cut the crap." Beetlejuice yelled as he grew a second head, before Kushina slapped him with her hand. "Then stop being an asshole and tell the truth," Kushina yelled with a scowl. "I am, you battle axe." Beetlejuice yelled along with his second head. "What did you call me?" Kushina yelled out in anger, before Minato grabbed her shoulder, stopping her. "Kushi, wait. Maybe he's telling the truth," Minato said as he shook his head. "An S-class ghost, who's known to be a skirt-chasing prankster, is friends with my daughter? Why the... would she be friends with this idiot? He probably just wants to trick her into some kind of deal, like marrying him so that he can stay in the human world for good," Kushina said with a scoff at this. "Hey! That's a fake rumor set up by people who can't take a joke. I am not a cradle robber." Beetlejuice yelled out in defiance. "And you being a skirt chaser and a prankster?" Minato asked, raising an eyebrow at the fact that Beetlejuice didn't deny this part. "Okay, yes, those are true. But hey, from what Hima tells me, you Uzumakis don't mind pranks, as long as they don't maim people," Beetlejuice said with a shrug. "He's got you there, Kushi," Minato said with a chuckle at his wife. "Does Naruto know about you?" Kushina asked with a firm look and tone. "Well no, but, gah. Uncle. Beetlejuice was saying, before Kushina grabbed him by his throat. "Aha! Why would you have to hide from my son, if you weren't dangerous?" Kushina yelled, as she shook Beetlejuice by his neck. "Because I was Hima's only friend for a while, after you guys died." Beetlejuice yelled in a panic as he was shaken, before Kushina stopped shaking him. "What's that?" Kushina asked, as she raised an eyebrow at this. "Yeah, what do you mean?" Minato asked with a frown hearing this. "Well, I only started hanging out with her a few months ago. But from what I can see, she had a rough couple years since you guys died and I was her only real friend for a bit, until she made a few at her new school," Beetlejuice said, as Kushina let him go and he adjusted the front of his suit, while his second head disappeared. Minato and Kushina both looked at each other and frowned at this, as while they expected their deaths to be hard for their kids, they didn't expect one of them to take it this hard. "So what's the deal with you two not making contact with your family mediums? I'm going to guess, it's because of the long wait here?" Beetlejuice asked, as he gestured to the waiting room and at the other waiting ghosts. "Yeah, pretty much," Minato said with a sigh at this. "Yeah. We have been here ever since we died, and if we leave, then we lose our place in line to see where we are going to end up next," Kushina said, as she scowled in annoyance. So, am I off the hook?" Beetlejuice asked with a hopeful grin. "Nope, not a chance, as I don't trust you for a second. You have a long track record of causing chaos in both the human and here in the afterlife. So you better leave my daughter alone," Kushina was saying with a glare, before she was cut off as Beetlejuice grabbed her legs. "No. I want to hang out in the human world and prank the jocks at Hima's school some more. I haven't even gotten to show her the cooler parts of the netherworld yet. I don't want to be alone again." "Wah!" Beetlejuice started yelling, before he let go of Kushina's legs and jumped back, turning into a baby, complete with a diaper, and started to throw a tantrum. "Wow," Minato said, surprised that an S-class ghost was acting like this, as most of the S-class ghosts he had seen had some dignity. "Shut the up!" Kushina bellowed loudly, making the entire waiting room go silent, while Beetlejuice went silent, before he turned into a clam and went up inside his S. Kushi, hold on, maybe we can give him a chance, Minato said, as he stepped forward and grabbed the transformed Beetlejuice. Really? Beetlejuice asked, as his head poked out of the S. There is no way I'm risking my kid's safety with this idiot, Kushina was saying. Before being cut off. Kushi, he obviously sees Himawari as a friend. So why not at least give him a chance? Minato asked, as he looked at his wife. Kushina scowled at the look her husband was giving her, before she sighed. Fine. Oi, you want to prove yourself? She asked Beetlejuice with a firm tone. You bet. I'll do whatever it takes. Beetlejuice yelled as he nodded at this, ready to prove himself. Okay, Mr. Ghost with the most, you have until the end of the night to make friends with Naruto and earn his trust. My son has always been good at reading people, so if you get his approval, then fine, you get my trust, Kushina said, as she sat down in a chair and crossed her arms. That's less than 6 hours. Beetlejuice yelled in a panic. Well then, you better get a move on, Minato said, as he dropped Beetlejuice, who quickly turned back to normal. Yeah, if you're so great, then this should be easy, right? Kushina asked with a smirk. Jrrr, prepare to eat your words. Beetlejuice yelled, before he was gone in a big burst of smoke. And now we wait, Kushina said with a smile at this. And how are we going to keep track of his progress? Minato asked, raising an eyebrow at his wife. I'm on that, sweetie. Oi. Where's that TV repairman you were supposed to get, to fix that piece of crap you have in here? Kushina said with a sweet tone, before she yelled at the ghost woman at the check-in counter. Said Ghost sighed at this, before she grabbed her phone and started to make a call to get this Uzumaki off her back. Back at Whipstaff Manor. Meanwhile, back at Whipstaff Manor, Hilda was looking over the information that Lancer was showing them, while trying to woo Hilda, who obviously was not interested at all in him. So tell me, Hilda, where exactly are you from? Lancer asked with a kind smile, as he attempted to put on the charm that he thought he had. Hilda's eyebrow twitched at this, while she gave Salem, who was sitting on the kitchen table nearby and giving her a teasing look, a look of her own that promised him pain. As this was happening, Casper flew in overhead and made a killing motion at Hilda, before turning invisible, which was a signal to get rid of any guests that were normal, as something abnormal was incoming. Okay, I think that we have everything we need to know, Hilda said, as she quickly grabbed Lancer and started to push him towards the back door. Wait a minute. Miss Spellman, I wanted to ask you to help me chaperone the Halloween dance, Lancer was saying, before being cut off. Yeah, sure, whatever. Now go on, get. Hilda yelled, as she shoved the man out the door, before she quickly slammed it closed. You do realize you pretty much just accepted a date with that dork, right? Salem asked with a grin. Oh, I'll just put a spell on him, to make him forget, Hilda said, as she waved her hand dismissively. Not if I tell Zelda, Salem said with a teasing grin. What's your price, furball? Hilda asked with a sigh, as she knew Salem's game after the first 100 years of watching him. Bring on the tuna. Salem yelled out happily. Done. Okay, kid, what's the emergency? Hilda said as she looked at Casper, who had become visible again. There was a big ghost attack at the school and Sabrina and the others are on their way here with Tucker after the fight, Casper said. Sabrina didn't get into a fight with this ghost, did she? Zelda asked curiously, as she entered the kitchen. Casper said, as he looked to the side nervously. That's a yes, Salem said with a flat tone of voice. Aunt Zelda, Aunt Hilda. We have an emergency. Sabrina yelled, as she entered the kitchen through the back door. We already know, you got into it with a ghost. Just please tell us that you weren't seen, Hilda said, as she looked at her niece. Hey, was that Mr. Lancer I saw leaving with a big smile on his face? He said something about going on a date with you, Sabrina said with a nervous smile, as she tried to change the subject. And I'm out my free tuna, Salem said with a pout. Who was it? Zelda asked her niece, holding it wasn't too many people. It was only Jazz and Sam, along with Himawari. They were about to be attacked by the new school therapist, who was really a ghost feeding off students, and well, I took a shot at her without thinking, Sabrina said with a sigh. As she finished saying this, the doorbell was heard going off. We can discuss this later, as I'm assuming that's Naruto and his group with their friend, Zelda said, as she and Hilda headed for the door, which led to the main parlor. With Naruto. Naruto and the group were standing in front of the front door of Whipstaff. Naruto was carrying Tucker on his shoulder, as he rested a bit. So you actually transformed and attacked Spectra? This isn't like that mess with Desiree, is it? Danny asked his friend. No, as I actually had control of myself. Though it hurt like. After a bit, Tucker said with a groan. Don't forget you talking like some wannabe edgelord, Jazz said, as she recalled how Tucker had talked while in his transformed state. Yeah, you get used to that as you get stronger, Naruto said with a sigh. Wait, is this kind of thing normal with you guys? Sam asked, raising an eyebrow at Naruto. Before Naruto could answer, the door opened, revealing Zelda and Hilda. Whoa, who kicked your ass? Hilda asked after seeing the state Tucker was in. You should see the other guy, Tucker said with a groan, as Naruto helped him enter the manor, with the others following them inside. Bring him over here, Zelda said as she pointed at a table nearby, which Naruto helped Tucker sit on, so that they could inspect him. What happened? Hilda asked Naruto and the others. Well, from what I saw, Tucker somehow used that curse that's on him to transform and attack Spectra, Jazz said, as she and the others sat down in some chairs. Whoa, the kid is an aura stealer? Salem asked, as he jumped onto the table and sniffed Tucker. Ah! A talking cat. Tucker yelled, as he jumped back a bit while Jazz, Sam and Danny looked surprised at Salem as they hadn't seen the cat talk before. Ah, a talking Ken doll. Salem yelled in mock terror. Tucker glared at this, causing a dark aura to appear around him and his hair to turn white, before he groaned and turned back to normal, as he fell onto his back. Well, that confirms it. It looks like Tucker here has the same talent as me, Naruto said with a sigh, as he rubbed his hair a bit. Wait, how is he like you? Himawari asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Hang on, you don't know how your brother's powers work? Danny asked curiously, as he figured if anyone would know, it would be Himawari. I don't exactly give a about my family's obsession with helping spirits get over their bull, so why would I learn about that? Himawari asked as she scoffed. And yet you make friends with ghosts and go to the afterlife to cause a ruckus, Salem said, as he rolled his eyes at the teen. Watch it, Fluffy, Himawari said with a glare at the talking cat. No, he's right, sis. You have been getting more and more involved with this stuff, Naruto said, as he shook his head. Whatever, Himawari said, as she scoffed at this. Anyway, what exactly is an aura stealer? Sam asked, as she looked at Salem curiously. An aura stealer is a human with the talent to steal the power of a spirit and use it as their own, Salem said as he looked at Sam. Wait, so you stole the power of a fox spirit? Jazz asked Naruto curiously. Yeah. I went and seeked him out, and after a long fight, I finally beat him in a challenge and earned the right to use his power, Naruto said with a sigh, as he made his fox ears appear on his head for emphasis. Himawari's eyes widened at this, before realization hit her and she glared hard at Naruto. You stupid daughter, she yelled, as she threw a punch at Naruto and hit him with her spectral hand, sending him skidding on the floor, before he crashed into the stairs. Hima! Danny yelled, as everyone looked at Himawari, as she approached the downed Naruto and grabbed him by the front of his shirt and lifted him up. Tell me you aren't using that monster's power. If you ever cared about me, you better tell me that. Himawari yelled, as the paintings on the wall started to shake from her powers going off. Sis dash, Naruto said with a frown, as he tried to hug her, but he was cut off. Don't you sis me, God. It. How the. Could you? Himawari yelled, as she shoved Naruto away from her. Okay, calm down, Zelda said, as she approached them. Stay the. Out of this. Himawari yelled, as she glared at Zelda. Hey, they are technically family, so dash, Naruto was saying, before he was cut off once again. Family? Do you know about family? Himawari yelled, as she laughed mockingly at this. Naruto clenched his fists at this, while his fangs became more defined. You think you can preach to me about family, when you use the power of the same yokai that killed our parents? Himawari yelled at him, as tears came down her eyes, while she pointed at Naruto. This got silence from everyone, as they looked at the two siblings, surprised at this reveal. You want to know why I use his power? Naruto asked with a cold tone of voice. Hey, what's with the noise out dash, Stretch was yelling as he, Fatso and Stinky flew into the parlor, before he was cut off. Get out! Naruto roared, as he turned into his work kitsune form and unleashed 9 tails behind him. This resulted in the ghostly trio booking it so fast, that they left an after image of themselves in the dust. Whoa, they never move that fast, Casper said with his eyes wide, as Naruto turned back to normal. You want to know why I'm using the power of the very yokai that was the instrument of our parents' death? Well then little sister, since you seem to be blind to the last 5 years of our life, then allow me to refresh your memory. Since their deaths, it's been my responsibility to take care of you, and train to become the next head of our family and newsflash, that isn't exactly an easy job. So while you were acting like a little brat and lashing out at everyone, I had to focus on training and taking jobs to keep vengeful spirits and apparitions from taking advantage of the fact that the balance of power had shifted in our family, after our parents had died, Naruto said with a glare at his sister. Wait, so you didn't even get to grieve for your parents? Jazz asked, as she frowned at this. Yes, as I had to step up. I had to be a father, a mother, a brother, and counselor. I had to make some hard decisions. I had no time to grieve for the parents that I lost, because my family needed me. So did I hunt a powerful yokai that allowed me to do everything that I needed to do and then pull what was left of my family from the brink of destruction? You. Right, I did, and I don't regret a second of it. Feel how you want about me, but the bottom line is, I am your big brother, Himawari. I am the head of this family, and even if you don't like me or love me, you will respect me. Naruto said with a nod, before he turned to look at his sister, as he continued his rant and finished by yelling, while he bared his fangs slightly. Is this the part where you kill me like that piece of garbage? Himawari asked with a glare. Naruto growled back at this, but before he could do anything, Zelda and Hilda appeared in between the two siblings. Okay, that is enough from the both of you, Zelda said with a firm tone, as she looked at Naruto and Himawari. Yeah, at least let us take bets first, MMPPPH. Salem was saying before he yelled, as Sabrina used magic to make bandages appear around his mouth. Thank you Sabrina, Hilda said, as she nodded at her niece. Now, as for you two, you both obviously have a lot to deal with, and yes, I mean you too, Zelda said as she looked at the two siblings, before she looked at Naruto. I'm not here to hear my brother bitch. I'm only here to help Tucker, Himawari said with a scoff. Well, that's surprising, considering you have been using any chance you can to try and find a way to contact our parents, Naruto said with a scowl. Well, at least I give a. Himawari yelled, as she moved to approach Naruto, before Hilda used magic to make a barrier to block her way. Oh, and you think I don't? Naruto yelled back. Enough. Zelda and Hilda yelled, as they both glowed with magical power for emphasis, making the two siblings stop. Whoa, Sam and Danny both said, surprised at this show of power. Welcome to our world, Sabrina said, while Salem nodded at this, as his mouth was still covered. Look, let's just try to help Tucker. Now, what exactly is an aura stealer? Jazz asked, as she helped Tucker sit up a bit. It's a human with the talent to steal the power of a ghost, but they have to break them either mentally or physically to do it, Zelda said, as she approached Tucker and used a spell to heal him from his wounds. And if you can steal a small amount of the power of a powerful yokai, you can become a force to be reckoned with for most regular ghosts. So I'm assuming that the hag's curse counts and the kid is tapping into it when he focuses, Hilda said, as she looked at the teens, more specifically, Naruto and Himawari, just in case they started to argue again. So Tucker can now fight ghosts, as long as he has that curse? Sam asked curiously. So not worth it, Tucker said with a groan, as he shook his head. Yeah, what he said, Danny said with a nod, as he shuddered a bit, as he didn't think the power Tucker now had was worth the price. So can you help or not? Himawari asked with an annoyed tone. But as she looked at everyone, she saw that everyone but her head froze up, as if the world had been paused. Himawari asked, as the room turned red, before what looked like Turbo Granny's face appeared floating above Tucker. So you think that you can go to some witches to try and remove my curse, eh? Turbo Granny asked with an annoyed tone, as she looked down at Himawari. Did you do to them, you hag? Himawari asked with a glare, as she assumed that she was the reason everyone was frozen. I felt some interference with my curse and saw that you had decided to get some help from some witches. I don't appreciate that, you little brat, Turbo Granny said, as she glared down at Himawari. You think I care? Himawari asked with a scowl. I bet you would, if I possessed this kid again and killed one of your friends. Tell me, which one would hurt most for you to lose? The gloomy girl? The redhead? The halfa? Your brother Dash, Turbo Granny was asking, as she looked at everyone, before she was cut off. Don't you dare touch my family. Himawari yelled as she stepped forward, a fierce glare on her face. This caused the image of Turbo Granny to smile smugly at the fact that she had hit a nerve. Very well, I won't touch your friends. As long as you and this kid I cursed come confront me tonight, Turbo Granny said with a grin. What time and where? Himawari asked with a hard scowl. The abandoned mines near the outskirts of town. Be there within an hour, or you won't like the results. If you need a distraction, I'll keep everyone but this brat I cursed frozen for 5 more minutes, Turbo Granny said, before her face faded away, before Tucker gasped. Is going on? Tucker asked, as he looked at the others, seeing that they were frozen. I'll explain on the way, Himawari said, as she grabbed Tucker by his hand and dragged him out the front door. 5 minutes later. Naruto asked, as he blinked in surprise. As to him it looked like Himawari and Tucker had just vanished. Hey, where is Tucker? Danny asked, as he looked at Zelda, Hilda and Sabrina. Don't look at us kid, we don't do that Houdini stuff, Hilda said, as she shook her head. Yeah, that kind of thing is frowned upon, since the Witches' Council made him fake his death, Salem said, as he scratched his neck. Then where are Himawari and Tucker? Jazz asked curiously. Hold on, I can check, Zelda said, as she waved her hand and made a crystal ball appear, which showed an image of all of them in the parlor. How does live footage of us in a crystal ball help? Danny asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Just watch and learn kiddo, Hilda said, as Zelda waved her finger, which made the image of the crystal ball rewind a bit, before it showed what had happened with Turbo Granny showing up and threatening Himawari. Naruto's eyes widened, as he watched the footage in the crystal ball and how Turbo Granny had baited Himawari and Tucker into coming to confront her on their own. Looks like the hag is playing dirty, Sam said with an annoyed look at this. We're going after them, right? Danny asked Naruto, ready to help. Normally yes, but if we all show up, it will just put you all in danger. I'll go alone, Naruto said with a firm tone, as he approached the front door with a look of determination on his face. Naruto, wait. Jazz said, as she moved to stop him from leaving. Yeah, hold on kid. That hag is a Class S yokai. Can you even step up to something that strong? Salem asked, as he finally got the bandages off his mouth. Naruto hesitated at this, as while he did have the power of a S-class yokai, he wasn't used to going all out and didn't know what could happen. Bzzzzzt. Too long to answer, Hilda said, as she made a buzzer noise for emphasis. I can't just let them go confront her alone. Naruto yelled in a panic, as he grabbed his hair, before Jazz grabbed his shoulders and shook him a bit. Just calm down. We can come up with a plan together, Jazz said with a calming tone of voice. I have an idea that may work, Zelda said, as she took out her spell book and showed Hilda a page. Good idea sis, Hilda said with a smile as she nodded. You may need real backup though kid. Do you have any help from back home that you can call? Salem asked Naruto. Naruto thought for a few moments, before an idea hit him. I have one idea. A friend of Hima's, he said with a nod while Danny, Sam and Jazz nodded at him, knowing who he was thinking of. Who? Sabrina asked while raising an eyebrow, as she didn't think Himawari had other friends. Naruto sighed at this, before he steeled his resolve. Beetlejuice, he said, making Zelda, Hilda and Salem freeze in surprise. Oh dear, Zelda said as her eyes widened, as the candles lighting the room went out. Beetlejuice, Naruto said again, as he nodded. She's friends with him? I think she has Kushi's reckless streak beat, Hilda said with a groan at this. Quick, get out the soap and air fresheners. Salem yelled in a panic, as he quickly hid under a nearby chair. Beetlejuice, Naruto said firmly, causing all the windows in the mansion to open, as the wind picked up, before Beetlejuice appeared in the room. Hey kid. I'm glad that you called me. Listen, we need to talk Beetlejuice was saying, before he was cut off. Later. I need your help. Himawari and Tucker ran off to go and confront Turbo Granny Naruto was saying, before he was cut off. Wait. Beetlejuice yelled, as his eyes bugged out, before his head started to spin. Wow, the stories don't do this guy justice, Hilda said with a bewildered look, at how Beetlejuice was acting. Focus, you idiot. Naruto yelled, as he bared his fangs at Beetlejuice for emphasis. Sir, yes, sir. Beetlejuice yelled as his head stopped spinning, before his outfit switched to an army uniform and he saluted Naruto. Naruto needs a way to catch up with them and help get away from Turbo Granny. Can you help? Zelda asked, as she stepped forward, making Beetlejuice look at her, before. Oh nurse. Beetlejuice yelled with a grin. This got groans from the others, as they should have expected this. She's a witch, so watch yourself, Casper said, as he had a feeling this ghost would react the same as his uncle's. Oh, even better, yow. Ow, ow. Beetlejuice was saying with a smile, before Jazz grabbed his ear and yanked hard on it. Okay, you demented pervert. You're supposed to be Himawari's friend, right? So stop being a moron and help. Jazz asked, as she glared at Beetlejuice. Okay. Let go. Beetlejuice yelled in pain, before Jazz dragged Beetlejuice to Naruto. Do you have a way to catch up with them or not? Naruto asked, as he was reaching his limit. Just leave it to me kid, follow me, Beetlejuice said, as he yanked himself free of Jazz and led the way outside, by leaving his ear in her hand. Ew, gross. Jazz yelled, as she dropped the ear on the floor, before the ear scampered off after Beetlejuice, who had led Naruto and the others outside, where the ghost with the most whistled loudly. Okay Whiskers, my ride should be here soon, Beetlejuice said with a grin, as what sounded like a very loud engine was heard. As a shoddy figure started to approach them. Back in the afterlife. Meanwhile, back in the afterlife waiting room, Minato and Kushina were waiting in their seats, as the TV was finally repaired. Finally. Now, let's see if we can get a look at how our kids are doing, Kushina said, as she snatched the remote from the repairman. Hey, we have been waiting longer than you 4-, one of the ghosts was saying, before he was cut off, as Kushina's hair slugged the wall next to his head, leaving a huge dent in the wall, making him go silent. Here we go. Look, there's Himawari, Minato said, as the TV showed an image of Himawari and Tucker walking towards what looked like an old mine. Who's the wuss with Hima? The kid looks like he would roll over for regular bullies, let alone a spirit or apparition, Kushina said with a scoff at Tucker, as she sat down to watch with her husband. With Himawari. Himawari and Tucker entered the old mines after climbing over the old rusty gate, which was labeled Shander Mining Company. Okay, where is this hag? Tucker asked, as he and Himawari walked around the entrance to the mine and looked around. Himawari looked around with her aura sense and paused, as she saw that there was a very high amount of aura coming out of the entrance to the mine itself. It looks like the hag is in there, she said, as she walked towards the mine. Tucker hesitated at this, as he started to look nervous at this. Hey, are you coming? Or do you not want your junk back? Himawari asked, as she turned back to look at Tucker. I'm coming. Tucker yelled, as he quickly ran into the mines after Himawari, who took out her phone to use her flashlight so they could see. Come on out, you hag, Himawari said with an annoyed look, as she looked around. Suddenly the tunnel was filled with a red aura, as Turbo Granny appeared before them. With Minato and Kushina. My baby is facing an S-class yokai? Kushina yelled out, as she stood up with her hair going wild behind her. Hold on, Kushi. Before we give up our spots in line to go help, let's at least wait and see. Why do? Plus, BJ might show up to help, Minato said, as he tried to calm his wife down. Fine. But as soon as things go bad, I'm out of here, Kushina growled, as she sat down. Back with Himawari. Okay Tucker, you're up, Himawari said, as she nodded at Tucker. Tucker nodded at this, as he stepped forward and transformed and looked at Turbo Granny. Such a drag, he said, as he glared at her. Before he quickly turned back to normal. Was that? Himawari yelled out. I don't know. Tucker yelled in a panic. Did you really think I would let you come here and fight me with my own power? I took my curse back just now, so no freebies, or a stealer. If you want my power, then you have to earn it, not that you will have time to make a plan. Turbo Granny said with a cackle, before she transformed into a more monstrous-like state and flew at Himawari and Tucker, her jaws wide open, ready to attack the two teens. I should have known the name Turbo Granny was a bunch of hype. Himawari yelled out, causing the yokai to freeze in mid-air at her words. Hima, what are you doing? Tucker asked, slightly panicked. If you are the fastest, then prove it, with a race. You give us a 10-minute head start and the first to make it out of town, wins, Himawari said, as she glared at Turbo Granny with no fear. You little. You really think that you and your little sidekick can beat me? Fine. You're on. Turbo Granny said, as she turned back to her more humanoid form. Come on, let's go. Himawari yelled, as she grabbed Tucker's hand and pulled him with her, as they both started to run. Himawari and Tucker took off as fast as they could, while the elderly yokai began her slow count. I thought that we were goners back there. That was a great plan, Hima. Tucker said, as they ran. I just wish I gave us more time. 10 minutes may not be enough to get out of town. Himawari said with an annoyed tone. 10 minutes, Turbo Granny said, snapping her fingers, as suddenly, several hands shot up from the ground, capturing Himawari in their clutches. Hima. Tucker said. Rushing to help his friend, watching in horror as the hands engulfed her. Tucker, she managed to cry out, before she was fully consumed. Well, that's one down, Turbo Granny said, sagging out from behind the pillar of hands. Now I'll start the count for you, kid. Hey! That's not 10 minutes. You're cheating, hag. Himawari yelled out in a rage. Not my fault you didn't specify how I counted, Turbo Granny said with a cackle. Tucker listened with fear, as the yellow-eyed yokai began her countdown, fear washing over him like a flood. He took a large gulp, clenched his fist and knew what he had to do. 7-8 Nyagagka. Turbo Granny was saying, before she let out a scream of pain, as Tucker tackled her and bit down on her left tit. What are you doing, you ing degenerate? Get off. I didn't say you could do that now, she screamed, trying with all her might to shake Tucker off her. There was a time I would have given anything to suck a chick's tit, now it's become a gross nightmare, Tucker thought, feeling Turbo Granny's hands reaching for his neck. No way, you old hag. I ain't letting go, till you let Hima go. Tucker yelled out, which was barely audible, considering what he was doing to get the yokai to not focus. What's going on? I'm losing my strength. Turbo Granny questioned, spinning like a mini tornado, as she tried to get Tucker off her. You're a pain in my ass, you brat. Turbo Granny shouted, tearing up Tucker's clothes. You must be working with some kinda sorcerer or something. Doesn't matter, as I'll eat the girl and end this. Before she could make her move, she felt a sudden rush of pain rushing through her body. Something squeezing me, she groaned, as she felt her movement was slowed. Don't think I'm going to lay down and die easily, hag. Himawari yelled, as she held out her hands, as her spectral hands held down the yokai. You punk. Let me go, she roared, before jumping at Himawari, only to be kicked back as Tucker kicked her hard. Thanks for that. Tucker yelled with a grin, as he switched to his yokai form. You little. You stole some of my power? Turbo Granny yelled in a rage, realizing why Tucker had attacked her. Yup. Thanks to him, as bro explains to me how some people like us can do it, I decided to wing it, can't, and I believe it worked though, Tucker said with a depressed tone. Nice one, Tucker, Himawari said, giving him a thumbs up. Shut up. I swear I will kill you for this insult, kid. Turbo Granny screamed. You're going to have to catch us first, hag, Himawari said with a grin, as she nodded at Tucker. But before they could do anything, what looked like cracks appeared on the ground and walls of the mine, catching the teens' attention, as a massive crab burst through the ground, causing Himawari and Tucker to scream in terror. Bound spirits, murder their asses. Turbo Granny commanded with rage, as she pointed at the teens. Just as the carb's pincer struck out from the dust, Tucker with Himawari on his back. Wow, that was way too close. Himawari gasped, as she held on to Tucker for dear life. Curse you. I didn't say you could use my power. Turbo Granny demanded, as she possessed the crab that was chasing after the two teens. You're the one who was sloppy when confronting an Uzumaki. Himawari yelled back over her shoulder. I got some bad news, babe, Tucker said, earning a glare from Himawari. Hey! Don't you go calling me babe. Himawari shouted, as she grabbed Tucker with her hand ready to throttle him. I can't make the curve, you're too heavy, Tucker said, shocking Himawari. You're kidding. She cried, as they broke through the railing fall over the town. I-I-I-T-T-T-T, she screamed, as they fell through the air. I'm going all out. Tucker shouted, as he began spinning his feet around like mini helicopter blades. Yes, helicopter. Good idea. Hima cheered, only for Tucker to revert his legs back to normal. I'm done, Tucker said with a groan of exhaustion. Wawawayad, Himawari groaned, as they crashed along the telephone lines before crashing to the ground. You okay, Tucker? Himawari asked, as she groaned while climbing to her feet. I'm flatter, he groaned, I used one of my all-outs. Tucker said with a groan, as he panted for breath. Well, at least you bought some time. Hima paused, as everything turned red. Ooh or nut, she screamed, as Turbo Granny in her crab form crashed down in front of them, forcing them to run down the sidewalk. "Running out of steam pretty fast here, Hima," Tucker said, as he ran from the mad yokai. "What about your other all-out fire it up?" Himawari shouted. "Even if I did, I wouldn't last long enough to get us out of the city. It'll catch up to us and eat us," Tucker said in between heavy breaths. "Oh. No. There is no way I'm letting some crab eat me. I eat them. Make this turn right here, I have an idea," Himawari said, making their way to Nasty Burger. "Oh, how many this evening?" the cashier asked, as the teens barged in. "Get out of the way," Himawari screamed, as the crab burst through the doors behind them. But as it pursued them, Himawari used her spectral hands to reach into the kitchen and grab the water pipes nearby and break them, before aiming them at the crab. "Hot, hot, 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 hot," Tucker screamed, bursting out of the water looking down at the crab. "We gotta get out of here, crabs live in water, remember." "Oh, this ain't just water," Himawari smirked, using her power to grip another of the pipes, causing it to burst, dousing the bound spirit. "When you boil a crab, the meat tightens up and gets firm, so if the thing's muscle gets stiff, it's not gonna be able to move." Tucker kept his arms raised, only to see the crab yokai was as stiff as a statue. "You did it!" Tucker cheered. "It looks so yummy." "I wish we had some butter," Himawari said, with some drool leaking from the corner of her mouth. "EWWW. What's wrong with you? Let's get the out of here," Tucker yelled at Himawari, before he ran out of the destroyed Nasty Burger. The two teens were back on track, as they ran through the empty street. "It's a straight shot out of the city, and, hey, where'd all the people go?" Himawari asked, as she looked around. "Yeah, that's oh no," Tucker shouted, looking over his shoulder to see several people running after them. "Crap, crap. Why are they chasing us?" Himawari shouted, as she and Tucker bolted, as Turbo Granny's mad cackling could be heard. "Did you think you'd get away? There's a giant cemetery near the edge of the city, ya jackasses. We tapped into the spirits there to give us a hand." Turbo Granny could be heard yelling. "What's this we? Did the Alzheimer's hit you, ya hag?" Himawari yelled back at the bound yokai. "Do you have to insult the mad yokai? It?" Tucker yelled in a rage, which caused him to trip and him and Himawari to fall to the ground and for him to turn back to normal. "There's no way we're gonna let you leave here," Turbo Granny's voice said, as the summoned spirits ran at them. Himawari looked at Tucker, who was groaning in pain after being in his yokai form for so long, and approached him. "Tucker, I know you are tired and in pain. But I also know that you can do this. So dig deep and show this hag that you're a real man," she said, as she held out her hand to him. Tucker looked at Himawari's offered hand, and after a few moments, he grabbed her hand and took a ready stance, as he transformed again as he began breathing deep, as the possessed spirits ran at them. But as they swarmed over them, bang! Tucker took off going full speed. It was as if the world around him and Himawari turned slow, as he took off like a madman as Himawari used her powers to push away a good bit of the crowd to clear the way. "I can't make this turn, Hima," he yelled, as the Uzumaki girl used her powers to latch onto a street light, launching them into the air, as they swung to the next building over, as Tucker ran along the sides, before jumping down to the intersection. The fully recovered crab form of Turbo Granny suddenly landed in front of them, ready to strike. "Back off, hag!" Himawari yelled, as she used her powers to throw a nearby car at Turbo Granny, pushing her back. "Uzumaki, that was my car!" Dash yelled, as he came out of a nearby store. "You!" Himawari yelled, as Tucker took this chance to run up Turbo Granny's down claw. The powered-up geek put all he had into his feet, jumping over a nearby parking garage overhead. "We're off the route, Hima, we gotta get back," Tucker shouted, as the Uzumaki mentally latched to an electric tower flying overhead, shooting them back off in their direction. As the two teens flew in the air, Hima looked over with a smirk, as she spotted Beetlejuice driving his car, which seemed to be making a beeline for them. But before she could tell Tucker her new plan, she saw what his state was. "You're back to normal," she yelled, as they continued to free fall through the air. "Don't let go of me," she shouted, releasing her grip on Tucker, before using her powers to form mental hands to act as wings and parachute. "Transform so we can land," she yelled out, as they got closer and closer to the ground. Tucker yelled, as he transformed again, as they crashed onto the road, skidding along the sidewalk like water, till crashing to a stop. "I can't do that again, Hima. I feel like my body is tearing itself apart," Tucker said with a groan, as he held his sides. Himawari quickly scrambled to Tucker's side, but as she grabbed him to check him for any wounds, Turbo Granny and her possessed crab slammed down in front of them. "This ends now, you little brats," the yokai yelled, as she raised her claws, ready to finish the two teens off. "Hey you guys," a voice shouted from above, causing the teens to look up to see a puke green striped dune buggy driving in between Tucker and Himawari and Turbo Granny. "Get in my car if you wanna live," Beetlejuice shouted, as he looked like a rip-off Terminator. Himawari nodded at this, before quickly using her powers to grab the car and Tucker, causing them both to be pulled away from Turbo Granny as the car booked it away from the mad yokai. "Beetlejuice?" Turbo Granny screeched in anger at seeing the ghost with the most interfere with her. "Keep up with this, you hag," Beetlejuice yelled with a laugh, as Himawari pulled herself and Tucker into the back of the ghost car, as Beetlejuice glided along the curve, evading the horde of possessed townspeople that had arrived to back Turbo Granny up. "Hey guys," Naruto smirked to his sister from the passenger seat. "Bro!" Himawari gasped in surprise at seeing her brother with her friend. "I knew you were in trouble, so I hitched a ride with Bug Breath over here," Naruto said, while pointing at Beetlejuice. "Ah, sweet talker. Now pipe down and hold on tight," Beetlejuice said, before gripping the wheel tight. "I'm gonna slaughter you." Turbo Granny screamed as she jumped out of the crab she had summoned and took off after the ghost car, quickly keeping up. "Oh. No. Ya do me. Yeah. Beetlejuice cried, pushing down on the gas. The buggy grinned like a demon, before speeding forward, zipping through the city streets. The zombified horde chased after them, struggling to keep up, as Doom's wheels extended as tall as a monster truck's, crashing down hard over any car that got in its way. "You won't beat me, you pathetic clown," Turbo Granny yelled as she got closer and closer to the monster truck. "Suck gas, crab ass," Beetlejuice said, before pulling on a lever. Doom shook up a bit, shooting off a spray of exhaust fumes right in Turbo Granny's face, which barely did anything. "Hey, I can see the city limits. We're almost there." Naruto cheered as he smiled, seeing that they were almost home free. "Good. We can finally get Tucker some help, gah," Himawari was saying, before Turbo Granny landed on the back of the buggy and grabbed her and lifted her up out of the buggy. "Game over, you little bitch," Turbo Granny yelled, as she held up her free hand, ready to throttle Himawari. "Hima!" Naruto yelled, as his fangs started to show. "Dummy! Don't stop, no matter what," Beetlejuice yelled, before he stood up and threw himself at Turbo Granny, turning into a snake, before tackling her and starting to wrestle her on the back of the ghost buggy. "You pathetic little prankster. Why are you interfering?" Turbo Granny yelled, as she grabbed Beetlejuice by his head and shook him a bit. "What can I say, friends make you do crazy things, hag," Beetlejuice said with a defiant smirk. Turbo Granny growled at this, before she felt herself freeze, as Himawari used her powers to grab her and pin her down. "Keep her pinned, BJ," Himawari said with a defiant grin, as she held out her hands. "You think you can keep me like this forever?" Turbo Granny yelled in a rage, as she struggled to get loose. "Nope, but we can keep you still long enough for you to reach that," Naruto said with a smirk, as he jerked a thumb at the upcoming city limits. Where the Spellman family along with Danny, Sam and Jazz was standing in wait, with Salem putting the finishing touches on their part of the plan. That's the last one, Hilda said, as the runes began to glow. Are you sure this is gonna work? Sabrina asked her aunts. Absolutely. This would have the Pope's top exorcist green with envy, Zelda said, looking over to see clouds of dust coming up and Dumi closing in. Well, it better work, because here it comes, Casper said, as he stood by ready to help however he could. Gah! You Uzumakis! Turbo Granny yelled, as she tried to get loose from Himawari's grip, while Beetlejuice tightened himself around her. Game over, Himawari said with a smirk of victory. You lose, Naruto said, as he too smirked and gave a peace sign. I believe it was Dostoevsky who said, later, Beetlejuice said with a mad laugh, as they crossed the city limits and over the new runes the Spellmans had put down. Gaawa! Turbo Granny yelled as she, Beetlejuice and Dumi were engulfed in green flames, before they exploded into nothing, causing Naruto, Himawari and the unconscious Tucker to go flying. Whoa, we got you! Hilda yelled, as she and Zelda used magic to catch the three teens in mid-air. Thanks aunties, Naruto said, as he gave the two elder witches a thumbs up. Yeah, thanks, Himawari said with a sigh of relief at the race finally being over. I can't believe it, you kids actually beat an S-class yokai, Salem said, as he shook his head. Indeed. I do believe even the best Uzumakis had a hard time doing that, Zelda said with a smile, as she and Hilda let the three teens down on the ground. Hey, are you guys okay? Jazz asked, as she and the others approached their friends. Yeah, we're fine. Tucker is passed out though, Naruto said as he stood up, before he shook the passed out teen a bit to wake him up. Gah! What happened? What year is it? Is the Rock president? Tucker yelled, as he sat up. In order, we beat the old hag, the year is the same and no, the Rock isn't president, Sabrina said. You get your curse lifted? Danny asked, as he chuckled at his friend. Tucker paused at this, before he turned around and looked down his pants, before he smiled widely. Yes. I'm a man again, he yelled, as he pumped his fists. Technically, you were a man before that, when you stepped up and stole that hag's power, so we could escape, Himawari said with a chuckle at her friend. Whoa, he did that? Sam asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Yeah. The hag took her curse back and we would have been screwed, if he hadn't attacked her, Himawari said with a nod at this. Does this mean he's got powers for good? Danny asked with a grin along with Tucker. I don't think so. The way it works with the bigger yokai is that you either take it all or earn their respect to get a piece permanently, otherwise it's temporary, Naruto said with a shake of his head. Hey, I'm just happy I have my manhood back, Tucker said with a smile at this. I'm just surprised that moron's Buggy was able to keep up with that hag, Salem said, referring to Beetlejuice and Dumi. Oh. BJ. Will he be okay? Himawari yelled in realization, as she didn't see her friend after they crossed the town border. Relax kid, the barrier we put around the town only sends spirits and apparitions back to limbo when they cross it, Hilda said, as she held up her hand to put her at ease. That's good. While he may be a loon, he really came through for us, Naruto said with a nod. Does this mean you're not gonna give me crap for being friends with him? Himawari asked, as she looked at her brother. That depends. Are you still going to give me attitude for the power I use? Naruto asked as he crossed his arms. This caused Himawari to pause for a moment, before she sighed. Okay, if you're going to twist my arm, I'm sorry bro. We are family, no matter what. I shouldn't have acted like such a bitch, she said, as she rubbed the back of her head. Apology accepted, Naruto said as he smiled at this, as while his sister was still being brash, he could tell she was actually being genuine. This got smiles from the others, as they were glad that the two siblings had made up a bit. Okay, now that we are past the sappy crap, let's get home. I'm starving for crab, Himawari said, as she rubbed her stomach a bit. Naruto laughed at this, while he tousled his sister's hair a bit, as they all made their way to the parked cars nearby. As they entered the car, Sabrina placed the family spell book down in between her and Sam, which, unnoticed to everyone in the car, slightly activated when Sam's hand brushed against it. With Minato and Kushina. Gahahaha. My babies actually beat an S-class yokai. Kushina laughed, as she cheered a bit. And Beetlejuice actually stepped up in a big way. Speaking of, Minato said with a smile, as he saw said ghost arrive in a burst of smoke. Gah! I hate barriers. That crap hurts. Beetlejuice yelled, as he shook himself a bit. Come here you. Kushina yelled, as she approached Beetlejuice. Don't kill me. Or punch me in the face, as that's my money maker. Beetlejuice yelled in a panic, before Kushina grabbed him and pulled him into a headlock. Look at you, proving me wrong. Kushina said with a grin, as she gave Beetlejuice a noogie. So, does this mean that we're square? Beetlejuice asked, as he looked at Minato, who was watching this with a grin. We are square, Minato said with a nod at this, as Beetlejuice had shown that he was a loyal friend just now. You just make sure to keep having my kids' backs, ya hear? Kushina said with a firm grin, as she tapped her knuckles against Beetlejuice's head for emphasis. Yes ma'am, Beetlejuice said with a nod, before the redhead went back to giving him a noogie. Japan. Meanwhile in Japan, what looked like several figures wearing black cloaks with red clouds on them, were watching the events in Amity Park through a crystal ball. It would seem that the Uzumaki clan is not only as strong as ever, but they have grown strong enough to defeat an S-class yokai, one of the cloaked figures said with a calm tone. Indeed. We will have to continue to observe them for now, one of the figures said, as they watched the image of Naruto and Himawari with his eyes. His red eyes which had 3 black commas. Casper High. It was the next day after the race with Turbo Granny and Naruto and Himawari were on their way to school for the day. Geez, you two really trashed the nasty burger, sis, Naruto said, as they drove past said fast food restaurant, which was shut down, thanks to Turbo Granny's rampage. Hey, it was the hag's fault, not mine, Himawari said, as she kept her eyes on her book for the recently deceased. Yeah, but you led her there, so you could use their hot water, Naruto said, as he frowned at his sister. Well, it worked, didn't it? Himawari asked. Technically, it only stalled that hag's crab form, Beetlejuice said, as his face appeared on the bobblehead that was on Naruto's dashboard. Since when are you on his side? Himawari said, raising an eyebrow at this, as she looked up from her book. And why are you possessing my bobblehead? Naruto asked, blinking in surprise at seeing Beetlejuice. Call it a friend's benefit. Also, why do they call it Nasty Burger? Is it because the food tastes horrible? Or are they just owning the fact that they suck? Beetlejuice asked, as he raised an eyebrow. Anyway, the point is, if you're going to be fighting spirits and apparitions, you should be more aware of collateral damage, Naruto said, as he looked at his sister, while ignoring Beetlejuice. Oh, relax. I'm not looking to join the family business anyway. That thing with Turbo Hag was a one-time thing, Himawari said, as she rolled her eyes and went back to her book. You will join him, young one. It is your destiny, Beetlejuice said, as he spoke in an ancient voice, while switching his outfit to a hood. Watch it, Yoda, Himawari said, as she rolled her eyes at this. I was more going for the Obi-Wan look, but I'll take it, Beetlejuice said with a grin. More OG trilogy, not the badass one, Naruto said, as he parked the car in the high school parking lot. Hima, your brother is being mean to me. Beetlejuice whined. Walk it off, you have heard worse, Himawari said, as she got out of the car along with Naruto. That's true, Beetlejuice said with a shrug, before he faded away with a poof of smoke. As the two Uzumakis entered the school, they noticed that the students were avoiding them. More specifically, they were whispering and pointing at Himawari as they walked past them. "Is there something you did that you forgot to tell me about, sis?" Naruto asked, as he raised an eyebrow at this. "Not to my knowledge, though if they are going to be leaving me alone like this, I'm going to be liking this," Himawari said with a light grin. Naruto sighed at this, but before he could say anything, "Uzumaki!" Dash yelled from down the hallway. "What is it, Dash?" Naruto asked, as he sighed at the jock, already feeling a headache coming. "Your sister and some goth trashed my car last night," Dash yelled, as he approached the siblings, while some other students watched. "Hey, in my defense, I didn't know it was your car I was throwing at that crab. But good to know karma decided to." "You," Himawari said with a grin. "Yeah, well, you better have the money to pay me back, you little," Dash said with a scowl at Himawari. "Sorry, I'm a little light." "Do you take salutes though?" Himawari asked, as she flipped Dash off. "You little Dash," Dash was saying, as he raised his fist but was stopped, as Naruto grabbed his wrist. "You don't want to be doing that, seeing as you obviously know she has powers. If you saw her throw your car at a dangerous spirit, who was attacking," Naruto said with a firm tone. "You think I'm afraid of whatever bull powers she has?" Dash asked with a glare. "Obviously not. So tell me this, do you want to see what I can do to you, if you piss me off?" Naruto asked, as he narrowed his eyes which slitted, as he lightly growled at Dash, before he applied pressure to his wrist. Dash quickly yelled in pain at this, before he jumped back holding his wrist. "Good call," Naruto said with a firm tone, as he nodded. "Yeah, who said all jocks are stupid?" Himawari said with a mocking smirk on her face, before she and Naruto walked away from Dash. Dash scowled at this, before he walked away while rubbing his wrist slightly. As Naruto stopped at his locker to get his stuff for his first class for the day and talk to Jazz, Himawari spotted Tucker, who was talking to Danny and Sam. "Hey, how's it feel to be whole again?" Himawari asked, as she arrived at her locker. "It feels great," Tucker said with a smile at this. "Yeah, that and thanks to your little escapade with Turbo Granny and Dash's car last night, Tucker's yokai mode is now the talk of the town," Sam said, as she shook her head at her friend. So I'm guessing that some fools with their phones got footage?" Himawari asked, as she looked at Danny and Sam. "Afraid so," Danny said, as he held up his phone, which was playing a video of Tucker in his transformed state carrying Himawari on his back, as she used her psychic hand to throw Dash's car at Turbo Granny in her crab form, before he took off up her crab arm. "Thankfully, no footage of him in human form got out there, so he's in the clear," Sam said, as she too had seen the footage. "Aw man, and here's me thinking that it would help me get some girls to like me, if they knew it was me," Tucker said with a pout. "Better luck next time, hot topic," Himawari said, as she opened her locker. Tucker groaned at this, as he slammed his head against his locker, while Danny and Sam laughed at this. "So did anything else happen?" Himawari asked, as she took out her books. "Well, Danny trashed the Axion building last night. Chasing some ghost dog, after we went home," Sam said as she closed her locker. "Wait, he did what?" Naruto asked, as he and Jazz approached them. "Hey, in my defense, this wasn't your garden variety dog. He destroyed the lab and then ran off, after I tried to stop him," Danny said with a sheepish chuckle. Well, if you want, me and you can go hunt that thing down after school," Naruto said, as he nodded at this. Jazz smiled at this, glad that Danny actually had some backup from someone who knew why we're doing. "Have you tried using a dog whistle to get it to come to you?" Sam asked curiously. "Didn't think of that. I think it had a collar on, but I didn't get a good look when he was trying to bury me," Danny said. "That's not a bad idea. We can make a plan at lunch," Naruto said as he held out his fist for Danny, who fist bumped him, before Naruto and Jazz went to their class, while the rest of them went to their own class. Later at lunch. Himawari was sitting at a lunch table with Sam and Tucker, while Naruto and Danny were at a different table, going over some ideas on how to catch the ghost dog. As Sam and Himawari ate their lunch, they noticed Valerie walking into the cafeteria. But as she walked, she ignored the popular table and went to sit at a table that was free. "What's her deal?" Himawari asked, taking note of the look she was giving the popular kids. "Maybe she's seen the light about popular kids being morons?" Sam asked with a shrug. "Actually, I heard her dad was fired and she's not rich anymore, so that's why she's being shunned," Casper's voice whispered to them, making the three teens jump in surprise. "I said not to do that," Himawari hissed at the invisible ghost. "What job was her father fired from?" Sam asked curiously. "It was some kind of lab job. Sabrina said something about a ghost dog trashing the place and getting past his secretary easily," Casper's voice said. This caused Himawari to frown, as she looked at Valerie, as she recalled how she had ended up being shunned back in Japan, after her parents died and rumors about her family started getting around. "I'm gonna go talk to her," Himawari said, as she stood up from the table. "Since when do you cheer anyone up?" Tucker asked, raising an eyebrow at this, as he finished a bite of his burger. "Shut up and come help," Himawari said, as she grabbed Tucker by the back of his shirt and lifted him up. "Hey! What about Sam?" Tucker asked, as he pointed at their goth friend. "I'll watch this train wreck from here, thank you very much," Sam said, as she waved her hand dismissively at this. Himawari ignored this, as she and Tucker approached Valerie's table. "Hey Valerie. If you want, you can sit with Dash," Tucker was saying, before he was cut off. "Look, just because I'm not popular anymore, doesn't mean I'm desperate enough to hang out with you and your fellow losers," Valerie said with an annoyed look at the two. "Well, if you're going to be a bitch about it," Himawari said with a scoff, before she turned around and walked away. "So does this mean you don't want to go out, Gaha?" "Hey, I need to hear with that," Tucker was asking, before Himawari grabbed him by his ear and dragged him away from Valerie. Himawari rolled her eyes at this, as she pushed Tucker back into his seat at their table, before sitting down next to him. "Wow, not even a minute. I'm guessing that didn't go well?" Sam asked with a chuckle. "Hey, at least we tried," Himawari said with a shrug, as even though she was going to be a bit more mellow now, she wasn't going to be a saint. "Hey, if you're looking to make new friends, then you should try to befriend Sabrina," Casper's voice whispered to them. "Aren't we technically already friends with her?" Tucker asked, as he rubbed his ear. We are more acquaintances through her aunts and having being from weird families in common," Himawari said, as she shrugged a bit. "Well, she's a better option than Valerie at least," Sam said, as she didn't have a problem with the teenage witch, as she hadn't done anything to them yet. Himawari nodded at this, as she spotted Sabrina walking into the cafeteria, carrying her bagged lunch. "Hey Spellman. There's room over here," she yelled out to her. This made Sabrina pause and look at their table, but before she could say anything. "Ugh. I knew you were a Spellman," Paulina said from her seat at the popular table. "Yeah. I mean, didn't you see what she did to Dash's car? She used some .y power to throw his car at some monster crab," Quan said, as he held up his phone showing the footage. "To be fair, the guy running with Uzumaki has a cool look," Star said with a smile, before Paulina gave her an annoyed look, making her chuckle sheepishly. "You guys do realize that insulting someone with powers and contacts with spirits is a ass move, right?" Himawari asked, as she raised an eyebrow at this. "Yeah, and how did that work out for your parents?" Dash asked with a scoff. This got silence from the cafeteria. More specifically, Himawari's eyes narrowed at this, while Naruto crushed his can of soda. "Oh crap," Sam said with a groan at this. "You mother Dash," Himawari growled out as she stood up, before she was cut off by. "Whoa!" Dash yelled, as Tucker grabbed him by the front of his shirt. "Take it back," Tucker growled, as his eyes turned red and his hair started to slightly turn gray, as what felt like a lot of pressure filled the room. "Let me go." Dash yelled, as he tried to get loose from Tucker's grip. Tucker growled at this, but before he could do anything, Himawari slapped him on the back of the head, while channeling some of her power, making him snap out of it and drop Dash along with making the pressure filling the room fade away. "Chronicles of Narnia, what's going on in here?" Lancer yelled, as he entered the cafeteria. Uzumaki and her friends almost attacked Dash and used some kind of trick to make it so he couldn't fight back. Quan yelled, as he helped Dash to his feet. "Oi, that's not true." He insulted Himawari. Sam yelled, as she stood up. "Enough. Congratulations, Uzumaki. You, Manson and Folly, will be helping Mr. Fenton set up the haunted house for the Halloween party at Whipstaff Manor," Lancer said with a firm tone, as he saw that the front of Dash's shirt was ripped. Dash smirked at the group, as they all went back to their table. Seeing this, Sabrina frowned, before she quickly went to go sit at a free table by herself, as things were way too tense for her to choose sides. "I would like to volunteer to put that wad out of his future misery," Himawari growled out, as she glared back at Dash and the popular table. "Hima, there are better ways to deal with this. Right, Naruto?" Jazz said as Naruto and Danny approached to sit with them. "I say that we summon BJ and tell him to give him a free pass to put him in therapy, ga." Okay. Naruto growled out, as he too glared at Dash, before Jazz grabbed his ear and pulled on it a bit, before letting go. "Heck was that, Tucker?" Danny whispered to his friend. "Yeah. I thought this whole thing was over with, since you beat Turbo Granny," Sam whispered with a nod. "I have no idea. I just saw red when he said that about Hima's parents," Tucker said, as he looked at his hands, surprised at what he had almost done. "Do you have any ideas what's going on?" Jazz asked, as she looked at Naruto. I have a few ideas, but to be sure, we should ask Auntie Hilda and Zelda Dash," Naruto was saying as he rubbed his chin, before he was cut off. "Screw that!" Himawari yelled, as she slammed her hands on the table. "Since when do you have a problem with them?" Jazz asked as she raised an eyebrow, while Naruto frowned at this. "I don't think she has a problem with them," Sam said as she turned her glare toward Sabrina, who was sitting at her table, eating her lunch. "Oh geez. Look sis, everyone makes Dash," Naruto was saying, before he was cut off once again. "Like I give a. If she can't be a decent human being and wants to play both sides, then she can go to hell, oi." "Who threw that?" Himawari was saying, before an apple smacked her on the back of the head. Everyone looked around surprised at this, while at Sabrina's table, the teenage witch looked at the invisible Casper, who was floating next to her with a look of disapproval. As she had seen the apple float in the air, before it was sent flying at Himawari. "Anyway, if we're helping out with setting up the Halloween party at Whipstaff, then we can ask Hilda and Zelda while we're there," Sam said as she gestured to Tucker and Himawari. "I am not helping with this bull Dash," Himawari was saying with a scowl, before she was cut off. "Sis, just do it, alright? You don't need the detention. Plus, you love Halloween," Naruto said, as he sighed at his sister. "Okay, fine," Himawari said, as she crossed her arms. Later after school, the group was making their way towards Whipstaff Manor. "Hey aunties, are you home?" Naruto called out, as they entered the manor. Over her kid, Salem whispered, as he waved the group over to him, as he peeked into the kitchen through the slightly open door. What are you doing?" Sam asked with a raised eyebrow. "That Lancer clown is here, going over the plan for the party tomorrow night, and he's trying to put the moves on Hilda. I swear, this is better than any comedy," Salem said with a snicker, as he continued to look into the kitchen. This got snorts of laughter from Danny and Tucker. "Oi, move over and let me see," Himawari said with a grin, as she took out her phone, so that she could record this. But before she could approach, the door was pushed open, as Lancer was pushed out of the kitchen by Hilda, with Zelda close behind. "Okay, we got it. We should be ready by tonight. So you go ahead and make sure everything is good to go on your end," Hilda yelled, as she pushed Lancer for the door, but was stopped, as he used his arms to stop himself from being pushed through the doorway. "We're still going out this weekend, right?" Lancer asked, as he looked over his shoulder at Hilda with a smile. "My people will call your people. Now go on, get." Hilda yelled, as she shoved Lancer out the door, before she slammed the door closed, before using a spell to lock the door. She then sighed in relief, before she turned around and paused, as she saw everyone looking at her. "Not one word," Hilda said with a glare, seeing the teasing smirks on some of the teens' faces. "I'm not saying anything," Tucker said with a grin, as he held up his hands to show he meant no harm. "Yup, we are completely innocent," Danny said with a grin of his own. Hilda nodded at this, before she walked past the teens to go back into the kitchen. "What do you think their kids will look like?" Salem asked with a grin. This caused Danny, Tucker and Himawari to burst out laughing at this, while the others rolled their eyes. "That's it!" Hilda yelled, as she turned around and raised her hand to fire a spell, before in a burst of magic, her hand was covered in what looked like a metal gauntlet, which caused her hand to fall and clang to the floor. "You are so immature," Zelda said, as she shook her head at her sister, while she lowered her finger after she had cast her spell. "Yeah, he's not that bad, Aunt Hilda," Sabrina said, as she shook her head at this. "Well, that's true. He could be a two-faced bitch, Espelman?" Himawari asked, as she gave Sabrina a glare. This caused Zelda and Hilda to blink in surprise at this. I'm going to head upstairs and find an outfit for the party," Sabrina said with a nervous look, before she quickly went upstairs, with Casper flying after her. Seeing this, Salem frowned, before he gave Himawari a glare, as he ran after the young witch. "Okay, what is going on?" Zelda asked Naruto, as she figured that he was the one to ask. "Not much to tell. She won't pick a side when it comes to us and the popular crowd," Sam said, as she crossed her arms and shrugged, as well up until now, she hadn't had a problem with Sabrina. This wasn't a good look for her in her eyes. "Ah, typical teenage stuff, got it," Hilda said, as she sighed, as she struggled to lift her hand, which still had the metal gauntlet on it. "We will talk to her. Now, what brings you all here?" "It can't be just that," Zelda asked, as she looked at the group. Danny, Sam, Tucker and Himawari got into some trouble with the popular crowd, and to avoid detention, they have to help with the haunted house tent outside for the party, Jazz explained. "Oh? What did you do to get in trouble?" Zelda asked curiously. "Well, some jock asshole ran his mouth about our parents. But before I could send him to the nurse's office, Tucker almost attacked him and I had to use my powers to shut off whatever power he was using," Himawari said with an annoyed look and tone, before she jerked a thumb at Tucker. "Wait, what power?" Hilda asked, as the gauntlet around her hand finally faded away, and she stood up. "Whatever you stole from Turbo Granny last night should be gone by now," Zelda said, as she looked at Tucker curiously. "Hence the main reason we are here," Naruto said with a nod. "Yeah, we can help with Halloween after we get this figured out," Sam said, as she figured it was best to just help with this, so that Lancer wouldn't give them more detention. This won't hurt, will it?" Tucker nervously asked the two older witches, as they inspected him. "Oh, don't be such a baby, Hot Topic," Himawari said, as she rolled her eyes. Tucker made an annoyed face at this, before he noticed Zelda and Hilda pausing, before they looked at each other and nodded. "What is it?" he asked them nervously. "We have an idea what this is, don't worry kid," Hilda said, as she magically summoned her spell book and started to look through it. "Well, don't keep us in suspense, what is it?" Jazz asked. It's better to just show you. But first, we need some sort of anchor for whatever is possessing him, Zelda said, as she looked at Naruto. Oh geez, Naruto said, as he shook his head, realizing what was happening. What? Sam asked with a confused look. You will see. Feel free to summon something from back home, Auntie, Naruto said, before he looked at Zelda. Zelda nodded at this, before she snapped her fingers and in a burst of magic, what looked like a stuffed cat with white and light brown fur appeared in her hands. Oi! That's mine! Himawari yelled out, recognizing this stuffed animal. This got raised eyebrows from Danny, Tucker, and Sam. What? My parents gave it to me, Himawari said, as she scowled and slightly blushed in embarrassment. We don't exactly have a lot of options here, sis, Naruto said with a sigh. Faye, whatever. It won't hurt it, right? Himawari said, before she looked at Zelda and Hilda, as they approached Tucker. Hima, it's a stuffed toy, not an actual animal, Jazz said, as she shook her head at this. Say that to the stuffed animals you still keep, Danny whispered under his breath. Jazz blushed at this, before she gave Danny a glare at this. Oh relax, it won't hurt it. Now, let's do this, Hilda said, as she placed the stuffed cat in front of Tucker, before putting what looked like a paper seal in one of its paws. Zelda nodded at this, before she and Hilda both stood behind Tucker and started to channel their magic, before. Spirit be gone. Hilda yelled out, before she slapped the back of Tucker's head. Gah! Tucker yelled, as he held the back of his head. How does that help? Danny asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Yeah, I do that regularly and it doesn't do squat, Himawari said with a light grin. Watch the cat, Hilda said, as she pointed at the stuffed cat. Everyone looked at the stuffed cat and after a few moments, the seal in its paws turned black and crumbled away. What's that mean? Sam asked, finding this odd. Before anyone could respond, the stuffed cat's eyes looked up at them, before it quickly ran off. Don't let it get away. Zelda yelled, as she pointed after the cat. Come back, Nico-chan. Himawari yelled out without thinking, before she covered her mouth, as the others looked at her. Nico-chan? Pfft, gah. Tucker asked as he snickered slightly, before he groaned, as Himawari slugged him in the gut. It's heading upstairs. Danny yelled, as he went ghost and they all ran after the cat. With Casper and Sabrina. Meanwhile with Casper and Sabrina, they were in the attic, looking through some of the old boxes. Why not use magic to come up with a costume? Casper asked, as he poked his head out of a box of old toys. This is more so I don't have to be downstairs, Sabrina said with a sigh, as she closed the box she was looking through. What happened today really got to you, huh? Casper asked with a frown. Yeah. I mean, I want to try and have a somewhat normal life at school, but Sabrina was saying, before she was cut off. But you don't want to do it at the expense of the others? Salem asked, as he sat on a box next to Sabrina. Yeah. I mean, I had hoped that not all of the popular crowd would be that bad. I mean, Star is okay, but the more time I spend with them, the more I Sabrina was saying before she was cut off, as she noticed the stuffed cat enter the attic, before it ran over to a wardrobe and hid in it. Okay, you guys saw that, right? Either that, or I accidentally got the catnip treats again, Salem said after a few moments of silence. It ran in here. Sam yelled, as she entered the attic, with Himawari close behind her. Heck is going on? Sabrina asked, as she approached them. I'm sorry, but I don't speak sellout, Himawari said with a flat tone of voice. Sabrina narrowed her eyes at this, but before she could respond, she was cut off by Danny, who had entered through the floor. Explain later. Where did the stuffed cat end up? Danny asked, as he looked around. Casper pointed at the nearby wardrobe. Himawari looked at the wardrobe and closed her eyes, before she held out her hands and clenched them. Gotcha, she said with a smirk. Oi, let me go, a female voice yelled from inside the wardrobe, as the doors started to shake, while everyone else entered the attic. Sam and Sabrina approached the wardrobe and opened it, revealing the stuffed cat thrashing about on the floor of the wardrobe, but not moving, thanks to Himawari's powers. Heck is that? Tucker asked, as he looked over Himawari's shoulder at the stuffed cat. Meet Turbo Granny, Naruto said with a sigh, as he looked at the stuffed cat. EHHH, as everyone but Zelda and Hilda yelled in surprise at hearing this. Hey, let me go. I'll kill you all. Turbo Granny yelled, as she continued to struggle in vain. Is this what it's like when you're dealing with me? I gotta say, I'm seeing why I'm seen as a little annoying, Salem said, as he looked at the stuffed cat. How is this possible? We beat her, Tucker asked curiously. Indeed you did. But I'm going to assume that right as she crossed our barrier, she possessed you and saved herself, so she wouldn't be sent back to limbo, Zelda said, as she looked down at Turbo Granny. You witches. Hey kid. Kill them all and I will free you from my influence. Turbo Granny yelled, as she pointed at Tucker. Tucker's eyes widened at this, before he grabbed his head and transformed. He still had the same gray skin and white hair as before, only now he had a long trench coat. Nice upgrade, Sam said, as she looked at Tucker. That's it. Now kill them all. Turbo Granny yelled, as she pointed at Tucker. What a drag, Tucker said, as he lowered his head, obviously depressed. What? Turbo Granny yelled, shocked that he didn't obey her. Yeah, here's the thing hag, when we made you leave the kid's body, we only kicked out your subconscious. We left your power inside the kid, Hilda said with a smirk, as she looked down at Turbo Granny, while holding a broom in her hands. This made Turbo Granny freeze in surprise, while everyone looked at Tucker. So wait, Tucker has all her power now? Danny asked, while Tucker transformed back to normal. Looks like it. Congratulations, Naruto said with a nod at Tucker. Alright. There's a new ghost fighting teen in town. Tucker yelled with a grin, as he pumped his fists in the air. This isn't going to end like last time, is it? Sam asked with a raised eyebrow, referring to the time Tucker got ghost powers from Desiree. Ugh, you just had to bring that up, Tucker said with a groan, as even he had to admit, that wasn't his best moment, even if he was being manipulated slightly. Don't worry, Edgelord. I'll keep you humble. Now, what are we going to do with the hag? Himawari asked, as she looked down at Turbo Granny. I say that we just let her go, seeing as she is helpless now, Jazz said, as she didn't see the point in keeping her around, if she wasn't a threat now. That's not a good idea. I mean, she has a bad reputation in Limbo and if it gets out that she's helpless, she's going to get hunted down just for sport, Naruto said, as he shook his head at this. So what, we let her bunk with one of us? Sam asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Not it. Danny and Tucker yelled out, as they made X motions with their arms. Don't look at us, our annoying cat quota is already filled, Hilda said as she scoffed, as she pointed at Salem. Like I would ask to stay with you, hag. Ow. 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 Turbo Granny was saying, before Hilda started to smack her with her broom. What about you, Hima? I mean technically, it's your stuffed animal, Sabrina asked the youngest Uzumaki. Oi. Who said you could address me like that, sellout? Himawari yelled at Sabrina, making her scowl at this, but before she could respond. Who are you calling a sellout? Casper yelled, as he got in Himawari's face. Since when does he have an attitude? Tucker asked, raising an eyebrow at this. No clue, Danny said with a shrug. Teenagers. Sis. Hilda said with a grin at Zelda. You better back the up, bongo head. Himawari yelled at Casper. Oh, nice comeback. I've heard better insults from my uncles. Casper yelled back. Will you all shut the up? I'm getting a headache. Turbo Granny yelled loudly, as she continued to struggle in vain to get loose from Himawari's grip, as the teens continued to argue with each other. With Tucker. It was the next day after Tucker had gotten Turbo Granny's spirit removed from his body, and after Zelda and Hilda had moved the spirit to Himawari's stuffed cat, they had decided to have the possessed toy stay with the Uzumakis. Currently, Tucker was on his way to school, and as he approached the school, he walked by some fellow teens, who were talking. I don't know. I don't think that goth-looking guy that was helping Uzumaki looks that cool, one of the teens was saying. Yeah. I mean, he makes Manson look subtle, another said, getting some laughs. I don't know. I mean, you don't see Manson running fast and up a monster crab with no fear, one of the students said, as they showed the footage of Tucker running up the possessed crab's claw, before jumping over a building. Whoa. I didn't see that part, just what Dash showed me, with him helping Uzumaki trash his car, a student said with wide eyes. You think he's like that ghost kid? One of the other teens asked curiously. Tucker grinned at this, as he approached the front doors of the school. You do realize that my powers are the only reason they think you're cool, right? Turbo Granny asked, as she poked her head out of Tucker's backpack. Tucker yelled out, before he quickly took off his backpack and ran into the school, as he ran into a secluded corner of the hallway. So this is a modern high school, huh? Interesting, Turbo Granny said, as she looked around a bit. Are you doing here? I thought you were rooming with Hima and her brother, Tucker hissed out under his breath, as he looked around to see if anyone had spotted them or was listening. Why would I waste my time with them, when I could stay with you and wait for a chance to get my powers back? Turbo Granny asked, as she looked at Tucker. Because from what I heard, you have comforting the dead in common with them, Tucker said with a firm look, as Himawari had told him about Turbo Granny and what she was known for. Ing brat, running her mouth, Turbo Granny scoffed at this, as she looked away from Tucker and grumbled under her breath. Hey, I'm all for you attacking assholes who did that bad to girls. But come on, you have to admit, you take that way too far with all guys, Tucker said, as he looked at the possessed cat toy. Oi. Don't play therapist with me, brat. You think a few encounters with low-level spirits means you can judge me? Turbo Granny asked with a glare as she got in Tucker's face. Hey, I helped Hima beat you and I am on a first-name basis with Beetlejuice, Tucker said with a smug tone. Gah. Don't mention that. Idiot. I got enough of that moron last night. Turbo Granny yelled with a scowl at this, as she fell back into Tucker's backpack. Let me guess, you ran your mouth and Hima summoned him and he gave you the business? Tucker asked with a knowing grin. Grrrr. Turbo Granny growled at this, fire in her eyes from her anger, at what she had gone through last night. Flashback last night in Himawari's room. Take another swing, BJ. Himawari yelled out, as she sat on her bed and used her psychic powers to hang Turbo Granny in the air. Okay, Hima. Hey, do you think there'll be any candy inside her? Beetlejuice asked with a grin, as he changed his outfit to a baseball outfit, complete with a baseball bat, which he held at the ready to take another swing. Oi, let me down, you little. This is degrading to a yokai of my status. Turbo Granny yelled, as she struggled in vain to get loose. What status? Tucker has all your power now, Himawari said with a smug tone, as she used her powers to make the possessed doll swing a bit. He what? Gahahahaha. Oh man, that's the best. The great Turbo Granny lost her power to a newbie. Beetlejuice yelled with a laugh. I didn't lose to him. I lost to those Uzumakis. Turbo Granny yelled. Yeah, well, seeing as my brother already has a spirit's power and I'm not interested, then I say let him have your power. He can't be worse than you, Himawari said with a shrug. So you pass my power to your little boy toy, instead of using it yourself? That's even worse. Turbo Granny yelled in a rage. Boy toy? Himawari asked, her eyebrow twitching at this. Oh boy. Everyone hit the deck. Mount Hima's gonna blow. Beetlejuice yelled out. BJ, switch to a medieval mace. We're gonna have a bonus round. Himawari said with an evil grin. You.ing psychopath. Turbo Granny yelled in a rage, as Beetlejuice switched his outfit to an executioner outfit and his bat to a spiked medieval mace and swung it at her. Flashback end. Oof. Nice to know Naruto wasn't kidding about Uzumaki women having a mean streak. When pushed, Tucker said with a wince, as he approached his locker, while wearing his backpack, as Turbo Granny hid in it while peeking out of it. So what are you going to do with my power anyway? Turbo Granny asked Tucker, as he opened his locker. I'm not really sure. I had considered helping Danny with going after ghosts that come through the ghost portal, but I didn't get to ask him and Naruto if I could help them yet, Tucker said, as he thought about this a bit. You need to ask permission. Faye, what a waste, Turbo Granny said with a scoff. Tucker gained an annoyed look at this, but before he could respond to this, what sounded like loud barking was heard, before what looked like a large green dog with a spiked collar came through a hallway. What caught Tucker's attention was that Danny in his ghost form was hanging onto the dog's hind legs, in an attempt to stop the dog, as he ran through the hallway, making students scream and run away, as the ghost dog destroyed some trash cans. Heel. Sit. Stay. Danny was yelling out, as he and the ghost dog ran out the front doors of the school. So what's it going to be, boy? Are you going to help or not? Turbo Granny asked, as she looked at Tucker, as he watched this, while the other students ran away. Tucker thought about this for a few moments, before he smiled, as his hair started to turn white. I just hope that you don't make a fool of yourself, Turbo Granny said, as the hallway emptied, leaving Tucker and her alone. What a drag, Tucker said, as he transformed and took off like a bullet after Danny and the ghost dog. Too late. Turbo Granny yelled, as she held on to Tucker's backpack for dear life as he ran out of the school. With Danny. Meanwhile in the park, the ghost dog was running through it, destroying everything in its path, as Danny held onto his neck. Do you want to play fetch? Then bring me a stick and I'll throw it for you, Danny said, as he tried to get the ghost dog to stop. The ghost dog's ears perked up at this, but before it could respond, it saw Tucker in his yokai form appear in front of him, blocking his path, causing the ghost dog to screech to a halt. And making Danny go flying off the ghost dog and slam at Tucker's feet. Tucker? What are you doing here? Danny asked with a groan, as he looked up at his transformed best friend. I saw that you were having some trouble, so I decided to help. What's with the dog? I thought you sent him back after he trashed Axion, Tucker asked, as he looked at Danny. He showed back up at Axion. He's obsessed with that place and dragged me all over town after I chased him off, Danny said, as he stood up and dusted himself off. As this was happening, the ghost dog shrunk down to a way smaller form, which made him look like a small puppy. He probably has some unfinished business there, Turbo Granny said, as she poked her head out of Tucker's backpack and rested her head on his shoulder. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at Naruto's? Danny asked, raising an eyebrow at the possessed toy. Yeah, she decided that she's going to hang out with me, Tucker said with a depressed tone, as he slumped over a bit. Get used to it. I'm not letting my power be used by some rookie, who doesn't know what he's doing, Turbo Granny said, as she crossed her arms. Well, if you're going to help, what do you suggest we do with him? Danny asked, as he jerked a thumb at the ghost dog, who was sniffing at them curiously. Well, you could read its collar first and learn its name, Turbo Granny said, as she pointed at the dog's collar. Why didn't you think of that the first time? Dogs respond to their names, Tucker said, as he looked at Danny. I was busy trying to avoid being buried and being made a chew toy, Danny said with an annoyed look, as he approached the dog to inspect its collar. Ugh, no matter. The era teenagers are stupid, Turbo Granny said with a groan, as she slapped her forehead and shook her head slightly. Kyujo, eh? Danny asked, as he looked at the ghost dog's name tag. The now named Kyujo barked happily at this, as he looked up at Danny. Danny smiled at this, but before he could do anything else, Kyujo's ears perked up and he looked towards the park and started to growl, before he grew to his big form again. What's wrong, boy? Danny asked, as he looked where Kyujo was looking, along with Tucker. Incoming! Tucker yelled out, as what looked like a bunch of red blasts came at them. Danny and Tucker both took cover in an alleyway, while Kyujo barked at a figure that was flying towards them. It was someone obviously female from their figure, wearing a red and black outfit, while riding on a hoverboard, with thrusters at the back, with a large blaster on their shoulder. Time for revenge for ruining my life, Fido and Ghost Goddess, the female yelled, as she took aim at them with her blaster. Valerie? Danny yelled in surprise at this, before he jumped to the side to avoid blasts from his fellow teen. Hey, I didn't ruin anything. Oi, watch the hair. Tucker yelled, as he quickly dodged to the side. You are a ghost. Like him. Valerie yelled, as she took aim at them to fire again. Okay, I'm done, Tucker said as he glared at Valerie, before in a burst of speed, he was behind Valerie and had her blaster in his hand. If you can't play nice, then I'm going to take your toys away, Tucker said, as he threw the blaster over his shoulder. Play with this. Valerie yelled, as she turned and threw a punch at Tucker, as a mini blaster appearing on her arm, which quickly charged, and when it got close to Tucker, it fired, blasting him point blank. Gah! Tucker yelled, as he was sent flying into an alleyway and into a wall. Hey! Back off! Danny yelled, as he flew towards Tucker, but was cut off, as Valerie turned to him to aim at him with her arm blaster. Game over, you! Valerie said with a glare behind her mask, as she took aim at Danny and Kyujo, who was at his side growling. But before she could attack, her hoverboard suddenly stopped and fell apart right from under Valerie. Valerie yelled out, as she fell into a dumpster in a heap. Huh? That wasn't you, was it? Danny asked, as he looked at Tucker, as he figured his friend would be that quick. Are you kidding? I can barely feel my teeth right now after that blast, Tucker groaned out, as he struggled to get up. That was me, Naruto said with a firm tone. Getting the two teens and ghost dog's attention, making them look above them at the top of the overhead light, seeing Naruto standing on top of it, with his claws, fox ears and his three tails out, as he glared at Valerie. What are you doing here? Danny asked Naruto, as he jumped down to them. School got cancelled for the day, thanks to you and your new furry buddy. So I decided to go after you and see what was going on. What are you doing here? Naruto asked, as he looked at Tucker. Well, I saw Danny was having trouble and I figured since I have Granny's power now, I could help, Tucker said, as he stood up and shook his head. Good job with that, Naruto said with a flat tone of voice, as he had seen the destruction Kyujo had caused, while making his way here. I swear, these brats need boot camp, Turbo Granny said with a groan, as she poked her head out of Tucker's backpack. What are you doing here? Why aren't you in Himawari's room back at the house? Naruto asked Turbo Granny with a glare. Because your sister thought it would be funny for her and that bug-eating idiot to play piñata with me. Turbo Granny yelled at Naruto, as she pointed at him accusingly. Naruto blinked at this, before he sighed, mentally cursing at Himawari, as he had hoped that seeing as Turbo Granny was like them in a way, they would get along. She's not that bad, she's actually been giving me some advice, Tucker said with a grin at the possessed toy. Yeah, I mean, if she's as old as you said, then she could have a lot to teach us, Danny said, as he nodded at Tucker. Heh, I'm finally getting some respect around here, Turbo Granny said with a smug grin, as she crossed her arms. If you guys want some training, then you could have asked me, Naruto said, as he pinched his nose. That was an option? Danny asked with a grin at this. I'm sold. Tucker yelled, as he pumped his fists in the air. Gah! Turbo Granny yelled, as she fell off Tucker's shoulder and face planted into the ground. So, when do we start training? Danny asked with a wide grin. We can discuss this after we deal with the wannabe, Naruto said, as he turned to the dumpster, which was slightly shaking, seeing as Valerie was still in it. Careful. Valerie may have other weapons, Danny said. Yeah, that hurts, Tucker said with a slight wince. Valerie? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Yeah. She's on a rampage against ghosts and spirits, after Kyujo here trashed her dad's workplace and he ended up getting fired, Danny said, as he pointed at the ghost dog. And ended up getting booted out of the popular crowd, Tucker added. Naruto blinked at this, before he sighed. Okay you guys, I have this. You guys go to Whipstaff, as we still need to set up for the Halloween party tonight, he said. Oh crap, that's right. Danny exclaimed in shock. Thankfully, the school day was cancelled, so we have extra time. So get going, as the others are waiting there. I'll catch up with you guys later, after I've sorted this out, Naruto said, as he approached the dumpster, which was still shaking, with Valerie yelling inside it. Come on Kyujo, you come with me. We can figure out what's got you obsessed with Axion later, Danny said, as he flew off. Kyujo barked at this, as he took off after Danny. Hey, wait for us. Tucker yelled, as he ran off after them, kicking up a lot of dust, as he used his speed. Are you okay in there? Naruto asked, as he turned back to normal and tapped his finger on the lid of the garbage bin. Which soon burst open, as Valerie took aim at Naruto with some shoulder-mounted blasters. Eat this, Gah! Valerie yelled in a rage, but before she could fire, Naruto grabbed her by her wrist and twisted it hard, before he pulled her out of the dumpster and slammed her face first against the brick wall. No thanks, I'm not hungry for laser blasts, Naruto said with a firm tone. Oi, let me go. You're not my target, so chill out Uzumaki. Yow! Valerie was yelling, before Naruto applied more pressure to her wrist, making her yell in pain. So it's okay to be a hothead with ghost hunting weapons, Miss Gray? Naruto asked with a firm tone, as he put emphasis on Valerie's last name. Valerie froze at this, before her eyes narrowed behind her mask. Who told you? She asked him with an angry tone. That's none of your business. Now, who gave you those weapons? Naruto asked, as he kept his arm on Valerie's wrists. I've no idea. All I know is that they can help me get revenge on ghosts and spirits for ruining my life. Valerie yelled, as she slightly struggled to get loose from Naruto's grip. Naruto blinked at this, before he sighed, as he had heard from Himawari and Danny what had happened to Valerie's dad and how he got fired after an escapade with Kyujo. He then let her go and stepped away from Valerie, who then got to her feet and dusted herself off. Look Valerie, you need to stop what you are doing, before you get in over your head, Naruto said with a firm tone. What? You think that you and your sister have a monopoly on getting rid of ghosts and spirits? Valerie asked, as she rubbed her wrists. You don't know anything about what my family does. We don't just hunt spirits and apparitions, Naruto said with a firm tone, as his eyes narrowed at this. Valerie raised an eyebrow at this behind her mask, but said nothing, so that Naruto could continue. We do fight spirits and apparitions, but only the really dangerous ones, that will actually hurt people. Naruto was saying, before he was cut off. So those ghosts and their dog ruining my life isn't important? Valerie yelled. Do you know why that ghost dog was on a rampage? Naruto asked calmly. Why? Why would I? Valerie was asking, before she was cut off. It's because that's the other part of my family's job. We find out why ghosts are here and try to comfort them and help them find peace, so that they can. Naruto was saying, before he was cut off again. So you play therapy for the dead and leave the living to suffer from them throwing a fit? Valerie yelled, as she stepped forward. We try to minimize the damage. Naruto was saying, before he was once again cut off. Well, you and your sister obviously suck at your job, considering what happened to my dad. If you're not going to deal with the ghosts in this town, then I will. Valerie yelled, as she turned around and started to walk away from Naruto. Naruto's eyes narrowed at this, as his eyes slitted a bit. No, you won't, he said with slight anger in his tone. This made Valerie pause and turn her head to look at Naruto. And how are you going to stop me? Valerie asked with a tone of anger, as she raised her arm, as a mini blaster came out of her wrist in warning. But before she could raise it, Naruto in a burst of speed was in front of her and slam. He slammed his open palm into Valerie's gut, sending her flying into the side of the dumpster she had been inside. Gah! Hey! Valerie was yelling, before Naruto appeared in front of her again and grabbed her by the front of her uniform and lifted her off her feet, before with a swipe of his claws, he slashed the high-tech belt she was wearing, which caused all of her weapons to shut down. You think you have the right to destroy spirits because you were unlucky? What gives you that right? Naruto asked with a growl, as his fangs became more defined, as he held Valerie by the front of her uniform. At least I'm actually doing something. Unlike you and your sister, who just play therapy and do nothing, but pal around with that goth-looking. Valerie yelled, as she struggled to get out of Naruto's grip. At least my sister actually cares enough to help when it matters, while you are just a brat throwing a tantrum because life didn't go your way. Did you ever consider that some people have had it worse because of a spirit encounter? How many people do you think have lost their homes? Their lives? Their parents? Naruto asked, before he yelled the last example, as his fox ears and fangs came out for Valerie to see. Valerie's eyes widened in surprise at this, but before she could say anything. What's going on down there? A male voice coming from the end of the alleyway asked. Naruto quickly turned back to normal and dropped Valerie, as he looked at the man and saw that he had a black mustache and black hair. As he wore glasses, a white shirt, a red tie, black pants with a brown belt and black shoes. Recognizing the last name Gray in the man's security uniform and mentally smirking, as he knew that was Valerie's last name. Ah, Mr. Gray. I'm happy to see you, Naruto said with a kind tone, as he approached Mr. Gray. And you are? Mr. Gray asked Naruto curiously. Naruto Uzumaki. I'm sure that you've heard of me on the news, Naruto said. Oh. The spiritual expert. I was actually going to ask you to come to my work and consult me, seeing as he was going to give me a second chance, but only if I could prove that my security system can keep out everything living and dead, Mr. Gray said, as his eyes widened in realization as he recognized Naruto. I would be happy to consult you, Mr. Gray. But first, we need to talk about her, Naruto said, as he pointed at Valerie, who was getting to her feet. Huh? Who is she? Mr. Gray asked, as he looked at his disguised daughter, who looked at her father, while Naruto approached her from behind. Don't you dare, you! Valerie was yelling, before Naruto grabbed her mask and yanked it off her head, revealing her face. Valerie? Mr. Gray asked, surprised at seeing his daughter. Yes. I'm afraid that I caught her with ghost hunting weapons, trying to fight ghosts and destroying public property, Naruto said, as he jerked a thumb to the side at some of the destruction that Valerie had caused. She did what? Mr. Gray yelled out. You ruined everything. Valerie yelled, as she took out a blaster. But before she could do anything, Mr. Gray grabbed her from behind and subdued her. I'll leave this to you, Mr. Gray. I think she is lashing out because of her losing her popularity, and becoming lower to middle class at school. Oh, and feel free to call me about consulting at your boss's place of business, Naruto said, as he walked away from the father and daughter. Hey, don't walk away from me. You don't get to take away my chance at revenge. Valerie yelled after Naruto, as she struggled against her father's grip. "Yes, I do," Naruto said, as he paid Valerie no mind, as he didn't look back at her, making her growl in a rage. "Valerie Gray. You are in so much trouble, young lady," Mr. Gray yelled, as he dragged her to his car, which was parked nearby. At Whipstaff. Meanwhile at Whipstaff Manor, Himawari, Sam and Jazz were arriving at the manor, where Hilda and Zelda were waiting for them, along with Sabrina and Salem next to a big tent, where the haunted house for the party tonight would be set up. Once they were done, Sabrina was carrying the family spell book so she could practice her magic and help set up the haunted house. "Come on, you lot. We're on the clock here," Hilda yelled, as she looked at the approaching teens, while tapping her wrist a few times. "Yeah, I could be using this time for other things than watching you, so that you do your job right," Salem said, as he sat on the porch. "Are you saying that pretending to be girls on internet chat rooms is important?" Casper asked, as he appeared behind Salem. "He does what?" Sam asked, raising an eyebrow at the cat. "How do you find out? I mean, I have no idea what he's talking about," Salem said in shock, before he looked at everyone and tried to look innocent. "Well, I owe BJ and Tucker an apology, because this takes the pathetic cake," Himawari said with a snort of laughter at this. "Oi, I like the attention," Salem grumbled under his breath. "Where are the guys?" Sabrina asked curiously. "You say something, sellout, oi. Watch it, bulb head," Himawari was saying, before she caught Salem with her spectral hand, who the friendly ghost had thrown at her. "Yeah, I'm not a toy for you to be a simp with," Salem yelled at the ghost, as he gave him the stink eye, before Himawari dropped him. "Okay, enough, I think I see them coming now," Zelda said, as she gave Casper a look, as he gave Himawari a look of annoyance, before she pointed at what looked like a lot of dust kicking up, which was coming at them fast. "Who? I beat you!" Tucker yelled, as he stopped in front of everyone and held his arms up in victory, as he turned back to normal. While Danny flew over behind him. "Of course you did, as you're using that hag's power," Danny said with an annoyed tone, as he turned back to normal. "Take the loss like a halfa, brat," Turbo Granny said, as she poked her head out of Tucker's backpack and smirked at the fact that Tucker had easily beaten Danny. "So that's where you have been. A little hazing and you bail like a wuss," Himawari said with a scoff at seeing the possessed stuffed animal. "Treating me like a piñata with a medieval mace is not hazing," Turbo Granny yelled, as she pointed at the young Uzumaki. "What? BJ did it," Himawari said with a scoff, as Jazz looked at her with disapproval. "What kept you guys?" Sam asked, as she looked at Danny. We had a problem with that ghost dog." "Oh, speaking of which," Danny was saying, before he was cut off, when Kyujo in his big form was heard barking loudly, as he ran into the yard, making a beeline for Salem. "Yow! Call him off. Someone get a vet," Salem yelled, as he yowled like a cat and ran off towards a tree and climbed up it in a panic, as Kyujo barked up at him. "Kyujo! Heal! Leave him alone!" Danny yelled, as he ran over to Kyujo. "Yeah, 'cause if you're gonna go after a cat, then go for the hag," Himawari said, as she jerked a thumb at Tucker and Turbo Granny. "Hey! Don't pass the buck to me, you Uzumaki brat!" Turbo Granny yelled at Himawari. "Okay, enough. We only have around 6 hours or so to get this party started," Zelda said, as she clapped her hands loudly, getting everyone's attention. "Right. Jazz, Sabrina and Casper, you lot can help me inside, getting the decorations and food ready. Naruto can join us when he shows up," Hilda said, as she pointed out each of them, before she led the way inside. Jazz nodded at this, as she followed Hilda, along with Sabrina and Casper. "The rest of you will set up the haunted house," Zelda said, as she looked at the rest of the teens. "What about the moron trio? Are they around?" Himawari asked, raising an eyebrow at this. "It's my party and I'll die if I want to, Gahahahahahaha. The ghostly trio was heard singing from inside the mansion, before cackling with laughter. I'm on it, you kids just get to work, Zelda said with a sigh, as she went inside to go and deal with the three ghosts, while Danny, Sam, Tucker and Himawari went inside the tent for the haunted house. Hey, are you guys going to just leave me here? Salem yelled after everyone, while Kyujo in his small form barked up at him happily, as he was just having fun messing with the black cat. Inside the tent, the teens quickly got to work and started to put up the decorations for the haunted house. I gotta say, for a family of witches, this isn't exactly what I was expecting, Sam said, as she looked at the fake spiders hanging from the ceiling. Oh? And what exactly were you expecting? Danny asked curiously. Something actually scary. I mean, come on, do you really think that this will help you win your bet against Dash? Sam asked Danny, as she gestured to the decorations. Yeah, this sucks. I mean, spaghetti worms? What are we for? Himawari asked with a scoff at this. Oh geez, the bet. I need to find a way to make this scary and in a hurry. Danny yelled in a panic, as he slapped his forehead, as he had forgotten thanks to Kyujo and Valerie. I have a suggestion, Tucker said, as he raised his hand. If you say ask the hag, I swear Tucker, that I will put you through that ing wall, Himawari said with a flat look at her friend. What? Are you afraid that I'll actually have something to scare you? Turbo Granny asked with a big grin, as she poked her head out of Tucker's backpack. Well, she is pretty old. She might actually have an idea or two, Danny said, as he looked at the possessed stuffed animal. Guys, we could ask Dash, Sam was saying, before she was cut off. Okay then, what are you thinking back on? Tucker asked, as he looked at Turbo Granny. Well, who are you calling back on? Turbo Granny was saying, before she grabbed Tucker and started to pummel him with her paws, which did nothing of course, seeing as she was just a stuffed animal. Would you just get to the point, hag? Himawari yelled loudly. Fine. I was going to suggest that these two head for Limbo and borrow a special sword from an old acquaintance of mine, Turbo Granny said, as she crossed her arms. How can a sword help? Himawari asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Guys, why not just summon? Sam was saying, before she was once again cut off. It's the sword of the Fright Knight, brat. When it cuts someone, it traps them in an illusion that shows them their worst fear, Turbo Granny said with a smirk, as the teen's eyes widened at this. I'm sold. Danny yelled with a smile at this. Okay, you girls keep working and we will go speed off to Limbo. Tucker yelled, as he switched to his yokai form. Oi. If you think you're going to leave us with the work, and they are gone, Himawari was saying, before Tucker had taken off in a burst of speed, while grabbing Danny and Turbo Granny. I don't want to add on to this day being a pain, but couldn't we just summon Beetlejuice and ask him to help us make this haunted house scary? Sam asked, raising an eyebrow at her friend. Remind me to rip out that hag's eyes later for not letting you finish. Okay, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Himawari said, after blinking in surprise, before she quickly began saying her friend's name 3 times. You rang? Beetlejuice asked with a grin, as he appeared in a poof of smoke. Hey BJ. Look, we are under a tight deadline here and we need help Dash, Himawari was saying, before she was cut off. Who is it? I'll send whoever is messing with you to the loony bin. Beetlejuice yelled, as he made a straitjacket appear on himself for emphasis. Relax. We just need help getting this haunted house ready, so it's actually scary, Sam said with a roll of her eyes at the manic ghost. Hey guys, did you leave Salem up that tree and let that ghost dog guard him, hey? Sabrina was saying, as she came into the tent with Salem on her shoulder with Kyujo close behind her, before Beetlejuice appeared behind her and Sam in his normal outfit and put his arms around their shoulders, causing her to drop the family spell book. A haunted house? Now that's what I'm talking about. What are we talking about here? Classic 90s horror? Torture horror? Oh. How about psychological horror? Beetlejuice yelled with a grin, as he looked at the teens. Oh, this screams a great idea. Let's ask the ghost with the IQ of a cockroach to help with the haunted house. What could possibly go wrong? Salem asked, as he looked at the ghosts. Are you sure this is a good idea, Hima? Sabrina asked, as she looked at Himawari with a nervous look. Hey, BJ is great at scaring people and don't call me that. That's reserved for friends, Spellman, Himawari said with a nod at BJ, before she gave Sabrina a hard look. I don't know, what are your qualifications? Salem asked with a raised eyebrow, while Sam and Sabrina separated from the ghost with the most. Well. I attended Juilliard. I'm a graduate of the Harvard Business School. I travel quite extensively. I lived through the Black Plague and had a pretty good time during that. I've seen The Exorcist about 167 times, and it keeps getting funnier every single time I see it. Not to mention the fact that you're talking to a dead guy. Now what do you think? You think I'm qualified? Beetlejuice said with a professional tone, but as he talked, he slowly started to get more manic, before he started to yell at them, before he whispered the last part. I think he means, can you be scary? Casper asked Beetlejuice, as Sam and Sabrina looked at Beetlejuice, bewildered at this. Oh. They want to ask me if I can be scary. Beetlejuice said with a grin, as he looked at Himawari with a grin that was very unsettling. Himawari smirked at this and gave a thumbs up at the ghost, who looked at the two teens, Ghost Boy and Talking Cat. What do you think of this? Beetlejuice asked with a grin, before he screamed loudly, as a bunch of scorpion tails came out of his face, before just as quickly as he did it, he stopped. Gaha! Casper and Salem yelled. As the ghost took off flying out of the tent, while Salem jumped so high, he made a hole in the top of the tent, while Kyujo took off running out of the tent, yelping like a scared puppy. Do you like it? Beetlejuice asked with a grin at Sam and Sabrina, as the goth looked surprised at this, while Sabrina looked shocked and had her mouth slightly open. Okay, I'm sold. Now let's get to work, Sam said with a grin at Beetlejuice and Himawari. Good. So, are you good to help Spellman? Himawari asked with a smirk at Sabrina, who she could tell was still rattled. Why yeah. Just hold on, while I go get Casper, Salem and Kyujo, Sabrina said as she quickly left the tent. Yeah, you go help the sap, cat and the dog, Himawari said with a scoff at this. Looks like we won't need that stupid scare knight sword that Danny and Tucker went off to get, Sam said, as they all got to work before she paused and spotted the book Sabrina dropped which she picked up. Beetlejuice was looking around the tent, before he paused when he heard what Sam said. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? He asked Sam. Oh, Turbo Granny suggested that Danny and Tucker go with her to Limbo to get some sword that was used by a knight, Himawari said with a shrug. Wait, what? Beetlejuice yelled, as his head started to spin in place. I'm going to guess that's not good, Himawari asked, as she raised an eyebrow at this. What's not good? And why did I have to calm Kyujo down? He was acting like he was being chased by the vet, Naruto asked, as he came into the haunted house, carrying Kyujo in his small form, who was shaking like a leaf, after Beetlejuice had scared him. We need to go after your two apprentices ASAP, Whiskers. That idiot Turbo Granny is leading them into the dragon's den. Beetlejuice yelled, as he grabbed Naruto and started to shake him by his shirt. Why? What did she do? Naruto asked, as he got Beetlejuice's hands off his shirt. She suggested borrowing the sword of some ghost called the Fright Knight, Sam said, as she recalled the name of the ghost the possessed toy had told them. Oh, for crying out loud, Naruto said with a groan, as he slapped his forehead at this. I told you that hag would be trouble, Himawari said with a flat tone of voice at her brother. Excuse me, could someone please explain what's so bad about this Fright Night? Sam asked curiously. The Fright Night is a ghost that isn't exactly one to help you, just because you ask him nicely, Naruto said, as he shook his head. Yeah, he's only about serving his lord and master and leading his army, Beetlejuice said with a scoff. Master? Himawari asked, raising an eyebrow at this. No time for that. BJ, you have a way to get us to them? Naruto asked the trickster ghost. Well, I could, but that's kind of a big-time rule that could get me into big trouble, Beetlejuice said, as he crossed his arms and scowled. How big are we talking? Sam asked, as she knew Beetlejuice had a long track record, just from talking to Himawari and how Walker reacted to him. It makes what I pulled at the ghost prison look like child's play. Oh, by the way, I'm still on the lam, avoiding the ghost patrol, because of that, Beetlejuice said, as he looked at Himawari. Before anyone could respond to this, Himawari's phone went off, getting their attention, and when she took out her phone, she saw that the caller ID said it was Tucker. Tucker, I swear to God, if you morons let out another S-class dash, Himawari was saying, before she was cut off. Grill me later. The Fright Night chased us out of the ghost zone and is now causing a rampage downtown. Tucker yelled over the phone, as the sounds of crashing and yelling was heard in the background. Oh, you mean, listening to your new buddy the hag, didn't work out? Himawari asked with a scowl at this. How the? Was I supposed to know your idiot boy toy and his friend would just pull his sword out without thinking? Turbo Granny yelled over the phone. I said I would gut you, if you called him that again, you mother, hey, give that back. Himawari was yelling at her phone, before Naruto snatched her phone from her. Just stay calm. We are on the way to back you up. Naruto yelled into the phone, before he hung up and looked at everyone. Okay, let's go. BJ, please tell me Dummy is ready to go, he asked the poltergeist. You bet. Saddle up pilgrims, 'cause we're going to war. Beetlejuice said with a grin, before his outfit switched to a cowboy outfit, as he led the way outside, before he summoned Dummy in a puff of smoke, who smiled at everyone in greeting. A John Wayne reference, really? You're old, Himawari said with a wince at this, as they all got into Dummy. Hey, I wasn't lying about living through the Black Plague. Beetlejuice yelled, before Dummy took off down the road, destroying the ground as he drove. Hey guys, I think this book Sabrina left behind might have some information on the Fright Night. Sam yelled, as the book opened at her touch and quickly flipped to a page, showing an image of what looked like a medieval knight with a sword. Well, get reading. We need to find a weakness before we get there. Himawari yelled over the roar of Dummy's engine. Hey, you think we have time for a song? Oh, you, pretty chitty chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang we love you. Beetlejuice sang with a manic look on his face, as he drove his ghost buggy away from Whipstaff, while the teens looked at the ghost with bewildered looks. As the group left, in a bush nearby, Kerrigan and Dibs poked their heads out, showing that they had been hiding there the whole time. I can't believe this. You hire an expert to get rid of those ghosts and what does he do? Dibs asked, as he scowled after Naruto. He gets most of them out of the way, Kerrigan said with a grin. Exactly, and Dibs was saying, before he paused, as he realized what he had just said. Come on, you idiot. Let's get in there and find the treasure, Kerrigan said, as she led the way inside. Unseen to them, Kyujo, who had been left behind, came out of the haunted house and tilted his head to the side slightly, before he took off to follow after the two humans into Whipstaff. With Danny and Tucker. Meanwhile, downtown with the two teens and the possessed stuffed toy, they were in the middle of a fight, with what looked like a black knight, who had long purple hair and a cape that looked to be made of flaming purple fire, green eyes seen through the eye holes of his helmet that had green mohawk spikes on top, while holding a green glowing sword. Danny launched a jump kick, but was quickly slapped away by Fright Night, knocking him through the wall. You kids are pathetic. Turbo Granny yelled from her perch on Tucker's shoulder. Why don't you get in there then? Tucker yelled, as he looked at the possessed toy and pointed at the Fright Knight, who had his sword at the ready, as he glared at them. Did I say pathetic? I mean, you guys have this, yow. Turbo Granny said with a forced smile, before she yelled, as some green flames were thrown at her and Tucker, making her jump off his shoulder and take cover near a porch nearby. Danny pulled himself out of the hole, ramming his elbow into the Fright Knight, which did nothing to faze him, as he slid to the ground. Danny was struck hard by a kick to the stomach, knocking him into the air, before falling hard on the ground. The Fright Knight raised his sword up to strike down the young Halfa, but just as the strike made impact with the ground, a black blur zipped past, causing the Soul Shredder to crash into the floor. The armored ghost turned to see Tucker on all fours, with Danny on his back. Yo, you good dog? Tucker asked his best friend. Why yeah, thanks for the save, Tuck, Danny said with a sigh of relief. Any time bro. Tucker said, as both teams took up fighting stances and charged at Fright Knight. An aura stealer and a ghost working together? You both will suffer for this insult. Fright Knight yelled, as he jumped into the air, raising his sword up to strike both teams. Danny fired off an ecto-blast, which he easily knocked aside, while Tucker leapt into the air, driving several rapid kicks into Fright Knight, who quickly caught his leg, swinging Tucker around in his grip, before throwing him into Danny, knocking both of them to the ground. Danny and Tucker jumped into the air, throwing double punches, only for the Fright Knight to once more slap them to the side, crashing into the table, with Danny and Tucker groaning as they staggered to their feet. Stay back, Danny, I'm going all out. Tucker said, taking a running stance, as a surge of red aura erupted from his body. Tucker then shoots off at Fright Knight, pouring all his energy into his right leg, kicking Fright Knight with full force, the strength of the kick knocking him a good distance back, allowing Danny to shoot off a large energy blast, striking Fright Knight. Both teams started to catch their breaths, as the smoke faded, with Fright Knight emerging from it, barely phased from the assault. This farce is over, Fright Knight said, holding up his sword. But suddenly, a loud honking sound caught everyone's attention. Chitty! Beetlejuice was heard yelling, before Dummy came driving down the road towards them. There they are, you idiots! Naruto yelled, as he pointed towards Danny, Tucker, and Fright Knight. Now I just need a parking spot. Beetlejuice yelled with a smile, as he continued to drive Dummy. Shouldn't you slow down for that? Sam yelled, as she noticed that Dummy wasn't slowing down at all. Nonsense! Beetlejuice yelled, before he laughed madly, as he turned the steering wheel, which caused Dummy to sharply turn and tipped over and start to roll towards Danny, Tucker, and Fright Knight. Take cover! Danny and Tucker yelled, as they quickly jumped to the side, as Dummy rolled past them. What kind of attack is dash? Fright Knight was yelling, before Dummy slammed into him and sent him flying down the road, causing Dummy to land on his wheels again, in between two other cars. Like a glove. Beetlejuice said with a grin, as he looked at where he parked. Meanwhile, Naruto's hair was standing on end, while Sam was hugging the seat in front of her in terror, and Himawari, well. If you weren't my friend, I swear, what have you committed? Himawari said with a groan, as she got out of the car. I'm never driving with you again, Sam said, as she quickly followed after Himawari. Oh, come on. I made good time. Right, Whiskers? Beetlejuice yelled after Sam, before he looked at Naruto. No comment, until my hair stopped standing up, Naruto said with an annoyed tone, as he got out of the car. Guys, Sabrina's book has information on him. Sam yelled, holding said book in her hands. Good, so how do we take this flame tin can down? Tucker asked, watching Danny throw several punches at the Fright Knight who had returned, backing him away, allowing Tucker to launch at him with an axe kick, leading to both youths being slapped aside. That's easy. You just have T-dash. Beetlejuice didn't get the chance to finish his words, as Soul Shredder carved into him, coating him in a green spectral glow, causing him to vanish. Beetlejuice, everyone cried out in shock, seeing the bio-exorcist vanish. "Good riddance, grave robber," Fright Knight said, only to be met with a hard punch across the face, by a partially transformed Naruto, his eyes blazing red, joining Danny and Tucker in the fight. With Beetlejuice. "Whoa, it's dark in here," Beetlejuice remarked, looking around the void of darkness around him. "Haven't seen it this dark since that total eclipse of the sun in the 19th century, he remarked, as he began walking around. "Now where's the exit in this place?" Beetlejuice asked himself, as he looked around. Suddenly, green flames began illuminating the darkness, showing him a pathway. Beetlejuice. The ghost with the most felt a shiver run down his spine. He slowly looked around once more, seeing he was all alone. "Maybe it's just my imagination," Beetlejuice remarked, as he began walking along, seeing the green flames start shifting into a dark blue. Beetlejuice. Fear once more gripped Beetlejuice's heart, as the voice spoke again with greater volume. Beetlejuice's walking soon turned into a panicked sprint, as the sound of the voice growing closer and closer with every step he took, before he suddenly came to a stop. As twin pillars of fire erupted in front of him, revealing a bound Lydia and Himawari. "Lyda! Hima!" Beetlejuice shouted. "Beetlejuice!" The voice called once again, as a familiar figure emerged from the veil of shadows, a mangled face Beetlejuice had not seen since the Black Plague. "And not you!" Beetlejuice uttered, never dreaming he would see this woman after so many centuries. "You are mine, my love. And I will not allow anyone to take you from me," Dolores stated, taking hold of Lydia's face. "Don't you ing touch them." Beetlejuice shouted with anger in his eyes, seeing the woman glare at him. Before a brief moment, her anger turned into a sadistic smirk. She lifted up Lydia's face, slowly opening her mouth, as Lydia's mouth slowly began to open, drawing out a blue wisp from her, drawing into the woman. "No!" Beetlejuice shouted, rushing to save the girls, when suddenly, he found himself restrained by hundreds of dead hands, pinning him to the ground, leaving him only to watch on, as he struggled for freedom. Beetlejuice watched on, as the color began to leave Lydia's skin, her eyes slowly shooting open, as they rolled into the back of her head, her body drying up like a withering husk. Beetlejuice froze with fear, as Lydia's remains, her clothes and her husk of skin fell to the ground, fading into dust. The woman then looked to her second prisoner with a sadistic smile. "Stop it! Leave her alone!" Beetlejuice shouted, watching on as the woman began to draw out Himawari's soul as she did Lydia's. "Please, stop!" Beetlejuice begged, as black ooze-like tears leaked from his eyes. Back at the fight. Back in downtown Amity, the trio threw down their fists into Soul Shredder, pushing Fright Knight back from the combined impact of the boys' attack. Meanwhile, Sam and Himawari looked through the book, hoping to find a weakness to stop him. They both smiled, as they found what we're looking for. To cease the storm, to end the fear. The sword must sheath in pumpkin near, Himawari recited. "Guys! You have to put the sword back in a pumpkin. It's the only way to stop the sword's power." Sam yelled. "A pumpkin? There are no pumpkins, seeing as we have trashed the place," Danny said, as he threw a trash can at the Fright Knight, hitting him in the head. "Someone call for a pumpkin?" Turbo Granny shouted, holding up a jack-o'-lantern in her tiny paws, which she had grabbed from the porch she had been hiding under. "You!" Fright Knight growled, catching the possessed doll. "Uh-oh!" Turbo Granny shouted, before taking off. Before the Fright Knight could give chase, Naruto tackled Fright Knight, smashing him through a nearby car, causing him to drop Soul Shredder, which Danny quickly picked up the sword, flying over towards Turbo Granny. Naruto's claws carved into Fright Knight's armor, who retaliated by kicking him off, sending him skidding along the ground. He burst from the hole, before looking over to see Danny flying with his sword in hand, as he quickly gave chase. Danny looked behind him to see the Fright Knight in pursuit. "Danny!" The Halfa looked down to see his friend running beneath him. Danny smiled, tossing the sword down into Tucker's hands. The tech geek zipped ahead, holding up the sword, as Turbo Granny tossed the jack-o'-lantern towards him. Tucker raised the sword, thrusting it forward, impaling the jack-o'-lantern. No! The Fright Knight yelled, as he was engulfed in some flames, which was into the jack-o'-lantern that his sword was plunged into. As soon as this happened, Beetlejuice appeared in a poof of smoke in a fetal position. Make it stop. Make it stop, Beetlejuice yelled out, as he shook his head a bit. Wow, what happened to him? Tucker asked, as they all approached the poltergeist. Weren't you paying attention? The soul shredder makes you see your worst fear, and I'm guessing he saw something pretty bad, Himawari said, as she grabbed Beetlejuice by his shoulder to shake him a bit, hoping to snap him out of it. What did he see? A soap monster? Turbo Granny asked with a scoff at this. Before she was struck with a mallet by Beetlejuice. Oi, don't joke about that. You hag! Beetlejuice yelled, as he held up his mallet, ready to take another swing at her. Oh good, he's back, Himawari said with a smile at this. Yay, Naruto said with a flat tone of voice, as he switched to his human mode. Oi! Is this any way to thank me for saving your hides? Turbo Granny yelled out, as she stomped her foot. Well, to be fair, you're the one who suggested we try and use that guy's sword, Tucker said, as he looked down at the stuffed doll with an annoyed look. How was I supposed to know you didn't know how to seal up possessed items? All Aura Stealer's worth a. Know that. Turbo Granny yelled at Tucker, as she jumped onto his face. Hey, give me time. I'll have them both trained soon, as after this, I'm done letting these two learn on their own, especially if they are going to fight things like the Fright Knight or worse, Naruto said with a sigh, as he had been considering this for a while and today just proved that he needed to step in and help the two teens learn. Wait, really? Danny and Tucker asked with excited grins at this. Put a pin in this for now, as we need to get back and help set up the haunted house, Sam said, as she held up Sabrina's book, so she wouldn't lose it. Oh. The party is starting soon. Danny yelled in a panic. Okay pilgrims, let's get back in a hurry. Beetlejuice yelled, as he jumped into Dummy, ready to go. No. Sam and Naruto yelled in a panic, as they weren't ready to ride with Beetlejuice again. Oh, man up. He won't park like that again, right BJ? Himawari asked, as she got into the car. Oh fine, ruin my fun, Beetlejuice said with a pout at this, as everyone got into the car. If you get us there with plenty of time, while driving carefully, I'll let you have some fun with Dash and his friends, Danny said to the ghost, as he sat next to Sam. Not at the party though, but after that, go nuts, Naruto said, as he nodded at this, as he figured Dash had this coming after his crash about his and Himawari's parents. Sold! Beetlejuice yelled, as he started the car and drove down the street, on its side on two tires. Is this something you learned in driver's ed? Tucker yelled in a panic, as he held on for dear life. Driver's ed? Beetlejuice asked with a raised eyebrow. Wait, you never took driving lessons? Naruto yelled at this. Well, I took a crash course, Beetlejuice said with a grin. We're all gonna die. Turbo Granny yelled in a panic, as she held on to Tucker for dear life, as Dummy drove back to Whipstaff. With Sabrina and Casper. Meanwhile, with the teenage witch and Casper, they were both looking through the hidden lab of Whipstaff, as while they had been decorating, they had spotted Kyujo sneaking into the house and had decided to go after the ghost dog, to make sure he wasn't getting into any mischief. What is this place? Sabrina asked, as she got out of the chair that had carried her down here, while Casper hovered next to her, while she used a spell to remove all the shaving cream that was on her from the machine that had carried them down here. I know this place, Casper said, as he looked around, before smiling brightly as memory started to come back to him. Really? Sabrina asked, as she looked at her ghost friend. This is my dad's lab. He used to make all kinds of stuff here when I was alive, Casper said with a smile, as he flew around happily, as he reminisced. Wait, your dad was an inventor? Sabrina asked, as she smiled a bit at her friend. Yeah. He made the up and at M machine we used to get down here just now, Casper said with a nod. Didn't he ever hear of caffeine? Sabrina asked with an annoyed look, as the machine had kind of scared her a bit on the way down. I don't think that was a thing back, aha. Casper was saying, before he spotted what looked like a big pool of water in the room and flew over, so he was hovering over it. What's that? Sabrina asked, wondering what had him so excited. It's what my dad was working on after I died, but he never got to use it on me, before he got taken away, Casper said, as he looked around for something. Why was he taken away? Sabrina asked curiously. No idea. All I remember was going to sleep and the next day, he was gone, though my uncles were really mad at the town afterwards, Casper said, as he frowned at this. Sabrina frowned at this, as she could tell Casper was sad about this. Well, what does this thing do exactly, she asked, deciding to help her friend by distracting him. Well, according to my dad, it's called the Lazarus and if it works, it will bring me back to life, Casper said with a grin of excitement. Sabrina paused in surprise at this and unseen to them, Kerrigan and Dibs, who had snuck in after them, had heard this too and were silently watching them. Wait, this thing can bring you back to life? Like, actually make you alive? Sabrina asked the ghost boy in surprise, as she approached the desk in front of the pool of water. Well, that's what my dad said. I just can't remember how to activate it, Casper said, as he frowned a bit. Well, what about that? Sabrina asked, as she pointed at what looked like a big metal door across the room. That? Nah, that's just the vault, Casper said as he looked at it, before shaking his head. Kerrigan and Dibs upon hearing this smiled, as a plan formed in their heads, as they moved silently to get closer. Sabrina looked at the desk and after looking around a bit, she found a book on the desk and tried to lift it off the desk, but she found that she couldn't, as the book seemed to be stuck to the desk. She then raised an eyebrow at this, before she opened the book, seeing that it was hollow on the inside and that inside it was several buttons, one of which was bigger than the others. Sabrina raised an eyebrow at this, before she pushed the bigger button, which caused the desk to shake, as the pool in front of them started to bubble. You did it. Casper said with a smile, as the controls next to the pool of water started to move out towards the pool, where what looked like a giant metal chamber started to lift out of it and soon the chamber and the controls met and the room stopped shaking. This is the Lazarus? Sabrina asked curiously, as she joined Casper to look at the machine and while the ghost looked at the chamber in wonder, she looked at what looked like a beaker full of red liquid. Careful. That's what makes the whole thing work. Casper yelled, as he flew over and grabbed it from Sabrina's hands. So it's the fuel for this thing? Sabrina asked, as she gestured to the machine. Essentially, yes, Casper said, before he took the beaker and put it into a hole and turned it, so that it was upside down. And I take it, that's the only one? Sabrina asked. Looks like it and it's just enough for one, Casper said, as he flew towards the chamber. Wait a minute, Casper, are you sure? Sabrina asked her friend. Yeah, I'm sure. There is a lot that I didn't get to experience while I was alive and this is my only chance, Casper said with a nod. Well, if you're sure, then I'll help you. So, it's this lever, right? Sabrina asked, as she gestured to a big lever on the controls. Yeah, I think so. Casper said, as he rubbed the back of his head. What is it? Are you nervous about becoming alive? Sabrina asked curiously. No, it's not that. I just wanted to know. Casper was saying, before he trailed off nervously. What is it? Sabrina asked, raising an eyebrow at her friend. I wanted to ask you, if you would go with me to the dance upstairs, when I am alive again, Casper said with a nervous look on his face, as he looked at his friend, while nervously playing with his fingers. Sabrina's eyes widened at this, as she slowly realized why Casper had been pranking students who had been messing with her and picking fights with Himawari for her comments, even if she thought the Uzumaki was justified in being annoyed with her, causing her to blush a little. "It's okay if you say no. I just thought Casper was saying, before being cut off. No. It's okay. I mean, yes, I'll go with you. I mean, if you're going to your first dance, it may as well be with someone you know," Sabrina said with a nod, as she smiled at the ghost after composing herself. Casper smiled at this, before he quickly flew through the steel door and into the chamber. Sabrina looked at the controls and grabbed the big lever and pulled on it, causing the smokestack on top of the chamber to go off and the machine to turn on and Sabrina to look at it, as it started to work. Back upstairs. Meanwhile, back upstairs, the party was in full swing, as the students in their costumes were enjoying the party, while music was playing, before the lights slightly dimmed, making the students yell in surprise. "Heck was that?" Hilda asked, as she looked away from Lancer, who was dressed in a Greek robe, while she was dressed like a witch, along with Zelda. "We're here. Sorry we are late," Danny yelled, as he and the others ran into the party, dressed in their costumes. Danny was wearing an astronaut costume, Tucker was dressed as a vampire, Sam was dressed like a hippie, Himawari was not wearing a costume, while Naruto was using his fox ears and tails, to make himself look like a kitsune half-breed. "You're late, Mr. Fenton. You better have an impressive haunted house," as Mr. Foley had quite a good haunted house set up for the community center, Lancer said, as he looked at Danny with a firm look. "Huh. Well, you see Danny said with a sheepish chuckle, as he pulled on his collar slightly. But he was cut off, as screams were heard outside, before several students ran inside, knocking over several of the students in their rush to get inside. "What in the name of mice and men is going on?" Lancer asked Dash, who was dressed as a caveman, who had run in with the students. "There was a monster in Fenton's haunted house." Quan, who was dressed as an alien, yelled in a panic. "Yeah, it was that same. With the mold on his skin." Dash yelled, as he nodded at this, as he tried to stop himself from shaking, but he was failing badly. "Yeah, and some hag's voices was yelling about ripping off our dongs." Quan yelled as he shuddered. This got smiles from Danny, Sam, Tucker and Himawari, as it was obvious that Beetlejuice and Turbo Granny had decided to help out with the haunted house. "I'm going to assume that there was a ghost incident and that's why you're late," Jazz whispered to Naruto. "Yeah. It's been a full night." "Whoa, nice costume Jazz," Naruto was saying, before he noticed that Jazz was dressed as a cat girl, complete with cat ears and a tail. "Thanks. Figured that I would at least get in the spirit, even if I'm a chaperone," Jazz said with a smile. "Hey, Uzumaki. What's with not having a costume?" Paulina, who was dressed as a princess, asked Himawari with a mocking tone. "I am in a costume. I'm dressed as a serial killer and they look like everyone else," Himawari said with a cold tone, as she glared at Paulina. This made Paulina and the other popular kids quickly back away in a hurry from the younger Uzumaki. "Hey, where is Sabrina? I wanted to return her book to her," Sam said, as she held up the spell book, so Zelda and Hilda could see it. Back in the lab. Meanwhile, back in the lab, the machine was still shaking, while Sabrina was watching it, but as she was watching it, unseen by her, Kerrigan and Dibs were behind the controls, reaching for the beaker, in an attempt to grab it. But unseen by the two would-be thieves, coming up behind them, was Kyujo in his small form and before Dibs could grab the beaker. Chomp. Yow. Dibs yelled in pain, as Kyujo had chomped hard on his leg, making him yell in pain and jump out of his hiding spot. "Hey! That's not yours!" Sabrina yelled, as she turned to look at the two thieves, before she out of instinct, threw a spell at the two thieves, who ducked and ran for the exit out of the lab, which caused the thrown spell to hit the controls. "It Dibs, can't you do anything right?" Kerrigan yelled at him, as they both ran. Oh yeah, blame me. Not the ghost dog. Dibs yelled, as he and Kerrigan ran off, with Kyujo chasing them while barking. As this was happening, the controls started to spark with magic and shake even more violently. No, no, no. Sabrina yelled in a panic, as she ran over to the controls, but before she could do anything, the chamber's door exploded open, filling the room with smoke. As the room filled with smoke, a figure stumbled out of the chamber. Sabrina looked at the figure, and as the smoke cleared, her eyes widened and she started to blush again, before she smiled. Back at the party. As the party continued, everyone paused, as they saw Sabrina come downstairs dressed as a witch, complete with a witch's hat, and with her was what looked like a teen boy with short blonde hair, who was dressed like a pirate. Huh, who's the guy Sabrina is dancing with? Sam asked the others, as they all saw this. No idea, I've never seen him at school before, Tucker said, as he shrugged a bit. I'll tell you who it is, he's the reason I lost my bet with the moron trio. I bet that Sabrina would ask Whiskers out and get a pity dance, Salem said with a pout seeing this. Hush you, and we are talking about this later, Hilda said with a glare at the cat. Wow, that's some good animatronics, Miss Hilda. Can you say Lancer? Lancer said to Salem, as he had heard Salem and looked at him fascinated. Lucer, Salem said with emphasis, getting laughs from the students at the party. Hey, Spellman. What's with you and the nobody? Dash asked with a laugh at seeing Sabrina dancing with someone not in the popular crowd. Yeah, I should have known that you weren't worth being one of us, Paulina said with a grin at this. Sabrina's eyes narrowed at this, as she looked at the popular teens, before she clenched her fists. You know what, you're right. Here's my 2 minutes notice, she said, before she snapped her fingers. Suddenly, loud cackling was heard, before the ghostly trio flew into the room. Who's ready to throw a real party? Stretch yelled, as he stretched his face and made a scary face at the teens, who all yelled in a panic. Pardon the smell. I haven't showered or brushed my teeth since I died. Stinky yelled, as he let loose his breath at the popular crowd, making them turn green from disgust. Party food. Fatso yelled, as he ate from the buffet table, before he belched loudly in the face of Lancer. This caused all the party-goers to scream in a panic, before they all started to run out of the manor, and soon, the entire mansion was empty, except for Sabrina, her date, her aunts, Salem, Naruto, Jazz, Himawari, Danny, Sam and Tucker. Not bad for my first Halloween party, huh? Sabrina asked everyone with a smile. It couldn't have been better, the boy with her said with a grin. Not bad, Spellman. I think Beetlejuice would be impressed, Himawari said with a grin, as she clapped her hands at this. Watch it, sis, we don't know if he's okay with all this, Naruto said, as he gestured to the boy with Sabrina. Yeah, who's the newbie? Stretch said, as he floated next to his brothers, as they all looked at the teen curiously, as he hadn't reacted to them at all. It's me, Uncles, the boy said with a grin at the trio. The ghostly trio yelled in surprise at this. Is that you, kid? Hilda asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Whoa, witches can bring the dead back? Tucker asked, his eyes widening, as they all looked at the resurrected Casper. No, we can't. How did you do this? Zelda asked Sabrina curiously. We found an invention of his dad's and Dash, Sabrina was saying, before being cut off. Wait, that Lazarus thing actually works? Stretch, Stinky, and Fatso yelled in shock. Actually, it wasn't working at first, but Sabrina zapped it and then, next thing you know, well here I am and check this out, Casper said with a smile, as he made his hand lightly glow with ectoplasmic energy. Oh, I get it. Sabrina's magic mixed with mortal tech and it resulted in the kid ending up becoming like him in a way, Salem said, as he gestured to Danny. That's what I'm assuming. Probably not something that can be repeated, as this kind of result is like lightning in a bottle, as magic and tech almost never works as intended, Zelda said, as she and Hilda inspected Casper a bit. This breaking any rule with you and your family? Jazz asked Naruto curiously. I have no idea, but seeing as it involves magic, I'm going to leave this one to you aunties, Naruto said, as he shook his head a bit. He should be fine. But we should observe him for a bit, before he leaves the manor first, Hilda said, as she inspected Casper. Sounds good to me. Now let's head home, as this day has been a pain in the ass, Himawari said, as she and the others headed for the door. Oh yeah, here Sabrina, you dropped this, Sam said, as she approached Sabrina and handed her her spellbook. Oh, thanks Sam, Sabrina said with a smile of appreciation. It was no problem. That thing was pretty useful, Sam said as she shrugged. Oh? How so? Zelda asked curiously, as she looked away from Casper. Well, when I opened it, it showed me all the information we needed in the fight with Fright Knight, so it made fighting him way easier. See you Sabrina, hope to see you at the loser table tomorrow. Sam said to Zelda, before she followed the others out of the mansion. This caused Zelda, Hilda and Salem to freeze in surprise, before looking at each other. What's the big deal? There isn't some rule about mortals holding the book for a bit, is there? Sabrina asked her aunts. We don't need a rule like that, seeing as spell books don't open for people without magic, Hilda said, as she and Zelda watched Sam, as she ran after the others. This caused Sabrina and Casper's eyes to widen in surprise at hearing this. With Valerie. Meanwhile, with Valerie, she was in her room, sitting on her bed, a scowl on her face, at the fact that Naruto had ruined any hope she had at hunting ghosts, thanks to him outing her to her dad. That, thinking he can preach to me, thinking that ghosts are more important than keeping people safe. Valerie growled out, as she clenched her fists in anger, as she looked at her mirror in her room. I must say, I agree, a voice said from behind her. This caused Valerie to spin around, throwing a punch at the figure behind her, but her fist was caught by what looked like an older male with black hair and black eyes, as he had a stoic look on his face. Now, there is no need for that, Miss Gray, seeing as we have an enemy in common, the man said, as he held Valerie's fist for a moment, before letting her go. What do you mean? And how did you get in here? Valerie asked, as she rubbed her fist. I mean Naruto Uzumaki and his family. I am from an organization that feels the same as you about spirits and apparitions. What if I told you, we could help you gain the power to get your revenge? The man asked, keeping his stoic look on his face. I'm listening, Valerie said with a grin at hearing this, as the man's eyes went from black to red. Whipstaff Manor. It had been a few days since the Halloween party and currently, Sabrina was arriving back home, and as she approached the front door, she saw Salem waiting for her on the porch. Hey Sabrina. You're needed in the backyard, Salem said, as he stretched a bit after sitting up. Why, what's going on? Sabrina asked the cat curiously. Zelda and Hilda are setting something up, that Naruto asked them to make, and they said you would be of some help, when he gets here with the others in his group of spectral misfits, Salem said, as he jumped onto Sabrina's shoulder, as she made her way around the outside of the mansion and made her way to the backyard. When she made it to the backyard, she paused, as she saw that the backyard now had what looked like a training ground, complete with an obstacle course and dummies to attack. About time you got here, Sabrina, Zelda said, as she looked up from what looked like a scroll that was floating in front of her. Yeah, now help us set everything up, would ya, Hilda said, as she was finishing up making a treadmill with a spell. What is all this? Sabrina asked, as she looked around at the training grounds. It's a waste of time, that's what it is. Stretch yelled as he, Stinky and Fatso flew over, carrying some boxes, before dropping them with a clang on the ground. Hey! That's fragile, you chowderheads. Hilda yelled, as she looked at the three ghosts. Hey, we didn't volunteer to help you with Whisker's request for some training ground, Stinky said, as he shook his head at this. Yeah, when I could be doing something more important, Fatso said with a groan. As he dropped another box. Oh yeah, like what? Eating in between your in-between meals? Salem asked, sarcasm in his voice. Zip it, before we drop you off in a Korean neighborhood, Stretch said, as he smiled evilly at the cat, causing Stinky and Fatso to cackle at this. Okay, enough you three, Zelda said, as she looked up from her scroll and frowned at the three ghosts. Yeah, you know this will help Casper too. So either get a better attitude or else, Hilda said, as she raised her finger, which sparkled with magic to threaten the three ghosts. This caused the three ghosts to scramble to get back to work. Wait, Casper is going to use this stuff? Sabrina asked curiously, as she looked at the training grounds. Them and Naruto. He asked us to make a training ground for him and his friends, so that he can train them without them being spotted, Hilda said, as she started casting a spell that was making a barrier around the backyard, so that nobody could see what was going on in the backyard. He got sick of the Halfa and Turbo Jr. getting into trouble after that mess with the Ghost Hunter and the Fright Knight, eh? Salem asked, as he raised an eyebrow at this. Yeah, well, after those kids get into it twice with S-class threats in less than 2 weeks, it doesn't exactly show that they have good minds for this, Hilda said, as she finished the barrier and looked at the cat. Sabrina nodded at this, before she approached Zelda and looked over her shoulder at the scroll she was looking at and saw what looked like an image of Sam and what looked like a timeline behind her image. What is that? She asked, as she looked at the image on the scroll. It looks like proof that your goth friend has some skeletons in her family tree, if she's in the scroll of magic families, Salem said, as he looked at the scroll. Which magic family? Sabrina asked curiously. I'm not really sure, but it looks like her magic lineage comes from her grandmother's side of the family, and according to this, she's from a family that supposedly died out back during the witch trials, Hilda said, as she looked at the information on the scroll. But it looks like their magic just skipped several generations, Zelda said, as she snapped her fingers, making the scroll vanish. So she's what? A half-witch? A quarter? Sabrina asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Let's just say, she's a witch in training. That is, if she wishes to learn, Zelda said, as she shrugged. That kid? Oh please, with how rebellious she is, she will be over the moon to find out, Salem said, as he scoffed a bit at this. As Salem said this, the sound of barking was heard from the front yard. Leave me alone, you mutt. Turbo Granny was heard yelling, as Kyujo in his small form, ran into the backyard, with the possessed toy in his mouth. Kyujo, heal. Casper was then heard yelling, as he ran into the backyard to try and catch the ghost dog. Save me. I'm getting dizzy. Turbo Granny yelled, as Kyujo started to shake his head rapidly, resulting in him shaking the possessed toy like a ragdoll. How did you let that dog catch you? Salem asked, as he slightly snickered seeing this, as he had to admit this was pretty funny to him. That Uzumaki brat threw me to this mutt when we arrived. Turbo Granny yelled, as Kyujo continued to shake his head in her. I warned you to keep testing me, Hag, Himawari said, as she walked into the backyard along with Naruto, Jazz, Danny, Sam and Tucker. All she said was that you should train with us, Hima, Jazz said, as she looked at the youngest Uzumaki with a look of disapproval. And I told her to mind her own business. It's not my fault that the dementia kicked in and she kept pushing me, Himawari said with a light glare. You! Turbo Granny yelled, as Kyujo continued to shake her, before finally he let go, thanks to Casper distracting him with a bone, causing him to let go and send the possessed doll flying through the air, before she landed in Naruto's arms. Okay you two, today we start training, Naruto said, as he looked at Danny and Tucker, while putting Turbo Granny on his shoulder. Sounds good to me, Danny said, as he nodded at this. Yeah. So, what do we start with first? Tucker asked with a grin along with Danny, as they were both excited. Well, you can both start with 20 laps, Naruto said, as he pointed at the track field on the training ground. Danny and Tucker yelled in surprise, hearing this. Oh, and you aren't allowed to use your powers for the starting exercises. Bachan, you're in charge of making sure they don't stop until they are finished, Naruto said with a firm tone, as he looked at Turbo Granny, who smiled at hearing this. Oh, come on, oi. Tucker and Danny were yelling, before Turbo Granny jumped at them and slapped them both with a paper fan. Get moving, you maggots. Turbo Granny yelled, as she continued to slap them, before the two teens ran towards the track, with the possessed toy right behind them. And my point is made, Himawari said with a roll of her eyes, as she took out her earphones, before she started fiddling with her phone. I don't see. Big deal is with training with your powers. If anything, you should consider yourself lucky, Sam said, as she slightly frowned at Himawari. I'm not looking to make this a regular thing. I only helped Tucker with his curse that the hag put on him, and before you ask, I am fine with getting into fights with spirits and apparitions, who start. With me first, Himawari said, as she shook her head, before she looked at Jazz and Sam, who were about to say something, before she cut them off. Faye, Turbo Granny said with a scoff, as she stopped chasing Danny and Tucker and stood next to Naruto, who was watching the two teens continue to run laps. You got something to say, hag? Himawari asked, as she held up her hand, ready to attack. And what if you end up in a fight with something you aren't strong enough to beat? Then what? Or are you okay with relying on summoning that idiot Beetlejuice, when things get too much for you? Oh, how the Uzumaki have fallen, Turbo Granny said with a smug smirk, as she crossed her arms. Himawari's eyebrow started to twitch violently upon hearing this. Big talk, coming from the one who lost to me. Himawari yelled at the possessed doll. Your Uzumaki luck won't always save you, brat. After all, it didn't save your parents, did it? Turbo Granny asked, as she looked at Himawari with a grim look. Naruto and Himawari's eyes widened at this. But while the youngest Uzumaki obviously got upset and started to approach the stuffed doll, Naruto said nothing, as Himawari grabbed Turbo Granny in one hand and lifted her up. You think you know it all, you dried-up hag? Himawari yelled, as she glared at her. I know enough to know the weak lash out when prodded and the strong work hard to prove their elders wrong, Turbo Granny said, as she glared back. She's got you there, sis, Naruto said, as while he didn't agree with how harsh Turbo Granny was being, he got where she was coming from. Fine then. So you want me to train? Then let's do this. Hey, Spellman. Do you and your aunts know anything about spiritual powers? Himawari yelled, as she threw Turbo Granny into the dirt, before she looked at Sabrina and Casper, who were watching this, along with Zelda and Hilda. Lucky for you, we know a few things that can help you, Hilda said, as she nodded at this. Himawari nodded at this, as she approached Sabrina and Hilda, as they took out their spellbook and started to look through it. Sam, could you come over here? Zelda asked, as she took out her own spellbook. Me? What's going on? Sam asked, as she approached her, before Zelda placed her spellbook into her hands, which unlocked as she touched the lock on the front. Well, that definitely confirms it's not a fluke, Salem said, as he scratched his ear. Confirms what exactly? Danny asked curiously, as he and Tucker approached after finishing their laps, both panting for breaths. What it confirms, Ghost Boy, is that your little goth friend here is a witch, or at least part of her family tree is, Hilda said, as she looked up from her spellbook. Wait, what? Sam asked in shock, as her eyes widened at this, along with the others. After you used Sabrina's spellbook to look up information on the Fright Night. We looked up your family history and it seems like your grandmother's side of your family comes from a long line of witches and warlocks that were born without magic. It just seems that it skipped several generations before you, Zelda said, as she made the spellbook in Sam's hands float in the air and open up, showing them an image of a timeline of Sam's family tree. Wait, so Sam's an actual witch? Tucker asked, as he and Danny looked at their friend in surprise. I can see it, gah. Cut the crap. Turbo Granny was saying, before she yelled, as Himawari's spectral hand slapped her on the back of the head. So does this mean I get to learn magic from you guys? Sam asked, as she smiled at Zelda and Hilda. Well, if that's what you wish, dear, Zelda said, as she nodded at this. Yeah, we're not ones to let a fellow witch just learn this stuff on their own, Hilda said, as she too nodded. Yeah, that's how you end up like Houdini, Salem said with a grin. Hang on, what are the chances that she's got her own family spellbook somewhere? Jazz asked curiously. If she does, then it will probably come to her, when she actually summons her magic, Zelda said as she nodded at Jazz, as she had considered this. Then let's get to work. Sam said with an excited smile. Don't get too excited, kid. Late bloomers like you always have it tough, when you first start learning magic, Salem said, as he shook his head at Sam. Well, that's not going to stop me. Sam said, as she looked at the cat with a determined look. Yeah, Sam isn't one to give up a chance to stand out, Danny said, as Tucker nodded at this. Okay, you two, back to work, Naruto said, as he looked at the two, who quickly approached him for more training. Can I train with you? Casper asked, as he approached Naruto with a slightly nervous look and tone. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this, as he looked at the now human-looking ghost, before he looked at Zelda, who had noticed Casper approaching the blonde. It's fine. I'll go over what his abilities are with you later, Zelda said as she nodded at them, causing Casper to smile at this. Yeah, let the homonku, YOW. Salem was saying, before Sabrina stomped on his tail hard, making him yell in pain. Wait, that's what he is now? Faye, can't see a kid like you as something like that, Turbo Granny said, as she lightly scoffed at hearing this. Naruto's eyes slightly widened at this, before he quickly composed herself and turned to Casper. Okay kid, start doing laps with them and we can see what I can come up with for you, he said with an encouraging smile. Casper nodded at this, before he ran after Danny and Tucker, who were now doing push-ups for Turbo Granny. How bad? Jazz asked Naruto, as she had noticed Naruto's reaction, and at this point, she could tell when Naruto was holding back his emotions. Let's just say that his dad paid a heavy price, just to give him a chance to have a second life, Naruto whispered to Jazz. Jazz frowned at this, as she watched Casper train with Danny and Tucker. A few days later, the group were making their way to the high school. And as they arrived at the high school, they saw a group of students out on the campus lawn, gathered around what looked like a big tour bus. Wonder what's going on over there? Tucker asked with a raised eyebrow. It looks like some kind of show is about to start, Sabrina said, as she and Casper looked around a bit and took notice of the bus all the teens were gathered around. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this, before he took notice of what looked like a bunch of flyers on the ground, that had an image of a teen girl on stage, playing a guitar, while wearing punk clothes. Ember McLean? Sam asked, as she picked up a flyer and looked at it. Ember McLean? Tucker yelled, as his head shot up, as he smiled at hearing this. I'm guessing that means something to you and the idiot masses? Himawari asked, as she jerked a thumb at the gathered teens. How can you not know who Ember McLean is? She's one of the best up-and-coming rock stars, Tucker asked in shock. I'm more a Creepy Nuts and the Pillows fan, Himawari said. As she shrugged at this. Preach, Sam said, as she held out her hand for a high five, which Himawari accepted. Hey, it looks like the show is starting soon, Sabrina said, as Ember appeared in a puff of smoke on the stage nearby. Oh Casper, hi. Are you ready to rock? Ember yelled at the crowd, getting cheers from the crowd, before she started to sing her song. That's not bad, Naruto said, as he slightly started to nod his head a bit. Out of my way. Ember. 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 Tucker yelled, as he shoved his way past some teens, so he could get a better view, before he started to cheer for Ember. And I thought him in edgelord mode made him lame, Himawari said, as she slightly winced at seeing this. Wow, she really knows how to get a crowd going, Casper said, as he looked around at the excited teens. Yeah, maybe a little too much, Jazz said, as she spotted Lancer approaching the stage with an annoyed look on his face. Alright people, move along and get to class, Lancer said, as he clapped his hands before waving his arms about, to get the kids to head back into the school. Ember scowled seeing this, before she smirked, as she turned a dial on her guitar, before she strummed a chord again, causing the gathered teens to turn towards Lancer and glare at him, before they started to boo him and start to throw things at him. What in the hobbit? Lancer yelled, as he covered his face with his arms, as he ran off the stage. Naruto's eyes narrowed upon seeing this. You saw that too? Himawari asked, as she raised an eyebrow at her brother. Yeah. I think this Ember is, wait a minute, you were actually paying attention? Naruto was saying, before he realized that his sister had been paying attention and had seen what Ember had done too. Heh, not a spiritual expert my, gah. Turbo Granny was saying as she poked her head out of Tucker's backpack, before Himawari shoved her back into his backpack with her spectral hand. So she's a ghost? Jazz asked Naruto curiously. Yeah, and her music must allow her to control those that like her songs, Naruto said with a nod. And it's not working on us because? Jazz asked, as she gestured to them. Assuming because of our spiritual powers or abilities. As for you, it's probably because of the earphones you're sporting, Naruto said, as he gestured to what looked like the high-tech earphones Jazz was wearing. Another winner for Mom and Dad, Danny said, as he looked at Jazz, who nodded at this, glad that she had decided to wear them as a test run. Then why is he affected? Sam asked, as she pointed at Tucker, who was, well. Ember remember. Ember remember. Tucker was singing really badly, to the point Turbo Granny was holding her ears in pain. Gah! This is worse than therapy with the redhead. I'm getting a headache. Turbo Granny yelled, as she shook her head in a rage. Either he's affected, or, well, Sabrina said, before she trailed off, trying to find the right words. He's an idiot, Himawari said with a flat tone of voice, as she looked at Tucker. I was gonna say something a little nicer, Sabrina said with a nod. Don't church it up, he's a moron. Oi. She's a ghost, so get into your work clothes and get to work. Himawari said to Sabrina, before she walked up to Tucker and slapped him on the back of the head. Hey, who are you calling a moron? Tucker yelled, as he grabbed his head in pain and looked at Himawari with an annoyed look. As this was happening, Danny had run over to a secluded area and transformed, before he flew out and at Ember, ready to try and stop her. I'm going to have to ask you to free all the students here and go back to Limbo, Danny said with a firm tone like Naruto had told him, as he crossed his arms. Oh ho, so the Halfa thinks he's an exorcist now, eh? Then let me respond to that in the following way, Ember said with a smirk, as she looked at Danny, before she strummed her guitar loudly, sending a massive shockwave made of ecto-energy at the ghost boy, sending him flying past the crowd and into a tree near Naruto and the others. Just go help Danny, Turbo Jr., Himawari said with an annoyed look at this. Oi. If you're going to name him after me, give him one that doesn't sound ridiculous. Turbo Granny yelled, as she got in Himawari's face. Hang on, you want me to use your name? Tucker asked, blinking in surprise at this. Put a pin in this, we have work to do, Naruto said, as he approached the stage with his ears turning to fox ears. But he stopped as Jazz grabbed his arm. Hold on a minute, what if you're recognized? Jazz asked Naruto as up to now, Naruto hadn't been seen by anyone when he was using his powers. Oh, please. People already know we're a family of .s, so we may as well confirm it, Himawari said as she scoffed at this, getting a look of annoyance from Jazz. What's my name, everybody? Ember yelled at the crowd, as she played her guitar. Ember. Ember. Ember! Ember! All the students yelled. As this was happening, Ember's flaming hair seemed to grow, as her smile grew bigger, before she saw Danny making a beeline for her to try and stop her again. "Sorry dipstick, some other time," she said with a grin, as she strummed her guitar, before she was engulfed in a burst of blue flames, which disappeared along with her. After this happened, all of the students continued to cheer for Ember, while Danny flew off, seeing as the enemy was gone. "Well, if nothing else, when someone says humans can't accept ghosts, I can point at this," Sam said, as she shook her head. "I don't think this counts, Sam," Danny said, as he approached in his human form. "Yeah, this ghost obviously is using music to manipulate people," Sabrina said, as she looked at the teens, as she had seen this kind of thing before. "Speaking of which. Was that? That wannabe punk ass made you look like a wuss. I know you're tougher than that after all that training," Turbo Granny said, as she looked at Danny with an annoyed look. "Hey, her attacks got a lot stronger after everyone started cheering for her," Danny said, as he slightly winced in pain. It sounds like she's drawing power from people who chant her name. With her powers, it's not a bad setup," Turbo Granny said, as she crossed her arms at this. "But why wasn't Lancer affected like the others?" Tucker asked curiously. "I think she's focusing on teens like her. It may have something to do with when she was alive," Jazz said, as she frowned a bit. "So what, we look online for punk rock stars that were in their teens when they died?" Himawari asked. "Whatever her story is, she obviously wants to get as many people under her spell as possible," Naruto said, as he looked at Danny and Tucker. "Okay, so how do we stop her?" Danny asked curiously. "We wait for her to make a move and then we go after her," Naruto said with a firm tone, as he looked at Danny and Tucker. "We can help you guys," Sam said as she gestured to herself, Himawari, Sabrina and Casper. "That's not going to happen," Naruto said, as he shook his head. "Why not?" Sam asked, as she looked at Naruto in annoyance. "You, along with Casper, have just started training and you're not ready for combat," Naruto said firmly, while Casper nodded at this in understanding, as he had never thrown a punch in his life. "Plus, witches can't exactly do the whole superhero thing, without major consequences," Sabrina said with a frown. "Then why not wear a disguise or something?" Tucker asked. Sabrina's eyes widened at this, as she hadn't considered this, getting a smile from Sam. This resulted in Himawari slapping Tucker on the back of the head. "Hush up, Yoko. Now let's get to class," Himawari said, as she pointed out that the teachers were now coming out to get all the students inside the school. "Oi! Who the? Are you calling Yoko?" Tucker yelled at Himawari, as they all headed inside the school. "Well, my ears are still bleeding," Himawari said with a slight smirk at Tucker, whose face went red with rage at her dig at him. Naruto and Jazz sighed at this, as they followed the younger students inside the school. Later after school. It was after school and Naruto was making his way out of the school to meet up with the others, so that they could go out on patrol and go look for Ember, while the others were going to train at Whipstaff. Along with Jazz and Turbo Granny supervising. "Naruto!" Jazz yelled, as she ran over to Naruto as he approached his car, while carrying what looked like an old folder that was covered in dust in her arm. "What's up, Jazz?" Naruto asked, as he looked at the elder Fenton sibling. "During lunch, I looked through some old student files and I found some information that might help you with Ember," Jazz said, as she held up the file, showing the name on the front. "Amber McLean?" Naruto asked curiously, seeing the name, before Jazz opened the file and started going through it. "She was a student here in the 70s, according to what little information I could find. She died in her junior year," Jazz said, as she took out what looked like a school newspaper clipping, which had the headline, "House Fire Kills Student," along with a picture of a teen girl that looked very similar to Ember, only her hair was black and her skin wasn't pale, but she was definitely the same person. "Why did you bring me this?" Naruto asked as he frowned seeing this, as he didn't like fighting with ghosts of kids and teens, as they tended to have a lot more emotional problems that he could sympathize with. I wanted to help you avoid a fight with her, so you don't get exposed to everyone in town and having information so you can talk to her. Jazz was saying, before being cut off. Jazz, my job doesn't require that I keep this a secret. If people know, then they know. And besides, Valerie knows already and nobody has said anything to me, Naruto said, as he shook his head, before he gestured to Valerie, who was walking past them, but not before she glared lightly at Naruto as she left school. Wait, she knows? Jazz asked, as Danny had told her about what had happened between him, Tucker and the ghost hunter. Well, she knows about me at least. I'm guessing her dad set her straight after I told him about her new hobby, Naruto said, as he shrugged. Oh, look, I just didn't want you to end up being seen as a monster, because of, well. Jazz was saying, before she trailed off. Naruto smiled at this, before he patted Jazz on the shoulder. Thanks Jazz, I appreciate it. But as long as I have you guys, I don't really care what others think about me, he said with a happy grin. Jazz looked at Naruto for a few moments, before she too smiled and nodded in agreement. You're not gonna shove your tongue down his throat now, are you? Because if you are, please wait until I leave, Himawari said with a flat tone of voice, announcing her presence behind Jazz. Gah! Don't do that! Jazz yelled, as she jumped in surprise and looked at Himawari, seeing that the others were also with her. I'm with Hima. Please don't do that goo-goo eyes crap in front of me, Danny said with a shudder at the idea of seeing his sister with Naruto. Not that he had a problem with the blonde, he just didn't want to see his sister in that kind of situation. Jazz blinked at this, before she lightly blushed at this. Yeah. Get your jokes in, Naruto said with a roll of his eyes, as he was used to this from them at this point. Hey, don't feel bad. I'm all for it, as I have a bet riding on it, oi. Tucker said with a grin, before he yelled, as Turbo Granny popped out of his backpack and grabbed his hair. No stacking the deck in your favor, brat. Turbo Granny yelled, as she pulled on his hair, making Tucker yell in pain. Wait, you bet with the hag that my brother would get with Danny's sister? Himawari asked Tucker with a raised eyebrow. What? It's easy money, gah. Okay. Tucker yelled, as Turbo Granny pulled on his hair again. Pull harder, Jazz said, as her eyebrow twitched at this. Yeah, what she said, Danny said, as he lightly glared at his friend. Ignore them, as we need to get downtown right away, Sam said, as she looked at Naruto. Why, what's going on? Naruto asked Sam. Ember put out that she's going to give away free tickets to anyone who shows up downtown to hear her play a preview for said concert, Sabrina said, as she held up her phone, showing said ad. Okay, you two, let's go. We have a job to do, Naruto said, as he turned to look at Danny and Tucker, who nodded in agreement. We're right behind Sam was saying, as she stepped forward, before she was cut off. Sam, you and the others go with Jazz to Whipstaff and train some more, Danny said, as he looked at his friend, while Naruto tossed Jazz his car keys. Wait, you're taking his side? Sam asked, as she blinked in surprise that Danny was taking Naruto's side. Sam, you and the others aren't ready for this. So you should train some more, until Naruto thinks you're ready, Danny said, as he looked at Sam with a firm look. And before you ask, Hima doesn't count, because she doesn't give a. And is only training out of spite, ha. You missed me, yo. Tucker was saying, before he quickly transformed and sped off, avoiding Himawari's spectral hand. Yeah, you better run. Himawari yelled after the transformed teen. Hey, wait for us. Come on Danny, let's go. Naruto yelled, as he transformed into his hybrid kitsune form and took off after Tucker, using his tails to swing on street lamps. I'm right behind you. Danny yelled, as he took off after them, after transforming. Come on you guys, Jazz said, as she got into Naruto's car. Sam growled at this, as she followed the others into the car. You know, if that Ember gets more powerful with the more people she gets to chant her name, I wonder if she'll be powerful enough to actually affect Bro and his two stooges, Himawari said, as she got into the passenger seat with a slight frown, as she looked at Jazz, as Beetlejuice appeared as a bobblehead. It's definitely a possibility, Beetlejuice said with a grin, as he knew what his friend was trying to do. As Jazz started the car, she froze hearing this, as she hadn't considered this. Heh, got you, Himawari thought with a smirk seeing this, as Jazz quickly backed the car out of the parking lot and drove after Naruto and the others. Wow, you are good. You two are very good, Sabrina said with a slight chuckle at Himawari and Beetlejuice, as she saw. Young Uzumaki and the bio-exorcist had just pulled. Shut up, I know it. Beetlejuice yelled with a grin when hearing this. As Jazz drove off, unseen to them, they were being watched by Valerie, who was glaring after them. So, Uzumaki does have a group of his own. And besides the older Fenton, they all have powers. So I guess that group was right, Valerie said, as she reached into her pocket and took out what looked like a small knife, with what looked like small kanji seals etched into it. After a few moments of looking at the knife, she put it to her palm and cut herself a little, wincing a bit in pain as she did. As she did this, her shadow behind her started to move on its own, as what looked like a demonic female figure started to come out of her shadow and stand behind Valerie. It was a female figure wearing a Victorian-style hat and red dress. What do you require of me, Valerie? The yokai asked, as she looked at the teen girl. My enemies are on the move and I want to make them pay, acrobatic Silky, Valerie said with a firm tone, as she looked at the yokai she had summoned, thanks to the gift she had been given. With Naruto. Naruto, Danny, and Tucker were on a rooftop watching the event Ember was putting on, as she passed out tickets to the cheering crowd. So, what's the plan to take down Ember? Danny asked Naruto curiously. Yeah, 'cause after what she did at the school, we'll need a really good plan, Tucker said, as he looked at the crowd below. The plan is Tucker takes out her music equipment, then we attack her. Do you have the Fenton thermos ready? Naruto asked Danny and Tucker. I'm all set, yo, Tucker said, as he was transformed and ready to race at Ember's amps, so she couldn't play her song for the crowd, long enough for Naruto and Danny could subdue Ember. You may want to tell that to your girlfriend and her group of morons, Turbo Granny said, as she poked her head out of Tucker's backpack and looked at Naruto, before she pointed down at the crowd. Naruto asked, as he looked down at the crowd and spotted Jazz getting out of his car along with Himawari, Sam, Sabrina and Casper and making their way into the crowd. It's Sam, Danny said, as he frowned at seeing this. Personally, I blame the Uzumaki brat, Turbo Granny said with a grin. Word, Tucker said, as he nodded at this, causing Turbo Granny's grin to get bigger. Naruto quickly pulled out his phone and hit the speed dial, calling Jazz. "Oh?" Jazz asked, as she answered the phone. Jazz. Heck are you guys doing here? Naruto whispered into the phone, so they wouldn't be overheard by anyone. I was worried that Ember's power might get strong enough to affect you guys, so I rushed us over to back you up, Jazz said. Did Himawari put the idea into your head? Naruto asked, as his eyebrow twitched violently hearing this. It Hima, Jazz growled under her breath, realizing that she had been played by the younger Uzumaki. We're on the roof nearby. Tell her the roof will be a good place to scope the area and plan an attack, Naruto said, as he pinched his nose. Right, Jazz said, before she hung up. You have my sister's number? Danny asked, as he hadn't considered this as a possibility. Don't be a prude. Why, back in my day, they would be on their second kid by now, Turbo Granny said with a smirk, as she enjoyed messing with the teens. Okay, EW. I didn't need to know that, Danny said, as he shuddered at this, as Himawari made her way up the fire escape. Okay, let's make a plan of attack. Oh crap, Himawari was saying, before she saw Naruto giving her a look of disapproval, with his arms crossed. Really? Manipulating Jazz to get her to bring you downtown? Naruto asked, as the rest of Himawari's group joined them on the roof. To be fair, Beetlejuice helped, Sam said with a sheepish grin, as Danny gave her a look. Fake news. I did it under protest, I tell you. Beetlejuice yelled, as he appeared on a billboard near them. I'll deal with him later, Naruto said, as he gave the poltergeist a look of annoyance. What were you all thinking? We told you to go to Whipstaff, yo, Tucker said, as he looked at Himawari. Hey, don't get an attitude with me, Turbo Jr., Himawari said, as she glared lightly at Tucker. Hey! I said don't call him that, you brat. Turbo Granny yelled, as she jumped into Himawari's face. Guys, we should be quiet, before we get spotted, Casper said, as he looked around nervously. Hey, if you want to chicken out, there's the ladder, Himawari said, as she pointed at the fire escape, while she used her spectral hand to keep Turbo Granny back. Well, it looks like I have some party crashers, Ember said, as she announced her presence behind the group, causing them to turn around to see that she was hovering in the air behind them. Look, we don't want to fight. Just stop manipulating people with your music and dash, Naruto was saying, before he was cut off. And what? Go back to being forgotten? Forget it, Whiskers. Ember yelled, as she strummed her guitar and sent a shockwave of ecto energy down at the group, making them scatter to take cover. Nice job Sam, Danny said with a scowl, as he shoved Sam behind some boxes. You too babe, Tucker said with a depressed tone, as he pushed Himawari behind an air conditioner. What did you just call me? Himawari yelled with a scowl, as she grabbed Tucker and shook him a bit. Hey! I am just trying to help. You're not the only one with the power to help now, you know. Sam said, as she poked Danny in the chest for emphasis. That doesn't mean you actually know what you're doing yet. You can't just run in head first without thinking. Danny yelled. And they talk about us, Jazz grumbled under her breath, as she shook her head at the two pairs of teens. Oh, teen love. They say it never lasts, but nothing distracts teenagers more than hormones and I need to keep you lot busy for the next 8 hours, Ember said, turning the dial of her guitar to a heart. I have more than just music for you, as now that they're chanting my name, my music can affect you. How about a love song, she shouted, before unleashing a pink heart-coated wave, pushing the 4 teens back. More specifically, it sent Danny and Sam into a nearby billboard, tipping it over so it was hanging over the roof's edge, while the 2 teens were on it. Well, I think I'll leave the new couples alone. Ciao babies. Ember said laughing, as she phased back into the building. Is everyone okay? Sabrina asked, as she and Casper had taken cover on the fire escape, avoiding Ember's attacks. Yeah, we are fine. How about the rest of you guys? Naruto asked, as he and Jazz came from behind the billboard they were hiding behind. New couples? Heck is she talking about? Sam asked, looking at Danny, who began crawling towards her now in his human form. Danny, now might be a really good time to go ghost and fly us out of this, Sam said, as Danny kept coming towards her, causing the board to become unbalanced. Danny, wait. What are you doing? Sam asked. Wow. I just never realized that you're really beautiful, when you're about to fall off a building, Danny said with a smile at Sam. Say what? Sam yelled, as she blushed a bit hearing this, as the board they were on started to break. I got you. Naruto yelled, as he made his kitsune tails appear and shoot at the 2 teens and grab them, before pulling them back onto the roof. Ugh, that hurt, Tucker said as he turned back to normal, before looking over at Himawari. Hima, are you okay? He asked, as the Uzumaki girl slowly turned her head with a dark smirk on her face, that sent shivers down Tucker's spine. Hima, what's going on? Tucker asked, as he looked at his friend. Nothing's wrong, Sweetie, she purred, unless you want to get something going, Hima said with a sway in her hips, making Tucker's eyes nearly bug out. Say what now? Tucker exclaimed, as Himawari flipped over, landing next to Tucker, rubbing her hands over his chest. Himawari took hold of Tucker's hand, bringing it up to her lips, before clamping them on his finger. Yeeki eek. Tucker screamed, flustered beyond belief at this, with steam shooting out of his ears, while Himawari moaned, moving her tongue lightly around the appendage. Please stop, no, don't stop, it's gross. And awesome too, I mean, yee, eehoo. Tucker's brain began to short-circuit, before he collapsed on the ground, feet up, while Himawari licked her lips. Gahahaha. Oh, this is the best. Turbo Granny cackled, as she rolled on the floor seeing this, as the others all looked at this with their mouths agape in shock. What's going on? Casper asked, as he looked at the two separate couples in confusion. You don't need to know, Sabrina said, as she covered her friend's eyes with her hand. Sis. Heck is your problem? Naruto asked, as he quickly ran over to Himawari and grabbed her by her shoulders. Only for her to instantly backhand him with her spectral hand, sending him flying. Back off. This isn't your business, Himawari yelled with a glare, before she turned her gaze back to the passed-out Tucker and smiled in a very unsettling way. Okay, what has gotten into them? Jazz asked, as she helped Naruto up, while glancing over at her brother, who was looking at Sam with a dopey smile. Isn't it obvious? That rocker chick put Hima and your brother under some kind of siren song, Beetlejuice said, as his face appeared on Jazz's bandana. Oh, that's just great, Sam said with a groan at this, as while she wouldn't mind this kind of attention from Danny, this wasn't what she had in mind. Is there any way to snap them out of it? Preferably before Hima gets a charge put on her, Beetlejuice said with a snicker, as he watched Himawari looking at Tucker with a smirk and a lustful look. We need to get them both to Whipstaff. Hopefully Aunt Hilda and Zelda can fix this, Sabrina said as she frowned. Good idea. Okay, let's try and get them out of here. Sam, you lead Danny out of here and Casper, try to get Tucker out of here and lead Hima Naruto was saying to the group, before what looked like a demonic hand started to come out of the ground behind him and tower over him, ready to strike him down. Naruto! Jazz yelled, as she had spotted the hand along with the others. Huh? Naruto asked, as he turned around to look at the figure that was towering over him, revealing itself as acrobatic Silky. You will suffer. Silky yelled, as she swung her hair at Naruto. Seeing the yokai, Naruto froze, as images of his mother using the exact same attack filled his mind, before the hair slammed into him, sending him flying and crashing into a nearby billboard and smashing through it, where he landed on a nearby rooftop. Naruto! Jazz yelled in a panic, as she ran to the edge of the rooftop to see where Naruto had landed. Is this? Sam yelled, as she looked at this yokai in surprise. Hang on a second. Here we go. It's acrobatic Silky, Turbo Granny said, as she took Tucker's phone from his pocket and after a few swipes, she held it up, showing what looked like an article on ghostly lore. So, who is she? Sabrina asked, as she looked at the yokai. I am your death. Silky yelled, as she sent her hair forward, trying to stab at Sabrina. Get back! Casper yelled, as he pushed Sabrina out of the way, before the hair slammed into him, into his chest. Casper! Sabrina yelled, as she looked at this in horror, along with the others. Danny, help fight this thing. Sam yelled at her friend. Come on Himawari, we need your help. Sabrina yelled at the young Uzumaki. Don't bother. Casper said with a grin, as he grabbed Silky's hair with his hands, which were now claws and dark gray, before with a shout, he swung Silky over his head and slammed her into the ceiling with such force that it sent her crashing into the building. Ah, so you have that sin's power, eh? Makes sense for you, Turbo Granny said, as she crossed her arms and looked at Casper. What power? Sabrina asked the possessed toy curiously. Before Turbo Granny could respond, a loud screech was heard, before Silky's hair started to shoot out through the floor, trying to stab at them. Gah! Is this thing's problem? Sam yelled, as she dodged some of the hare's spears. Does anyone know how to beat this thing? Casper yelled, as the spears hit him, but did nothing but damage his clothes, revealing his changed skin, which wasn't affected at all by the attack. Hema, Danny, we need some help here. Jazz yelled, as she held onto the edge of the rooftop, as the roof started to collapse from underneath them. Right, I'll save Sam. Danny yelled, as he transformed into his ghost form and quickly flew over to Sam and scooped her into his arms, before flying off. Hey! You better save me too, stud! Himawari yelled, as she grabbed the front of Tucker's shirt and started to shake him. Good to know you're still as subtle as a freight train, even when you're being manipulated, Turbo Granny said with a flat tone of voice. You hag! Himawari yelled at the possessed doll, before she yelled, as the collapsing rooftop started to approach them, causing her to start to fall through. It! Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice! Turbo Granny yelled in a panic, as she jumped onto Tucker, as she avoided the collapsing rooftop. What do you guys need? Beetlejuice asked, as he appeared in a poof of smoke, floating in the air above them. A way out of here, of course, you moron! Turbo Granny yelled at him. Who are you calling a moron, litter breath? Beetlejuice yelled, as he got in the possessed doll's face. I was curious. Turbo Granny yelled back at the poltergeist. BJ, please. Some upset ghost is beneath us and wants to kill Naruto and isn't afraid to hurt us. Jazz yelled at the poltergeist, as another screech was heard, as more hair spears started to come out from below. Don't worry, I'm on it. Hey Kiki. While I deal with the rejected opera singer, how about you actually make yourself useful and get everyone out of here? Beetlejuice said, as he floated up into the air and looked at Sabrina. Sabrina nodded at this, as she held out her hands and started to concentrate, as her hands started to glow. Mash pit! Beetlejuice yelled, as he transformed into a pro wrestler getup, before he threw himself downwards and smashing himself down into the building below, destroying the rooftop completely. You idiot! Turbo Granny yelled in a panic, as she held on to the still passed out Tucker for dear life, as they all started to fall downwards into the building, where Beetlejuice was wrestling Silky. Or at least attempting to, as the yokai was attacking him with her hair. Oi! I'm not into this kinky! Beetlejuice yelled, as he was slammed against the ground by Silky's hair. As this was happening, Sabrina finally fired her spell from her hand, which engulfed her, Casper, Jazz, Himawari, Tucker, Turbo Granny and Naruto, who was still knocked out on the rooftop nearby. Whipstaff front yard. Meanwhile, back at Whipstaff, Salem was in the front yard, laying in the sun, when suddenly in a puff of smoke, Sabrina and the rest of the group appeared in the sky above him, before they all crashed into the ground on top of Salem in a heap. Gah! What in the witching hour is going on? Can't a guy take a cat nap? Salem yelled with a yowl, as he poked his head out from underneath the knocked-out Naruto. Sorry Salem, but we kinda needed a quick escape, Sabrina said, as she was being helped up to her feet by Casper. Ugh, my head. What is going dash, Tucker groaned, as he woke up, before he noticed that he was laying down in Whipstaff's front yard, more specifically, Himawari was straddling him. Now that you're awake, where were we stud? Himawari asked with a grin, as she leaned towards Tucker. I need an adult. Tucker yelled in a panic, as he waved his arms in a panic. Heck is going on out here? Zelda asked, as she and Hilda came outside. Oh, nothing much. I was just relaxing, when I ended up getting the short straw in a dog pile. Salem yelled, as everyone started to get off him, except for Naruto, who was still knocked out. Hey aunties! Do you know a way to stop Himawari from making a fool of herself? Sabrina asked, as she waved at them both, before pointing at Himawari and using her magic to pull her off Tucker, so she was suspended in mid-air by her arms. Oi! Don't cock-block me, Spellman! Himawari yelled in a rage, as she struggled to get loose. Marriage usually does the trick, Salem said with a snicker. I would have settled for a few dates first, but I'm down for marriage, Himawari said with a smirk. Okay, when did this happen? Hilda asked, surprised at seeing this from the youngest Uzumaki. Her and the Halfa got a blast of a ghost's love song. Now they are in love, the Uzumaki brat with him and the Halfa with the witch in training. They should be here soon, if that girl can make him listen long enough, Turbo Granny said, as she dusted herself off, while Tucker stood up and put her on his shoulder. Ah, there they are, Zelda said, as she spotted Danny flying over, while carrying Sam. Are you okay, Sam? Do you want me to get you anything? Danny asked, as he landed on the ground, before putting Sam down. How about some pride? Salem asked with a roll of his eyes seeing this. Ha! Turbo Granny burst out laughing at this. A siren song, eh? You're lucky, 'cause that's easy to deal with. Hold on, Hilda said, as she snapped her fingers, before some magic flew around Danny and Himawari's heads for a few moments, before disappearing, causing the two teens to shake their heads, as if they were waking up. Oh geez, Danny said, as he looked at Sam with a blush, as he realized how he had been acting. I'm gonna kill that ghost. Himawari yelled in a rage, as her body lit up with her psychic power, as she struggled to get loose from Sabrina's magic. Technically, she's already dead, Jazz said, as she struggled to help Naruto onto a couch on the porch, until Zelda helped her. You want some of this? Himawari yelled at Jazz, obviously not happy with being corrected. Technically, isn't that his with how you were act, oi? Turbo Granny was asking with a smug grin, as she pointed at a blushing Tucker, before she yelled, as Himawari finally got loose with a burst of power and grabbed the possessed doll with her powers. Kyujo! Fetch! Himawari yelled, as she threw Turbo Granny with all her strength, sending her flying. Kyujo, who was sitting on the porch nearby, perked up hearing this, before he barked happily and ran after Turbo Granny. You! Turbo Granny yelled, as she flew through the air, while Kyujo pursued her. Ugh, Naruto groaned, as he stood up and held his head. Naruto! Are you okay? Jazz asked, as she approached Naruto to make sure that he was okay. Yeah, how many fingers am I holding up? Tucker asked, as he held up 3 fingers. Yeah, you look like you got hit by a freight train, Hilda said, as Zelda finished using a spell to heal him. He got his ass kicked by some yokai with a really bad attitude, who went by Acrobatic Silky, according to Granny, Sam said, as she recalled the name Turbo Granny had used. You got beat by a low-grade yokai? You get distracted by protecting the normal one? Salem asked, as he jerked his head at Jazz, before he started to scratch his ear. Jazz slightly scowled at the talking cat, hearing this. Yeah, why did you get punked, bro? Himawari asked, as while she had been under the influence of Ember's siren song, she still recalled what had happened. Naruto frowned at this, as he looked at the ground. Silky is the yokai mom made a deal with, so she could fight, he said with a firm tone. Himawari froze at this, as she thought about her mother and how she used to watch her practice her fighting and how she used her hair to attack, just like the yokai. Wait, so that yokai fought your mom and wants revenge? Tucker asked curiously. It was more that they clashed and made a deal. My mom gets a part of her power and she keeps her safe from. Naruto was saying, before he trailed off and scowled. Keep her safe from who? Casper asked curiously. That's not important. But what is important is that we need to deal with Ember before she gets even more powerful, Naruto said with a firm tone. Yeah. If her concert goes as planned tonight, then people around the world are going to be chanting her name, Sam said, as she held up her phone, showing an ad for Ember's concert tonight. We can't just let Silky run amok in town though, Jazz said, as she frowned at this. Indeed. It's never good to let a yokai continue to do what you want, Zelda said with a nod of agreement. So, what's the plan? Split up into teams? Or have Silky and Ember fight each other? Tucker asked. Seeing as this is a world-ending problem, I'll handle Ember. Sis, Danny, and Tucker will go handle Silky, seeing as she is a lower-ranked threat, Naruto said, as he looked at said teens. Fine, Himawari said after a few moments of thought. Hima? Tucker asked, surprised at this response from his friend. Silky needs to be dealt with, so we may as well take care of it. But you better kick that wannabe punk rock chick's ass, bro, Himawari said with a firm tone, as she looked at Naruto with a determined look. Naruto nodded at this, before he looked at Zelda and Hilda. Aunties, can you track Silky for us? He asked them. We're on it, kid, Hilda said, as she snapped her fingers and made a crystal ball appear in the air in front of her, which she started to use to look for the yokai. Just be careful, Naruto. If she gets strong enough, she might be able to use the siren song on you too, Danny said as he looked at Naruto. Trust me, she won't get me, Naruto said with a firm tone. I'm going with you, Jazz said with her own firm tone of voice. Jazz, I don't think dash, Naruto was saying, before he was cut off, as Jazz glared at him. I'm going with you, Jazz said with a very firm tone. What about the rest of us? Sam asked Naruto. Sam, Danny said with a flat tone of voice, as he looked at his friend. Yeah, even I'm starting to get sick of the not listening thing with you, Himawari said with a sigh at this. And that's Hima saying this, oi. Tucker was saying, before Himawari slapped him on the back of the head. Sam looked at everyone at this, before she sighed in defeat, knowing it was probably best for her to just focus on training. Don't worry, kid. We will get you trained up, Hilda said with a grin, as she looked at the goth teen. Aunt Zelda, Casper used some odd power when Silky attacked us, Sabrina said, as she looked at her aunt. Ah, he used a power? What power, dear? Zelda asked, as she looked at Casper curiously. Well, my skin turned dark and became very tough. Granny called it a sin, Casper said, as he slightly frowned. Well, that makes sense, seeing as the power you used represents the sin of greed, Salem said. As he looked at Casper. Greed? Sam asked curiously. Yup. It's a power called the ultimate shield that belongs to homunculus or artificial humans, which is. Kid technically is now, Salem said, as he nodded at this. Casper's eyes widened in surprise at this, as he hadn't expected this. Relax, kid, you're still human, thanks to your soul. It's just your body that is technically artificial, you just have some extra perks, Hilda said, as she continued to look at her crystal ball. So if this ultimate shield represents greed, then Casper was greedy when he used it? Sabrina asked curiously. Right. See, each of the 7 sins represents a different power, and seeing as Casper is not a normal homunculus, he might be able to use the other powers, if he trains in his emotions, Zelda said as she nodded. So, what do the other emotions allow him to do? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Put a pin in that, as we have a location, Hilda said, as she looked at the others, as an image appeared in her crystal ball. Said image was of acrobatic Silky, who was inside an abandoned warehouse with Valerie, who looked upset. Is that Valerie? Tucker asked, surprised at seeing the ghost hunter. It looks like you outing her to her dad made her change tactics and targets, Jazz said, as she frowned at this. But, how was she even able to summon Silky? Sam asked. I'll ask her, right after I kick her and this Silky's teeth in, Himawari said, as she slightly scowled. Hima, remember, we don't kill humans, Naruto said with a firm tone. I know, but that doesn't mean I don't get to take a pound of flesh from her, for using Kaa-san's yokai as a tool, Himawari said, as she clenched her fists. Remember sis, We try to save whoever we can, human or spirit, Naruto said, as he placed his hand on his sister's shoulder. Himawari said nothing to this, before she walked towards the others. Come on, let's go. We have a job to do, she said with a firm tone. Shouldn't we bring Granny? Tucker asked, as he ran after her along with the others. I guess, Himawari said, as she walked past where Kyujo had buried Turbo Granny while using her psychic hand to grab the possessed toy by her foot and pulled her out of the dirt. Gah! How dare you let that mutt bury me? I am a yokai of high status and I will be shown. Turbo Granny was yelling, before Himawari shoved her into Tucker's backpack. Yeah, whatever, Himawari said with a flat tone of voice. How are we gonna get there? Tucker asked curiously. I'm on it. Beetlejuice, Himawari said, as she looked at the driveway, wherein a poof of smoke. Oh, don't worry. I'm fine. Beetlejuice yelled, as he appeared in a poof of smoke, with his body covered in bandages and his arms in slings, after his fight with Silky. You got your ass kicked by a low-rank yokai? Ghost with the most, my ass, Turbo Granny said with a scoff, as she poked her head out of Tucker's backpack. Oi! Do you have any idea how vicious female yokai are? Beetlejuice yelled out. I'm female, you idiot. Turbo Granny yelled. Beetlejuice jumped back at this and said nothing, as his eyes shattered like glass. This got snorts of laughter from Tucker and Danny, while Himawari actually laughed at this while Turbo Granny growled in fury at the dig from the poltergeist. Okay, I've had my laugh. So, what do you need, bestie? Beetlejuice asked, as he switched to his normal outfit and looked at Himawari with a smile. We need a ride into town, Himawari said, as she slightly shook her head at her friend's antics. One ride, coming up. Hey dummy. We're going on a road trip. Beetlejuice said with a grin, before he yelled, before in a burst of smoke, the ghost buggy appeared smiling at them. Oh, this will go well, Tucker said with a groan, seeing the ghost buggy. Yeah, I still get flashbacks after the last ride we got from him, Danny said with his own groan. Oh relax, will you? You would think after an encounter with yokais, you would have thicker skin. So, what are we going after anyway? Beetlejuice asked, as he jumped into the front seat of Dummy. We're going to go deal with Silky. Before she can attack again and someone gets hurt, Danny said, as they all got into the buggy, with Himawari taking the front passenger seat, with him and Tucker taking the back seats. Don't expect me to help with this one, Hima. My crazy bitch quota has been filled for the week, Beetlejuice said, as he started Dummy. Oh please, the hag is worse. Have you tried fighting her on sushi night? Himawari asked with a scoff at this. You stole from my plate, you bitch. Turbo Granny yelled, as Dummy took off down the driveway and towards town. Are you sure they can handle that on their own? Jazz asked Naruto, as they approached his car. I'm sure they will be fine. It's 3-on-1, seeing as Valerie doesn't have any weapons anymore. Plus, if things do get bad, I know despite his complaining, Beetlejuice will still help, Naruto said, as he got into the driver's seat of his car, while Jazz got into the passenger seat, before Naruto started the car up and drove off. Okay you two, while they deal with this, let's get started on trying to get you trained, Hilda said, as she looked at Sam and Casper, who nodded at this, ready to get started. Outskirts of Amity Park. Outside town, what looked like a massive crowd of teens were gathered in front of a massive stage, where Ember was playing her song for the crowd, who was cheering for her. And as they cheered for her, Ember's flame hair started to grow bigger and bigger, obviously showing that her power was growing more and more the longer she played. Looks like she wasn't lying when she said that she was going to broadcast to the entire world, Jazz said, as she and Naruto approached, after the blonde had parked his car nearby. Doesn't matter. All I know is that she needs to be dealt with, Naruto said with a firm tone, as he walked forward. Hold on, Jazz said, as she grabbed Naruto's arm with her hand, before she reached for one of her ears and grabbed one of the Fenton earphones and removed it, before she placed it in Naruto's ear. Naruto slightly blushed at this, before he composed himself and looked at Jazz. One of them should give you some protection at least, Jazz said as she frowned, hoping that this could help him at least a little bit. Thanks, Jazz. You should get away from here, before the fighting starts, Naruto said with a nod, before he turned to approach the stage. Jazz nodded at this, before she started to walk towards Naruto's car, but paused, as she noticed a nearby radio tower, and after a few moments of thought, an idea started to form in her mind. You will remember my name. Ember sang, as she played her guitar, as the crowd of teens cheered for her. As the teens cheered, suddenly Naruto jumped onto the stage, and as some men, who were under the control of Ember's song, approached him, Naruto quickly flashed past them, and a moment later, they fell to the ground, passed out. Oh ho, so you can fight, Whiskers, Ember said, as she smirked seeing this. This is your final warning, stand down now, Naruto said, as his hands turned into claws and fox ears appeared on his head. You think that I'm going to give up now, when I finally have what I always wanted? Ember asked, as she looked at Naruto with a scoff. Fine then, the hard way it is, Naruto said, as he narrowed his eyes. You're going to fight me on your own? I guess your little friends are still under my spell, eh? Ember asked with a confident grin, as she started to surge with power, thanks to the crowd cheering her name. Playing around with kids' feelings, that's going too far. Naruto said, before jumping into the air, claws drawn and ready to strike, just as Ember swung her guitar as the attacks collided into a spectacular flash of light, that the audience mistook for fireworks or a laser light show. Well, so you do have some power. Let's see how long you can last. Ember yelled, as she smiled, as she sent some sound attacks at Naruto, sending him back. Naruto skidded back, extending his claws out, before charging at Ember again, while avoiding wave after wave of her musical attacks. Naruto slid under a purple flaming energy wave, kicking Ember in the chin, sending her shooting up. The rock ghost steadied herself in the air, cranking up her guitar to max, and with a heavy strum, unleashed a massive sonic blast, causing Naruto to scream out in pain, covering his ears from the noise, which while he had some defense from Ember's attack thanks to the earbud he was wearing, he was still vulnerable to her attack. Heh, looks like I win, Whiskers, Ember said with a grin, as she continued to play her guitar. But as she did this, unnoticed by them and the crowd of teens, a chain was now wrapped around the radio tower, which was broadcasting Ember's concert, and the chain was connected to the back of Naruto's car, which Jazz was driving at full gas, in an attempt to bring the radio tower down. Come on, Jazz said, as she kept her foot on the gas. Soon, the tower finally started to creak, and eventually with a loud creak, it started to tip over, and as Jazz finally started to drive away from the tower, it fell over with a crash. What? Ember yelled, as her hair shrunk down by a lot, as her audience was now limited to just the people here. Heh, thanks Jazz, Naruto thought, as he grit his teeth, before they started growing. He then let out a loud blazing roar, the shockwave, pushing Ember back, as 5 blazing tails spread from Naruto's back with his eyes flaring, as he launched forward like a blazing meteor, colliding into Ember, causing her to cough up ectoplasm from the blow. Ember growled and reared her guitar, she brought it down on him, with Naruto thrusting his blazing claws into the attack, as the two opponents' eyes started to widen, as the two of them watched events playing through their minds. Naruto saw a young girl with brown hair tuning and working on her guitar, then of her walking the halls of Casper High, before being mocked and bullied by her fellow students. It then showed her being asked out by a handsome boy and the girl smiling happily, before the vision then showed her waiting in front of a movie theater for her date in the rain hiding her tears. The vision then showed her going home, and as she fell asleep in her home, what looked like several of the teens that had bullied her before, were being led by the boy who asked her out, approached her front door to light a bag on fire on her porch for a prank. The vision then showed an image of the girl's house on fire, as the teens ran away in a panic at the prank gone wrong. Ember's vision showed her what looked like a young Naruto in Japan, learning from his family about spirits and yokai and how it is their job to help them find peace. The vision then switched to Naruto being forced to stay back by his grandparents, as his parents ran at what looked like a giant nine-tailed fox. The vision then switched to Naruto standing in front of two graves with his head down, as he fought back tears and tried to be strong, while his sister stood next to him crying. The vision then switched to Naruto confronting the same nine-tailed fox, who was looking down at him with a smug smirk, while Naruto looked at him with a glare. Naruto and Ember gasped, as they both were sent flying back from each other by a shockwave of power, which also destroyed the amps and equipment nearby and silenced the music. The shockwave also hit the crowd of teens and sent them flying back a bit, before knocking them out. What was that? Ember asked, as she held her forehead. I think that was a soul resonance. Souls that are fighting for dominance over each other can sometimes meld together for a moment and see each other's memories, Naruto said, as he looked at Ember with a frown. Don't you dare look at me like that. I don't need your pity. Ember yelled at Naruto. It's okay, I just want to help you, Naruto said as he held up his hands in a peaceful manner, while turning them back to normal as a show of peace. Ember looked at Naruto for a few moments. As usual, she wouldn't trust anyone. But after what she saw when her and Naruto's souls had melded for a moment, she at least knew he wasn't lying about wanting to help. And how exactly would you help me? She asked, as she kept her guitar at the ready. My friend is a therapist and she has been giving some ghosts therapy to try and help them find peace, and we are hoping that this can help them eventually move on, Naruto said. As he kept his hands up. A shrink for ghosts? Do you think you can actually help me? Ember asked, raising an eyebrow at this. I do. My family has been helping spirits and ghosts find peace for generations, and this is just a new way for us to try and help ghosts like you, Naruto said, as he nodded. Okay, fine, Ember said after a few moments of thought, before she lowered her guitar and put it on the holster on her back. Naruto sighed in relief at this, as he was glad he had been able to talk Ember down. Naruto! Jazz yelled, as she ran over to the stage. We will be in touch, Whiskers, Ember said, as she floated into the air, before she disappeared in a swirl of blue fire. What did she mean? Jazz asked, as she looked at Naruto curiously. Let's just say that you now have a new patient, Naruto said, as he looked at where Ember had been. Oh, I hope you have a way to explain that to Himawari, after what she pulled with her, Jazz said, as she slightly winced at this. Gah! Naruto yelled, before he face-faulted onto the stage. Abandoned warehouse. Later in town, Danny, Tucker, and Himawari opened the door and entered the abandoned warehouse they had been shown by Hilda. Are you sure that this is the place? Tucker asked, as he looked around. Yeah, this place looks like a dead end to me, Danny said, as he too looked around. Oh, there's someone here all right, come on out, Gray. Himawari said, as she had her eyes closed, as she focused and sensed that an aura was hiding behind some girders nearby. Faye, I should have figured you would have some trick to find me, Valerie said, as she came out from behind the girder for them to see, while Silky appeared behind her. Valerie Danny was saying, before he was cut off. Save it, Fenton. I already know about you and your friends having powers like her and her brother, Valerie said, as she glared at the three teens. Danny and Tucker both froze at this, while Himawari's eyes narrowed hearing this. And who exactly told you? Tucker asked curiously. You don't need to know anything, except that I'm going to use this to take your powers, to pay back the ones who gave me this ghost to help me finally get my revenge, Valerie said, as she held up the knife she had used to summon Silky. Take our powers? Danny asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Enough. Silky, take them out. Valerie said, as she pointed at them. Of course, my darling Valerie, Silky said, before she ran at the three teens. Danny and Tucker quickly transformed and dodged to the side, while Himawari used her spectral hand to grab onto an overhead girder and pull herself up onto it, to avoid a swipe of Silky claws. I gotta say, I'm not that impressed that you're using a ghost as a minion. When you have such a hate boner for them, Himawari said with a condescending smirk. Shut the up. You and your brother don't get to judge me, Uzumaki. Valerie yelled in a rage. Uzumaki? Silky asked, as she paused in her attack hearing this. That's right, you knew my Kaa-san. Kushina, right? Himawari asked, as she looked at Silky. Kushina? My Kushina had children? Silky asked, as she looked at Himawari with surprise in her voice. Wait, you're Kushina? Tucker asked, as he looked at the yokai curiously. Not literally. From what I saw when I looked her up, she has a thing for looking after girls who don't have mothers, Turbo Granny said, as she shook her head. Stop wasting time and get them. Valerie yelled at Silky. But she's Silky was saying, before she was cut off. Oh, for God's sake. You weren't this Kushina's mother and you're not mine. You are just a stupid spirit, who I'm using to get even with other spirits. Now shut up and do what you're told. Valerie yelled at Silky in a rage at the yokai, hesitating. Silky hunched over at hearing this, before she turned her head towards Valerie. How dare you talk like that to me, she screeched, before she ran at Valerie and grabbed her in her claws, before shaking her violently. Valerie looked at the angry yokai with a look of terror, as she felt an enormous amount of pressure and started to close her eyes. Before she was blasted by Danny and kicked hard in the side by Tucker, making her drop Valerie. But before she could hit the ground, Himawari's spectral hand had grabbed her and pulled her towards her, as she lowered herself to the ground with her other spectral hand. You know, if you were any kind of mother, you wouldn't lash out like that, Himawari said with a scowl at this, as she used her spectral hands to hold Silky down so she couldn't attack, while Danny started to blast her hair with his ectoblasts. I'm going to kill you. Silky yelled in a rage, as she broke free from Himawari's spectral hands and made a beeline for Himawari, as she held her hands in pain, after her spectral hands had been damaged. But before she could reach the young Uzumaki, Tucker appeared in between them, glaring at Silky, before. Slam! He headbutted the charging yokai hard in the face, sending her flying into the warehouse wall with such force that the wall exploded, sending Silky outside and filling the warehouse with light. Whoa, talk about a critical hit, Danny said, surprised at this show of force. Thankfully I have a hard head, yo. Are you okay, Hima? Tucker asked, as he turned to look at Himawari, who was looking at him with her eyes wide in surprise at the sudden save. I think you broke her by saving her, Turbo Granny said with a bored tone, as she jumped down from Tucker's backpack and approached Valerie, who was behind Himawari, passed out. I'm fine, you hag. Let's just get Silky in the thermos and get Valerie to a hospital, Himawari yelled, before she composed herself. Don't bother, she's dead, Turbo Granny said with a firm tone after inspecting Valerie for a moment. This got silence from the three teens. What are you talking about, you hag? She was just roughed up. Himawari yelled, as she looked at Valerie. Yeah, but she also got a full blast of a yokai's spiritual power when she was mad, which she obviously couldn't handle, while being attacked at the same time, Turbo Granny said, as she looked at Himawari, as she crossed her arms. Well, there has to be something we can do. Danny yelled, as he didn't want to just give up. Use my aura, Silky said, as she approached the hole she had made in the warehouse after Tucker's attack, with her dress badly damaged and her hat gone. You want some more, yo? Tucker asked with a glare, as he took a running stance, as he was not happy to see the yokai. Hold on, what are you talking about? Danny asked the yokai. I mean, with Kushina's girl help, she can use her power as a conduit, so I can transfer my aura to Valerie and save her, Silky said, as she stepped forward. Don't move. How do we know this isn't you trying to attack us again? Tucker asked, as he glared at the yokai. Silky said nothing to this, before she grabbed her bottom jaw and with a jerking motion, she ripped it off and threw it to the side. There, now I can't attack you, she said. This got looks of surprise from the three teens, as they didn't expect the yokai to mutilate herself. I know that Valerie isn't my child, just like I know Kushina wasn't, but I still want to save Valerie, so that my life can be worth something at least. If you are Kushina's child, please help me, Silky said, as she looked at Himawari. Fine, Himawari said, as she summoned her spectral hands. Hima, are you sure? Danny asked, as he looked at his friend. Yeah, how do we know this isn't a trick? Tucker asked, as he too looked at Himawari. It's our only shot to save Valerie. But if she tries anything, then feel free to send her flying again, Himawari said, as she held her left spectral hand over Valerie, before she looked at Silky, before she grabbed her and started the transfer. As soon as she did this, Himawari froze, as images started to play through her mind. A woman working for her pimp she hated, just to support the daughter she loved. The same woman coming home tired, but smiling at her happy daughter, as she tried not to show how tired she was. The same woman and daughter are spending time together, eating together, practicing dancing, watching the stars in the sky from their apartment balcony, the mother giving her daughter a pretty red dress and the daughter smiling happily. The images then changed to the pimp and his men showing up and beating the woman half to death for his money, before taking the crying daughter away. The image then changed to the wounded mother trying to chase after them in the rain, before succumbing to her wounds and falling, as the van got away. The images then changed to the woman dancing on a rooftop, before jumping off the rooftop and knowing no more. The image then changed to the image of the woman as a regular ghost, just wandering Japan, lost and not knowing why she was there. Before a young red-haired girl grabbed her hand. Kaa-san, the little girl asked, as she looked at the woman. The woman looked at the little girl and said nothing. Kushina dear, an old woman with graying red hair, called out to the little girl. Coming Bachan Mito, Kushina said, as she looked at the old woman, before running to her. But not before looking back at the spirit with a look of confusion. The spirit looked at Kushina, as she ran back to her grandmother. My child. That's right, I had a child. Where is she? I want my child, the spirit thought, as her hair started to grow longer and she became more demonic and a fiery aura started to engulf her, as she changed form a spirit to a yokai. Gasp! Himawari and Valerie both gasped in shock, as the transfer ended and Himawari fell to her knees and Valerie woke up coughing. Hima. Valerie. Are you both okay? Danny asked, as he flew over to Valerie to check on her. That's it, I'm gonna send you flying, you dash, Tucker growled as he glared at Silky, before he was cut off. Stop it. Himawari yelled, as she held her shoulders and tears started to form in her eyes from what she had seen. Hima? Tucker asked, as he looked at his friend, wondering what was wrong. Just stop, Himawari said, as she wiped her eyes. Tucker nodded at this after a few moments, before he turned to look at Silky, but paused, seeing that she was now turning gray and starting to break apart. What's happening to her? Danny asked with a raised eyebrow. Isn't it obvious? Spirits and yokai live off their aura and she gave it all to this human girl, Turbo Granny said, as she folded her arms and looked at Silky. So what's going to happen to her? Himawari asked. She's a restless spirit. She has way too much baggage, if she can't find peace, she will be a lost soul, Turbo Granny said with a firm tone. This caused Himawari and Valerie's eyes to widen at this. No way. Himawari yelled, as she shook her head at this. There has to be something you can do. Valerie yelled at the possessed toy. What would you have me do, girl? It's up to her to find peace, Turbo Granny said with a firm tone. I'm sorry, Valerie. I'm sorry that I couldn't help you with your endeavors. I failed in helping you, just like I failed in helping Kushina and my own child, Silky said, as she covered her face with her hands, as her body started to fade away more and more, to the point her legs broke and she started to fall. Danny and Tucker both frowned at this, while Himawari clenched her fist and looked at the ground. Valerie quickly ran at the crumbling yokai and caught her into a hug. "It's okay, you have done enough." "Thank you so much," Valerie said, as she hugged Silky, as she started to cry. This got a look of surprise from Himawari. "She must have seen what I saw too," she thought to herself. Silky said nothing to this, before she used the arm she had left to hug Valerie back, and after a few moments, she turned from gray and started to glow a bright white color. "What's going on?" Danny asked, as they all held up their hands to block the bright light. "Huh, it looks like that brat actually helped her find peace." "Who would have thought it?" Turbo Granny said, as she looked at the events unfolding before her. "Thank you, Valerie," Himawari, Silky said with a content tone, before she faded away in a comforting light, leaving the 4 teens alone in the destroyed warehouse. "Please let them both find each other in the next life," Himawari said as she nodded at this, finally understanding why her family did this job. "I hope this helped you wise up when it comes to ghosts," Danny said as he looked at Valerie. Valerie nodded in agreement at this, as she wiped her eyes. "I will never forget," she said, as she tried to compose herself. The 4 teens and possessed toy said nothing for a few moments, as they just let the light from outside shine on them. The end to story.